This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 947. Faced with Victor's judgmental demeanor, the old woman's mask remained unmoved, not even a ripple in her eyes. She simply bowed deeper. The witch spirits do indeed generally favor these kinds of creatures. With their assistance, the witch spirits can unleash greater power, whether in daily research, prayer, or combat when needed. The witch spirits can amplify their power, and can also directly draw energy from them when necessary. Furthermore, their combat strength is indeed considerable, so we like to hire them. What you described is new to me as well. The secrets of the ancient universe are endless. The witch spirit cult has never recorded that humans could reach an agreement with some energy beings, leading to our insufficient scrutiny of their origins. I never imagined they were human spies. I am willing to take responsibility and accept punishment. Victor shook his head in disappointment. Old woman, even now, are you still trying to fob me off with these excuses? His finger slid again. The holographic projection abruptly switched, the perspective shifting from the battlefield to a high-altitude view, clearly marked secret archives of the witchcraft cult shadow corridor. A familiar, semi-transparent storm spirit's body structure undulated with remarkably regularity. Along with its undulations, an inconspicuous prism-shaped psionic information terminal in a corner of the archive, with an extremely hidden, pinhead-sized rune interface on its side, was simultaneously flashing an almost imperceptible glow. This is the process of receiving and transmitting information. This is something we only managed to capture using the true sight of 3 bloodwalkers. Victor's voice suddenly turned sharp. Every time it approaches the shadow corridor, the same information interface regularly overflows with data. Old woman. Don't tell me an energy entity would specifically go to the corner where your cult hides historical records to perform an energy dance. The old woman's eyes seemed to flicker with something. The archive keepers reported that these mercenaries do indeed have a strong and strange curiosity about the ancient knowledge of the Eldar. But the cult adheres to its sacred laws and has never opened its core secrets. I must emphasize again, we didn't know they were human spies. This can at most be considered the Eldar's indulgence towards their adorable pets. Please forgive us. Indulgence towards adorable pets. You're quite the smooth talker. Victor sneered, and the third image was hurled at him. It was no longer a battlefield or archive in the human world, but an extremely bizarre mental scan image. Recorded by the soul imaging technique cast by the high-ranking witches of the Eldar cult. The image was extremely unstable, filled with screaming soul fragments and a scarlet background. At the center of the scene stood an old woman. She wore a magnificent priestess's robe, and her face was not a blank silver mask, but a skull mask inlaid with blood-red gems, signifying her status as a high priestess. She was raising her hands high, presiding over a sinister ritual. Surrounding her were a dozen or so dancing priestesses. Their target, a struggling humanoid figure bound to the top of the altar, formed from pure painful memories. The power of the ritual fluctuated violently, and a raging mental vortex connected above the altar. At the edge of the vortex, several humanoid storm spirits were clearly visible. They weren't bystanders. They were actively drawing upon the violent spiritual energy overflowing from the ritual. They appeared to be used as batteries, energy pools within the ritual, their energy being extracted to replenish the shamanic spirits undergoing the ceremony. However, upon closer inspection, between the vortex and the spirits, faintly flickered streams of symbolic information, requiring extremely specialized mental discernment to decipher. Those symbols were incredibly precise. Their core structure clearly depicted a complex circuit describing the guidance and connection of energy nodes in some multidimensional space. Still trying to deny it, old woman? This is from the Eye of Mincha ritual you presided over. The cult's secret texts record that pure, tormented souls are needed to invoke Mincha's blessing, and then, by extracting energy, maintain the stability of all the Veil Harbors of Comoros. The ritual succeeded, but tell me, why, after that day, did the energy flow diagrams displayed on the internal structures of these energy beings display runic sequences found only in your secret texts? Everything was exposed. The old woman was a master of intrigue. She had orchestrated numerous schemes, unknown even to the powerful spirits. Their ability to so quickly and smoothly acquire and analyze the complete Veil Spirit Gate technology was due to someone's secret assistance. She had believed that this would make her operation flawless. However, Victor discovered what even the storm spirits were unaware of. The old woman's silver-white mask cracked into countless fragments like a spiderweb, revealing a face beneath. A pale face that still retained the elegance of age, with sharp, cold lines and deep, sorrowful eyes. Truly worthy of the Black Witch King, the most outstanding mastermind of intrigue in millennia, to have unified the Comoros under your command, accomplishing what countless scheming rulers could not. Wise Black Witch King, since you possess all the answers, why ask further? Because there is something I have pondered for a long time without understanding. Victor's voice remained unchanged despite the old woman's eventual admission. Why? Why did you do this? I respect you, I trust you, and apart from this matter, you have indeed had no other contact with those humans. I considered whether you introduced an external enemy to replace me, creating a wave powerful enough to overthrow me, but now it seems that's not the case. Then why? Forgive my foolishness, and please, as always, enlighten me. The old woman answered decisively, for prophecy. This answer greatly enraged Victor. He didn't seem to truly be as clueless as he claimed about the old woman's motives. On the contrary, he seemed to have thought things through exceptionally clearly, so much so that when the old woman spoke, it was as if all the pent-up anger within him was ignited, causing him to display a tremendous loss of composure for the first time. For the prophecy? For the prophecy. I believe your prophecy. I have done far too much for this prophecy. I have reconciled countless forces, large and small, in the Comoros, making them believe that this prophecy determines the fate of every Eldar, binding them to the war machine. I have diligently weakened the infinite chapter, constantly observing and seizing opportunities, ready to mobilize a large army when necessary to conduct a military operation in the warp, a space extremely dangerous to our race. I'm almost there. Those you prophesied, whether it's Robert or Gu Jing, have both fallen into the hands of the Comoros. Even with some setbacks, everything is still under control. Only the final step remains, to slowly spill the blood of those humans on our own turf, where we have endless slave blood to spill. But you brought the Alliance in, revealing the Comoros' greatest secret. At the most crucial moment, you stabbed me in the back. Betrayal. Betrayal. I experienced countless betrayals in my life, but none have hurt me as much as this. Old woman, what did I do wrong? The prophecy gave the Eldar a fateful judgment, and I resolved to place that fate in their hands. Where did I go wrong? You insisted on letting those so-called children of gods make the judgment? Did you really not believe that our great race couldn't control its own destiny, couldn't personally achieve our own revival? Faced with a barrage of questions, the old woman's attitude remained unchanged. The daughter of the god Mincha listened patiently until Victor's words, spoken with immense rage, stirred up an extremely cold wind before she finally spoke. This is the will of Mincha, this is the fate of the Eldar. Our race has long since lost all vitality. A great revival is merely an unacceptable fantasy. There is no place for us in the future of the universe. Our only path is to join them, to become part of the cosmic overlords. Only in this way can we preserve our genes, our culture, our wisdom, and our gods. Gods! 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 Victor angrily interrupted the old woman. So what if it's Mincha? So what if it's that human false emperor? Those four vile and disgusting things in the warp are the same. Let all these gods die. Nothing can stop the great revival of the Eldar. Nothing can stop me from taking my destiny into my own hands. Even if they are the gods of our race? Victor's face was magnified into a huge shadow in the light cast by the crystal prism. As his anger subsided, his entire body gradually calmed down. The anger receded with the cold wind, leaving only a deeper, unfathomable silence. His deep, abyss-like eyes slowly rose, churning with a sorrowful, utterly betrayed coldness. Perhaps he had already understood. The one who betrayed him was not just the old woman, but the god Mincha, the duality of Windsor, and the deity worshipped by the Dark Eldar. The Dark Eldar fanatically worshipped Mincha. In their society, Mincha worship was the largest religion, and they frequently used slaves and even other dark elves for bloody sacrifices. This worship was initiated by the sorcerers, who believed themselves to be led by the old woman, Mincha's daughter. Victor was also a follower of Mincha, but now he scorned the god, scoffing at his pathetic state. I will not tolerate any being that manipulates me and my race at will, regardless of what fate they use as an excuse. He slowly shook his head. Every grain of painful dust in the Comoros will dance beneath my blade. If Mincha helps me, I will believe in Mincha. If Mincha doesn't help me, then he is nothing but a damned warped creature, unworthy of my attention. Even if everything is truly a game of chess and toys played by those gods, everything is predetermined, everything is unchangeable, then I would rather lead the Eldar, with all of Comoros, to sink into hell, to sink into the dust of history. The crystal prism behind him shattered with his pronouncement. The light dissipated, and the enormous shadow cast upon Victor beneath the throne receded. His body leaned slightly forward, as if using all his strength to keep from collapsing. His withered face, belonging to the Dark Eldar, was covered with a layer of deathly ash. He reached out, not an attack, but more like a futile expulsion. "Take the sacrificial knife, old woman," Victor's voice pierced the hollows of bones like wind, "and then, go." Just a final, light instruction, yet more chilling than any curse. The old woman knew the outcome. No words were needed to pronounce judgment. Victor's lifeless gaze, the faint sound of the shattered stone armrest, and the word sacrifice, pointing to the final ritual, were clear enough. Her deep eyes gazed at the hunched figure on the throne for a long time, until finally, she let out a soft sigh. The old woman did not resist her fate, just as she did not resist the fate of the Eldar. However, her gaze towards Victor gradually took on a hint of pity. She withdrew her gaze, no longer looking, and said nothing. She bowed deeply, silently, a final farewell to an old friend who had been with her for countless years. Then, slowly, extremely slowly, she turned around, her movements like struggling in flowing amber. The hem of her raven feather black robe brushed against the cold floor, trailing silently towards an inconspicuous archway entrance at the edge of the council hall, swallowed by deep darkness. The darkness, like the gaping maw of a monster, slowly devoured her lonely and isolated figure until the last piece of her clothing disappeared into the surging, heavy shadows, as if she had never stepped into this hall filled with betrayal and judgment. Only the faint, lingering scent of decaying incense, and the withered figure on the throne remained in the air. Chapter 948. The Dark Lich King made up his mind. But at this stage, negotiations between the Dark Eldar and the Alliance progressed by leaps and bounds. In fact, peace talks and consultations between the two sides had never stopped. This was quite normal. While warriors fought to the death on the front lines, diplomats in the rear, based on the situation at the front, engaged in heated debates, exchanging conditions, and probing each other's intentions. However, the peace talks had never made any substantial progress. The two sides had irreconcilable conflicts on their respective core interests and core terms. But the reason for the sudden surge in negotiations was mainly due to the change in the Dark Eldar's diplomat. Since the new ambassador, Ms. Vislani, took the lead in the negotiations, the previous situation where the two sides could not reach an agreement on conditions had been swept away, and compromises were made on several key issues. This leads to the question of where the core interests of both sides lie. For the Dark Eldar, their core interests were twofold. First, the withdrawal of humanity from Comoros. Second, the acquisition of Robert and Gu Jing. For humanity, core interests can be divided into two main areas. Firstly, conquering the Comoros, and secondly, the rapid deployment of the Terran Expeditionary Force to Holy Terra. Clearly, the core interests of the two sides are not aligned, making the basis for negotiation very weak. However, as Vislani compromised on some core interests, a basis for negotiation suddenly emerged. First, the Dark Eldar completely abandoned their demands regarding Robert and Gu Jing's conditions. They no longer raised wishful thinking conditions such as requiring Robert and Gu Jing to cooperate with their operations. As for humanity's demand to occupy and govern the entire Comoros, forcing its unconditional surrender, that's something Vislani would never agree to. Wouldn't that be tantamount to throwing her own life away? However, specific issues can be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. What's the Alliance's biggest objective in conquering the entire Comoros? It's definitely not resources. The Comoros is far too barren in that regard, utterly devoid of resource value. To subjugate the Dark Eldar, they need their manpower. That's slightly more plausible than resources. After all, if the Dark Eldar were to serve as mercenaries and form an army, they would be quite formidable. Although their population is small, and they can't afford a war of attrition, they'd be suitable as elite troops. However, the fighting strength of these Dark Eldar is merely icing on the cake, not crucial. Moreover, even if the Dark Eldar submit, who would dare use them? To stab them in the back at a crucial moment, that's exactly the kind of thing these habitually treacherous individuals are capable of doing. However, compared to these 2 points, 2 other things about Comoros are quite valuable. First, there's Comoros' status as a veiled city, allowing for quick and convenient travel to various parts of the real universe. Second, there's the technology inherited from the Dark Eldar's magnificent Eldar Empire. This is where Vislani's concession lies. She proposed a plan to make several ports in Comoros jointly managed. Humans would simply provide the energy needed to operate the ports, and pay a fee to use them. The Eldar would also open up some coordinates they had established in the real universe, including those located in the solar system. This would allow Robert's Terran Expeditionary Force to quickly reach their destination. Furthermore, later, through the Veil of Spirits in the Comoros, Gu Hang's journey to Holy Terra might take less than a day, instead of the long interstellar travel of over a year as before. As for the various advanced technologies inherited by the Dark Eldar over the ages, some could be shared with humanity. Despite these significant sacrifices, Ambassador Dexa, responsible for negotiations, remained unmoved. He stated simply, "After we defeat you, annihilate you, and occupy the entire Comoros, these things will be ours. Why should we accept peace talks?" It was blunt, but realistic, and Gu Heng's demand, unconditional surrender, was the only option. Diplomacy isn't achieved through negotiations, it's forged on the front lines. Currently, humanity's forces deployed in the Comoros are already capable of rivaling the Dark Eldar, shifting from a defensive to an offensive strategy. And as time goes on, the number of human troops entering the Comoros will only increase. The balance of power between the two sides will increasingly shift towards the humans. This is why Gu Heng was able to confidently demand unconditional surrender. Vizirani wasn't angry. This argument was entirely within her expectations, and she had prepared accordingly, presenting several counter-arguments. First, Vizirani didn't deny that humans currently held the advantage, but she emphasized that even if this situation continued, the price humans would pay to achieve final victory, completely conquer the Comoros, and utterly destroy the Eldar's regime and organizational structure would be unprecedented. Perhaps humanity will have to continuously commit forces equivalent to 2 allied army groups to the Comoros, and ultimately lose over 30% of its troops, weapons, and equipment. This includes everything from warships and tanks to the lives of space marines and ordinary soldiers. Dexa remained non-committal on this point. In fact, Veslani was right. Even if she exaggerated the human casualties, the losses would be substantial. Moreover, if the Eldar are determined to fight to the bitter end, even if their regime and organization collapse, they can wage guerrilla warfare for many, many years within the vast, three-dimensional Comoros, which is much larger than a planet. Perhaps for hundreds or thousands of years to come, while utilizing the veiled city of the Comoros, humanity will also be constantly entangled with the surviving Eldar, fueled by their vengeful fury. A great many people will die. Even if Gu Heng, as the leader, could accept these losses after weighing the benefits and costs, minimizing the losses would still be preferable. After saying this, Vizirani raised a second finger, raising an even more crucial second point. If it truly came to a fight to the death, the Dark Eldar could ensure humanity gained nothing. A fight to the death, who wouldn't do that? Chapter 949. Veslani claimed that the Dark Eldar were capable of destroying the entire Comoros. Whether it was true or false was unknown, because it was difficult. During the human invasion of the Comoros, they assessed the destructive effect of the Extinction Order weapon on the Comoros, and the results were not optimistic. Leaving aside the possibility of the Extinction Order being intercepted, and the losses their own forces would suffer within the Comoros after its deployment. Just looking at the destructive effect, neither the sky-burning torpedo nor the more advanced planet-destroying Earth destroyer would likely achieve its intended effect. The core of the sky-burning torpedo lies in igniting the planet's atmosphere, burning everything on the surface, leaving only a layer of lava before slowly extinguishing, ultimately returning the planet to desolation. While the Comoros also possesses an atmosphere, the characteristic of the veil is that the atmosphere is artificially created and segmented. Even if the sky-burning torpedo ignited in an area, it would likely not spread for very long. There's no need for deliberate disruption. Each city or district is inherently discontinuous. The same applies to planet-destroying bombs. Essentially, these are terrifying, Earth-penetrating super bombs that penetrate the planet's outer shell and detonate in the mantle. The immense and unique energy is transmitted to the core, causing a horrific internal reaction, followed by collapse and explosion from the inside out, ultimately destroying the entire planet. Like the incinerator torpedo, although planet-destroying bombs are far more powerful and technologically advanced, they essentially destroy the planet's structure to achieve annihilation. The Comoros is not a celestial structure. Deploying a planet-destroying bomb would be like using a large, uncontrollable bomb, potentially destroying 1 or 2 districts. But that would be negligible compared to the overall Comoros. Furthermore, as humanity has conquered a portion of the Comoros region, our understanding of this city built within a veil has become increasingly clear. The Comoros may not even be a single physical entity, but rather a city pieced together from countless discontinuous districts and blocks. This assembly technology is like a foreign language to humanity, currently incomprehensible. Currently, both the Great Sage Call and the Alliance's scholars and technical experts share a general consensus. With current human technology, there is essentially no effective way to destroy the Comoros. At most, we could use planet-destroying weapons to destroy individual districts. But even that is impractical. The cost is too high. Even the cheapest incinerator torpedoes have extremely high manufacturing costs and timelines. Furthermore, successful detonation cannot be guaranteed. Leaving aside the possibility of interception and friendly fire, even if successfully delivered, the atmospheric conditions of a single city block are vastly different from those of an entire planet, making a successful detonation likely less than 30%. These combined factors practically mean that attempting to destroy the Comoros with this type of weapon is not feasible. Because even without considering Eldar resistance, humanity has not found a suitable way to completely destroy the Comoros. Scholars and researchers naturally suspect that the Eldar are merely bluffing. They themselves might not even have the capability to destroy the Comoros. It's all an act. But first, this matter must be taken seriously. We can't naively believe it's all just bluffing, and that they only blow up the Comoros when they're truly pushed to the brink of annihilation. That would truly be a wasted effort. Not only would they lose their most desired gains, but the Alliance's heavily invested forces in the Comoros would also suffer. Secondly, Ambassador Texas directly presented the detailed process by which human scholars demonstrated the Dark Eldar's inability to destroy the Comoros. Even if the Dark Eldar scoffed, saying it was due to the limited understanding of the short-lived human race, and that the Dark Eldar certainly possessed such technology, Texas had to maintain an attitude of no matter what you say, I don't believe it. Otherwise, could they really let these dark-skinned people use the destruction of their homeland, a fight to the death, as a condition to control humanity? Go ahead and self-destruct, and the entire race will be wiped out. From a rational perspective, it's certainly worse than unconditional surrender. It can only be used as a bargaining chip. Humanity's task isn't to engage in a game of strategy with the Dark Eldar based on this, but rather to resolutely deny the validity of this condition. Unless the Dark Eldar presents concrete evidence of their ability to destroy Comoros to the Alliance. But if they do, it reveals the Alliance's strategy. If the Dark Eldar are unwilling to prove their innocence, and even if they do, the Alliance won't accept or acknowledge it, then destroying Comoros remains merely a last resort, hanging on the table, unusable. Beyond that, their core bargaining condition is reduced to only one. They must inflict unbearable losses on humanity on the battlefield. On the battlefield, the Dark Eldar are attempting to demonstrate their value in this regard. In the Comoros, over the past 2 or 3 months, humanity has launched a massive offensive. They have not only wiped out several districts of Dark Eldar guerrillas, but also extended the front line further. They are even close to capturing the next port. Although the next port is only a small port, and the throughput of its veiled portals is less than 1/5 of that of Queen Rose Port, even a small amount is still valuable, further accelerating the Alliance's deployment of troops and supplies. In fact, the current shortage of troops is a relatively minor problem. The more significant issue lies in maintaining a high-intensity offensive posture, requiring substantial logistical support from the human army. From fuel and energy to consumables like artillery shells and food supplies, with over 1 billion human troops currently fighting in the Comoros, the amount of resources consumed every day, every hour, is astronomical. In fact, a significant portion of the Queen's Rose Port's transport capacity is currently devoted to transporting and storing these supplies. Large numbers of second-line troops have also been deployed, responsible for much of the logistical work, delivering various military supplies to the front lines. In short, as humanity advances rapidly on the battlefield, the Dark Eldar's bargaining chips will dwindle. But precisely at this moment, the human forces have encountered a major problem on their main offensive front. The Blood Rose, a labyrinth node, and the rats. This name was given to humanity by the diplomat Vislani. She described it with an air of pride. As for its effects, Vislani certainly wouldn't say. She only claimed it was an unbreakable defense. Many of its functions had already been discovered by the human frontline troops through the blood of countless warriors. The so-called labyrinth was not a physical structure in the traditional sense, but a war machine constructed by the Dark Eldar's technological department under Victor's control. This massive, living structure, occupying several districts, was built with countless mutated bone vines as its skeleton, and flesh and blood tubes woven into intricate passageways. Its internal environment simulated the ecological fields created by the ancient Eldar. The labyrinth had 3 core functions. First, the bone vines entwined with dark runes were movable. Once inside, the movements of human troops were completely unpredictable. In a support mission, a path once cleared by predecessors becomes impassable for successors. An entire army advances, only to be unknowingly fragmented and scattered by the fog and vines. In this environment, human troops are highly vulnerable to being outnumbered in localized situations, and swiftly annihilated by the Eldar forces, skilled in cutting, ambushing, and raiding. Secondly, these bone vines can also form special patterns and shapes at key locations, creating psionic runes that activate high-speed psionic transmission channels hidden within the labyrinth, allowing troops to move rapidly. Thirdly, the crimson flowers scattered throughout every corner possess information sensing and energy conversion capabilities. The energy characteristics and movement trajectories of any entrant are recorded and analyzed, making the battlefield one-way transparent to the Dark Eldar. Fourthly, the Blood Rose Maze, as a weapon of war capable of covering an entire city, is an absolute energy consumer. However, creatures that die within the maze are captured by the vines, rapidly digested, and fed back into the maze as an energy reserve. Especially during battle, the inevitable pain of death provides excellent nourishment. The entire Blood Rose Maze is both a living trap and a fortress providing near unlimited battlefield support to the defending forces. The Ratman Legion, trained by the so-called Shadow Eater family, is a force specifically bred for this environment. Their hunched spines are covered in somewhat rudimentary armor, and their overall size is similar to that of a human child of about 10 years old. Lower-ranking Ratmen, used as cannon fodder, generally have a significant portion of their brain structure removed during genetic modification, replaced with biological neural nodes capable of receiving maze commands. When human armies enter the maze-like districts, these rats silently emerge from sewage outlets, ventilation shafts, and even cracks in crumbling walls. Utilizing the maze's sensory network, they precisely predict the human firing axes and, with their seemingly endless numbers, relentlessly overwhelm the human forces. They appear in swarms beneath armored vehicles or on the flanks of infantry formations, their destructive methods primitive yet highly efficient. After all, not all of them are cannon fodder, some are special units. Self-destructing rats, carrying highly corrosive slime spores, gnaw at armor seams with acid. Upon being killed, they self-destruct, unconcerned about killing their own units in the process. After all, even the most expensive ratmen are worthless. Engineering rats equipped with dimensional jammers paralyze vehicle engines and communication arrays. Hundreds upon hundreds of berserk combat rats, stimulated by the labyrinth's bioelectricity, tear apart the throats of lone soldiers at terrifying speed. The few rat trolls that appear stand over 5 meters tall, possessing incredible vitality capable of withstanding tank cannon fire without immediate death, and their terrifying strength enough to overturn tanks. The labyrinth vines serve as their best cover and transport route. Every fallen human corpse provides the labyrinth with more energy, catalyzing the creation of more twisted rat shadows. In the early stages of encountering such a harsh war environment, humanity suffered heavy casualties, and the offensive was forced to halt in several districts covered by the Blood Rose Labyrinth. After attempting a direct assault to destroy the bone vines, only to find heavy casualties and minimal effectiveness, humanity was forced to study this weapon of the Dark Eldar and search for a way to counter it. 200 warriors from the 4th and 5th companies of the Blackamoor chapter were tasked with this mission. This regiment was a newly established Blood Angel prototype regiment after the Blood Angel chapter joined the Alliance. Utilizing Blood Angel prototype genocides, their overall skill level was exceptionally high. While not an elite Blood Guard, their strength surpassed that of regular chapters. On the battlefield, 200 Blackamoor warriors, along with 4 armored infantry regiments, struggled through this living hell to reach the core of the Skullcrack Cross City. Their experimental operation aimed to capture the landmark signal tower. The base of the tower is enveloped by the labyrinth's energy core. Destroying it would theoretically disable a vine-generating pathway. Following the tactical map, we quickly approached the target location. There should be an alloy passage here, leading directly to the base. However, on the way to the tunnel, they discovered a significant difference from previous intelligence. The bone vines had altered the environment and pathways. To avoid getting lost in the labyrinth, they had to spend considerable time clearing away the bone vines and scarlet flowers they could see. Of course, they didn't have to do it themselves. Shortly after the call, the human air force arrived. Fighter jets and bombers dropped massive amounts of incendiary bombs on the area, burning almost every inch of land to clear a path. But it was still difficult. The vines were resilient, unyielding to fire, requiring the extreme heat of a thermal sprayer to burn them down. The incendiary bombs burned some, but others stubbornly remained. Moreover, after burning this area, new ones would extend from other places. Even more terrifying, many of the bone vines were hidden underground, concealed within the walls, and would reappear after the fire was extinguished. An area might appear cleared, but once people walked over, it would quickly revert to its former state. The scarlet flowers, while easy to destroy, were also prone to hiding in obscure corners and easily missed. Even with a thorough, carpet-bombing cleanup, truly burning every inch of land and wall to the ground, the bone vines would soon re-establish their dominance, and new ones would sprout from the old ones. There was no other way but to grit their teeth and continue forward. On the way, vines were already sprouting in the charred, still warm aerated area. Liu Baigang, the 4th Company commander of Black Hammer, had already anticipated the arduousness of this mission. Chapter 950. Liu Baigang had already anticipated that his journey wouldn't be easy, but the initial stages were manageable. The incendiary bombs dropped by the Air Force, burning through the path, were certainly valuable. Before the bone vines could proliferate significantly, the Alliance army suddenly accelerated, advancing a considerable distance. During this stretch, the enemy attempted harassment, but these efforts were largely futile. Without the bone vines forming the foundation of the maze, the resulting ecological environment greatly reduced the enemy's threat. The few ratmen sent out to probe were merely cannon fodder, unable to even get close, easily mowed down by machine guns from a distance. However, the latter half of the journey became much more difficult. The bone vines had quietly grown considerably. A thin mist had returned, causing problems with visibility, which was only a couple hundred meters. At this distance, many of the human artillery pieces were at a disadvantage. Many tank guns can fire directly to targets 2 kilometers away. Armored regiments also have self-propelled armored artillery, typically capable of reaching 30 kilometers. However, artillery units with such ranges of tens of kilometers don't actually rely on visual targeting. They can't see the enemy anyway. They primarily rely on frontline troops to locate the target, then calibrate and fire directly, which is extremely demanding on artillery skills. However, the visibility of frontline troops is also limited. With visibility of only 100 or 200 meters, it's difficult to reach further out and pinpoint the enemy's exact location. But that's alright, they can simply observe the direction from which the ratmen emerge from the fog, provide a range of 200 to 1,000 meters, and bombard the area. While those shots weren't as accurate as under normal circumstances, they still had some effect. However, tank cannons and machine guns struggled, forced to bombard the approaching Skaven into the fog with bullets and shells. That was clearly inefficient. Many Skaven continued to charge from various directions, closing in to within 200 meters of visibility. Further firepower became difficult. Although the Skaven's weapons were poorly made, at a distance of 100 to 200 meters, humans would inevitably suffer some casualties in a firefight. Especially the individual Skaven trolls, with their high resistance to damage, meant that at this range, tank cannons and anti-tank weapons carried by support soldiers might not be able to hit them quickly. If the Skaven trolls broke into the soldiers' positions, it would be a massacre. The damage inflicted by mortal soldiers using laser guns at close range was still quite limited. Often, at this point, the only option was for Space Marines to roam the positions and quickly eliminate these high-threat targets. A single Black Hammer warrior would face considerable danger against a single rat troll. The probability of killing it unscathed was only about 50%, with injury or even death being highly likely. Only a 3-man squad could guarantee a swift and safe elimination of the enemy. Braving the interference of bone vines and the obstruction of countless swarms of insects, the entire force struggled forward through the fog. Finally, after suffering significant losses, they reached their interim objective. It was a tunnel, and according to intelligence, this tunnel led directly to a location very close to the mission objective area. The good news was that the tunnel was still there, although the entrance was blocked by bone vines. Once they found their target, they could burn it down using a thermal incineration jet weapon. The bad news was that this main underground tunnel had been eaten away by the Skaven. The alloy passageway, marked as a safe passage in tactical intelligence, had become incredibly fragile and difficult to traverse after they arrived, even though the road surface remained unchanged. At least, the human army's heavy armored forces, especially several Titan units and heavy tanks, simply couldn't pass through. Only some small light armored vehicles could barely manage. This situation was expected. The main force of the operation consisted of Black Hammer Space Marines, supplemented by a small number of armored regiments, including elite companies, sentinel mechs, and light armored units. A total of less than 2,000 people entered this already quite large underground tunnel. The remaining troops waited outside the tunnel entrance, not only to await orders, but also to provide support and ensure the safety of the remaining troops during their withdrawal. The troops who entered the passage began their operation. The alloy walls gleamed oilily in the dim light, traces of digestive fluid secreted by living vines. The air was thick and viscous, like a shroud, the pungent stench of humus and decaying flesh filling every helmet's filter grill. At first, only scattered clumps of fungi rolled down from the occasional white bone vines, spewing out slime with a poof sound. But upon reaching the middle section, the dome suddenly shed large patches of writhing scarlet flowers, and hundreds upon hundreds of ratmen rushed towards them like a cascading waterfall of filth. They roared, only creaking and groaning from their joints grinding together, and the dull, unpleasant sound of their inferior weapons firing. The human forces' counterattack struck first, sweeping through the surrounding enemy with frenzied speed. The roar of heavy bombs instantly tore through the creep tunnels, shredding the ratmen's remains into a muddy, bloody mess. Each charge of the plasma pistol evaporated a straight line of rats. The intense heat of the plasma even temporarily carbonized and solidified the creep. The rusted metal walls on either side suddenly softened, and vines shot out rapidly, glowing with eerie blue runes. Teleportation lights flickered, and hordes of elite ratmen units were transported into the midst of the crowd. The engineer rats teleported to the side of the Space Marines and human armored forces. The presence of these engineer rats caused considerable trouble for the human forces. Their built-in electromagnetic bombs caused the engines of heavy armored vehicles to groan and stall in the dense fog, and Sentinel mechs were severely hampered. In other words, the Space Marines' power armor, while highly resistant to interference, still produced a significant amount of static in the helmet's acoustic communication array, making it extremely unpleasant to the ears. The teleported exploding rats not only suffered considerable direct damage from the explosions, but their highly acidic spores also vaporized and dispersed during the blasts, rapidly obscuring vision with corrosive yellow-green smoke, which was also highly toxic. The Space Marines could only tighten their formation, their chains words forming a razor-sharp jungle to annihilate any rats that managed to break through the bomb net. However, when some crazed combat rats charged in, although they were barely knee-high to the Space Marines, they moved like real rats, swiftly scrambling to the feet of the Space Marines while their brethren were being slaughtered. They then used precision drills to relentlessly chisel at the joints of the power armor through the gaps. One soldier's power gauntlet joints, rendered useless by the molten metal solvent, forced him to sever his bound left leg at the knee with his chainsaw sword as more and more rats swarmed him. This freed him and allowed him to quickly kill many nearby rats, but ultimately, he was overwhelmed. Abandon vehicles. Advance. Charge. Liu Baigang roared the order through his helmet's communication channel. The soldiers began their assault on the signal tower base. The heavy explosive squad, under cover from their comrades, continued to suppress the rat horde, but every step forward was trodden upon the relentless carcasses of the ratmen. After firing through the passage, visibility improved slightly. The signal tower base was now clearly visible, but the plaza surrounding it was completely covered by even thicker, bulging white bone vines. Even more terrifying, these vines were contracting, like a heart. As the vanguard stepped onto the edge of the plaza, the heart suddenly contracted violently. The plaza beneath abruptly collapsed, forming a bottomless crater of flesh and blood, catching many soldiers off guard and sending them tumbling into it. At the bottom of the crater, a gelatinous digestive fluid oozed, while swarms of rats rained down from above. The Space Marines' robust bodies and power armor were strong enough to withstand the tearing, but the corrosive slime at the bottom of the crater was rapidly dissolving their footing. Liu Baigang had to painfully abandon his comrades trapped in the crater, but as they moved forward, getting closer to the base, the more terrifying everything became. Liu Baigang sensed that this entire area was a labyrinthine trap. The so-called signal tower was already a worm-eaten shell. The giant vine-like organisms beneath it were the key nodes supporting the teleportation channel. All bombs, focus fire on the base. Liu Baigang's command carried a desperate resolve. The remaining warriors unleashed their final heavy weapon fire on the base. Under the bombardment of high explosive bombs and molten metal rays, chunks of creep were torn and charred, but what was exposed beneath was not the imagined energy core, but countless writhing giant rat fusion embryos, connected to the creep by numerous conduits, like a deformed heart parasitizing this labyrinth of death. The heavy firepower only temporarily disrupted its pulse, not truly solving the problem. On the contrary, from that pulsating heart, countless rats hatched and surged towards Liu Baigang's forces. The edges began to collapse and expand, more Space Marines and soldiers staggering and falling. Withdraw. Abandon the objective. Liu Baigang issued the order at the last moment before communications were cut off. The remaining warriors detonated preset molten metal bombs, creating a wall of fire to temporarily halt the rat horde, dragging each other back through the twisted passageway. However, at the tunnel entrance, the force responsible for receiving them ultimately failed to reach their intended recipient. 200 Space Marines simultaneously engaged in a single operation is already a considerable investment. Moreover, those two armored regiments are elite units within the Alliance army. They possess Sentinel mechs, Titans, heavy armored tanks, and a significant proportion of their soldiers are equipped with power armor. This is undoubtedly an elite force. The Alliance could certainly deploy more resources, such as more troops, or even an entire force composed of Space Marines. However, that wouldn't be as meaningful. A full complement of Space Marines, perhaps 2 or 3 full-strength chapters, could probably capture the target. However, even with the considerable number of Space Marines under the Alliance's command, only a few dozen chapters are fighting here. With Space Marines needed as the backbone of the battle lines to hold the line in various locations, forcibly drawing so many men, while capturing the city, would likely incur even greater costs elsewhere. Overall, the Alliance's campaign against this labyrinth of flesh is not going well. And on another battlefield, the Alliance is also suffering losses. The Eldar have opened a new battlefield in the real universe. Of course, not a direct confrontation. After all, in direct combat, even in their homeland of Comoros, they rely on labyrinths, living weapons of war, to barely hold off a human attack, let alone in the real universe, on Alliance territory, to fight the Alliance. However, they don't need to do that. Over countless years, the Dark Eldar have accumulated a vast number of veiled spirit portals throughout the universe. Those discovered by the Alliance are, after all, only a minority. They emerge from unfamiliar regions, venture into Alliance-controlled territories, and specifically target non-core planets, launching surprise attacks with just a few warships. Eldar elite strike teams eliminate and massacre Alliance planetary government officials, plunder populations and resources, and then wreak havoc. All their actions are swift, they strike and run. Even more heinous is their deployment of biological weapons on several agricultural planets. While the effects differ slightly from human extermination weapons, the results are similar. Within days, a genetic plague spread rapidly through the air and water, infecting all living organisms, destroying the planet's ecosystems, and causing the deaths of billions. This is also a blow to the Alliance. The Alliance's remaining forces and fleets are deployed everywhere to capture the Dark Eldar, but these dark creatures are slippery and difficult to catch. This forced the Alliance to commit significantly more resources to disperse defenses across various locations. However, the Dark Eldar's guerrilla tactics were so difficult to counter that even with forces 100 times greater than the enemy's, significant losses were still inflicted on various areas from time to time. This undoubtedly proved the earlier warnings issued by the Dark Eldar diplomat Wasteland. The Dark Eldar were not to be underestimated. Even if, in the long run, they might ultimately be wiped out, before that, the Dark Eldar, fighting for their own survival, would inflict immeasurable losses on humanity. Peace talks were once again on the table. Gu Hang received 2 reports from the Alliance military general staff and the Alliance government, who had seriously discussed the Dark Eldar's conditions. They believed that accepting peace talks was not entirely unacceptable, as long as the conditions were suitable and the benefits were sufficiently substantial. Chapter 951. The offensive against the Comoros wasn't stalled, but rather progressed slowly, like a crawl. However, this wasn't the core reason for the Alliance's compromise. The core reason was the fire in their heartland. The Dark Eldar raiding parties were heading into the real universe from ports under their control. The Alliance controlled tens of thousands of worlds, each with its own war objectives across the 5 major armies, and was converging on various strategic directions. And within the Alliance's own territory, there wasn't a lack of military force. First, there were the planetary defense forces of each planet. Although, under the overall strategy of the Alliance military, the training level and equipment of these planetary defense forces were much better than during the Imperial era, they still couldn't compare to the proper Alliance army. These planetary defense forces were ineffective against the Dark Eldar. But at least the number of planetary defense forces was still considerable. Some equipment discarded from the Alliance army, along with the planetary elites, for their own safety, industrial security, and the fact that the Alliance-appointed planetary governors are relatively responsible, will, if resources permit, try to scrape together an elite guard. While the number may be small, it's usually even smaller compared to the Dark Eldar attackers, and will still be able to provide some resistance. The situation is worse for the Navy. The Alliance Navy is certainly powerful, but most of its personnel are deployed to the front lines of the 5 major military commands, or escorting transport ships supplying those commands. In the Alliance's heartland, its space defense capabilities are somewhat weak. Of course, there are some. Broadly speaking, they can be divided into 3 categories: planetary defense navies, star domain defense navies, and armed merchant ships of the Alliance caravans. The first category, the planetary defense navy, is the same concept as the planetary defense force, a naval force funded and built by the planet itself. These planetary navies are subject to more restrictions. On one hand, Their construction requires approval from the Alliance Navy Department and is under the jurisdiction of the Navy Command. Theoretically, the Planetary Defense Force should also be under the jurisdiction of the Alliance Army Department, but the difference between the two is quite significant. The Alliance Army Department generally doesn't bother with the Defense Force, at most recruiting soldiers from within it. This is considered a political achievement for the Planetary Governor and the Planetary Defense Force Command, a path to promotion and wealth, which they don't inherently resist. Most of the Alliance's planetary officials are temporary officials, a stark contrast to the situation in the old empires where planets were essentially the private property of the Planetary Governor. However, the situation is different on the naval side. The Alliance Navy not only directly conscripts planetary fleets to supplement the frontline combat order, but also directly assigns combat missions to them, and even appoints and assigns their commanders. Furthermore, the Alliance Navy imposes restrictions on the size of planetary fleets. This is primarily to prevent corruption, and secondarily to prevent mutiny. After all, planetary situations are the most unpredictable. Under Alliance rule, the probability of such an event occurring is lower than elsewhere, but not so low as to be impossible. If it does happen, and the planet's military and navy are fully equipped and powerful, the losses would be enormous. Of course, even without these resources, it's unrealistic for a single planet to maintain a large-scale naval fleet. Often, having 1 or 2 destroyers and 3 or 4 escorts to defend against alien pirates is already quite good. The main defense force in the Alliance's heartland relies on the second part, the Starfield Navy. The Starfield Navy is similar in nature to the planetary fleet, subject to the same, and even stricter, management by the Navy Department. However, the difference lies in the fact that the Starfield government has the funds to support a larger fleet. The Alliance's central government also provides some financial support. Sometimes, decommissioned or repaired second-line ships are directly assigned to the Starfield Navy. After all, having a resident fleet with considerable combat power within a starfield is quite necessary. Planetary fleets don't exist in every world, but starfield fleets exist in every starfield, differing only in the importance of the starfield and the level of pressure it faces. Moreover, a starfield is simply too vast. The smaller ones cover 200 or 300 worlds, while the larger ones cover 500 or 600. Even at full speed, traversing across a star system would take at least half a month, and sometimes 2 months. A full-scale tour of the entire star system would take 2 or 3 years, and that would be considered fast. If they were to stop for a few more days on key planets, or if there were any operations or activities, it would be even more daunting. Once they slowed down, continuing would become extremely difficult, and completing a single tour could easily take 10 years. This means the entire fleet cannot operate together, it must be divided into multiple smaller fleets. Planets and star system fleets constitute the basic defense measures at the star system level. At the cosmic level, there are no dedicated fleets. The security of the entire cosmic region is the responsibility of the Alliance Naval Command. In the event of a cosmic-level conflict, the Central Army's fleet is deployed. The role of the cosmic-level naval commander is more like a central coordination hub. If a problem arises within a star system that cannot be resolved, before the Central Army arrives, they will attempt to mobilize forces from multiple other star systems to provide support. Besides the Homeland Defense System, another available force comes from the armed merchant ships of the Alliance caravans. Although their primary work and mission is trade, acting as the lifeblood of the Alliance's commercial trade, their armed forces can also be mobilized to deal with enemies when necessary. Especially since Alliance caravans are also important prey for the Dark Eldar. However, this inland star system is quite challenging when facing Dark Eldar raiding fleets that are simultaneously searching for targets and conducting unrestricted warfare across multiple cosmic regions and star systems. To be honest, a large number of Eldar attacks have been thwarted. Their failure rate is actually quite high. The problem is that while the Eldar suffer many defeats, their costs are also low. This is mainly due to their strategic shortcomings. The Eldar aren't reckless. According to the intelligence the Alliance has gathered from prisoners, the operation responsible for the transcendental warfare in the real universe is led by Asara of Twilight Fong, and comprises a coalition of over 15 large dark-skinned families. Their strategy is incredibly cunning. Their raiding fleets are even more meticulously organized than human forces. They choose their targets with extreme caution, and at the first sign of trouble, they flee immediately, never engaging in direct confrontation. And once they succeed, they inflict as much destruction as possible. Imagine a planet suddenly attacked by about 15 black-skinned ships. This planet is relatively poor, with a population perhaps not exceeding 1 billion, an army of less than 10 million, and the need to defend against global threats, it has no navy, and its planetary orbital defense system is relatively underdeveloped and poorly constructed. From the perspective of the entire universe and the Alliance's political system, this place is like a village. Suddenly attacked by the black-skinned ships, their elite forces descend, beheading and assassinating officials, causing chaos among the planet's leadership. Then, they plunder vital resources and use various weapons to massacre civilians. After about 10 days of this, while the supporting fleet is still 2 or 3-star systems away, they decisively withdraw. Before leaving, they might even launch a final orbital bombardment. How can you defend against this? Extremely difficult. If an assassination attempt fails, if the ground raiding phase is met with strong resistance from the defense forces, or if the orbital bombardment or deployment of weapons similar to an extermination order is intercepted by the orbital defense system, the Dark Eldar will decisively admit defeat, abandon their target, and flee. On a few occasions, the Alliance's fast fleet has managed to capture them and win a battle, but overall, they have suffered losses more often than not. The Homeland Defense Fleet has consistently been in a state of constant flux. To be honest, the Dark Eldar's series of measures has been quite successful. In a sense, the Alliance could almost be considered to have suffered a defeat. How is the outcome of a war determined? It boils down to whether the strategic objectives of both sides were achieved. From this perspective, the Dark Eldar's strategic objective, using the so-called Blood Rose Labyrinth and bringing the war to the Alliance's homeland, was indeed achieved. They successfully forced the Alliance back to the negotiating table. Negotiations resumed. The Alliance, unwilling to give up, made several attempts. Although the difficulties were undeniable, they had to be addressed. Even if the final result was still peace talks, the outcome at the negotiating table would depend on battlefield performance. The Alliance successfully detonated 2 planet-destroying bombs within the Comoros. These 2 super bombs, while not capable of completely obliterating the Comoros like a planet, at least destroyed 2 heavily fortified districts within the Blood Rose Labyrinth. Even the Alliance's suicide squad suffered heavy losses in the process of dropping bombs. The planet-destroying bombs themselves are extremely expensive consumable weapons, and their cost-effectiveness is questionable. However, the Alliance is also using this method to send a stern warning to the Blacks. Don't think we're powerless. If we're willing to pay any price, we still have the capability to completely destroy you. Furthermore, in the real-world interstellar battlefield, the Alliance urgently recalled fleets from all 5 major armies. These fleets are specialized hunting fleets, with specialized ship configurations. While the Retribution-class battleships are extremely powerful in direct combat, considered the backbone of space warfare, they are far too slow. The equally slow Juga-class carriers were also destroyed. These hunting fleets are typically centered around the fastest Grail-class battlecruisers, supplemented by numerous destroyers and a small number of fast cruisers, with light carriers as a secondary force, to swiftly hunt down the Dark Eldar raiding fleets roaming human star systems. These raiding fleets cannot simply withdraw from the Veiled Gate after a single engagement. Many remain hidden, captured and completely destroyed before or after their operations. Meanwhile, the frequent use of the Dark Eldar's Veiled Gates has led to the deciphering of some of their locations. Human hunting fleets often arrive first, patiently waiting at the entrance without immediately destroying the Veiled Gate. They then ambush the next wave of Dark Eldar as they emerge or return. This effectively limits the Dark Eldar's raiding operations in the real universe. The difficult but progressing situation on both sides has given Ambassador Texas at the negotiating table a considerable edge. Ultimately, after continuous compromises and clashes, a preliminary peace agreement was reached. The Alliance permanently owns the ports of Queen's Rose and Bodhisattva, which it has already occupied. The Alliance has the right to lease 8 ports, including 1 large port, 2 medium-sized ports, and 5 small ports. These ports are located contiguous with Queen's Rose and Bodhisattva ports. The Alliance has the right to station troops in these leased ports, with joint management by both sides. A lease fee was negotiated and found to be acceptable to the Alliance. Theoretically, using these leased ports for transportation and troop deployment would cost 7 times more energy than conventional methods, but the advantage lies in reducing the time required for troop deployment and the transport of vital supplies by more than 100-fold. When humanity has a need, the Dark Eldar must conditionally open the countless veiled spirit gate nodes they control in the real universe. The Dark Eldar can engage in some technology trade with humanity. Both sides have already compiled lists of relevant technologies, but frankly, this is merely a bonus. The Dark Eldar don't value human technology much. Whether it's limiting their military expansion or their own development, the bottleneck has never been technology. Humanity, on the other hand, is quite interested in the Dark Eldar's technology, but many of their technologies are developed based on their own limitations, and are not easily usable by humans. Moreover, the Dark Eldar won't give away the truly core technologies. These conditions can basically be considered the Alliance's gains in this war. And what did the Dark Eldar gain in return? A ceasefire, and no more being attacked. Trade, they can trade their own products, advanced creations, and port usage rights with the Alliance. The most important of these are basic energy, food, and raw materials. With these conditions in place, although the core area of Comoros remained entirely under the control of the Dark Eldar, and most of the ports were still in Blackie's hands, Gu Hang's objective of launching a fierce attack on Comoros at a great cost could be considered achieved. The Alliance now possessed the capability for large-scale troop deployment using the Veiled Spirit Gate. From this overall perspective, humanity was the true victor. Gu Hang achieved all his strategic objectives. Blackie, on the other hand, gained nothing. They didn't obtain either of the two prophecy children they wanted. They suffered a crushing defeat. A significant portion of their homeland was ceded, either becoming permanent territory under Alliance administration or existing as concessions. In return, they only gained an end to being attacked, along with a vague sense of trade being controlled by humanity. For the Dark Eldar, this was undoubtedly an unequal treaty. Chapter 952. The two parties signing the contract were Dexa and Vislani. Representing their respective factions, they shook hands at the negotiating table, each with a smile. This scene was also photographed. What the Dark Eldar did is unknown, but on the human side, the relevant information would be in the news. Another noteworthy point is the background of this photograph. Removing the two smiling diplomats shaking hands in the center of the photo, the overall background is an execution ground. At the execution ground, there are 23 corpses, clearly countable, hanging from gallows, already dead. The corpses further away are not clearly visible. The one in the foreground, however, has a clear face. By human time, just a few weeks ago, she was considered a high-ranking general of the Dark Eldar, wielding considerable influence in the real universe and in the heart of the Alliance's homeland. This Eldar general played a crucial role in transforming the Alliance's arrogant attitude of demanding unconditional surrender from the Dark Eldar to one of willingness to negotiate. She is Isara, the Archon of the Twilight Fangs. The unrestricted warfare she led in the heart of the Alliance, frankly speaking, is the source of the Alliance's greatest losses since the start of the Comoros War. During peace negotiations, the Alliance made an additional condition. The Dark Eldar must hand over Isara and hang her on the spot during the talks. In the Alliance's words, she was a war criminal hated by all the Alliance people, and they demanded that she be publicly executed for war crimes. Although the two sides were at war, war is a conflict between soldiers. The biggest factor contributing to Isara's numerous crimes in the Alliance's heartland was her targeting of civilians, carrying out various horrific acts of extermination, resulting in the deaths and injuries of over 7 billion civilians. This is a heinous crime, unforgivable. The Dark Eldar, of course, could not accept this. At least not initially. They were fully aware of just how vicious the Alliance's demand truly was. The condition for signing the peace treaty was the betrayal of their war heroes. How ironic it would be to have the corpses of war heroes hanging behind the signing of the treaty. For the various factions within the Dark Eldar who supported Victor, this was a devastating blow to morale. This was entirely different from Victor executing disobedient individuals. That was a display of his power, even if in a horrific manner. But betraying Isara to humanity was a completely different matter. Victor was forced, and he yielded. For an Alliance leader who ruled through internal authority, this was undoubtedly a tremendous blow to his authority. Veslani initially strongly opposed Dexter's demands. She retorted, saying that humanity had also committed numerous crimes during its invasion of Comoros, especially the several times it used the planetary annihilation weapon, destroying several cities and causing massive deaths. But this claim was mercilessly refuted by Dexa. What civilians does the Dark Eldar have? None. They're either the ruling class, similar to government officials, combatants, slave owners, or secret agents. According to the human definition of civilians, those unrelated to war, there are very few among the Dark Eldar. Of course, the Dark Eldar also need to eat, wear clothes, and consume goods. These, of course, require producers. However, in Eldar society, producers are not commoners, but slaves of other races. More than half of these slaves are human. After all, humans are the most numerous and largest race in the current universe. Dexes, using this matter as an opportunity, angrily declared that the trial and execution of Isara was a prerequisite for peace talks, and not open to compromise. Furthermore, according to the agreement, the Alliance has extraterritorial rights in the Comoros concession. If Alliance members commit crimes or wrongdoings, they will be dealt with according to Alliance law. If the Eldar commit crimes, those unrelated to humans are handled by the Eldar themselves, but those related to humans, murder, being murdered, or other crimes, are under Alliance jurisdiction. This isn't the most humiliating part. More directly, in Queen's Rose Port and Posat Port, two places entirely under Alliance jurisdiction, considered Alliance territory, the Eldar must abide by human rules in whatever they do. Humans also have the right to prevent the Eldar from entering these two ports. According to the treaty, Isara and her forces had committed heinous crimes within Alliance territory. The Alliance hadn't demanded that all soldiers involved in attacks on the human world in the real universe be tried. That was already a concession to save face. Now, demanding only the elimination of the ringleader was already a huge concession from the Alliance, even somewhat disrespectful to the 7 billion innocent civilians who had perished. If the Dark Eldar didn't even agree to this, it meant they had no sincerity in negotiations, and there was no point in talking. Ultimately, Vislani, or rather, the dark-skinned ruling class behind her, reluctantly agreed. Isara was a powerful psionicist, her entire body modified by the Bloodwalkers, making her a formidable warrior. Her strength was enough to kill an ordinary chapter champion. Normally, hanging such a being wouldn't be easy. First, capture her, drug her, essentially destroy her body, then put her in anti-magic handcuffs. Under these multiple methods, Isara would already be half dead. The final act of hanging was merely a formality. But formality itself is crucial. Isara's death itself wasn't the problem. A chapter champion level individual fighter, coupled with an excellent commander, was a pity to die, but within the Dark Eldar, there were plenty of replacements. What the Alliance wanted was the way she died, the negative political impact on the Dark Eldar, digging a deep hole for Victor. Besides Isara, the other 22 hang corpses were all from the list of war criminals provided by the Alliance. Anyway, with even General Isara gone, the Dark Eldar naturally satisfied the remaining demands. Once the treaty was signed, the war indeed ended. Both sides withdrew their troops from their current battle lines. Once the Alliance military received orders, it began to withdraw, handing over several districts that had been in conflict. Even some districts completely captured by the Alliance were surrendered. These districts themselves were of little significance to the Alliance, as long as there wasn't a state of war. However, some districts were not surrendered, and the Alliance maintained a garrison there. This is the content of the peace treaty between the two sides. The Dark Eldar promised to grant 8 ports as leases and pledged an alliance, allowing them to consolidate their control over these ports into one unified area. The districts and neighborhoods retained by humanity, or transferred from the Dark Eldar, connect these 8 ports to Queen's Rose Port. Before the peace talks, humanity occupied approximately 4% of the Comoros region. After the peace talks and the transfer of territory between the two sides, humanity's occupied area remained around 4%. However, the shape changed. Previously, it resembled a fist, centered on Queen's Rose Port and extending to Posat Port, but now it resembles a chain, connecting a total of 11 ports via land transportation lines. Of course, this was simply to facilitate the transport of supplies, personnel, and goods. If war were to reignite, this controlled area would be quite vulnerable, easily cut off by the Dark Eldar, and surrounded. Such concerns are understandable. A treaty has been signed, but can that piece of paper guarantee peace? Far from it. Given the current conditions, from the Alliance's perspective, Gu Heng is actually somewhat satisfied. Satisfied because the strategic objectives have been achieved, somewhat satisfied because he wants more. However, the Alliance also needs a breather. The Alliance is currently fighting on 5 fronts. Although internal management is quite good, the internal pressure stemming from military operations is also present. The Alliance needs to issue a higher-level mobilization order. At the same time, the Alliance also needs to find solutions to the 2 major problems that previously hindered their advance. Fortunately, a general idea has emerged. Given the fact that the Dark Eldar will undoubtedly continue their antics in the real universe, the Alliance's hunting fleet needs to be further expanded. To this end, the Alliance's domestic warship production lines will undergo some order adjustments. The construction plans for various high-speed ships have been significantly increased. Besides the Western Front, which has already penetrated the other side of the Empire, more high-speed ships will be deployed on other fronts. The hunting fleet strategy has already demonstrated in previous confrontations that it can significantly reduce the losses inflicted on the Alliance's heartland by the Dark Eldar's unconventional warfare. Theoretically, if the hunting fleet strategy is strengthened and implemented, its effectiveness will be even greater. Furthermore, This should be coupled with disseminating defensive information to all Alliance territories and preparing military defenses. That should be about it. Of course, this will not completely eliminate the Dark Eldar's attacks on civilians and vulnerable areas. After all, you can't guard against thieves forever. Maintaining the current defensive strategy would tie the Alliance to too many forces in the real universe and on its homeland, placing a significant financial burden on them. The truly permanent solution is to find a way to completely destroy the Dark Eldar and conquer the Comoros. That requires solving the Labyrinth problem. Humanity believes the Blood Rose Labyrinth is a colossal living weapon, and specialized research groups are developing countermeasures and technologies. Meanwhile, the Alliance military and its various chapters have accumulated extensive experience fighting within the Blood Rose Labyrinth. This valuable experience will be refined and summarized. Some will be provided to engineers for weapon development, while others will be used by commanders and staff to optimize their combat strategies and devise suitable tactics to deal with this formidable challenge before the war resumes. In short, although the Alliance still has greater desires for Comoros, for now, halting the war and allowing more time for preparation is ultimately a good thing. For the Dark Eldar, they especially need time to heal their wounds. This invasion of Comoros was, frankly, a result of their own proactive attack, which backfired. The Dark Eldar were severely unprepared for the current situation. The war has reached a point where they are extremely passive, and the sudden losses have been particularly heavy. However, the Dark Eldar have been stunned and hurt. But are they afraid? Perhaps a little, otherwise they wouldn't be so eager to initiate a ceasefire and peace talks. But to say they've been subdued is a far cry. Forget about being convinced in their hearts, they may not even be truly convinced verbally. They also need time to catch their breath, time to heal their wounds. They need to resolve some internal problems, rebuild their strength, and devise some practical strategic plans. From this perspective, this peace agreement is quite fragile. The party that benefits from the agreement feels it hasn't been enough. The party that loses is completely dissatisfied. In this situation, despite being ostensibly a peace treaty, it's essentially a temporary ceasefire agreement, and its effectiveness is no different from that of a piece of toilet paper. Gu Hang was 100% certain that these completely dissatisfied Dark Elf race members would tear up the agreement without hesitation and reignite the war once they were ready. And coincidentally, the Alliance was preparing for just that. 8 new leased ports were acquired, and the territorial exchanges within Comoros were completed. Admittedly, the newly acquired areas are scattered, making them difficult to defend. However, there are also advantages. The Alliance can actually leverage its numerical superiority to a greater extent. As long as reinforcements can be quickly brought in from several ports, the Alliance will be able to simultaneously strike more areas when launching a full-scale offensive, due to the expanded area under its control. In short, the danger and the reward are mutually reinforcing. For both the blacks and humans, this is a tacit, temporary truce. Both sides are using the illusion of peace to prepare for war. But once either side is ready, they will undoubtedly tear up the agreement immediately. The renewed war will likely be far more devastating than the war of the past 6 months. To prepare for the inevitable resurgence of the war, the Alliance's most urgent task is to expedite the reinforcement of troops to the Comoros. Ideally, they should also make use of the 8 newly acquired leased ports. However, the Alliance faces 2 major problems in this regard. The agreement restricts the departure of Robert's Terra Expeditionary Force. These 2 points, at present, are very difficult to overcome. Chapter 953. Of the 2 major problems restricting the Alliance's conscription, the agreement's restrictions are not easily resolved completely. After all, during the negotiations, the Alliance promised that the leased ports could not be used for military operations against the Dark Eldar. This statement, of course, had many detailed rules specifying exactly what constituted against the Dark Eldar. These rules, combined, essentially blocked all avenues for the Alliance to reinforce its troops in the Comoros through these 8 leased ports. This is actually quite reasonable. Expecting the Dark Eldar to use these 8 ports to massively increase their troops and stockpile them in the Comoros would be absurd. The Dark Eldar would never allow it. They also have personnel in these 8 leased ports, which are under joint management, and they strictly monitor the Alliance's use of the leased ports. The Alliance doesn't want to immediately break the agreement and start a war, so it can't do this openly. However, rules are rules, but there are always ways to find solutions. For example, the regulations permit the Alliance to use Veil Gates for military operations, but only for the passage of troops. An Alliance army in the real universe can use a Veil Gate to reach the Comoros, and then quickly pass through another Veil Gate to another location in the real universe. This is for rapid, high-speed maneuvering over extremely long distances in the real universe. This often occurs when Alliance troops on expeditions suffer significant losses in a battle. In the past, in such situations, the entire army had to retreat to rest and regroup, waiting for reinforcements to arrive and replenish personnel and equipment before they could regain combat effectiveness and continue fighting. Now, with Veil Gates, they can replenish their forces while fighting. Sending a reinforcement force from the Alliance's central command used to take 1 to 2 years to arrive, requiring the regional army headquarters to then allocate personnel and equipment to the various front lines. Now, the entire process has been shortened to less than a month. This is undoubtedly a significant change. During this entire process, the Alliance can also attempt some maneuvers. Starships are difficult to manage. Even small ones are quite conspicuous and hard to conceal. However, it's much easier with the mobilization of tens or hundreds of thousands of ground troops. A company, or even a regiment, can quietly leave the main force by changing flags, donning civilian uniforms, or dispersing its ranks, becoming part of the defense force of a concession port, or simply hiding. Of course, the Dark Eldar's oversight is reliable. They have repeatedly uncovered the Alliance's maneuvers and issued stern protests. Each time, the Alliance will issue a very serious apology, stating that it was a problem caused by a misunderstanding of the treaty terms by some officers and staff, and that they have seriously dealt with the officers who violated the regulations and troop movements. Those were usually just lieutenants, captains, or company or battalion commanders. It was considered good if a major or regimental commander received any punishment. And the punishments were mostly reprimands and pay cuts. When the Dark Eldar questioned whether this was the Alliance preparing for a next offensive, whether they were breaking the peace treaty and starting another war, humanity categorically denied it. Believe it or not. In short, they were unwilling to pay any price. What could the Dark Eldar do? They didn't have any particularly good solutions. Although the Alliance was violating the rules, at least they were respecting the peace treaty and hadn't openly broken them. Unless they found this situation completely unacceptable and started another war, all they could do was increase their oversight and reduce the frequency of such incidents. Moreover, while those concession ports were subject to some treaty restrictions, the Alliance in Queen's Rose and Posat Port was virtually unrestrained in its massive troop buildup in the Comoros. The blacks were constantly protesting, but when questioned, they always claimed it was to protect the Comoros, to protect the shared property and friendship of both races. The peace treaty stipulated a limit on the total number of human troops stationed in the Comoros. The Alliance signed it in black and white, but what good was it? So far, every time the blacks protested, the Alliance simply dismissed it with the statement, "It doesn't exceed the prescribed number. If you insist there is a limit, then come and check." But another major obstacle to the Alliance's troop buildup was almost impossible to resolve. The Terran Expeditionary Force wanted to leave. The Alliance wasn't unwilling to accept this. After all, it had already been agreed upon with Robert. A major reason for urging peace talks was to quickly release Robert and his army from the Comoros, returning them to the real universe, back to Holy Terra. Following the peace talks, according to the terms, the Eldar were to share the coordinates of most of the Veil portals they controlled in the real universe. Just as the Alliance was quite dishonest in fulfilling its troop restrictions, the Eldar were equally dishonest. Let alone sharing most of them, Alliance officials believed that the number of portal coordinates they shared was probably only 1,000th of the number they actually controlled. They presented hundreds of coordinates, seemingly widely distributed, but there were undoubtedly a vast number of Veil portals still in their possession, none of which had been leaked to the Alliance. Faced with protests and questions from the Alliance, they simply stated, "These are all the Veil portals we control," effectively shutting down the Alliance. However, among the coordinates they shared, one was particularly important. A Veil portal located very close to Holy Terra. It was located in the system of Titan V. From Titan V, a single interplanetary jump would take one to the solar system. This Veil portal was located in an asteroid belt on the edge of the Taiwan V system. Due to its great distance from inhabited planets and the scarcity of minerals within the asteroid belt, it was rarely visited. Even when human ships occasionally ventured there, venturing deep into the asteroid belt was extremely difficult. Focusing on the fact that it was pointless, they couldn't possibly have done so. But who would have thought that deep within the asteroid belt lay a small Veil portal belonging to the Dark Eldar? This Veil portal was initially used only to transport some Dark Eldar for reconnaissance. It was far from sufficient to support a large expeditionary force. Its throughput was far below capacity. However, this problem was easily solved. A small fleet, carrying the equipment and materials for constructing a large Veil portal, purchased from the Dark Eldar, could travel to the other side and begin construction. After completing the construction, Robert and his expeditionary force departed. Chapter 954. Robert and his expeditionary force's departure was prearranged, and Gu Hang didn't mind their leaving. After all, a truce had been reached in the Comoros. Although a major war was inevitable in the future, it was no longer relevant to the Terra Expeditionary Force. Robert and his army had their own challenges to face, which were estimated to be no easier than the battle in the Comoros. However, objectively speaking, the departure of the Terra Expeditionary Force would be a loss to humanity's forces in the Comoros. It wasn't just the expeditionary force itself that left. To ensure Robert's mission to suppress Holy Terra went more smoothly, the Alliance provided his expeditionary force with full support. Originally, Robert hoped for sufficient logistical supplies, and some help to compensate for his troops' losses. But Gu Hang waved his hand, and directly transferred entire units to his command. It wasn't that he handed the troops over to Robert. These allied forces maintained their own organization, their own overall command structure, and their own commander-in-chief, an allied naval admiral. Hundreds of millions of allied land troops, 300 allied warships, and 2 fully equipped battle groups were all under his command. And he, in turn, was under Robert's command. Of course, this was in theory. In reality, Robert could naturally issue orders directly to any unit within this expeditionary force, using the Allied command system. However, he could only command operations. He could not disband, alter, or disrupt the Allied force's own structure. Overall, this force was essentially an Allied army under Robert's command. Robert showed no ill will. As long as the troops obeyed commands, were efficient, and were capable of fighting, that was good enough. He had no intention of turning any force into his private army, so as long as the Alliance troops obeyed commands, he wouldn't change their nature. They were, after all, Alliance troops. The departure of the expeditionary force resulted in losses for the Alliance forces not only on their own, nor was it merely because the Alliance had crammed hundreds of millions of troops and 300 warships into them to replenish their ranks. More crucially, they occupied the precious transport capacity of the 2 ports in the Comoros that humanity completely controlled. Transporting troops from the Vale Spirit Gate into the Comoros required the Vale Spirit Gate to be occupied continuously, with ships queuing up one by one. Some large ships, such as battleships or larger, or massive transport ships, could take more than an hour, almost 2 hours, to completely pass through a medium-sized Spirit Gate. Even using a large Spirit Gate, it would take at least 15 minutes. Even operating at full capacity, the combined port of Queen Rose and Port Posat would require approximately 6 days to transport the Terran Expeditionary Force from the Comoros to Taiwei V. This means that humanity's current troop strength in the Comoros will be reduced by 1/3, and will be unable to be replenished for 6 days. Making up these shortfalls will take another 6 days. Further reinforcements will take even longer. Of course, the Alliance's forces are not unlimited. Once roughly half of the Central Army is deployed to the Comoros, it will be approximately 5 times the size of Robert's Terran Expeditionary Force. That would take approximately 3 to 6 months in total, mainly because with a larger army, logistical requirements would be much higher. The Alliance needed to stockpile enough supplies to support a large-scale campaign. Large transport ships carrying personnel and supplies would need time to leave the Comoros after arriving. This is why Gu Hang continued his greed for the Comoros. The current throughput simply wasn't enough. Even when a certain audacious staff officer in the Alliance's general staff proposed a crazy operational plan, despite much opposition and perceived immense risk, it still reached Gu Hang's desk with the support of some equally fanatical individuals. And Gu Hang actually approved it outright. The entire plan was somewhat complex in its execution. It required mobilizing a large number of troops and making extensive preparations. But at its core, it boiled down to one thing: launching a surprise attack when the Dark Eldar's defenses were at their weakest and most unexpected. Humans and dark-skinned people alike know that peace is an illusion, and war is inevitable. Furthermore, the dark-skinned people certainly won't just stand by and watch humans continuously reinforce their troops. They don't have much time left. It's estimated that war will resume in 2 or 3 months, or at most 6 months. The exact timing will depend on the dark-skinned people's own preparations. Ideally, they would naturally want to choose a critical point before the disparity between the two sides widens. That is, when the human forces have arrived in large numbers, and their own preparations are largely complete. For the Alliance, the best course of action would actually be to postpone it for several years. This means not only waiting until their own forces are sufficient, but also until their stockpiled weapons, ammunition, energy, food, and other war reserves are abundant enough before engaging in war. What accounts for the largest transport volume of an artillery unit? It's not personnel or artillery, but rather those enormous shells, The same applies to other units, even light infantry. A 90-kilogram elite soldier, along with weapons, ammunition, personal rations, and a set of terracotta armor, already weighs 50 kilograms. This is just for a single mission, carrying a basic set of equipment and supplies. Multiple missions, or holding a fixed position for several days, would require a continuous supply of ammunition and food to the front lines to maintain combat effectiveness. The total weight could easily exceed the soldier's own weight. All of this would have to be transported to the Comoros. But it's clear to everyone that the Dark Eldar wouldn't be foolish enough to watch humanity do this. So, were the humans just going to wait for the enemy to prepare, then choose the most opportune moment for the dark-skinned ones to attack, while they simply held their ground and waited for the onslaught that would be putting them on the defensive? Their seemingly interconnected but ultimately leaky defenses were easily breached from all sides. Since war was inevitable, they might as well seize the initiative. The dark-skinned ones would never have imagined that, right after the Terran Expeditionary Force left, when the human forces in the Comoros were at their lowest point for some time, the humans would dare to launch a full-scale offensive. Chapter 955. The ultimate goal of the entire strategy was to launch a lightning-fast operation, swiftly expanding the defensive perimeter and capturing multiple key locations before the enemy could react or prepare adequately. Most importantly, it was to bring all 8 leased ports under their control. Then, leveraging the combined transport capacity of these 8 ports, which had increased several times over, to send as many troops and supplies as possible to engage the Dark Elf race in a major war. The greatest risk lay in the possibility of failing to capture all the ports, or in the possibility of a disastrous offensive and a collapse of their own forces. If they failed to decisively defeat the enemy, and were instead pushed back, the weakened human forces had a significant chance of being completely pushed back to the vicinity of Queen Rose Port, or even being swept away by the Dark Elf forces. It was precisely because of the inherent risks of the entire plan that it provoked strong opposition within the general staff. Unnecessary. Unnecessary. Even if we proceed cautiously and passively let those black-skinned people handle things, the risk wouldn't be this high. At that point, it would simply be a matter of enduring military pressure, constantly procuring supplies, and slowly trying to gain an advantage. However, these discussions abruptly ended after Gu Hang issued a clear order. There's nothing more to discuss. Let's focus on preparations. In the Alliance's covert attack plan, there's a crucial and highly confidential element. 12 masters from the Storm Mage Corps have secretly entered Comoros. Each of them wears a crown. The Soul Crown is a sacred relic. The worship of the Soul Crown is widespread among the Alliance's psionic communities. But for most, the Soul Crown is simply a treasure that greatly enhances psionic power, and the fact that it was personally bestowed by Gu Hang represents immense honor. Each recipient is either the chief strategist of a powerful war band, or a top archmage in the Storm Mage Corps. In short, they are all top-tier psionic masters. However, a very small number of people, especially the recipients themselves, know that its greatest function is to summon Gu Hang. Even if only an avatar arrives, even if it comes at the cost of the Soul Crown shattering. But as long as this opportunity exists, it is an invaluable trump card. In crucial moments, it can not only save lives, but also bring about a dramatic shift in the course of a brutal war. The higher one's level in psionic cultivation, the more one can appreciate the power of that alliance leader. Here, not only were there 12 masters bestowed with psychic crowns, but even more mysterious was a 13th crown, floating in midair and guarded by these 12. Its size and shape were identical to the crowns worn by the psychics. However, it was dozens of times larger, even taller than a person. It wasn't meant for human wear. Its primary function was to pull Gu Hang over upon a sufficiently powerful summons. His true form. Gu Hang had long since discovered that, as he grew stronger and approached a certain level, he was becoming increasingly less free. His Storm Kingdom, having expanded with the Alliance, was now far larger than before. It could almost encompass the entire Alliance territory from the warp level. And he needed to remain there for extended periods. Although it seemed he spent his days sitting in his palace on the planet Wrathful Owl, handling state affairs, appearing like a pitiful figure overwhelmed by paperwork, this was actually only part of his job. The Alliance's affairs were complex and vast, given that its territory exceeded a quarter of the Empire. Furthermore, the Alliance's method of governance was quite direct, even with a large government apparatus sharing a significant portion of the responsibilities with Gu Hang. Even considering only the most crucial and important decisions requiring his input, the sheer number of such major decisions daily across such a vast territory was immense. But even this wasn't enough to occupy all of Gu Hang's energy. A much larger portion of his energy was devoted to his Storm Kingdom. The Thunder Torch Towers, distributed throughout the Alliance territory, can suppress the influence of the warp, completely suppressing all forms of corruption. This allows Alliance members to study diligently and acquire knowledge without fear of the Tianch's spying. It allows Alliance warriors to fight bravely without fear of Korn's control. It allows entertainment and culture to cleanse the spirit and cultivate character without fear of Slanish's corruption. And it controls the spread of plagues and diseases thanks to advanced medicine, without fear of supernatural Nurgle diseases. All thanks to the Thunder Torch Towers. But what do the Thunder Torch Towers rely on? Is it truly due to the special technology developed by the Alliance? No single technology could achieve this level of control. The Thunder Torch Tower relied on a being capable of suppressing the realms of the gods, a being that even the most powerful evil gods could not easily peek into. That being Gu Heng himself. While such suppression was not perfect, the inevitable chaos corruption and chaos invasion would still occur, at least with him in charge. The Alliance's internal affairs, intelligence, demon hunter, legal, and judicial departments were well equipped to handle the chaos corruption. Without Gu Heng's control, the Alliance's pride in its rationality and efficient governance would be nothing but castles in the air. When any official could easily be corrupted for various reasons, when widespread rebellions broke out in the army, and when cults proliferated 100-fold in the Hive capital, the situation within the Alliance's territory would quickly resemble that of other regions of the Empire. The various anti-corruption departments would be overwhelmed, rebellions and invasions would erupt one after another, and maintaining a massive army would leave them powerless to launch external attacks, trapped in endless internal strife. Are other parts of the Empire protected by powerful beings? Of course they are, otherwise the Empire would have collapsed long ago. That's the Emperor's protection. However, the Emperor also equally protects the Alliance. Gu Heng, on the other hand, only protects his own alliance. This double protection is what has brought about the current favorable situation. But the price is that Gu Heng cannot act rashly. The greedy gazes from the warp have never ceased. If Gu Heng's attention is diverted, the light of the Thunder Torch Tower might remain for a short time, but the chaos problems will quickly resurface. And if this continues for too long, internal strife will occur frequently, and even if Gu Heng returns in time, the damage might be greater than the burning, killing, and looting of the Alliance's heartland by the Dark Eldar. But for the sake of Comoros, Gu Heng can make a move, if necessary. Chapter 956. Victor silently stroked the dull gray sword in his hand. At this moment, fully armed, he was making final preparations for battle. Behind him, a massive army of Dark Eldar stood ready, utterly silent. They awaited only the order to unleash their full power. This was the most elite force the Dark Eldar could muster in a short time. In fact, it could be said that this was the Dark Eldar's strength. But not their full strength. They couldn't muster their full power either. Just as humans had judged, the Dark Eldar were not truly defeated. Their peace negotiations were merely a preparation for the next phase of the war. But before that, there was considerable skepticism within the Dark Eldar regarding peace talks. Peace talks would indeed provide their side with ample preparation time, but similarly, they would also give humanity a considerable amount of time to prepare. Both sides would benefit. And it was truly hard to say who would benefit more. The 2 ports occupied by the Alliance will be used without restraint to transport troops to the Comoros. Of the 8 leased ports, while it's said that no military transport targeting the Comoros is permitted, the Alliance's constant provocations and the lack of measures to stop or punish humanity render these regulations and restrictions virtually meaningless. Under these circumstances, by the time the Dark Eldar are ready for war, humanity might have become far more troublesome than before. These concerns are undoubtedly valid. However, Victor once again defied the majority opinion. But this time, it wasn't as easy as before. He was once the king of Comoros, possessing unparalleled prestige. But now, after numerous defeats, his prestige, if not crumbling, was at least severely damaged. Although people outwardly still feared him, Victor could already sense the impending storm. However, his next strategy was quite clever. Peace talks weren't without supporters. First, he won over the supporting faction, openly suppressing the Hawks. Secretly, he revealed his core plan. This plan won the favor of those opposed to peace talks. The remaining opponents were those who opposed him personally, challengers to his authority. Facing these individuals, he revealed a ruthless and merciless side, efficiently purging them internally, creating a tense atmosphere throughout Comoros, and briefly strengthening his authority. All of this allowed his plan to proceed smoothly. The plan was to use peace talks to quickly lure away the Terran Expeditionary Force, and once they were completely gone, destroy the Veil's Spirit Gate near Holy Terra. The last remaining ships of the Terran Expeditionary Force that haven't completed their journey will be completely lost. Of course, this is merely a side effect. The losses to humanity won't be particularly significant, maybe only about 1% of the Terran Expeditionary Force's ships, far from crippling them. The primary purpose is to prevent any further human reinforcements from entering the Comoros from the direction of Holy Terra. After taking action, Victor will personally lead the Eldar forces in a fierce attack on humanity. In the peace treaty, the Dark Eldar ceded a great deal of benefits. But in reality, if their sole aim is to break the treaty, then as long as the terms written in black and white aren't honored, they haven't lost anything. Looking only at the realized gains, humanity acquired 8 leased ports, but this only allows for the clandestine transport of troops, limiting the amount that can be carried. The territory initially shaped like a fist has evolved into a network of thin strips connecting the 8 leased ports, clearly facilitating the Eldar's offensive. Most crucially, this current juncture coincides with humanity's weakest point in the Comoros. For 6 or 7 days, humanity was unable to reinforce the Comoros, instead diverting an entire Terran expeditionary force. This resulted in a direct reduction of 1/3 of their forces. From this point onward, humanity's power in the Comoros will gradually increase. This growth curve has no upper limit. While the Comoros, having gained more preparation time, will unleash greater power. However, according to Victor's calculations, this increase is only at its peak initially. Due to the limited overall size and potential of the Eldar's forces, they will soon enter a period of stagnation in their war potential, leading to their rapid overtaking. This is the most panicked and despairing moment. Does that mean there's absolutely no chance? Not at all. In Victor's view, this current juncture is a more advantageous one than proceeding with the original plan to use peace talks as a pretext for desperate war preparations. While he isn't at his strongest, he's seizing the opportunity when humanity is at its weakest, which is already an excellent chance. And this opportunity, in Victor's view, is the last chance to reverse the situation and save the entire race. He must go all out. What he brings is the race's most elite troops, its core technology, and its most powerful fighting force, namely, himself. The divine sword in his hand hadn't been drawn for many, many years. The Como sword was truly the clan's most prized treasure. Como was once the name of a deity in the Eldar Empire, one face of the thousand-faced god. And now, Gron was this very sword. It contained the despair and rage left behind from the Eldar's demise. And when this rage was unsheathed, even if it were a true god before him, Victor would dare to fight. Even though the price of wielding this divine sword was high, now it was unavoidable. With the arrival of a message, Victor stopped stroking the sword. At a command, the entire army charged. The battle erupted suddenly, but neither the Eldar nor the humans were caught off guard. Victor hadn't expected that the humans, who would have been more advantageous in a prolonged conflict, would coincidentally choose the moment the Terran Expeditionary Force departed to launch their fierce attack. This drastically altered the Eldar's entire offensive plan from the outset. Of course, the humans hadn't anticipated the Dark Eldar's proactive attack at this time, leaving them unprepared for a surprise attack. Just as the Dark Eldar had initially planned, the human defensive line was torn to pieces. 6 of the 8 concession ports fell suddenly. However, the humans' proactive attack also had significant consequences. Many Dark Eldar troops failed to reach the front lines as expected, their positions preemptively seized by the human forces that had suddenly penetrated deep into the Comoros, forcing them into a fierce battle. There was no turning back. Victor had no choice but to overcome all obstacles, wielding the Como sword, leading his most elite force, and resolutely charging straight towards Queen Rose Harbor. He was determined to recapture this port, or at the very least, destroy it, cutting off the continuous flow of human reinforcements to the Comoros. He was willing to pay any price for this. Wielding the divine sword, he was absolutely confident he could slay any enemy who dared stand in his way. But when he actually saw Gu Hang descending from the sky, and felt the immense power emanating from the trembling of the Comoros' divine sword, he suddenly realized, was he truly facing a god? Chapter 957. How did Victor determine that he was facing a true god? Through first-hand experience, of course, it was his most direct feeling. He recognized Gu Hang's identity. He knew this was the leader of the Alliance, a true psionic master. But his initial understanding was limited to this. Even the most powerful psionic master has limits. Victor, wielding the divine sword, dared to face even a god, let alone a psionicist. Even though the power it displayed was terrifying, even causing his divine sword to tremble slightly, he fearlessly swung his sword. Just as he had resolved beforehand, even with a true god before him, he would fight with all his might. Moreover, he still didn't believe that a true god could easily come to Comoros. The gap between warp and reality was a very fragile area, unable to support such a powerful being. As he swung his sword, a desperate hum emanated from the depths of the Comoros' divine sword. That was the dying wail of an ancient Eldar god, locked within this ultimate creation. Space itself was as fragile as paper before the awakened will of the divine sword. Subtle cracks spread through the air before Victor. In the area where the sword's edge faced forward, space disintegrated, the magnificent arcade forged from alloy silently crumbled, shattering like glass, and a vortex of endless resentment surged forth from the blade. When Victor, the sovereign of the Dark Eldar, raised the divine sword high above his head, the sword light, not a physical strike, erupted forth, slashing directly towards the crucial anchor point leading to the real universe, the reception building at the heart of Queen Rose Harbor. He no longer cared about strategy or tactics, nor about the price he would pay for unleashing this sword. He only sought to destroy this node, to sever humanity's lifeline. This was the Dark Spirit race's last desperate gamble. However, when the destructive sword light, seemingly capable of swallowing even stars, was still far from the reception building, a figure silently descended before its edge. Gu Hang merely raised one arm, his fingers loosely clenched. There was no brilliance, no roar. The chaotic abyss, clenched by the divine sword and capable of annihilating the laws of the material universe, struck as if against an invisible barrier. The shrill scream of space tearing instantly transformed into a muffled groan. The abyss-like flow of light was forcibly compressed and condensed. In an instant, a brilliant river of energy, flowing with stardust and galaxies, was pinched in Gu Hang's palm. It no longer wantonly cleaved through space. Instead, it flowed gently between his fingers like a ribbon. He even lowered his head to examine the magnificent river of light transformed from the ultimate destructive power of the Como divine sword, his face expressionless, so calm that it sent a chilling pain through Victor's very soul. Victor's pride wouldn't allow him to back down. The Como divine sword seemed to sense the wielder's resolve. The star-devouring black gem embedded in its hilt suddenly lit up with countless venomous runes. A mere mortal life touched by the aftershocks of these runes would be utterly erased from existence. And these countless runes, transforming into dimensional thorns, pierced through the concept of space, ignoring Gu Hang's raised arm and the flowing galaxy in his palm, directly striking Gu Hang's seemingly ordinary human body. However, Victor's attack still failed to achieve the effect he had anticipated. When the blade's power touched Gu Hang's simple black robes, it caused no dissolution or dissipation, like water thrown into an absolutely still pool, without a ripple. Even the dark, cursed light emanating from the divine sword seemed frozen within an invisible circle around Gu Hang. At this point, did Victor still not realize what he was facing? These two sword strikes, even against the most supreme divine beings or demonic beings, or even lesser gods of the warp, would be shattered. Not necessarily instantly killed, but at least severely wounded, forced to slink away. But looking at Gu Hang's completely unaffected appearance, is this the god he was meant to slay? In some arrogant nights, he had fantasized that unless Slaanesh himself came, no one who came to Comoros could withstand the Comorian sword he wielded. And now, Gu Hang had so easily shattered his fantasy. Or perhaps, Gu Hang had already reached that level? How could that be? In the subspace, a cold sun already sat upon a golden throne. How could humanity, a race like primitive monkeys, possibly give birth to another being of equal standing? He didn't believe it. Or perhaps, whether he believed it or not, he had no choice now. 2 strikes had nearly drained Victor of his life. Another strike, and Victor might be in mortal danger. Yet, he was still determined to strike again, but before he could even prepare his new strike, Gu Hang, who had been far away just moments before, was now right before his eyes. Gu Hang, despite his seemingly insignificant size, just an average human, even shorter than the average dark elf, felt an indescribable, immense presence crashing down upon him. Before Victor could even react, Gu Hang's hand pierced through his powerful psionic shield, grabbing directly at his right hand, which was gripping the sword hilt. A cold, irresistible force instantly locked Victor's right wrist. The chill of death froze him instantly. At this moment, not only was his body immobilized, but even his consciousness and thoughts became extremely slow. And the biggest change came from the sword in his hand. Gu Hang never thought Victor could pose any trouble for him. Victor's direct combat strength was perhaps comparable to the Bone Crusher King. In short, even if he was strong, he wouldn't be a level above him. However, those 2 sword strikes were indeed incredibly powerful. Any chosen champion, or even a powerful being at the level of a subspace demon, would be annihilated by this single sword strike. Even a son of God, or a top-tier divine lord demon, wouldn't withstand 2 strikes. Severe injury and near-death experiences were commonplace. Who told him to be so unlucky as to encounter Gu Hang? However, Gu Hang's time was also limited. Every minute he left the Storm God Kingdom, every second he wasn't overseeing the entire alliance, came at a price. The price was the alliance itself. The risks of various forms of chaotic corruption increased 100-fold the moment he left. In that short time, perhaps hundreds of alliance officials had some kind of seed planted in their souls, waiting to sprout. They might resist the corruption in the future with their willpower, but they might also, due to desire, the thirst for merit, the desire for health, the thirst for knowledge, various factors, embark on a path of no return. In the heart of the alliance, at the very bottom of those hive worlds, many madmen might be awakening right now. Perhaps one has grasped a certain idea and resolved to do something big. In the next 10 or several decades, that hive might face a cult secretly developing. In any case, Gu Hang had to get back quickly. But before that, the problem of Victor and the sword in his hand still needed to be resolved. Gu Hang wasted no time, probing the interior of the Como Divine Sword with his psionic energy. His exploration was quite brutal. The Como Divine Sword emitted a mournful cry like the splitting of the heavens. The blade surged violently like boiling black flames, and the faces of billions of dying beings flashed rapidly before Gu Hang's eyes. Even with Gu Hang's abilities, he was momentarily stunned. When he came to his senses, he realized that this sword was originally the body of an ancient, fallen Eldar god, and its final will still resided within it. At this moment, this will was completely activated and ignited. It seemed to carry the shadowy side of the entire universe, deep sorrow, mad despair, eternal curse, a distillation of countless negative divine elements. This was the true form of the Como Divine Sword, the final vessel of the despairing will of the fallen Eldar, an ancient, inhuman torrent of will, layered with the cries of billions, crashed violently towards Gu Hang. The counterattack of Como's last remaining soul had arrived. The blurred calm surrounding Gu Hang shattered instantly. Around his outstretched arm, gripping Victor's wrist, space peeled away like a shattered mirror, revealing the boiling void below, too intense to behold. Ripples began to appear around the edges of his figure, as if his very existence was subtly vibrating. The terrifying locking force on Victor's wrist vanished instantly, and his frozen will and body recovered. This was not his own power, at this moment. It was less that he was controlling the divine sword, and more that the divine sword was controlling his broken body. He opened his mouth, as if to roar, but no sound came out. The opening created by the burning of the divine sword's primal will allowed him to grip the hilt tightly with both hands, and plunge this black flame divine sword, carrying the last hope and curse of his race, fiercely into Gu Hang's chest. The black flame blade, carrying the curse of a fallen god, the lamentations of billions of spirit-raised souls, and Victor's own frenzied will, pierced Gu Hang's heart accurately, without the slightest deviation. There was no sound of collision. The moment the sword tips touched, time seemed to freeze. The next moment, energy powerful enough to shatter a star system erupted from the sword tip. It was a pure outpouring of power, the manifestation of the Eldar god's ultimate curse upon the disobedient. The void shattered like glass by a giant hammer, spiderweb like black cracks spreading wildly, devouring all light and matter in its vicinity. The nearest alloy frame was as fragile as paper before this power, instantly twisting, melting, and vaporizing. Even more terrifying was that the barrier between the veils was completely torn apart. The veils were fragile, unable to withstand such a massive explosion. One side of the torn veil revealed the starry sea of the real universe, while the other side revealed a bizarre and malevolent subspace. Although it was only a crack, in an instant, a pair of eyes most interested in the Comoros looked over. A lewd laugh, filled with excitement. The Comoros, hidden for so long, is finally about to be found by him. Without a doubt, if this rift cannot be repaired immediately, the Comoros is doomed. Slanish's demonic army, carrying the will of the evil god, will likely arrive within moments, widening the rift and bringing every member of the Dark Eldar back to the Demon Palace to enjoy their eternal dream. However, Victor no longer cares about such things. Even his willpower is questionable at this moment. The despair represented by the Comoros is the most insane emotion, a curse that disregards all consequences. The full-force strike of the Comoros' sword, the destructive storm of black flames, relentlessly assaulted Gu Hang's figure, determined to destroy him. At that very instant, a faint yet undeniable bolt of lightning exploded from the core of the black flames. The flow of time suddenly became disordered within the lightning. In his remaining consciousness, Victor was horrified to discover that his divine sword, which had clearly pierced its target, was being disintegrated from the tip by the lightning of the law. In reverse, the cursed black flames rising from the sword tip were not extinguished, but rather retracted like a video rewinding. The material structure of the divine sword was forcibly reduced to the countless rare material particles that created it, and then decomposed at a more microscopic level into the most basic energy information flow. This reverse disintegration ignored the divine sword's own resistance, and rapidly spread upwards along the blade. The divine sword controlled Victor's body, trying to pull itself outwards, but it could not be pulled out. An immense force held the Como divine sword firmly stuck to Gu Heng's heart. The Como divine sword let out an unprecedented mournful cry. Como's core consciousness was struggling in its death throes. Just as the lightning was about to erode the core of the sword hilt, the viscous, dark essence, the very source of despair that embodied the end of the entire spirit race, suddenly contracted. Deep within the sword, the raging shadow of a fallen spirit god, after being suppressed repeatedly, entered a complete and utter berserk frenzy. It abandoned its attack on Gu Heng, instead frantically collapsing inward with all the power capable of devouring reality. This was an attempt to drag the entire divine sword, along with its remaining will, into a self-destructive annihilation. At this moment, Gu Heng's left hand finally reached out, his long, steady fingers gently pressing against the last remaining fragment of the Como divine sword's hilt. Victor's final fragment of will, like a candle flickering in the wind, clung to this fragment, along with the last will of the god Como. In an instant, a vast and magnificent phantom of the Storm Kingdom descended upon the hilt. Though small, it was a direct manifestation of the core of the Divine Kingdom. Countless lightning towers, their radiance stretching like star chains, lay dormant within. The remnants of the Divine Sword, on the verge of self-destruction, abruptly halted their inward collapse. The surging, roaring divine will within the sword's core was instantly pierced, bound, and dragged away. The viscous, shadowy essence, containing the final despair and power of the spirit race's gods, was like ripped spinal cord, transforming into a torrent of filthy black energy, forcibly extracted from the sword and swallowed into the tallest lightning tower in the Divine Kingdom. The Como divine sword, now unsupported, completely ceased its self-destruction. There was no explosion, no energy release. The remaining hilt and blade, stripped of all supernatural power, rapidly carbonized, disintegrating into basic and organic ash, like bones dried over millions of years, scattered by the wind. And Victor, the former ruler of the Dark Eldar, who once reigned over the Comoros, had long since been completely drained by the divine sword with the shattering of his final will, sacrificed without a trace, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Meanwhile, Gu Heng's right hand was now caressing the rapidly expanding void rift on the other side. An invisible force smoothed the rift, forcibly channeling the boiling, dissipating warp energy back, and dimming the starlight of the real universe. The previously lewd laughter suddenly transformed into a vicious curse. Chapter 958. The cracks in the veil were gradually smoothed out, causing one being to become anxious. Gu Heng was somewhat nervous. Victor's use of the Como divine sword, capable of shattering the void, exceeded his expectations. By the time the spatial barriers of the veil cracked and showed signs of collapse, Gu Heng had already dealt with it immediately. However, dealing with the divine sword took a little effort. The cracking of the spatial barriers was already a fait accompli, making it inevitable that it would attract Slaanish's attention. Gu Heng had no desire to engage in a direct confrontation with Slaanish at this stage. The risk was too high. Even if Gu Heng had reached the same level as those four evil gods, a direct confrontation would be extremely unwise. Moreover, he had no confidence whatsoever. If he were stationed in the Storm God Kingdom, in his own lair, things might be better. Even if he couldn't win, at least he wouldn't lose. And as long as he didn't suffer a crushing defeat, everything would be fine. After all, Gu Heng had a powerful ally. If some evil god were to launch a relentless attack on him, that being would likely not stand idly by. However, outside his stronghold in Comoros, he had absolutely no confidence. But lacking confidence didn't mean he could do nothing. He stretched out his hand, and a seemingly ordinary lightning spear materialized in his palm. A moment later, the lightning spear was flung out, and while the rift was still being breached, it instantly surged into the waves of subspace, creating a swirling vortex. Even Gu Heng was slightly out of breath after completing this attack. But it didn't matter. When the prince's vicious curse abruptly stopped, Gu Heng smiled slightly. At least it bought him some time. That little bit of time was enough. The crack that had just been repaired soon returned to its original, intact state. Slaanish hadn't arrived. That was excellent news. Now that this veil wouldn't collapse, and Slaanish's demonic army couldn't find its place through the crack, Gu Heng's task was complete. His figure gradually blurred, like ink sinking into water, completely disappearing from the center of the battlefield. In the distance, 12 psionic masters, each wearing a psionic crown and guarding a massive crown in the center, collapsed to the ground. Half were unconscious, the other half had splitting headaches, but their eyes shone with immense shock and joy. They were stunned by what they had witnessed, a battle of godlike power that they couldn't comprehend. They were overjoyed by this brief moment of first-hand observation, an insight that might benefit them for a lifetime, provided they could recover from this loss. The war in Comoros did not end. The sudden resurgence of fighting clearly demonstrated the Dark Eldar's unwillingness to accept defeat. Even though Victor was dead, along with the elite Eldar force he led that attacked Queen Rose Harbor, they perished. But after the initial chaos, the Eldar quickly elected a new leader, the Archon of the Shadow Eater family Malachi, to lead them into battle. However, a fatal problem remained. Even though the Dark Eldar seemed to retain their fighting spirit, the sudden loss of their supreme commander meant that, even with someone taking over, the command structure wouldn't be easily reorganized. They were already in a fierce, desperate offensive posture. Due to the chaos in their command center, their offensive coordination was extremely poor. They were pushed back by the humans. At this point, the situation became quite dire. It's important to remember that the human forces opposite them were not on the defensive. By sheer chance, the humans' pre-battle preparations had been entirely offensive. And once the Dark Eldar's overall offensive posture was reversed, the human offensive became unstoppable. Large areas, lacking garrison troops, were occupied by the human forces, solidifying into defensive lines. The originally fragile strips of occupied territory expanded significantly outwards, becoming much easier to defend once connected. 6 of the 8 concession ports had already been recaptured by the Blacks, but after their overall offensive collapsed, the humans recaptured them one by one over the next 2 weeks. The most dangerous time has passed. Humanity was not destroyed before the Terran Expeditionary Force left, and before new reinforcements arrived. Now it's the Alliance's turn. And it will remain the humans' turn. Queen's Rose Port suffered severe damage due to the battle between Gu Hang and Victor. However, the reception building is intact, the energy reserves are intact, the Veil Spirit Gate is intact, and troops are still being sent in wave after wave. The only problem is that, until the port is fully repaired, the routes for troops to leave the port will be difficult and inefficient. However, the 8 occupied concession ports, no longer bound by any treaties due to the outbreak of war, began to pour troops in with all their might. The Alliance's Central Army had over 80% of its total forces poured in within just 1 month. This surpassed the strongest human force during the first phase of the Comoros War. Based on this, the human army launched a full-scale offensive. The Dark Eldar were steadily suppressed. Victory can mask many problems, but conversely, defeat will expose many more. Malachi's hasty ascension to power, compared to Victor, lacked both sufficient prestige and the strength to suppress all internal factions. Even his ability to coordinate and manage internal affairs was far inferior to Victor's. As the leader of the entire race, he was unqualified. The successive defeats further eroded his already fragile prestige. The various factions within the Dark Eldar simply did not believe that under his leadership, they could achieve the turnaround that even Victor had failed to accomplish. Realizing the precarious situation, Malachal conducted an unsuccessful internal purge. Its failure lay in the fact that while he removed some opponents, he incited even more. An assassination attempt led to his death in office. Following this, during the war, the Dark Eldar couldn't even elect a successor. The various Dark Eldar factions ruled independently for a time. Some persisted in resistance, only to be soundly defeated by the humans. Others preserved their strength, remaining inactive on the battlefield, meaning the surrender of several strategic strongholds. Some advocated for renewed peace talks, but the Alliance ignored them completely. Even a strategy that had been highly effective in previous wars proved useless when used again. They dispatched raiding fleets to the real universe, attempting to replicate the routes that had previously devastated the Alliance's heartland. However, the Alliance, having learned its lesson, was highly prepared. They were willing to temporarily halt their dark side expeditions to redeploy a large number of high-speed ships to form a hunting fleet specifically to counter the Eldar raids. Destroying planets in the Alliance's heartland once more had become significantly more difficult. Furthermore, Isara, the Eldar's most capable raiding commander and former governor of Twilight Fangs, had been betrayed by them. She was hanged on the spot when the previous agreement was signed, her soul irretrievably lost. Without their capable commander, the raiding fleet's threat had already diminished considerably. In addition, the Eldar's internal chaos meant they couldn't provide sufficient support for the raiding fleet. Some opportunistic surrenderers, eager for peace talks, even betrayed information about the Dark Eldar's veiled portal coordinates in the real universe, hoping the Alliance would slow its offensive on their territory. These factors combined rendered the Dark Eldar's most threatening sabotage operations incredibly weak. At this point, even if the war wasn't over, what did it matter? They were utterly finished. Against this backdrop, Gu Heng heard that a Dark Eldar leader, whom he thought had been purged by Victor, had suddenly returned. It was an old woman. Chapter 959. Looking at the old woman who had come to visit, Gu Heng was still somewhat curious. He hadn't originally planned to meet this new leader of the Dark Eldar. Peace talks were meaningless. Even though the diplomatic ambassadors of both sides had maintained contact and communication after Victor's death, the human side had essentially given up on negotiating with the other side, only repeatedly emphasizing the demand for unconditional surrender. For the humans, this was simple. The Dark Eldar's credibility was one factor. After all, the humans weren't much better off. However, the biggest reason was that, from the Alliance's perspective, with the Dark Eldar suffering successive defeats after Victor's death, they had lost all bargaining chips. Military defeats and political turmoil forced the Alliance to resolutely push forward with its strategy of completely occupying the entire Comoros. Once they won completely, everything would be theirs. What conditions would they need to discuss? The Terra Expeditionary Force, which was in the most eager to leave after the last peace talks, had already departed. For the Dark Eldar, this certainly meant sending away a powerful force and gaining an opportunity for an offensive. However, it also benefited humanity. A key reason humanity initially accepted peace talks was their fear that a prolonged conflict in the Comoros could lead to unacceptable changes on Holy Terra. Although the Alliance had a plan, an advanced fleet equipped with the Veiled Spirit Gate had already set sail to find a path to Holy Terra. That was at best a safety net. The sooner they could achieve that, the better. The last peace talks provided an excellent opportunity. Even though Robert's departure took away a large number of troops and occupied the Veiled Spirit Gate's resources for a considerable period, seemingly weakening humanity's power in the Comoros, it also relieved the Alliance of its worries. No longer needing to worry about Holy Terra, their focus was solely on the Comoros. The Alliance, able to concentrate its full strength, coupled with Gu Heng's intervention and Victor's death, left the Comoros with no chance of retaliation. Now, they had no bargaining chips to use in negotiations. Until the old woman appeared. According to the report Gu Heng received, she should have been eliminated by Victor before the peace talks. The old woman's identity was special. She was a religious leader within the Eldar, a figure whose status surpassed that of many family governors. It was quite reasonable for her to step in and stabilize the situation during the Eldar's crisis. After all, her prestige was undeniable. What puzzled Gu Heng was that she was still alive. Initially, Gu Heng felt quite sorry when he learned that the old woman had been eliminated by Victor. The Storm Spirit's ability to infiltrate the Comoros so smoothly and rise through the ranks, gaining access to some of the Dark Eldar's core secrets and information in just a few decades, was largely thanks to the Witch Spirit cult. The old woman's shadow was faintly visible within them. She had never established any direct contact with Gu Heng through the Storm Spirits. However, Gu Heng felt that she seemed to be actively condoning something. This was just a feeling. During the Storm Spirits' decades of activities in the Comoros, Gu Heng considered this a tacit understanding between them. After the Comoros War officially broke out, and with the Storm Spirits playing a crucial role, Gu Heng originally planned to try and contact the old woman. However, contacting her was no easy task, especially after the Storm Spirits had all been exposed, leaving a severe shortage of infiltrators. The Alliance's regular agents often had to operate within the Dark Elf ranks by posing as human slaves enslaved by the Dark Elf. Slaves are not free, and the agents' actions were severely restricted, limiting their intelligence gathering and access to low-level figures. Making contact with the old woman through this route was extremely difficult. However, there was another route. The diplomatic route. Since the start of the war, diplomatic activities between humans and Dark Elves had never ceased. Dark Elf ambassadors were stationed on the Alliance's side, as were Alliance diplomatic envoys, accompanied by numerous military attaches and guards. From this perspective, a significant proportion of these individuals came from the Alliance's intelligence departments. They would take advantage of various diplomatic activities to attempt to contact high-ranking figures within the Dark Elf ranks. They also had contact with the Witch Spirit cult, especially attempting to reach the old woman. However, as the religious leader, the old woman rarely appeared, making contact virtually impossible. Although the intelligence agents never gave up, the old woman suddenly vanished before they could succeed. While the purge of this religious leader was kept secret within the Dark Eldar, such matters are rarely kept secret. The religious leader disappeared, many high-ranking members of the Witch Spirit cult were replaced, and many of their original privileges were reduced. Although there was no clear evidence, it was easy to guess what had happened. Gu Heng was somewhat moved upon hearing the news. However, he hadn't expected her to survive and now hold power. Her first act upon taking power was internal unification. This step went relatively smoothly. The dark spirits also realized that they faced annihilation. In this situation, without unity, they would truly be doomed. The old woman possessed sufficient prestige to unite all forces. Even the most ambitious factions had to prioritize the greater good. The most crucial element in uniting the dark spirits was the old woman's ability to offer a solution to stop the war. This idea initially jubilant within the dark spirits, but the specifics of the solution later caused a huge uproar. Unconditional surrender. Surrender was acceptable to the dark spirits. They were willing to negotiate, clarify the conditions, and even become dogs. After all, the war seemed unwinnable, their stronghold had been invaded, and they had few bargaining chips left. However, unconditional surrender was far too difficult to accept. On one hand, the Dark Eldar had, for millennia, relied on the exploitation of slaves and plunder for survival. While they didn't specifically target humans, humans were the dominant species in the real universe, possessing the most habitable planets and the largest population. Even without specific targeting, they were still the most frequently plundered. The number of people captured and enslaved was currently in the tens of billions, accounting for over 70% of the Dark Eldar's total slave population. Considering this scale, and extending it to the entire history of the human empire over millennia, how much blood and tears had been shed at the hands of the Dark Eldar, the racial hatred was palpable. Moreover, they were not unaware of the human empire's usual attitude towards all non-human races: extermination. Unconditional surrender isn't that just handing the butcher's knife to humanity, raising your neck, and letting them decide whether to cut you down. Why do that? If the entire race is destined for extinction, why not die in resistance instead of such a humiliating surrender, allowing them to be easily slaughtered? So, this is how you, a respected leader, lead your race after all? But the old woman was clearly determined. Regardless of the internal feedback, she clearly conveyed her will to the Alliance's ambassador and requested a meeting with Gu Heng. Gu Heng granted her request. Chapter 960. Gu Heng's willingness to see the old woman was influenced by several factors. Her unconditional surrender, her apparent past acts of goodwill towards humans, and her past role as a Dark Elf spy were all important considerations. However, the most decisive factor was that Gu Heng had many questions he wanted to ask the old woman. About many things. Let's start with the elven race's surrender, Gu Heng said casually. The old woman didn't speak immediately, she simply observed Gu Heng. For a god, such direct observation and staring were not advisable, but she couldn't help herself. The biggest reason was that Gu Heng's appearance was simply too ordinary. He wore clothing that, by human standards, fell somewhere between formal and casual, simple yet maintaining a certain solemnity. He sat casually in his chair, but not frivolously. This was befitting the image of a human leader. But it all seemed too perfect, making the old woman feel it was unreal. Just looking at it like that, she couldn't see anything. Taking a deep breath, the old woman began to answer the questions honestly. She was representing the Dark Eldar to discuss unconditional surrender. The so-called unconditional surrender didn't mean literally laying down weapons without a word or any conditions. Rather, it meant no negotiations. The victor would only convey unilateral surrender demands and specific details, such as time and place, to the defeated nation. At the same time, the victor would not recognize any political power of the defeated nation's former government, political groups, or leaders. From the time the defeated nation signed the surrender document until the establishment of new relations with the victor, all functions of the defeated government would be exercised by the victor's military command. Although they wouldn't negotiate, the Dark Eldar still wanted an explanation for their surrender from the Alliance. The primary reason they were willing to surrender was, of course, that they had no choice, they couldn't win. The second point was raised by the old woman. She believed that surrendering to humanity was not only the end of the war, but also a new hope for the Eldar's development in a new phase. In other words, she didn't believe that the Eldar's unconditional surrender, along with the Comros and the entire race falling under the Alliance's control, would be a catastrophe for them. On the contrary, it was the future. The Eldar would thrive because of it. Hearing this, Gu Heng smiled and spoke. And what makes you make such a judgment? Perhaps, after your unconditional surrender, you face the executioner's blade? Would you do that? Maybe, Gu Heng said. The Dark Spirit race. Managing you properly is a very risky business. If you rebel, the trouble will be immense. Whether the benefits of keeping you alive outweigh the risks of managing and suppressing you is an unknown. Gu Heng was actually quite frank. The old woman, however, didn't change color or anything despite not receiving a guarantee of safety. This is all Mincha's will. I trust Mincha, and I trust you. Gu Heng heard something that interested him even more. As for why he had this understanding, it came from their god, Mincha. Because Gu Heng had just captured a spirit race god and learned some things from him. The former cosmic overlord, the spirit race empire, also had its own racial god. Some studies suggest that the Eldar once had many gods, and a so-called pantheon where the gods sat and protected the entire race. However, the Eldar's history is far too ancient, and the race as a whole remains shrouded in mystery towards humanity. Human researchers studying aliens have a very limited understanding of the Eldar. When Gu Heng captured the remnant soul within the Como divine sword, he began attempting to digest the subspace essence of this Eldar deity, much like he had previously digested captured demons and neuronal worms. But he failed. The subspace essence was present, and quite abundant, comparable to that of a powerful demon god. This was merely a destroyed Eldar deity, reduced to a mere divine sword as its dwelling place, yet it possessed such power. However, recalling the previous battle, considering the 3 sword strikes wielded by Victor's hand, the Como remnant soul's immense power was not unexpected. But mere strength would only slightly increase the difficulty of digestion, not make it impossible to consume. The core problem lay in 2 points. The first thing Gu Heng encountered was the vast amount of distracting thoughts attached to it. When the spirit empire collapsed, it seemed as if the despair of trillions of spirits had attached itself to this god of despair, bearing its weight to this day. Simply swallowing it without regard for consequences would pose enormous risks. Those lingering resentments of despair would likely echo endlessly within Gu Heng's storm god kingdom. Of course, if that were all, it wouldn't stop Gu Heng from devouring it. It would simply require more time to slowly process and peel away those resentments bit by bit. In short, it would at most be a nuisance, but it wouldn't prevent Gu Heng from consuming Como. However, another problem was more troublesome. During the process of consuming Como, Gu Heng discovered that this creature was not an independent entity. It wasn't just a simple fragment, it was connected to a very distant and powerful being. That being, while not as powerful as the 4 gods or the Emperor, was at least on par with him. However, it seemed to be in a very weak state. Although this connection was very subtle, difficult to detect unless Gu Heng was trying to devour and digest Como, this hidden link was incredibly strong. It was as if they were originally one, different manifestations of the same being. This made it impossible for Gu Heng to devour it unless he could also capture the other side of the link. What exactly is going on with these gods of your spirit race? Can this old woman answer my questions? I would love to answer you, but I cannot, the old woman replied truthfully. Before Gu Heng could even express his disappointment, the old woman's body suddenly began to glow faintly. However, you can speak directly with. Her voice became ethereal, then changed, becoming a dual voice. Speak directly with us. Gu Heng's expression hardened. The remnant soul of Como, the being linked from afar, seemed to have appeared before him. Who are you? I am Windsor, and also Mincha, and also Como. One god, 1,000 faces. I am one of the 10,000 statues within the temple, the embodiment of all the achievements, emotions, and thoughts of the spirit race. Upon hearing this, Gu Heng waved his hand. All right. I know what you are now. Just a loser. It's just that I used to think you were a bunch of losers, but it turns out you're all the same, right? Chapter 961. Gu Heng's words silenced the being speaking to him through the old woman's body for a long while. But he didn't think he had said anything wrong. From the content of this 1,000-faced god's words, and the situation Gu Heng encountered during his previous attempt to devour the remnant soul of Como, Gu Heng was basically certain that this 1,000-faced god was a god of the spirit race. The spirit race, as the once dominant race that ruled the entire universe, naturally had its own racial god during its heyday. According to human research into history, revelations from spirit race allies, and the interrogations of some dark spirit race prisoners on the Comoros battlefield, some clues had been obtained. The number of gods might be a figurative one, but they did indeed worship many deities, covering almost every aspect of the spirit race's religious life. But in reality, there is only one god. Those various aspects are actually just one of the 1,000 faces of a single god. The 1,000-faced god, with countless faces, forms countless images. There are desolate faces wielding crescent signs to reap souls, magnificent crowns woven from countless threads into star charts, chaotic silhouettes shrieking and twisting amid seas of blood and ecstasy. He uses these different faces to address the various directions of the spirit race's faith. This is something even the modern spirit race may not know. However, the 1,000-faced god's condition is clearly not good. As Gu Heng said, They, or rather he, are utter losers. He is the god of the race, yet the race he protects has reached the brink of extinction. This does not refer to humanity's attack on the Comoros. Even without that, the Eldar in this universe are merely clinging to life. All their energy is focused on survival. They have no future or development to speak of. They may still possess some powerful, ancient technologies. Perhaps their individual strength is still quite high, maintaining a highly advanced civilization. However, they have no hope left. With the entire race reduced to this state, what good is a thousand-faced god as a racial deity? The Slaanesh, born from the corpse of the Eldar Empire, have long since destroyed him, leaving almost nothing. Now, the so-called Thousand Faces are reduced to only two. Windsor is the face worshipped by the Arch Eldar, the so-called god of hope. Mincha is the face worshipped by the Dark Eldar, the so-called god of tyranny. As for Como, that was once one aspect of him, the so-called god of despair, but it was long since incomplete, leaving only a wisp of its soul, forged into the Como god's sword. Of course, strictly speaking, the thousand-faced god wasn't finished. In fact, he's become stronger, if one is willing to consider Slaanesh as the former god of pleasure, one aspect of the thousand-faced god. Having devoured the vast majority of Eldar's souls, the youngest of the four gods, the thousand-faced god's divine essence, is, in a sense, more representative of the thousand-faced god than the one now reduced to only two faces. How ironic. In this sense, Gu Hang calling him a loser is already being polite. Faced with Gu Hang's sarcasm, the deity in the old woman's body remained silent for a long time, until Gu Hang grew impatient. He glanced at his watch and said, "Silence also has its limits. I have many things to do. If you don't want to say anything, please leave." The thousand-faced god, in the old woman's body, let out a bitter laugh. "You really have no mercy. Then, please allow me to show you something." The old woman slightly raised her hand, and a beam of light enveloped Gu Hang. An endless torrent of illusions poured into Gu Hang. With Gu Hang's abilities, he could easily reject these illusions. However, after hesitating for a moment, he decided, since he was already here, he might as well take a look. He witnessed a battlefield from billions of years ago. Magnificent Eldar warships, fleeing, were swallowed by crimson vortexes. Highly advanced Eldar cities were dragged into the storms of the warp, forming the foundational components of a new divine realm. In the realm of the thousand-faced god, the heavens were torn apart, and from the pantheon emerged one Slaanesh after another. They came from the past, from the future, and most importantly, from the present. The thousand-faced god was driven from the pantheon, his body already shattered into countless pieces. Lacking the largest part, the part belonging to Slaanesh, they could never reunite, nor could they resist. They could only flee in separate territories. The claws of the Slaanesh demon shattered the arrogant Eldar gods one by one. The remnants of a god plummeted into the eternal abyss amid screams. He witnessed the surviving fragments of divinity drifting desperately in the eternal storms of the warp, colliding, tearing at each other like cosmic dust, vying for the remaining power of faith and concepts. Finally, on the verge of complete annihilation, a shared, immense, and distorted fear of death, originating from the depths of all Eldar's souls, acted as the final bond, forcibly binding the largest fragments together. This was not rebirth, but a more desperate imprisonment by death. A terrifying aggregate of hundreds of nameless, lowly consciousnesses took shape. This is the Windsor and Mincha of today. They bear the former titles of God of Hope and God of Tyranny, but in reality, they are nothing more than a disgusting stitched-together monster. They clung to life, escaping the pursuit of their great enemy, while simultaneously leading two factions of Eldar to survive in different ways. We are not complete spirits. Nor are we free wills. Every fall of my people, the spirit race. Every tremor of a soul stone entering the net, tears at our false shells. Countless fine, shimmering threads appeared in Gu Hang's expanded mental vision, extending from the shattered core of the thousand-faced god, flowing with divine pus. Each thread was as thin as a spider's web, fragile as if a breath could break it, yet they pierced the veil of space, casting a faint, despairing projection on the physical universe. Gu Hang followed one of the threads, and his mind was immediately drawn into a distant, flame-engulfed star battlefield. A colossal arc world, elegant as a work of art yet riddled with wounds, was being relentlessly besieged by bloated, filthy, pus-drenched green warships. The Nurgle's plague missiles slammed into the Ark's pale light shield, blasting apart clouds of decaying psionic energy. Beside a crumbling spirit bone spire at the edge of the deck, a howling banshee warrior charged, her battle cry piercing the void, her star-dart spear aimed at a number of plague warriors many times her size. But Gu Hang saw something deeper. At the peak of her charge, the pure, Resolute psi-like radiance emanating from the depths of her chest wasn't just the energy needed to power the Star Dart spear. A thin, blood-red stream of light was being invisibly drawn away, rapidly flowing back along the thread connecting the thousand-faced god in Gu Hang's vision. That tiny stream of light injected into the thousand-faced god's core, causing that area to briefly glow before being swallowed by deeper darkness, as futile as a starving, dying person trying to draw a drop of rain. Meanwhile, thousands upon thousands of identical threads rose from every corner of the battlefield, from the untouched souls deep within the Ark world, and even from the undiscovered fragments of Eldar colonies on the edge of the galaxy, countless streams converging on the collapsing divine core. Gu Hang frowned amidst the millions of illusions. Receiving so much information at such a high speed was somewhat stressful for him. But he still realized what all this meant. Every extraordinary individual of the Eldar, every time they squeezed out their potential to release power, seemed to be instinctively using the purest glimmer of their soul to briefly ignite this dying embers of divinity, exchanging it for the divine grace of power amplification, yet unconsciously tearing themselves apart, becoming fuel to sustain this divine body for a mere existence. This seemed like a perfect cycle. The many-faced god provided the Eldar with power and protection, preventing their dead souls from sinking into the warp and being captured by the Slaanesh, instead returning them to the sanctuary provided by the many-faced god. For the Eldar of the Ark, these were soul stones, residing in the spiritual world of the Ark. For the Dark Eldar, they were soul boxes, opportunities to be resurrected once more in new bodies created by the Bloodwalkers. Meanwhile, each of their intense outbursts, even their final deaths, fed their experiences and soul power back to the many-faced god, allowing it to continue. However, if this entire mechanism were truly so perfect, they wouldn't have declined day by day over hundreds of thousands of years. The biggest problem with this mechanism lay with the Slaanesh. This external enemy, the true terror looming over the entire race, made the entire cycle unsustainable. A deeper corruption is flowing against the current, along this vein. Gu Hang heard a low, hoarse voice, as if 1,000 voices had been superimposed. He saw that within the wispy, withdrawn light lay a more sinister, viscous filth. On the battlefield, the howling banshee warrior's psionic attacks did indeed seem more ferocious, but the unnatural flush on her skin, and the strange, inappropriately sweet murmur emanating from her mouth, instead of its usual shrieks, mingled with her battle cries. When the Eldar unleash their immense power, even with the most stringent protective measures, they inevitably connect with the warp. There lies the source of all supernatural power, regardless of race. What makes the Eldar unique is that every time they make contact with the warp, they attract the attention of the Slaanesh. Even a tiny bit of contact might not have any impact on their entire lives. However, when they die and return, whether it's a soul stone or a soul box, they receive the purest of souls. Where did that extra bit of pollution go? The Dark Prince. Slaanesh's gaze, like cancer, is eroding me along every single soul channel connecting the Eldar and me. Every painful struggle and wail at the soul level accelerates his all-pervasive infiltration. Our divine cores are already filled with his cast-down pleasures. Every painful spasm pleases him. Every burst of power nourishes his penetrating tentacles. If not severed, if not eradicated, the end is already sealed. We, these divine zombies, will become nothing more than a giant festering sore he projects upon the real universe. And all the Eldar souls connected to this will sever this self-destructive cycle. A relatively clear voice, with a sharp, resolute quality, briefly drowned out the billions of wails of the thousand-faced god. Gu Hang's gaze was intensely drawn to the source of that voice, a large fragment deep within the divine core, exhibiting a sharp, deathly pale white, like the purest essence of tyranny, radiating a chilling rejection of everything. That was Minch's part. He was the one who sustained the many-faced god, preventing him from completely dissolving and decaying under the Slaanesh's plague of pleasure. He was also the one who guided the Dark Eldar to survive in the Comoros, teaching them to resist the Slaanesh's soul-devouring through pain. However, at this moment, Gu Hang keenly observed that a nauseating, malicious iridescence was slowly creeping along the edges of Minch's fragments. The Slaanesh's deadly poison was greedily licking at this last bastion. At the same time, in Gu Hang's mental vision, he also saw something the many-faced god had seen. The golden network of will representing the human empire was like a giant net spanning the galaxy, countless nodes dimming or flickering under the erosion of chaos. And above the golden network, a blue network had grown, intertwining with the golden network and binding a third of the human world. That golden light must represent the human emperor. Or rather, the shared faith built by countless trillions of humans, the current dominant race in the real universe. And the blue network must be Gu Hang, or rather, his alliance. that which is built upon the foundation of the human empire, symbolizing a higher level of shared ideals, order, and spiritual resonance of sacrifice, is a colossal entity that spans the stars, and is built upon an unbreakable system and a shared imagination. Chapter 962. This was the first time Gu Heng had viewed the relationship between the human empire, the alliance, the emperor, and the storm kingdom through the perspective of another warp god. Of course, this structure was only how it appeared in the eyes of the thousand-faced god, and did not represent the true reality. Different perceptions of the warp naturally lead to different observations. But this also revealed a part of the relationship between the four. It was actually quite interesting. At the same time, Gu Heng roughly understood the thousand-faced god's demands. You want me to help you, and you want the entire alliance to help the Eldar? We beg you. The voice, previously dominated by Minch's chilling, icy tone, shifted to a gentle female voice. That was Windsor's will. It guided Gu Heng's gaze through the mist shrouding the stitched-up structure of the thousand-faced god, frankly revealing all her secrets to Gu Heng. There, at the center of a vortex formed by the desperate sobs of countless Eldar souls, and the agonizing disintegration of the gods themselves, a minuscule structure appeared. This was a divine core, forcibly forged from the very concepts of pain and death, amidst the dying screams of countless fragments of the gods. Its fundamental purpose was singular, to forcibly weld the processes of the Eldar's acquisition of transcendent power, and the thousand-faced god's painful absorption together. This is a curse, and a last resort. Windsors will helplessly explain the significance of this divine core. If the entire pathway for acquiring Eldar transcendent power had not been anchored to this divine core, the Eldar, and we would likely have already perished. In the past, this structure, like a rusted iron lock, temporarily protected the Eldar from being completely consumed by chaos, but it also nurtured the infiltration of Slaanesh like a poisonous petri dish. Now, it is on the verge of collapse. Gu Heng remained silent. At this point, he clearly understood what the thousand-faced god meant by needing help. What he wanted was a method to bypass this crumbling divine core and provide alternative energy channels for Eldar transcendent individuals. And this method, naturally, was the vast network of the human empire. If Gu Heng wished, then the blue network built upon the golden network, with its double reinforcement and filtering, could completely create a temporary spiritual haven for the Eldar souls. When Eldar transcendents extracted power, their mental turmoil would be filtered through two more layers, reducing the degree to which they would be affected by Slaanesh infiltration, and this corruption could be borne by humanity. Although it still existed, the amount was negligible. Humans are far more resilient. Already constantly under the watchful eyes of the four gods, their corruption is negligible. A little more Slaanesh corruption wouldn't matter. More importantly, human souls, unlike the Eldar, don't perish in the Dark Prince's realm of lustful gods after death. They have no fear. This greatly reduces the burden on the thousand-faced god, granting him precious respite and a chance to heal. However, while this explains the Eldar god's predicament, the solutions, and confirms Gu Heng's ability to help, the most crucial element remains elusive. Helping the Eldar? Is it without cost? Is it without benefit? Gu Heng asked this question directly. He calmly and clearly pointed out the essence of this deal and the enormous crisis lurking behind it. The Slaanesh will never allow the Eldar, whom it has always coveted and considered its prey, to be spared. It will not rest. It will surely launch a frenzied revenge. What Gu Heng was saying was a huge, real problem. Humanity wasn't afraid of the extra bit of corruption, but what impact would the Slaanesh's frenzied counterattack have? It was foreseeable that the chaos factions that worship the Slaanesh would act madly, the Slaanesh would unleash wave after wave of corruption, and the probability of Slaanesh cults proliferating within the alliance would increase dramatically. The former meant higher military costs, the latter meant greater internal governance costs. Behind it all lay a massive amount of imperial blood and endless. And what would the alliance, or Gu Heng, gain from paying all that? After a moment of silence, Windsor summoned a new vision. In a corner of a galaxy, on the edge of the defensive perimeter of an Imperial Guard regiment, surrounded by orcs and nearly in despair, an eerie silver light suddenly flickered in the air. The next second, a group of howling banshee warriors, clad in spiked helmets and swooping like a dance of death, materialized from the phantom. Their star darts, to the astonishment of the Imperial soldiers, precisely reaped the ugly heads of the orcs. Meanwhile, on a powerful Imperial capital ship possessed by Tsench's demon, its internal navigational map inexplicably altered, a deadly warp current threatening to plunge the ship into disorientation. But then, on the bridge, the human navigator looked up blankly, hearing a soft, incomprehensible yet reassuring whisper that guided him safely. On the Comoros, all the ports were operating at full capacity. The Eldar and humans work side by side. The technologies inherited by the Dark Eldar weren't hastily destroyed despite their defeat, but were put to use, transporting human fleets through the Veil of Spirits from one end of the universe to the other. In the warp, waves of purple Slaanesh surged towards the Storm Kingdom, crashing against it wave after wave. But amidst this, Windsor and Mincha remained at the forefront of the fight against the Slaanesh waves. And, as time passed, the number of Eldar gods standing alongside them would grow. Those fragments slumbering within the divine cores would have the opportunity to be pieced together, becoming whole again and becoming new allies. The many-faced god emphasized that everything shown was not merely speculation, but a projection of future possibilities. A clear and alluring path unfolded before Gu Heng, if humanity provided these temporary spiritual havens. Even if they were merely temporary and fragile anchorages, it would win precious living space and breathing room for the Eldar Ark worlds, the Dark Eldar, and the Thousand-Faced God. And these Ark Eldar and Dark Eldar, while still alive, would operate in a manner highly suited to the Empire's current needs. They would become reinforcements on the battlefield against the common enemy of chaos. Though their numbers were small, their superior technology, stronger individual combat capabilities, and more stealthy mobility would prove exceptionally effective in many situations. Their ancient knowledge, even surpassing that of the Empire, would flow like a trickle, playing an incredible, pivotal role in the crucial navigation of Imperial ships and the restoration of medical relics, shifting the strategic balance. Including the many-faced god himself, once his situation improves, he can awaken more faces, the shattered Eldar gods, who can then serve as powerful allies, proving quite effective in the warp's conflict. The Slaanesh's wrath may not always be directed at Gu Heng. As the Eldar gods rise one by one, Slaanesh's troubles will actually increase. This will greatly alleviate the immense pressure on stabilizing the foundations of the real universe, which are constantly being shaken by chaos. After revealing all this, the many-faced god didn't say much, but his attitude was clear. Whether it's the Empire, the Alliance, the Emperor, or Gu Heng, for humanity, they can certainly fight all enemies independently. The malevolent gods of the warp, the orcs, and the Zerg swarm in the real universe. These are the true enemies humanity can handle on its own. That's fine. But there is another path to choose. The Eldar can be not enemies, but rather good allies. Humanity doesn't have to shoulder all this alone, they can have allies. And the Eldar don't really need much. Help them resolve the Slaanesh's relentless corruption, allocate some resources, and a few worlds for the Eldar to survive. That would be enough. For humanity, these are trivial matters. As for the Slaanesh's furious retaliation, even without this, even without helping the Eldar, would the Slaanesh not attack humanity? Of course not. None of the four gods will escape the profound calamities inflicted upon humanity. Whether this event occurs or not, the two sides are irreconcilable mortal enemies. Having the same enemy, and knowing they could avoid conflict, why insist on annihilating the Eldar? This was the Thousand-Faced God's frank stance. And the final decision rested with Gu Heng. Gu Heng pondered for a long time before making a decision. He laid out his conditions. The Comoros are allied. On the spine of every Eldar Ark, the mark of this promise must be etched. Your divine core must be handed over to me for control. These conditions ultimately pointed to one outcome. If the Thousand-Faced God attempted to break the agreement after self-repair, or worse, if he ultimately could not resist the ultimate corruption of the Slaanesh, becoming a chaotic festering sore threatening humanity, then Gu Heng would possess the ultimate means, a single command to detonate all the extinction marks etched on the cores of the Eldar Arks. That would no longer be a battle, but the physical erasure of the entire remaining Eldar civilization. Simultaneously, the complete erasure of the Thousand-Faced God. If Gu Heng so desired, all of this could become a reality without any cost. A once dominant race in the universe would see its final glory fade with a single thought from Gu Heng. This perfectly aligned with Gu Heng's consistent demands regarding the Comoros and the Dark Eldar, unconditional surrender. However, now the scale had expanded even further. The demands weren't limited to the Comoros, they even included the Ark Eldar, who had little to do with the war, and the Thousand-Faced God behind both races. Faced with these conditions, Windsor's answer was swift and decisive. Okay. Gu Heng was somewhat surprised, yet it all seemed perfectly reasonable. If the God of 1,000 Faces hadn't been prepared for this, he wouldn't have come to see me today. As for whether giving everything to humanity is a good choice, and whether they're afraid that Gu Heng could simply wipe them out with a wave of his hand, there's no need to overthink it. Why would Gu Heng do that at this point? Completely controlling both spirit races would obviously be more beneficial than destroying them. Instead of completely destroying the spirit race, why not just enslave them? High-caliber talent, powerful cannon fodder, advanced technology, What's wrong with having such a large group of slaves? As for whether they're worried that Gu Heng might actually implement such a system of slavery, there's no need to overthink it either. The God of 1,000 Faces' current choice means that he, and the entire spirit race, have no other choice. Their options are twofold. Either, 1,000 years later, the goddess can no longer hold out, and the entire race, regardless of whether they are arc spirits or dark spirits, is sent to the palace of lust, to be eternally enslaved by Slaanesh. Either they choose to be enslaved by humans. There are no other options. Right now, perhaps for individual Eldar, there's still the option of choosing nothing and simply dying, but for the Eldar as a whole, even the option of destruction doesn't exist. Once the divine core is corrupted, the remaining Eldar, whether alive or dead souls preserved in soul stones/soul boxes, will be no different. All will be toys for Slaanesh. When Gu Heng and the 1,000-Faced God reached an agreement, and when the old woman returned to Comoros, just 3 standard Terra days later, the Dark Eldar of Comoros declared their complete and unconditional surrender to the Alliance. Chapter 963. The Eldar's surrender was somewhat abrupt for the Alliance's frontline forces. Just moments before, the Dark Eldar's resistance had been quite fierce. The Dark Eldar's army was a formidable foe not only for ordinary human troops, but also for space marines. Only the Dark Eldar's slave cannon fodder was somewhat easier to deal with. Once the Dark Eldar's own regular forces emerged, or elite races from the xenomorph mercenaries, such as Minas and Serpent Men, it became extremely troublesome. Human forces often needed several times their number to withstand the attack. Even space marines, if they made a careless move and were attacked by a superior enemy force in unfavorable terrain, could easily be annihilated as entire units. Compared to the major wars in the Alliance's history, the intensity was almost comparable to the Battle of Ankaki. That war against the Bonebreaker King's army, arguably the most elite greenskin army in the entire universe, was essentially the same. The Battle of the Comoros was even more brutal. After all, compared to the Comoros, humanity committed more troops to the war, the situation was more complex, and the affected area was much wider. The types of warfare were also very different. The great battle against the orcs on Enkachi was mainly a large-scale frontal confrontation, armored charges in the open field, artillery bombardments, and brutal battles for positional advantage. But in the Comoros, it was more like urban street fighting. Both sides repeatedly fought for control of 1 or 2 blocks of houses, or buildings in each district and street. Even if buildings were blown up, the remaining wreckage became a focal point for combat. Although, strategically, humanity's advance appears unstoppable, with the Eldar suffering repeated defeats in their homeland, a closer look reveals a stark reality. Every inch of land is paved with blood, every path marked by the corpses of Alliance soldiers. Furthermore, conquered territories often harbor large numbers of Blackbeard guerrillas and countless unexplored tunnels that could be exploited by Skaven forces. These pose a devastating threat to humanity's rear. It's not that the human occupying forces are unwilling to eliminate the remaining guerrillas and destroy the tunnels. On the contrary, Alliance forces prefer a slower advance to clean up the mess. However, this task inherently carries immense risk. Nearly half of their losses are inflicted on clearing guerrillas and destroying tunnels. In the eyes of frontline combatants, the Eldar are an extremely formidable opponent. Although the warriors maintain high morale and firmly believe that victory will ultimately be theirs. However, they also recognize that a significant price might still be paid before complete victory, requiring them to make sacrifices bit by bit. But unexpectedly, the order from above suddenly came. Victory was achieved. The Eldar had surrendered. No, the Eldar, who were fighting desperately just moments before, had surrendered? It was a bit surreal, a bit bewildering. But regardless, for the frontline soldiers, victory was a good thing. No more fighting, and the rewards they were owed would be theirs. The next task for the frontline units was to receive the spoils of war according to orders from their superiors. The Eldar forces laid down their weapons in organized units and surrendered in droves. Their locations were sent by their superiors. When the fully armed human troops arrived at their posts, the Eldar troops, or mercenaries, often had already laid down their weapons, obediently lined up, and were all captured. Prisoner of war camps were quickly established, where these Eldar were temporarily held, awaiting the takeover by the Alliance government. This was the majority of the situation. Of course, there were also those who refused to surrender. After all, even with Minch's decree and the old woman's persuasion of the many governors after returning, a decision was inevitably made, but there were certainly those who refused to surrender. Quite a few. Some decided to put up a stubborn resistance in the complex terrain of the Comoros, Others took advantage of the window of opportunity before the human forces had had time to take control of all the key locations, boarding spaceships to escape the Comoros and find a place to hide in the real universe. These individuals, when combined, likely constitute more than a third of the entire Dark Eldar. The former, referring to the fact that the Alliance will likely face prolonged attacks from resistance forces while controlling Comoros for a considerable period. The latter, referring to the fact that the Alliance will likely face even greater pirate raids across the universe than before. It's likely that as worlds are conquered and pirate ports are secretly established, coupled with human rebels, otherworldly forces, and chaos factions, combined with the Dark Eldar's technology and manpower, the consequences could be dire. In short, it's all troublesome. Even if the Dark Eldar are wiped out, surrendered, or reduced to scattered remnants, the impact will still be enormous, demonstrating the last vestiges of this former overlord with countless millennia of history. However, these situations can be managed. The Dark Eldar resistance in the Comoros can be dealt with by the Dark Eldar themselves. They have numerous connections, and perhaps some sympathizers will act as spies within the human ranks. But overall, there will certainly be genuine surrenderers providing intelligence and betraying the resistance. Furthermore, these surrendered Dark Eldar can form a mopping-up operation, turning on each other. The same principle applies to the future risk of piracy. None of these are as important as the Alliance's current concrete control over the entire Comoros. After the complete surrender of the Comoros, the Alliance's central army was stationed there. On one hand, they can suppress the Comoros, eliminate the resistance, and deter the surrenderers from harboring any further ambitions. On the other hand, the central army's presence in the Comoros is itself an excellent advantage. Through the numerous ports and veiled portals within the Comoros, they can rapidly travel to various parts of the universe to support fronts in all directions, truly fulfilling the central army's inherent duty of guarding the center and supporting all sides. The Alliance government has also established the Comoros Special Administrative Region here. Its administrative level is quite high, equivalent to a space-level government of the Alliance government. In the future, the main responsibilities of this special region government will be to manage the Eldar, utilize Eldar technology for the construction of the special region, maintain all veiled ports, and support the Alliance's military and commercial operations using the special region's ports. Chapter 964. When Sean Yenwin woke up, he could already see the distorted outline of Comoros, its city fragmented into pieces by towering spires, outside the porthole of the airship. A poor boy who had struggled in the lower rungs of the Kuroga Nest city 100 years ago never imagined that he could gain admission to the Alliance's prestigious University of Arts and Sciences through his academic abilities, and then enter the Alliance's government system after graduation. He never imagined that one day he would set foot in this dark city, once a scourge of the universe, as one of its administrators. Rubbing his eyes, Sean Yenwin asked, "How much longer until we arrive?" "Supervisor Sean, we will land in 5 minutes. We will then transfer to vehicles to go to the government building. Governor Xiaoxingze is already waiting for you." The female flight attendant's voice rang out in the cabin. Sean Yenwin looked at the distorted buildings through the porthole and thought of his hometown. Years ago, when the Allied army marched into the slums of Comoros' capital, he hid in a rusty ventilation duct, watching gleaming military boots wade into stagnant pools of sewage. The hot porridge provided by the recruitment station changed the course of his life. An acceptance letter from a grammar university became the ladder that lifted him out of the slums. And now, he would change this dark city. Outwardly, he appeared as a scholar official, refined and approachable. But the lines around his eyes betrayed a century of political experience. He was a man who had risen from the bottom, and beneath his refined exterior lay a ruthless heart. This was especially evident in recent decades, after he assumed a leadership position. In the Peperos system, he spearheaded 17 years of tax reform, with ever-increasing tax rates accumulating the blood and tears of countless local elites. In his 12 years of colonial coordination in the Miyago star system, he ruthlessly dismantled all the civilian groups in the worlds that had previously rebelled, ensuring countless families would never see each other again, but significantly reducing the likelihood of rebellion and encouraging them to efficiently explore new worlds. In the last 19 years, during the Dark Side expedition in the Marahane region, he acted alongside a detachment of the Angelic Army, leading Alliance officials and cooperating with the military to settle 200 worlds through a combination of suppression and appeasement. Now, these qualifications have solidified into a new nameplate on his chest. Third Supervisor of the Comoros Special Administrative Region Government, essentially the third in command of the Special Administrative Region Government, primarily responsible for the resettlement of the Eldar population and property. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the airship landed on the landing platform. As soon as the hatch opened, Sean Yenwin smelled a strong stench of blood. This smell emanated from a 4-man Space Marine squad before him. They had been waiting for some time. The leader stepped forward, holding out a data panel. Sean Yenwin raised his hand to verify the biometric information on it, and a cold voice came from the man's breathing grill. "Hello, Supervisor Sean Yenwin, I am Vikas, from the 6th Company of the Executioners Chapter. My squad and I will be responsible for protecting you for the next period of time." This close protection from 4 Space Marines was a first for Sean Yenwin. He wasn't unfamiliar with these imposing warriors, but usually, they were the sharpest blades on the battlefield, tasked with solving the most intractable problems. Excellent offensive weapons, rarely used as bodyguards for high-ranking government officials. Since this had happened, it likely meant that the safety of these high-ranking government officials was one of the most intractable problems in Comoros. However, he was mentally prepared for this. Although his past experiences included facing life-threatening situations in battle, he knew Comoros well, and had read extensively. He knew that working here meant he was closest to death in his career. "It's up to you," Sean Yenwin replied politely. He knew about the Executioners Chapter. Most of the Blood Angel subchapters within the Alliance were established after the Battle of Celestial Planet, and the Blood Angels joined the Alliance. That concentrated army formation was called the Blood Alliance Army. However, a few warbands joined the Alliance during its Dark Crusades before their parent army joined. Others were formed during smaller-scale Dark Crusades organized by the Alliance before the Blood Alliance Army's formation. The Execution Angels belong to the latter group. Their identity has always been unique. They are 2 warbands responsible for internal security, rarely venturing into battle, yet committing numerous atrocities. They are often summoned by the Alliance's Independent Commission Against Corruption, Police, Security Department, and Internal Affairs Department to handle extremely serious internal problems. The name Executioner is not given lightly. When they act, it's usually when the evidence is irrefutable, or sometimes no evidence is needed at all, just a head rolling. Moreover, this only happens when the Alliance's internal affairs departments, even with their elite agents, cannot handle the situation, requiring the intervention of the Angels. For internal suppression and quelling unrest, the Execution Angels are top-notch. Now, this battle group has arrived in Comoros at full strength. The current Comoros Special District is the perfect opportunity for them to make their mark. They switched to vehicles and sped through the city's enclosed corridors. The surrounding scenery was all on his mind. The avenue he was currently on was formerly known as the Avenue of Pain and Desire, the central street of Comoros. After the spaceship landed, this path led to the heart of Comoros. There, once the Hall of Suffering, where the Dark Lich King Victor resided, was the center of the Dark Eldar's rule. Now, it was the seat of the Comoros Special District Government, and its name had long since been changed to simply Comoros Central City. This avenue still faintly hints at its former glory and prosperity. The towering buildings and spires lining both sides, along with numerous signs that hadn't yet been removed, symbolized the prestige of various dark families. These families often spent vast sums to purchase buildings along Painful Desire Avenue as landmarks. Large guilds and merchants also operated shops here, trading rare treasures plundered from the real universe. Numerous neon-lit brothels, a place of decadent indulgence, were also present. However, it is now quite desolate. Not only are there few pedestrians, but traces of blood, unwashed, can also be seen occasionally. Sean Yenwin's armored hover car sped along the avenue, encountering no threats along the way, directly reaching the central city and entering the governor's mansion. The governor's mansion was converted from the former Temple of Pain. Human engineers removed the screaming statues and erased all religious and hedonistic elements, but its extravagance and eeriness were still evident. Upon entering, Sean Yenwin saw 4 shamanic spirits wearing electronic collars scrubbing the floor. Dark purple blood seeped from the cracks in the floor tiles. They were using their meager spiritual power to suppress and cleanse the agonizing supernatural energy that had once permeated the area. The Dark Elves liked this, but humans did not. Sean Yenwin's boots touched the water, and the elf woman recoiled as if electrocuted. The blue light from her collar surged, and she convulsed, pressing her forehead to the ground. He walked past without changing expression, boarded the high-speed elevator, and moved swiftly through the building, quickly arriving at the governor's office. 4 Execution Angels guarded the door. Sean Yenwin went in alone and met with the governor of Comoros, Xiaoxingza. The two spoke privately for a short while, and Sean Yenwin soon emerged. However, his expression was now somewhat grave. Chapter 965. Responsible for supervising the inventory and transfer of the original Dark Spirit Clan's assets, coordinating the Spirit Clan's cooperation with municipal reconstruction, and ensuring the Vale Spirit Gate system aligns with Alliance standards. Today, we need to inspect the 2 soul box vaults, establish vaults and files. We need to supervise the progress of the Blood Spirit Laboratory takeover. Most of the assigned department officials haven't arrived yet. We need to meet with these people first, see what their quality is, and then start assigning tasks. Xiang Yanwen's mind was filled with many matters, but he didn't feel a headache, only excitement. On his very first day in office, there was already a lot to do. As the supervisor, theoretically, unless it's a particularly important task requiring his personal attention, he's usually more focused on management, formulating strategies, assigning tasks, conducting research, and reviewing reports. Otherwise, even if he were incredibly capable, he couldn't possibly handle all the specific tasks alone. However, the current problem is the low attendance rate of his subordinates. The Comoros Special Region holds a very high position, and is crucial to the Alliance's overall strategy. Its administrative structure is comprised of elite personnel drawn from across the Alliance. Xiang Yanwen is such a figure, as is his superior, Governor Xia Xingze. Xia Xingze, having risen from chairman of the Forward Space Domain to Minister of Commerce of the Alliance Central Committee, is considered one of the Alliance's key figures. One step further, and he could potentially enter the Alliance's highest authority, the Alliance Cabinet, as a permanent member. In fact, if Xia Xingze performs well as Governor of Comoros, he will be a strong contender in the next cabinet election. This wasn't just true for those in leadership positions, the same applied to those handling administrative tasks. However, many political and administrative officials needed to travel from all over the universe. For those from distant locations, even those from nearby Vales of Spirit Gates took a considerable amount of time. Until the personnel arrived, Xiang Yanwen naturally had to handle many tasks personally. In a way, this was a good thing. He was used to personally experiencing and completing specific tasks when taking on a new role. Without frontline experience, being a leader wasn't easy. So, he would tackle today's tasks one by one. The first task was to verify and clean up the 2 soul chest vaults. The Dark Spirit race's soul chests were the secret to their immortality. They were essentially archives for their souls. They would place the catalyst for their souls there, then place the soul into a body compatible with their own. And when they died outside, their souls would be drawn back into the soul chests. After a brief recovery, as long as a new body is available, their souls can be extracted and placed into the new vessel, thus completing a resurrection. The Dark Eldar can thus resurrect hundreds or thousands of times, achieving theoretical immortality. Of course, in reality, there will always be a day of true death. After all, their technology is not without flaws. Leaving aside the damage to the soul from each death, and the long period of weakness required for each new body to adapt, let's consider just one thing. If they are severed from their connection with the soul chest at the moment of death, then the soul chest cannot draw their souls back. Unable to return, the Dark Eldar have only one destination for their souls, the realm of the Slaanish. From this perspective, the soul boxes of the Dark Eldar are incredibly important to them. Now, the Eldar resistance in the Comoros, and the fleeing Eldar, are taking with them not necessarily their own lives, but their soul boxes. As for those Eldar who surrendered to the Alliance, the practical manifestation of surrender is handing over their soul boxes to the Alliance for management. Xiang Yanwen, as the third in command, is primarily responsible for managing the surrendered Dark Eldar. The management of their soul boxes is naturally of paramount importance. He has a department called the Resurrection Administration, specifically designed for the future resurrection of the Dark Eldar. Loyal Dark Eldar who wish to be resurrected must submit an application to the Alliance and obtain approval from the Alliance government. These soul boxes are currently under the control of the Alliance army. Those soul box vaults filled with the contents of an entire family are often guarded by an Alliance army unit. Now, Xiang Yanwen's task was to inventory these items and, under the protection of the military, transport the soul boxes to a unified management center for safekeeping. After being stored and registered, only those Dark Elf soul boxes that had completed registration would gain basic human rights within the Alliance. These rights included the basic right not to be easily killed unless they made mistakes, similar to the 4 female floor cleaners he had seen when he first entered the government building. However, his first task encountered a problem. Just as he and his men completed the initial inventory of the Mindera family's soul box vault and were preparing to load the documents and soul boxes away, an agonizing scream erupted from the ventilation ducts. Xiang Yanwen was pinned behind an alloy counter by his security chief, Vicus, the squad leader of the executioners. 3 poisoned arrows embedded themselves in the spot where he had just stood. The the ground hissing as it corroded. 12 Eldar in shadow camouflage burst through the stained glass window, their blades cleaving 2 clerks in the chest, their blood splattering onto the data screens. For Victor. The resistance leader's battle cry was abruptly cut off by the roar of a chain's word. For executioners crashed into their formation, their casually fired explosives turning the attackers' upper bodies into a bloody mist, their chains word slicing them to pieces. Shan Yinwen saw the Eldar carrying the flag, seemingly a young boy, pinned to a sacrificial pillar by a power sword, his struggling feet drawing blood from the silver pillar. He also saw the enemy's most valiant female warrior slice through a space marine's armor with a scimitar, only to have her neck crushed the next second. The battle ended quickly, leaving 3 prisoners, who were captured by the executioners. After a brief interrogation, Vicus gave the order, execute them. His voice, chilling, seeped through the holes in his visor. The chainsaw sword pierced the Eldar's body, pulling out bluish-purple organs. The dull thud of the serrated teeth crushing the spine mingled with the stench of burning flesh. This was more than just physical annihilation. The executioners' weapons were equipped with special devices jointly developed by the Inquisition and the Mechanicus. Dark Eldar killed by their weapons at close range would gain complete freedom. While wiping the blood from his power armor, Vicus explained to Shan Yinwen, these aliens destroyed the East Sector pipelines, rendering our newly drawn East Sector pipeline map invalid. They probably infiltrated through those pipelines. Shan Yinwen stood up, his expression unchanged. He pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly. After a whole squad of human soldiers rushed over, he demanded that all members of the small Mindera family be brought to him. The family's chief, Inzer, was obsequious before Shan Yinwen. But now, this civil official appeared utterly ruthless. I believe this attack is inextricably linked to you. This is your territory, and I suspect there are sympathizers of the rebels among you. Absolutely impossible. Inzer trembled. You have no evidence to prove. I only demand that you hand over the murderer. Shan Yinwen held up one finger. Inzer understood his meaning, his face pale. I will give you a satisfactory answer, and find the murderer for you. Not 1, Shan Yinwen said, 100. Inzer's face turned even paler. His family numbered only a little over 900. I did it! Inzer's son stepped forward. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Muir? Inzer shouted, but was interrupted by a loud bang. It was Vicus who fired. He had received advance orders from Shan Yinwen and, without hesitation, shot and killed Inzer's son. Shan Yinwen continued to Inzer, 99 more to go. Inzer clenched his fist, but ultimately let it relax weakly. Although he vaguely suspected that it might be his son, who had connections with the resistance, provided intelligence, and facilitated his infiltration, taking advantage of Shan Yinwen's arrival to carry out the assassination, he was prepared to hand him over if he couldn't defeat him. But to preserve his family at this cost was unavoidable. But his son had already stepped forward and died, and they still wanted this. What did Shan Yinwen mean by this? A tenfold culling? But a culling was still better than killing them all. Sitting in the car on the return journey, Shan Yinwen's expression remained calm, but in reality, he was somewhat shaken. If Vicus had acted a fraction slower, he would have been dead just now. But his killings weren't solely for revenge. A bloody example had to be presented. And this time, what the human forces brought back would be stored together, besides the soul caskets of all the surviving members of the Mindera family, also included all their members. His lunch was held on a terrace overlooking the ruins of a theater. As Shan Yinwen chewed his synthetic steak, the Mindera family's surrender ceremony was taking place in the square below. Over 800 people stood in a circle, watching 99 of their kin kneel on the ground. Their soul caskets had been selected and placed in front, to be crushed one by an executioner's angel. With each crushed elf, a kneeling elf silently collapsed to the ground. Their weapons and equipment had long been confiscated, they were utterly powerless to resist. In this atmosphere of despair, a young elf suddenly lunged at the execution angel, but a single kick shattered his skull. Shan Yinwen witnessed all of this. His deeply etched features were reflected in the clean metal utensils. The boy who scavenged for food in the garbage heap a century ago now held the fates of countless dark elves in his hands. Chapter 966. The data panel in his hand displayed the Comoros Special District Government's first work report. Gu Heng glanced at it briefly, and casually made a note. The Comoros Special District was undoubtedly extremely important. It was the Alliance's biggest gain in this great war. However, after the establishment of the administrative district, the specific benefits varied. This was evident from the seating arrangement of the district's administrative leaders. Of the 3 administrative officials, Shan Yinwen, responsible for managing all Dark Elf population affairs, was only ranked third. The second-ranked official was responsible for managing the recovery and analysis of all dark elf technologies, and for transforming these technologies into projects truly applicable to humanity. The first-ranked governor of the district, while also bearing leadership responsibility for the work of the second and third-ranked officials, primarily oversaw the management of all port logistics in Comoros. This was precisely the embodiment of Comoros's value. How to utilize the Eldar population, how to quell the Eldar pirate threat that has defected from the Comoros, and how to deal with the resistance organizations within the Comoros are all important. However, their importance is far less than the former two. In fact, making good use of the Eldar population essentially serves the former two. After all, Eldar technology can only be better utilized by Eldar technical experts, the Bloodlings, and the Eldar resistance poses a threat to the operation of the Comoros ports. If Shan Yinwen does a good job, resolving the resistance and eliminating the threat, and if he can better help the surrendered Blackskins assist humanity in quickly mastering and applying their technology, then it will certainly be a great achievement. As for other aspects, to be honest, Gu Heng didn't care that much. Throughout his report, he almost completely ignored the current predicament of the Dark Eldar, and the brutal suppression and enslavement they faced by humans in the Comoros. In his view, these were all perfectly justified. As long as it was effective for his targets, he didn't care about the means. They were just some aliens, after all. As for his deals and alliances with the Eldar gods, weren't there Ark Eldar? Gu Heng didn't enslave the Ark Eldar, nor did he order those white sprouts to bring their arks to the Alliance to obey orders. At most, he planned to send a political commissar to each Eldar Ark fleet as a liaison officer. He didn't think that was excessive. If we're talking about allies, the Thousand-Faced God and the Ark Eldar were true allies. The Dark Eldar were spoils of war. Moreover, even the Dark Eldar were destined for annihilation. Whether they were wiped out by humanity in the Comoros War, or centuries later, when the core of the Thousand-Faced God was completely corrupted and could no longer provide the soul chest and the protection the soul stones bestowed upon the Eldar, causing them to be immediately taken by the Slaanesh upon death, it was all annihilation. But now, Gu Heng had spared their race from such a terrible future. What more could one ask for? From this perspective, Gu Heng believed that, so far, the work of the entire Special Zone government was quite satisfactory. However, his focus had shifted away from the Comoros. Besides the numerous affairs of the Alliance that required his attention, and the need for him to oversee the entire Storm God Kingdom, which occupied most of his time, the remaining free time was mainly devoted to two research projects. Firstly, it concerns his son and the divinity of Como. Secondly, it concerns the inheritance. The first point relates to his deal with the God of 1,000 Faces. Gu Heng and the God of 1,000 Faces have reached an agreement. However, while the agreement is reached, the execution and fulfillment of the agreed-upon terms rests with Gu Jing. Gu Heng has no intention of relinquishing the fragments of Como's divinity, which he already possesses, and which belong to the God of 1,000 Faces. The current alliance of the Arc Spirit race and the Dark Spirit race's status as vassals and objects of enslavement by humanity are, frankly, all achieved with the tacit approval or even support of this spirit race deity. But does Gu Heng possess any means to restrain the God of 1,000 Faces? Currently, the God of 1,000 Faces seems quite willing to cooperate. After all, throughout the entire universe, and even the entire subspace, there was only one person with the ability and willingness to share in Slaanesh's corruption, allowing him to stop worrying about his condition worsening and even have the capacity to repair the faces slumbering within his divine core, potentially enabling the Eldar gods to reappear in the future. From a purely pragmatic perspective, Gu Heng shouldn't have much to worry about. Furthermore, the divine core of the Thousand-Faced God was actually in Gu Heng's hands, currently lying within the Storm God Kingdom. It seemed that if Gu Heng simply unleashed lightning and struck it, he could utterly obliterate this ancient Eldar god. This appeared to be an excellent safety net. Someone had entrusted their life to him, so what was there to worry about? But the reality was quite different. Gu Heng had no evidence, but he always felt that the spirit race's chief god wouldn't be without a backup plan. If he were to harbor any ill intentions, the divine core would likely escape in the blink of an eye. He had a vague sense of this. Although he had no intention of touching the divine core, as long as the Thousand-Faced God didn't betray him, given the degree of synergy between their interests, the Thousand-Faced God had little room to turn against him. But things are unpredictable. Who knows what will happen in the future? Adding another layer of measures was necessary. This measure was applied to the separated fragment of Como's divinity. As one face of the Thousand-Faced God, one of the gods in the pantheon, its connection to the divine core was very close, even essentially one, but at the same time, Due to its special state of being separated, it could be handled separately. Gu Heng was researching how to stably possess it. The ultimate purpose was that, in the event of something unpleasant, Gu Heng could use the Komo's divinity fragment, which couldn't escape, to trace back and find the divine core. Leaving aside the ultimate goal, even just for now, selecting someone to possess this item would grant them a significant power boost. And Gu Heng had already chosen this person, his own son Gu Jing. He was trustworthy enough, and with the additional power boost, Gu Jing would benefit the most from controlling it. With this boost, combined with Gu Jing's own spiritual power and his demonic avatar, Gu Jing's combat strength would likely rise another level, making him capable of fighting against renowned divine demons, or even those at the level of a son of a god. Gu Heng had already completed the relevant research after investing considerable effort. The fragments of divinity had also fallen into Gu Jing's hands. As for Gu Heng's second research project, it was related to the legacy. Chapter 967. The so-called legacy refers to the spoils of war obtained by Matan Salas, the pre-march of the Phoenix and current commander of the Alliance's southern front, after his pre-march advancement under Gu Heng, and his first personal participation in battle. In the Paperl system, a Calamity fleet was annihilated. Their strategic objective was also exposed. The Chaos Space Marine Commander, leader of the Calamity Fleet, and historically infamous human traitor, the White Wolf King Zakaria, was captured alive and transported to the heart of the Alliance, where he is now imprisoned in a secret chamber on Wrathful Owls. Also brought along with this prisoner was what his Calamity Fleet had been trying to seize. That object had originally been stored in a bronze coffin in the crypt of a church in Paperl. Now, that bronze coffin had also been brought here. The prisoner and the bronze coffin had actually been in Gu Heng's hands for some time. However, Gu Heng was simply too busy to conduct the research himself. The prisoners were being interrogated by the Alliance's intelligence department, while the bronze coffin was being jointly studied by scholars from various Mechanica sects and psionic orders within the Alliance. Although Gu Heng wasn't personally involved, the Alliance was utilizing its existing resources to deal with them. The goal was to figure out what exactly these things were. The numerous Calamity fleets that the Chaos forces had created, operating throughout the universe and collecting, and what their purpose was. What were the Chaos forces' specific plans? However, the scale, level, and depth of these items far exceeded expectations. Without Gu Heng's personal involvement in the research, after much effort, all they could do was conclude that it seemed to be some kind of legacy. Initially, they thought it was a treasure left behind by an ancient civilization, hence the internal research codename, Legacy. However, as the research deepened and their understanding of the content sealed within the bronze coffin grew, they gradually overturned their previous conclusions, concluding that it was not a product of civilization, but rather something left behind by some being, some powerful individual. Further research revealed nothing. They couldn't determine the energy level within, nor could they utilize it. Even moving the bronze coffin around using psionic energy was extremely difficult. Moreover, the coffin was merely a container, not the essence itself. And they couldn't manipulate the essence within. Research progress reports were submitted to Gu Heng's desk one after another, which he found very interesting. After settling his affairs in Comoros, and handing over the divine fragments to his son, he had free time to deal with this matter. As the research deepened, Gu Heng's interest grew ever stronger. No wonder the sages of the Mechanicus and the scholars and masters of the psionic order couldn't uncover much in their research. However, their initial conclusion wasn't wrong. This thing was indeed a relic, originating from a godlike being in some ancient civilization. That's what Gu Heng believed. But its origin could be set aside for now. Its function was somewhat like the core of the thousand-faced god. Perhaps they aren't the same thing, but their effects are very likely similar. Mastering and assimilating them would be equivalent to becoming a god. But how difficult is it to do, and how easy is it to achieve? Even with Gu Jing's abilities, mastering even one aspect of the thousand-faced god is nearly impossible. Only with Gu Heng's relentless effort, and the thousand-faced god's own cooperation, which meant it not only didn't hinder him, but even helped, could Gu Jing succeed. However, this fragment is completely different from the thousand-faced god. Like a leaf falling to reveal the coming of autumn, in Gu Heng's view, this fragment is merely an insignificant piece that assembles the complete form. Therefore, the complete version formed by this thing is definitely much more powerful than the thousand-faced god, even stronger than the thousand-faced god at its peak. What does this mean? At its peak, the thousand-faced god sat enthroned in the pantheon, transforming into countless gods, protecting the then dominant cosmic power, the spirit race empire. Even though it didn't reach the level of the current four gods due to certain characteristics, Slaanesh, one of the current four gods, originated from one of the many-faced gods. From this perspective, the many-faced god at his peak, while not reaching the level of the four gods, was only slightly inferior. If it were stronger than him, wouldn't it be a major god in the subspace when its divine core was complete, on the same level as the four gods? But thinking of this, another somewhat chilling thought inevitably arose in Gu Hang's mind. Can the four gods also die? In this universe, there are many things called gods. Years ago, even the primal wrathful owl on Wrathful Owl Star could be called a god. But the true four evil gods were truly terrifying and beyond our control. Could beings of this caliber also perish and be shattered into countless fragments? Then, what is Chaos' purpose in collecting these fragments? To resurrect a god? This question needs to be considered in conjunction with the information extracted from Zakaria, the former White Wolf King, now a prisoner, during torture. Chaos power is not monolithic. Even though it currently appears to be unified under Chaos War Master Alcaton, in reality, internal strife and factions are numerous. The hostile relationship between the four gods is probably no less intense than their hatred for the human emperors. And those Chaos followers, who worship one of the four gods, naturally have little harmony among themselves. It's all thanks to Alcaton's forceful efforts to unite them. Of course, there are also those like Alcaton, who don't solely worship any one evil god. They belong to the Chaos faction as a whole, but their faith isn't truly in Chaos. They merely borrow power from the warp, each with their own ambitions. Zakaria, the White Wolf King, is one such example. He dreamed of replacing the Chaos War Master, and when the War Master assembled the Calamity Fleet and dispatched them across the universe, he also allied with the War Master's collaborator, a powerful being from the warp named Basol. Basol possessed immense power, and wielded considerable influence in the warp. If that were all, it wouldn't be so bad. After all, besides the four gods, there are many other lesser evil gods and demon princes in the warp. However, Basol harbored ambition. He wanted to go further. This idea might be shared by many lesser gods in the warp. However, the vast majority lacked the path to realize it. At most, they could only dream about it with trepidation. But Basser is different. He has already taken a crucial step. Chapter 968. In reality, Zakaria, as the leader of a branch of the Wolf Pack Legion, a major faction among the traitors, and commander of an entire Calamity fleet, held a very high position within the Chaos faction. Otherwise, Basol wouldn't have chosen Zakaria as one of his most important collaborators. However, even so, Zakaria didn't actually know what Basol intended to do with those relics. He didn't even know what the relics were. It didn't really matter. He only needed to know that Basol wanted to become a god, and these relics were the key to his ascension. But Gu Hang was different. After receiving the information from Zakaria, a high-ranking prisoner, and combining it with the research results of the relics he had seized, Gu Hang gained a better understanding and speculation about Basol's plans. The things left behind by this former being of the four evil gods level, if pieced together and then restored with immense magical power, would undoubtedly become an extraordinary divine artifact. Possessing this artifact might truly be a boost for Basol, a warp god, who was originally only a step away from becoming one of the four gods, allowing him to cross that crucial step. Unfortunately, it's impossible to know the extent of Basol's progress solely from Zakaria's words. But Gu Hang felt that for Basol, the worst-case scenario had to be considered. Currently, he's using the army of Chaos traitors, and the power of Chaos War Master Alcaton to collect fragments of the legacy throughout the universe. A truly grand and ambitious undertaking. Even if Gu Hang only just learned what he was doing, and where the key relics he needed to collect were, the four evil gods, as rulers of the subspace, would likely know much more clearly. Even the Emperor should know more than Gu Hang. The main reason is that Gu Hang is too young. He's been in this universe for over 100 years. For ordinary mortals, this is an age to look up to, but for the human elites, who can undergo life-extending surgery, anything under 150 is considered young, let alone compared to the eternally existing evil gods. Gu Hang is merely a newborn infant. No matter how strong an infant is, there are many things that require a long and eventful life to know, which he naturally cannot possibly know. Would these powerful beings want a new evil god to appear in the subspace? The acrimonious relationship between the four gods, and between the four gods and humanity, clearly reveals that they absolutely do not want to see a new being, equal to themselves, emerge. Basol himself understood this, of course. His audacity in pushing his plans forward so openly suggested three possibilities in Gu Hang's view. Either he was fully prepared and no longer worried about interference from the four gods or the Emperor. Or he had no other choice, and things had reached a point where swift action was imperative. Or he was no longer surrounded by enemies, and had powerful backing that allowed him to act with confidence. These three factors were not contradictory. All three could potentially coexist. This is precisely what Gu Heng fears most. Imagine if Ba Sol has made all the necessary preparations to become a god, lacking only the final piece of the legacy. Perhaps he has already collected a considerable number of fragments, only lacking the last batch to be secretly gathered, resorting to outright theft. Furthermore, he has already reached some kind of agreement with one or more other evil gods, forming a tacit understanding, even gaining their support. The thought is terrifying. That would mean Ba Sol would be incredibly difficult to stop. Adding the second point, Ba Sol has been forced into a corner where he has no choice but to become a god, meaning that even if he is difficult to stop, he will be extremely aggressive, posing a significant threat. However, regardless of the circumstances, one thing is certain: Gu Heng must find a way to stop him. The presence of 4 evil gods in the subspace is already immense pressure. If another powerful evil god filled with malice towards humanity is added, the situation will inevitably worsen. And the method to stop him is now quite clear: prevent him from collecting the entire legacy. But 2 problems exist. The first and most troublesome aspect is that, based on his research of the fragment he snatched from his opponent, Gu Heng concluded that it was a very small piece compared to the complete state of the relic. It wasn't a necessary fragment for the complete relic. Having it would be ideal, saving time and reducing the difficulty of assembling the fragments later. However, if it wasn't there, Gu Heng, with his abilities, could easily fill in the gaps in this tiny fragment with some time, let alone someone as powerful as Ba Sol in the art of creation. That means Gu Heng can't simply keep this thing hidden and assume he's safe just because the other side doesn't get it. Unfortunately, if it were a necessary fragment, Gu Heng could simply wait for the enemy to come to him. Playing on his home turf would obviously make things easier. Without this advantage, Gu Heng needs to find at least one necessary fragment to block Ba Sol's advancement. This immediately raises the second question: how to find those relics? Before Ba Sol began searching for those relics, no one noticed anything special about these lost fragments hidden in various worlds. If it weren't for this evil god subordinate activating this item in Papal's catacombs, even if the Alliance knew what they were looking for was in the church's catacombs, determining which coffin contained the relic would have required a very long and exhaustive search. If they couldn't even find anything in one catacombs, expanding the search to the entire universe would be an almost impossible task. Ba Sol must possess some method to locate the fragments of the relic. And Gu Heng needs to have that method too. His next task is to use this fragment in hand, and through its connection with the other fragments, to create a means of location. It sounds simple, but it's incredibly difficult in practice. This relic fragment is different from the Como fragment of the thousand-faced god that Gu Heng once possessed. The thousand-faced god is still alive. Connecting one of his fragments to the entire being is relatively easy. But this relic left behind by an unknown being has been shattered for countless millennia. Connecting it to the other fragments is extremely difficult. Ba Sol has been preparing for this for far too long. He certainly has the means to do so. Gu Heng doesn't know if he has enough time. Chapter 969. To prevent Ba Sol from becoming a god, obtaining the necessary fragments of the relics is essential. Gu Heng will naturally invest a great deal of research effort in locating the relic fragments. However, compared to Ba Sol's countless years of preparation, Gu Heng's current efforts to catch up, even if he eventually develops a usable locating technology, will likely be far less efficient. However, besides directly locating the relic fragments, humanity has another direction to pursue to stop the enemy. The Chaos Forces collect those relic fragments by dispatching the Calamity Fleet to plunder throughout the universe. In the past, the Alliance didn't understand the Calamity Fleet's frequent activities, assuming they were just like ordinary Chaos enemies, simply causing destruction and spreading chaos corruption, and inefficiently at that. But now, the Alliance knows that the Calamity Fleet's target in the universe is the relic fragments. Then humanity can simply follow the Calamity Fleet, right? Of course, easier said than done. The Calamity Fleet is a chaotic fleet that utilizes warp engines for interstellar travel. Their movements are elusive and difficult to track. Once they appear, they typically rush towards their target, strike decisively, cause damage, and then quickly retreat. They are indeed difficult to deal with. But isn't this a coincidence? During the Comoros War, the Dark Eldar launched 2 raids against the Alliance, on a considerable scale, representing their desperate act of all-out effort. Furthermore, in terms of elusiveness and ship maneuverability, the Chaos Fleet is far faster and more agile than those that can utilize the Veil of Spirit portals. In the real universe, Eldar ships are generally also faster and more maneuverable. Furthermore, the Dark Eldar have been pirates for tens of thousands of years, not just a few decades or centuries. Over this long period, Their entire race has accumulated a wealth of experience in specific tactics and strategies, and they possess many outstanding commanders and generals. In short, aren't the Dark Eldar pirate fleets far more difficult to deal with than the Calamity fleet? Even so, the hunting fleet, established by the Alliance during the Comoros War, effectively curbed the Eldar pirate activity. Of course, this came at a cost. To build a force sufficient to counter the rampaging Dark Eldar's full-scale counterattack in the real universe, humanity exerted its full strength. Not only was the Central Front Army fighting, but large numbers of high-speed ships were also redeployed from the Southern Front Army, the Angelic Front Army, and the Eastern Front Army. These ships' redeployment significantly impacted the efficiency of the Dark Side expedition. Logically, after the Comoros War, the hunting fleet should no longer have such a significant need to exist. However, since they still have to face the Calamity fleet, the hunting fleet, with its accumulated experience in dealing with it, can still play a role. It just won't need to be on such a large scale. Currently, Gu Hang's methods for dealing with Bossol and the Calamity fleet are twofold. First, researching new positioning technology, but this is a long-term solution. Second, utilizing the already established hunting fleet specifically to deal with the Calamity fleet of Chaos. But overall, the threat of the new evil god is a long-term threat, not an immediate one. But a much bigger problem was now looming before Gu Hang. Things weren't going well with Robert. The second phase of the Comoros War was marked by the Terran Expeditionary Force's departure from the Comoros. At that moment, the Dark Eldar of the Comoros abruptly betrayed them, tearing up the peace agreement that had only had a brief effect, and launching a brutal attack on humanity. The Terran Expeditionary Force also suffered some losses in the process. As the entire fleet was leaving through the Veil Ridge Gate, the Dark Eldar violently closed it, causing a small portion of the fleet at the rear to be unable to pass through and become lost within the Veil Ridge. Although lost, it could essentially be considered a loss. Robert, who had just arrived in the real universe and hadn't even had a chance to do anything, was naturally very dissatisfied with this sudden blow. All the losses combined amounted to about 1% of the entire fleet. This wasn't a particularly large loss, not crippling, but it was certainly a setback from the start. Robert had no other choice but to send a letter to Gu Hang through the Star Speaker, expressing his dissatisfaction. Then, he led his fleet at full speed towards Holy Terra. That was his ultimate goal. The place where the Veil Gate opened was said to be very close to Holy Terra, but it was actually in a neighboring star system. It would theoretically take about 2 standard Terra days to find the jump point, then about half a day to complete the jump to the solar system, and then 3 more days to reach humanity's home planet. Throughout this process, Robert repeatedly attempted to contact Holy Terra. Initially, he couldn't reach it. The psionicists on the ship discovered extremely violent warp waves within the solar system. At this point, a sense of foreboding arose. Had his worst fears come true? Robert still held onto a sliver of hope, because although he couldn't contact Holy Terra, he had managed to contact his own location, Titan V. From Titan V, he learned that turbulent warp waves within the solar system were quite normal. Since the cataclysm and the appearance of the Crimson Scar in the real universe, warp waves in the solar system had begun to appear, and over the past 100 years, they had gradually grown stronger. Previously, they didn't interfere with communications much, but now, communication had become increasingly difficult. The last communication between Titan V and Holy Terra was approximately 3 months ago. At that time, Terra's message was that everything was normal, and that the Imperial forces on Titan V should diligently perform their duties. Upon hearing this news, Robert was far from relieved. Instead, he became even more anxious. He repeatedly urged the fleet to speed up. When they arrived in the solar system, they immediately attempted to communicate with Holy Terra and Mars. Holy Terra reported that everything was normal there and questioned Robert's identity, stating, "If you are a loyal son of God, then stay at the edge of the system with your army and await confirmation of your identity." But the message from Mars was different. "Terra is in trouble. Come immediately." Chapter 970. Faced with conflicting reports from Holy Terra and Mars, who should Robert believe? Of course, he believed neither. Judging from the current situation, something was definitely wrong. Without sufficient information, it was difficult to determine exactly who was in trouble, but Robert decided to see for himself. To protect himself and avoid being implicated by problems on Mars, he was extremely cautious as he led the fleet forward, maintaining formation at all times and sending out a large number of reconnaissance ships. And then, it turned out that the trouble was indeed on Holy Terra. The leading reconnaissance ships saw that war was raging on Holy Terra. Robert was closely monitoring the situation, demanding that every piece of intelligence from the front lines be transmitted directly to him. Through this intelligence, Robert sensed that the war currently unfolding on Holy Terra didn't seem to be an external invasion, but rather more like an internal turmoil. But this made things even stranger. Holy Terra, with its massive population of trillions, has been transformed into a densely packed network of city-states, so cramped with living space that many areas are inevitably uncontrolled. Riots are, in fact, quite normal. Even in the past, when things were relatively peaceful, not just since the Great Cataclysm, the situation wasn't always calm. Given such a large population, coupled with the Empire's undeniable corruption and inefficiency, some unrest is entirely predictable. However, unrest is both easy to ignite and easy to suppress. Leaving aside the Imperial Guard stationed long-term within the palace, after all, these reclusive individuals rarely leave their quarters, even in the face of dire circumstances. Besides the Royal Guard, the Golden Knights, one of the founding chapters, are also permanently stationed on Holy Terra. They have a long history of suppressing riots. Besides them, the defensive forces on Holy Terra remain formidable. The Solar Legion is the elite of the Astral Army, with a total strength exceeding 10 billion, even though a significant portion were outside Holy Terra at the outset of the Cataclysm and cannot return. Nearly half remain permanently stationed on Holy Terra. They are the absolute main force in suppressing Holy Terra. And besides them, the Department of Justice cannot be ignored. Holy Terra is the Department of Justice's stronghold, and its police forces, in terms of equipment and personnel quality, are absolutely no less than elite troops. The difference lies in the fact that the police force emphasizes investigation, bomb suppression, urban warfare, and small-scale operations. Perhaps, in a large-scale field battle, the legal forces wouldn't be a match for the army, given their different equipment, training, and the scenarios they handle. However, they are clearly more professional in suppressing riots in urban environments. The number of police officers from the Ministry of Justice on Holy Terra is no less than that of the Solar Expeditionary Force. Besides its basic police force, the Ministry of Justice also has a large number of elite officers. Power armor, Terminator armor, of course, all force feedback versions, equipable to ordinary people, are all included. Besides the Solar Legion and the Ministry of Justice, these two main forces also include forces like the Inquisition and the Assassin's Court. Holy Terra has too many capable individuals to handle riots. Historically, Holy Terra has rarely experienced successful unrest. But what if it wasn't just simple unrest? In the vast, turbulent warp of the solar system, deep chaos corruption is all too common. In fact, even before the Cataclysm, chaos corruption was prevalent among the impoverished populations of the lower hives on Holy Terra. However, beneath the Scarlet Scar, it was undoubtedly more severe. Of course, unrest caused solely by chaos corruption isn't particularly terrifying. But what if the defensive measures meant to suppress unrest were also corrupted? Astral Army generals, police bureaucrats, this has happened throughout history. Even at this point, it's not particularly alarming. After all, chaos corruption has always been a core threat facing the Imperium of Man. The State Church, the Cult of Mechanics, the Inquisition, the Ministry of Justice, they all have a series of rigorous mechanisms for oversight. But what if the corruption deepens further? What if even these institutions themselves are corrupted? If it gets to that point, things become very uncertain. It could even be compounded by another terrifying reality. Even without the corruption of chaos, is humanity a flawless race? In this chaotic world, the many powerful figures on the planet, even without the corruption of chaos, certainly have their share of ulterior motives. And then, corrupted by chaos, provoked by the whispers of the warp. Who? Robert let out a long sigh. Now, no matter how complex or difficult the situation on Holy Terra, he has to face it. That was something he was mentally prepared to face. Otherwise, why bring a massive Terran expeditionary force when he could have come alone? When the Terran expeditionary force arrived near Holy Terra, this time he didn't even need to contact the surface, a message arrived first. However, it was a warning message. They still didn't acknowledge Robert's identity. This was entirely expected. Whether they were genuinely cautious and didn't believe in the resurrection of the Son of God, or whether they actually believed it but for various reasons, especially because they didn't want the Son of God to return to his throne and seize power, they could all have done this. Robert replied with a strongly worded letter, emphasizing his identity and legitimacy. In the name of the region of the Empire, he demanded that all political and military forces on Holy Terra, if they remained loyal, must follow his orders. Here, he didn't fall into the trap of so-called identity verification. If the people on the ground were to verify his identity, no matter how genuine it was, they would have countless means to use the guise of procedural justice to drag things out indefinitely. Conversely, He needed to seize the initiative. Where did his initiative lie? There were two crucial aspects. First, his identity. Before he fell into slumber, besides being the Son of God and the Lord of the Legion, he held another extremely important and undeniable identity, Regent of the Empire. Just by looking at his title, one could tell the weight of this identity. He was the undisputed supreme and legitimate ruler of the imperial government, even a dictator. As long as the emperor remained absent, he was the master of the empire. And this identity, even after he was critically injured and fell into slumber, was never stripped of. That's quite normal. Who could strip him of it? Especially 11 ancient mythological figures already in a deep, unawakened sleep. Why bother? Now, this legitimate identity was laid bare, the greatest source of legitimacy for his rule over the entire empire. His second source of initiative was the massive expeditionary force he commanded, now restored to its peak after being replenished by the Alliance. He was determined to make the most of his advantage. His order to Holy Terra wasn't just directed at a single government. He also activated secret channels, sending a differently worded letter to every key power on Holy Terra, including the Custodian army, requesting their support. Furthermore, he deployed his army to lunar orbit. Chapter 971. The Moon is humanity's home planet, Holy Terra's only satellite, and naturally plays a significant role. It's a natural transit port, home to some high-tech factories, and Holy Terra's largest, natural external fortress, a naval port. Robert's initial trip to the Moon was deliberate. If possible, he didn't want to provoke the people of Holy Terra too much, especially given the current chaos. His reconnaissance forces were met with warning shots upon approaching. The reconnaissance ships also wisely refrained from getting too close. Firstly, it was dangerous. Getting too close would expose them to Holy Terra's formidable orbital defenses, making close reconnaissance largely pointless. Secondly, it was Robert's order, not to provoke Holy Terra. Terra was engulfed in war. Even from a distance, reconnaissance ships could see constant fighting between various factions. At present, it's impossible to distinguish which sides are fighting, what their respective attitudes are, who the loyalists are, and who the corrupt traitors are. Rashly participating in the chaos of Holy Terra could easily lead to mistakes. Conversely, the Moon is a better target. Attacking the Moon would certainly be a highly provocative act for Holy Terra, but there's also fighting on the Moon. Even though the images transmitted by the reconnaissance fleet are very blurry due to the great distance, Robert can keenly perceive and deduce that the war on the Moon seems somewhat different from that on Terra. To be precise, Robert believes that the various groups fighting on the Moon are not entirely subordinate to those fighting on Earth. The chaotic Holy Terra currently lacks sufficient control over the lunar war situation. Robert's targeted message reached the Moon and received a reply. It was a response from the Moon Guard Legion. They claimed a rebellion had broken out on the Moon. A portion of the Imperial Army's Solar Legion soldiers had launched a surprise attack. The Imperial Marines, under the pretext of helping them quell the rebellion, had some ships bombarding the Solar Legion soldiers, and the Marines had also landed. Their numbers were smaller than the Solar Legion rebels, but they were still providing support. However, the Moon Guard soon sensed something was amiss. Why were the Marines, under the guise of helping, demanding the handover of some important defensive positions? The Moon Guards initially tolerated this somewhat, but later, realizing the situation was unsettling, they completely refused. This resulted in them facing yet another wave of enemies. Fortunately, the Navy wasn't fully involved in the battle. Many naval vessels seemed to be in a state of confusion and hesitation, unsure of what to do, with none of the three factions offering assistance. They weren't attacking the Sun Legion's army, their own Marines, or the Moon Guardians. They remained purely neutral. This gave the Moon Guardians some relief. At least they still had their own warships, orbital defense systems, and powerful fortresses to garrison. They could simply confront the rebel navy. At least they hadn't completely lost control of orbit. Currently, there were 4 factions in the Moon's orbit. Besides the Imperial Navy, which comprised half the fleet and remained neutral, there was the Moon Guardians fleet, the fleet transporting the army, and a portion of the Imperial Navy's ships involved in the battle. These 3 factions were engaged in a chaotic free-for-all. In naval warfare, the struggle for orbit has been relatively restrained. After all, the Imperial Navy's main force doesn't seem to be entirely aligned with either side yet. With them acting as a ballast, the naval battles in lunar orbit have remained relatively peaceful. But on land, there's no such ballast. The 3 sides are practically fighting tooth and nail. It's truly a disgrace that human forces are fighting like this. However, this is also Robert's opportunity. He acted decisively, first affirming the Moon Guard's attitude. It wasn't that he trusted the Moon Guard simply because they replied. Rather, Logically speaking, the Moon Guard was the most trustworthy. This specially organized unit, as their name suggests, is responsible for, they are the Moon's garrison. The Moon Guard, protecting the Moon, isn't that their duty? Conversely, the Imperial Army, whether they enter the Moon and attack the Moon Guard, or the Marines, under the guise of support but refusing to cooperate and demanding the Moon Guard hand over key strongholds, or even the Marines who attacked the Moon Guard, no matter how many reasonable explanations or grievances they had, they couldn't hide the fact that they were fighting where they shouldn't be. Even after the Moon Guard replied, the Marines followed suit, claiming they had come to quell the rebellion and support the Moon Guard, only to be attacked without provocation, and invited Robert's army to enter the Moon and enter their positions. But Robert didn't believe them. He directly dispatched an advance force. Without hesitation, he deployed his most elite force, the Honor Guard, the ever-victorious army, from the Infinite Chapter. At least 300 Space Marines, led by 50 ever-victorious Army soldiers, along with some elite mortal assault troops, swiftly stormed the Moon aboard their ships. The expeditionary fleet provided cover, and the Regent's orders deterred the neutral Imperial Navy, keeping them neutral and preventing any rash actions. Some participating naval forces attempted to intercept the orbital defense cannons seized by the Solar Legion, but were met by Moon Guard ships. Upon landing, the ever-victorious Army's company commander delivered the Regent's orders. He demanded that all forces on the Moon cease fire, remain in their positions, and submit to the Regent's command. Any unit that disobeyed orders and continued fighting would be considered a traitor and subjected to devastating retaliation. The Marines and Moon Guard ceased fighting and obediently accepted the order. Although they harbored deep suspicions about the Infinite Chapter's sudden arrival and Robert's resurrection, and were unwilling to easily surrender their weapons and positions, a ceasefire was entirely in the Loyalists' interest. However, the soldiers of the Solar Legion, arguably the largest army on the planet, paid no heed and launched an even more ferocious attack. The Infinite Chapter Space Marines showed no mercy. They first labeled the Solar Legion invaders as traitors, then authorized Marines and Moon Guard units to join them in a fierce assault on the astronaut soldiers. During the battle, the warriors of the Infinite Chapter sent real-time updates back to the flagship where the Son of God was located. Frontline reports indicated that the soldiers of the Solar Legion were indeed traitors. Their bloodshot eyes, howling charges, and inhuman appearance suggested they had been corrupted by chaos and had lost their minds. So far, the accounts from the Moon Guard and the Marines were consistent and relatively credible. The battle lasted for several days, and the rebels were being strongly suppressed. While the ground fighting raged, Robert wasn't idle. Things needed to be addressed one by one. In the lunar situation, the largest force wasn't anything else but the largest naval unit that had remained inactive. Robert believed they were entirely worth winning over. Although they seemed confused and hadn't done anything to improve the situation, their inaction in such a chaotic environment only served to prove their loyalty. The typical problem is that they can't see anything clearly, don't understand anything, don't know what's happening, don't know who to trust, and their internal opinions are completely divided. All these factors combined have rendered them incapable of making any decisions. But what if someone could gain their trust with a strong and undisputed attitude, especially if that person, once their identity is confirmed, also possesses unparalleled prestige? What would the result be? This chaotic, leaderless fleet could likely be immediately put to their use. Even so, many problems undoubtedly still exist within the fleet. The chaos corruption is ubiquitous, and no one knows if it's present here. However, anything not yet erupting is a force that can be utilized in this urgent situation. The stability of the battle on the lunar surface also lends credibility to Robert's words. Especially the valiant fighting spirit of the many brave warriors of the Infinite Chapters largely corroborates Robert's identity. Who else could earn such unwavering loyalty from the Infinite Chapters? Only their genetic father, the Son of God, Robert. Ultimately, after several rounds of negotiations, 8 rear admirals, 4 vice admirals, and 3 generals agreed to represent the entire fleet and come to see Robert. Just as Robert had anticipated, the fleet was divided into factions, lacking a single leader capable of controlling everyone and making comprehensive decisions. A meeting with so many was necessary. But this was precisely what he desired. He readily agreed to the meeting, even though, to demonstrate his sincerity, he could only take a small escort to a neutral landing platform on the lunar surface. He was willing to take the risk. The cleared landing platform area was not under the control of the expeditionary force. Instead, the naval commander's troops landed first and controlled the surrounding area, precisely to maintain their show of goodwill. But Robert wasn't actually that reckless. A considerable number of troops on the Moon, under the guise of combat, had moved to nearby locations. The entire expeditionary fleet was also prepared for battle. Although he didn't believe these naval commanders could cause any trouble, he assured them he had ample forces, from space to land-based troops, to intervene should things go wrong. The talks initially went smoothly. The naval commanders indeed harbored no ill intentions. Upon seeing the Son of God's imposing figure and resolute yet gentle face, images of the Son of God from mythology, state scriptures, and imperial history immediately flashed through their minds. This convergence of images led most of the naval commanders to immediately kneel in reverence. The remaining commanders, who didn't kneel on the spot, generally had no further questions. This fusion of mythological, religious, and historical identity, combined with the real person before them, was so overwhelming that it instantly captivated everyone's hearts. They all knew that the fundamental reason for the predicament, from their own fleet's current predicament to the predicament of the entire Holy Terra, was the lack of a leader who could unite everyone and inspire them to fight willingly. Now, this natural leader had arrived. Robert wasn't too surprised by this outcome. He had already prepared his speech. He patted each general on the shoulder and waved to the officers, guards, and soldiers they brought. His face was smiling, every movement of his expression perfectly measured. He fully understood how to inspire everyone as a leader. At this moment, the entire situation seemed perfect. The largest force in lunar orbit, the Imperial Navy, which had previously maintained a neutral stance, had completely sided with Robert. On the ground, the Moon Guardians and Marines, seemingly loyal, obeyed his orders, joining his forces and attacking the army soldiers clearly corrupted by some kind of warped spirit. The Chaos Cultists and corrupted Imperial soldiers were being driven back in disarray. At this rate, the Moon would soon be liberated. Then he would have a stable base. Whether it was purging any potential chaos corruption within his own ranks or using this base as a base to gradually plot against Holy Terra, it would be a very firm first step. However, an unexpected event occurred at this moment. First, urgent intelligence came back from the front lines, reporting that the corrupted soldiers of the Solar Legion, led by a group of Chaos Wizards, appeared to be constructing some kind of sacrificial array. Without Robert's orders, the frontline troops naturally made destroying the Chaos Array with its unknown target their top priority. Just as the operation was about to succeed, a unit of Marines, who had attacked alongside them suddenly defected. Among these defecting Marines, many exceptionally powerful individuals suddenly emerged. Some soldiers even transformed into demons. No, rather than transforming into demons, it's more accurate to say they were demons in disguise. They stole the sacrificial array. Chapter 972. The sudden defection of the Marines was clearly premeditated. They were determined to do this. All their previous cooperation and obedience were feigned. But if it were merely a defection, the problem might not be so serious. With the Navy already loyal, Robert's forces were sufficient to sweep across the planet's surface. Especially with his ground troops already established on the Moon, he could easily continue deploying more. With the support and cover of a large Imperial Navy fleet, even if only one Marine defected, or even if the entire Moon Guard defected, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. However, what was most concerning wasn't their defection itself, but the sacrificial array they had stolen. What was that sacrificial array for? Why was it worth such a huge sacrifice from the Marines? The deaths were secondary. The more important thing was that they gave up a perfect opportunity to infiltrate Robert's inner circle. If they remained hidden, they could be considered among the earliest members of Robert's Holy Terran army to defect. Furthermore, as long as they could stay hidden, they would eventually betray him at a crucial moment and cause a major upheaval. Especially considering the reports from the front lines about the demons disguised as Marines and Chaos Cultists, Robert, combining his crammed knowledge, could deduce that they were likely the so-called Cinch cult. The followers of this evil god were always adept at intrigue and deception. Given their nature, long-term infiltration was the best course of action. The reason they didn't do so is likely due to one possibility. The stolen magic circle itself signifies a massive conspiracy to them, the so-called critical moment. Robert, while deploying troops, personally led his closest guards to disrupt the enemy's operation. Although he set off immediately, time was too tight, and he might be too late. On the way, he pondered what he would face next. He was already considering the worst-case scenario. However, when he actually faced the situation, he remained stunned, frozen in place, unable to believe his eyes. It was a terrifying giant, with a single eye, 9 horns on his head, demonic wings on his back, and countless evil magical eyes swirling around his reddish-purple skin. How could Robert believe that such a terrifying being was one of his brothers, Magnus, had become like this? This son of the Emperor, once the son of God, the genetic father of the Sage Legion, had now become a divine abomination, Robert knew that many of his brothers had betrayed him. He had fought many of them, and witnessed their hideous forms. No matter how much he hated their betrayal, the bond of blood still remained. It was precisely because they were blood relatives that the betrayal seemed so profound and so heartbreaking. However, in general, 10,000 years ago, when they first betrayed him, even though their souls were utterly corrupted, at least outwardly they still resembled humans. Magnus was one of the brothers Robert hadn't seen since the betrayal. He never imagined that 10,000 years later, upon awakening from the stasis field, the first brother he would see would look like this. His face was a bizarre mixture of sadness, grief, hatred, and anger. Magnus, however, found this appearance quite appealing. He opened his mouth, as if to greet his brother whom he hadn't seen for 10,000 years. But he was met with a swift and devastating barrage from Robert. The regent didn't exchange a single word, charging forward while unleashing a furious barrage. Robert's supposed rationality, wisdom, and prudence, which people had always praised, were all cast aside at this moment. Grief and anger consumed his heart, his mind, and eyes were now filled only with his fallen brother. The flames of the Emperor's sword were the ultimate expression of his inner rage. Similar things had happened before. Whenever he calmed down, he would always regret his impulsiveness, and he could always think of more reasonable and efficient solutions. However, in the moment, faced with things that could significantly alter his mindset, he always lost control. Time and again, when confronted with things that could trigger his emotional outburst, he would sink into anger and grief, commonly known as getting carried away. Once he got carried away, he would disregard everything else, wanting only to fight to the death. His genetic offspring around him tried to dissuade him, but he wouldn't listen at all. What else could he do? His many offspring could only hastily follow. While Robert charged forward, his attention focused on his ascended brother, his children swarmed around him, clearing a path for him. Those demonic enemies, who tried to block him, attempting to overwhelm him with sheer numbers, were met with fierce resistance from the infinite warriors. And now, the abomination, demon prince Magnus, seemed eager to meet his brother. He stepped forward to meet him. As he advanced, countless warp rifts opened around him. Countless demons surged forth from them, rushing towards the humans. From a bird's-eye view, the surging demons nearly filled the entire area. Robert had charged so far ahead that he and his closest guards appeared as tiny boats adrift in a vast ocean of demons. Despite their insignificance, they were not to be underestimated. This was especially true when Robert wielded the Emperor's sword and began slaying the demonic enemies who dared to stand in his way. No matter their level, no demon could withstand a single strike from him. What was most terrifying was the Emperor's sword's ability to truly kill demons, utterly shattering their warp essence. This was terrifying for the demons. After some died, the more intelligent Sinch demons became less willing to stand in his way. It was both useless and costly. Only those mindless, low-level demons, either lacking a deep understanding of such danger, relatively new to the race and unaware of the Emperor's sword's fame, or forced by higher-level demons to be at the forefront, thus forced to obey, could possibly stop Robert and his invincible army. Their advance accelerated until they encountered their brothers. Robert encountered his own blood brother, Magnus' dark psionic power bombarding him. Even with his divine child-level psionic resistance and the excellent defensive capabilities of his armor of fate, he still staggered. And his genetic offspring, whether from the invincible army or slightly more ordinary warriors of the infinite chapters, had met their match. Magnus was once the commander of the Sage Legion. Although after his fall, he no longer led all the Sage Legions in a comprehensive manner, and the Sage Legions, like many other rebel legions, split into numerous war bands of varying sizes. The majority of the Sage Legions themselves remained, and were not entirely under Magnus' leadership. However, generally speaking, most of the sages who pursued knowledge joined Sinch's ranks, becoming followers of the Lord of Change. Magnus, in turn, was Sinch's demon prince. Coupled with the connection between the father of Genesis and his offspring, it was perfectly normal for his traitorous offspring, clad in pink armor, to appear alongside him when Magnus emerged from the sacrificial ritual stolen by Sinch's followers into the real universe, tearing open numerous warp rifts and calling for help. The sage's warriors, almost every one of them, were not only skilled space marines in combat, but also exceptional psionicists and powerful chaos wizards. In other words, the sage's legion was the smallest of all the traitorous legions. Otherwise, their power and infamy would likely be far more severe. Nevertheless, the ever-victorious army and many infinite warriors were already experiencing firsthand how troublesome these rare traitors were. The sages were few in number, but not by much less than the ever-victorious army currently deeply entangled in enemy territory. Even more annoying was that these Chaos Wizards lacked a strong sense of honor as warriors. They disdained one-on-one duels with the ever-victorious army. Instead, they would unleash chaos magic using psionic power, igniting terrifying psionic flames on the Infinite Warriors, or summoning pink, ethereal tentacles to suddenly grab the Space Marines by the ankles. Even if they didn't trip them, they would at least restrict their movement. When the ever-victorious army aimed their bomb guns or plasma guns at the Chaos Wizards from behind, the wizards would use their psionic powers to pull nearby cinch demons over to use as shields and scapegoats. However, when the ever-victorious army attempted to charge swiftly towards these Chaos Wizards in melee combat, it was extremely difficult. They not only had to break through numerous demons blocking their path, but often, by the time they finally reached them, the Chaos Wizards would already be enveloped in a flash of light and teleported dozens of meters away. That dangerous charge had to be repeated. A large number of demons blocked their path, and they would be constantly hampered by the spells of the Sage Wizards, making the process extremely risky. However, a few outstanding warriors managed to accomplish this feat. The Chaos Wizards, unable to teleport a second time in a short time, fought desperately with their magic swords in close combat, but were often no match. Their psionic shields shattered, and they were killed. However, the warriors could see that the Sage's armor was often completely torn apart, with no flesh or blood inside, only quicksand seeping from the gaps. It was unclear whether they were truly dead. Of course, regardless of whether they were truly dead, this meant that one sage had permanently left the battle. However, those warriors who managed to kill the sages at close range had often already penetrated too far into the enemy's formation. Even with the long-range fire support and cover from their comrades, a successful retreat was fraught with difficulty. Often, they themselves would be overwhelmed and unable to return. The Infinite Warriors were losing men. Although the rate of loss wasn't rapid, facing the seemingly endless stream of demons pouring out from the warp rifts, if this situation continued, they would inevitably lose in the end. The true key to this battle still lay with Robert and his brothers. However, the situation was even worse. Robert hadn't been able to gain the upper hand either. On the contrary, it was still a disadvantage. Perhaps if Robert were given the chance to get close to Magnus, the Emperor's sword in his hand could probably teach this traitor a lesson from his own father. However, that would be quite difficult. Powerful psychic energy and various forms of chaos magic were completely at Magnus' disposal. He was simultaneously tearing open several warp rifts to summon more demons, while using his psychic energy to suppress Robert. On top of that, he could even use multiple things at once, taunting Robert with many vicious words. This fueled Robert's anger even more deeply. This inner rage caused the flames burning on the Emperor's sword in his hand to grow ever more intense. Despite being far from Magnus, he furiously swung his sword at the traitor, the blade traveling a great distance to form a flaming blade, about to slash at Magnus' face. The Demon Prince was somewhat surprised, but he had countless ways to deal with attacks. In the blink of an eye, he summoned a psionic shield in front of him, far stronger and thicker than the shield he had used to withstand Robert's explosive bombardment. However, this flaming blade actually pierced through Magnus' psionic shield, only slightly weakened, but still striking him hard. He cried out in pain as a charged sword wound appeared on his chest. When he looked at Robert again, his eyes were filled with fear. Chapter 973. Robert's sword strike that wounded Magnus not only startled the Demon Prince, but also Gu Jing, who was rushing to the battlefield. Gu Jing could even guess Magnus' thoughts. To outsiders, it was merely a son of God wielding the Emperor's sword, a creation of the highest order, unleashing a sword-like aura. Surprising, but actually quite normal. Wasn't it a declaration of the Emperor's blessing upon his loyal son? But that was a perception born of religious reverence. Those with more profound knowledge of psychic abilities understood that nothing in this world was merely a product of imagination. Under normal circumstances, even a combination of a son of God and the Emperor's sword couldn't produce such a strike. Robert's warped nature was unrelated to psychic abilities and hadn't awakened, so it wouldn't have had such an effect. Could it be that his subspace essence had awakened? Or perhaps, it truly was the supreme power of an emperor that pierced the barriers of the divine realm, yet aided Robert in some imperceptible way? This incomprehension is what shocked the learned. Amidst the shock, Gu Jing and Magnus had completely different thoughts. Magnus was angry because of his injury, and fearful and terrified because he suspected it might be his father, whom he hated and absolutely did not want to encounter, who had helped him. But Gu Jing was simply happy. The moment the battle broke out, realizing the gravity of the situation, he rushed to the surface at full speed. He needed to provide Robert with some assistance. Prior to this, He hadn't participated in the war, instead remaining aboard the ship as an advisor, assuming a role similar to that of a chief of staff, assisting Robert in formulating battle plans and managing logistics. While this was undoubtedly a waste of his immense psychic power, it was also a way of utilizing his strengths in another direction. If possible, Gu Jing would have been happy to remain out of the fight. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible. If it were any other divine abomination, things might have been better. However, Magnus was different. Even if you included all the divine abominations, no, even if you included all the great demons and demon princes, he was arguably one of the most outstanding psychic masters. Possessing extraordinary wisdom, he was already a top psychic master before his fall. He not only learned various psychic techniques and control methods quickly, but he could also apply what he learned to other situations, deduce his own path, and achieve groundbreaking feats. After his fall and ascension to demonic power, he spent 10,000 years immersed in the source of psychic energy, the warp, and received Sinch's blessing. He would likely become far more powerful than before. In fact, other abominations are similar, except for Magnus' exclusive mastery of psychic energy. And this very point, in Gu Jing's assessment, is extremely fatal to Robert. Magnus is almost an invincible enemy for Robert. Even if abominations and sons of gods are indeed on the same level, Robert, whose greatest strengths lie in scheming, economic policy, and military command, would likely have a low chance of winning against Magnus in a direct confrontation. If it were any other divine being, Robert would have achieved some success as a warrior. His swordsmanship and combat experience were quite rich, though not top tier, but with the aid of the Emperor's sword, he could certainly put up a fight. However, against Magnus, Gu Jing was genuinely afraid Robert wouldn't even be able to get close. And that's exactly what happened, until the appearance of that long-range, piercing psychic shield of fire. Magnus was clearly frightened. He became somewhat hesitant. There were pros and cons. The pressure on Robert was noticeably less intense, but similarly, Magnus, no longer advancing and even becoming cautious, subtly retreating, was no longer easily threatened. He was also on guard against the fire sword energy, and coupled with the fact that Robert couldn't always achieve the desired effect with every outburst of anger, this move had a certain element of chance. All things considered, Robert was still no match for Magnus. But thankfully, he held out until Gu Jing arrived. Gu Jing fell like a meteor from the sky, bombarded by anti-aircraft fire, but to no avail. Even when Magnus half raised his head and unleashed a psionic beam towards the sky, he couldn't stop the meteor from crashing to the ground. The meteor slammed into the earth, releasing powerful energy that swept away a horde of demons while simultaneously enveloping the dwindling number of infinite warriors in a protective shield. Countless demons were banished back into the warp by this single blow, but what truly helped the current situation was that this blow closed half of the warp rifts. This drastically changed the landscape. First, a large gap appeared in the cleared battlefield, allowing the previously blocked human forces to quickly advance and provide support. The infinite warriors, whose numbers were dwindling in the battle, received invaluable support, pulling them back from the brink of annihilation. Simultaneously, they provided Robert with powerful support. At least now Robert no longer needed to expend energy dealing with the minions, and could concentrate on combating the chaos curse that Magnus had placed upon him. Another significant improvement was the substantial reduction in the number of demons surging forth. And from then on, it wouldn't be so easy for Magnus to tear open more warp rifts. Because Gu Jing arrived. To be honest, in the past, against an opponent like Magnus at this level of combat, Gu Jing, while not completely out of the game, would most likely have been a mere bystander. Although he was a top-tier psionicist, he was still just a psionicist. Although his father had captured its Sinch Archdeacon and given him as a combat assistant, enhancing his power, that was all. One Sinch Archdeacon plus the strength of at most an alpha-level psionicist. Could that really be enough to fight a divine abomination? Quite difficult. But after Comoros was captured, his father somehow acquired a fragment of a so-called Eldar god. That was a game-changer. With the added power of this fragment, representing the divine power of despair, his individual strength had crossed a certain threshold, reaching the level of a divine abomination, a son of God. Now, he not only had the qualifications to participate in battles at this level, but could even have a crucial influence on the outcome. Chapter 974. With Gu Jing's help, the situation on the battlefield finally stabilized. Magnus had encountered someone who could rival him in the manipulation of psionic power. He had to divert his power to deal with Gu Jing. Meanwhile, Robert, with his pressure greatly reduced, had also escaped his previous predicament and was finally able to advance step by step. When he reached Magnus, The abomination had to draw his demonic sword and engage Robert in close combat. At this moment, Magnus was far from having any advantage. On the contrary, he had to devote most of his psionic energy to fighting Gu Jing, and also to dealing with Robert and his imperial sword in close combat. Objectively speaking, Magnus was also very strong in swordsmanship and close combat. He could tear apart any space marine or ordinary warp demon using only his physical strength. However, in a fight on the same level, his swordsmanship and physical strength were hardly competitive. Robert wasn't the most skilled fighter among the sons of God, but in terms of swordsmanship, he was definitely stronger than Magnus. Especially with Magnus' psychic power tied up by Gu Jing. The suppressed Magnus let out one roar after another. But to no avail. He couldn't find a way to reverse the situation. And worse was yet to come. In the sky, on the Expeditionary Forces ships, the warriors of the Infinite Chapters, and their numerous sub-chapters were extremely anxious after hearing that the father of Genes was struggling on the ground. They prepared for the attack with lightning speed. One landing craft after another launched from the ships. Some, more impatient, boarded the drop pods directly, tracing dazzling arcs like shooting stars as they hurtled towards the lunar surface. Drop pods were, of course, the fastest way to support the battle. These pods almost all landed in the closest possible locations to the battlefield, some even landing right on top of the demons. Not counting those shot down in the air, the drop pods that successfully landed saw their iron doors open, and Space Marines, their faces contorted with rage, strode out. They fired their explosive rifles furiously, quickly clearing space in front of the doors to allow their comrades inside to emerge as well. After emptying their magazines, they didn't even have time to reload. They drew their chain swords or power swords and slashed at the enemy. Occasionally, Space Marines would be overwhelmed by the sheer number of demons, but their comrades would quickly avenge them, and even more Space Marines would fall from the sky. On the demon side, while their numbers were said to be endless, this was mainly due to the numerous and large warp rifts Magnus had opened, which allowed a significant number of demons to rush in. However, with Gu Jing's arrival, the situation had already changed. Not only did he shatter many warp rifts upon landing, but during his subsequent confrontation with Magnus, rift after rift was gradually closed. Magnus was doing his utmost to stop him, but he had to contend with Robert, who wielded the Emperor's sword, so he couldn't completely stop him. But if that were all, victory wouldn't be so easy. The Tsinch abominations wouldn't act rashly without certainty. Even if Magnus wasn't adept at strategic planning, his wisdom focused more on magic, sorcery, and psychic powers. Many within the Tsinch were skilled in intrigue and cunning. Through the warp rift, Gu Jing could already smell something else. It was a greater demon, more than one, and none of them were ordinary. Behind Magnus, on the other side of the warp rift, there were at least 9 other divine lords of transformation. The leader among them was a well-known figure, recorded in the Empire's top-secret history, known as the Weaver of Fates. Its biggest difference from the other greater demons was that it had 2 heads. Even it alone was likely no less powerful than, and perhaps even stronger than, an ordinary abomination or a child of God. Not to mention the other 8 divine lords of transformation. These powerful demons, individually, might not be able to defeat the Son of God, but they would certainly pose a significant threat to those at this level. And if they focused their efforts on slaughtering ordinary mortal soldiers or Space Marines, their efficiency would be extremely high. Magnus is still holding on, waiting for these allies to arrive. Gu Jing is preventing their arrival precisely. This is a force capable of deciding the outcome. However, it's difficult. The pit he dug earlier was too deep. If Gu Jing had been present at the very beginning of the battle, preventing Magnus from opening so many warp rifts, things might have been a little easier. But now, while the Weaver of Fate can't enter yet, it's clear that a powerful, ever-changing demon lord is about to enter. If one comes, there will be 2. One will greatly assist Magnus, and the second will likely arrive soon. One after another, they will enter until the Weaver of Fate also enters the battlefield, at which point the situation will completely collapse. But at this moment, the 2 straws that broke the camel's back for Magnus and his many demons were the sudden arrival of 2 unexpected reinforcements. The first unexpected reinforcement came from Holy Terra. A force, responding to the Regent's call, disregarded the opposition of the Holy Terra government, boarded a spaceship, and arrived in orbit above the moon. Then, using teleportation, they reached the battlefield at top speed. They were few in number, only 200 or 300, yet they brought a tremendous change to the battlefield. This was because most of them wore golden armor, their figures even more imposing than those of Space Marines. They were the Imperial Guard, the Emperor's personal elite troops stationed at the palace. The arrival of these guards swiftly and decisively cleave the already weakened demonic army in two. Their primary objective was to transport their black-armored comrades to the vicinity of Magnus and the numerous warp rifts. These female warriors, known as the Silent Sisters, effectively function similarly to the Unseen Ones, the core of the Alliance's Spellbreaker legions, even more so. In theory, warp power should be suppressed and eliminated around these Silent Sisters. While this effect didn't completely strip Magnus of his psionic abilities, it was enough to disrupt him, accelerating the closure of the warp rifts. The second force came from the Alliance's Spellbreakers. After the Terran Expeditionary Forces established a firm foothold on the moon, they deployed a small veiled psychic portal device to the surface. It is now complete, and an Alliance force of Spellbreakers has passed through the Veil of Spirits and arrived at the battlefield. Among these Spellbreakers are a full 100 unseen. Even if each unseen suppressive effect on the warp is slightly less than that of the Silent Sisters, their numbers are considerable. Chapter 975. If the primary purpose of the Imperial Guard's arrival was to express the political stance of this force, then the 200 or so Imperial Guard soldiers, while a formidable fighting force, were more symbolic than practically significant. After all, in this current battle, victory was possible even without the Imperial Guard's presence. If defeat was inevitable, the Imperial Guard could at most serve as a safety net. This safety net function did exist. The leading Imperial Guard officer was likely at the level of a chosen champion. Among the 200 or so Imperial Guard soldiers, there was one with the strength of a chosen champion, over 30 chapter champions, and the rest were all at the company champion level. These levels correspond to the respective ranks of Space Marines. In fact, the proportion of chosen champions within the Imperial Guard was indeed very high, roughly 2 to 3 per thousand. The number of chapter champions reached about 5 to 10%. The rest were almost all at the company champion level. This proportion was far more terrifying than that of the Space Marines. Saying the Imperial Guard could fight 100 times more Space Marines might be an exaggeration, but fighting 10 times more would be more than enough. This Imperial Guard alone could probably handle 4 or 5 Grand Magisters, plus Robert and Gu Jing to deal with Magnus and the Weaver of Fate. Add to that the Infinite Chapter and its many subchapters, which also have chapter champions and even chosen champions. The latter, like Nero, Grand Master of the Infinite Chapter, or Terrible, the Chief Think Tank Director, could also handle some Grand Magisters. In that instant, Gu Jing's mind raced. If things really did develop into the worst possible scenario he wanted to see, the arrival of the 9 Grand Magisters, led by the Weaver of Fate, humanity wouldn't be entirely without a fighting force. However, if it really comes to that, the sacrifices will be immense, and the outcome of the battle is uncertain. More importantly, the cost of defeat would be devastating. Not only would there be losses in the army, in manpower, and among top-tier warriors. Crucially, if the demons were to conquer the moon, they could potentially drag it entirely into the warp. Or, to use a more common term used by the Empire, to hellify the moon. After the blasphemy ritual, the hellified moon would possess the dual nature of both the warp and the real universe. An endless horde of demons could then swarm forth from it. Using the moon as a springboard and base, they could directly attack Holy Terra. And what is the current state of Holy Terra? Clearly, it's in a state of utter ruin. Otherwise, Holy Terra's most important satellite fortress, the moon, wouldn't be in such a state of disrepair. There must be a large amount of chaos corruption brewing on Holy Terra. The current riots and wars on Terra are very likely related to this chaos corruption. Even those in power on Terra might have secretly sided with chaos. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why, during the previous lunar unrest, the seemingly corrupted Solar Legion turned into organized traitors, and why the Marines, in their previous orders, showed signs of following instructions from the Ministry of Military Affairs. At that time, the Chaos Demon Army that launched its attack from the moon, coupled with the high-ranking traitors on Holy Terra, will destroy the fortress from within. Even if Terra still has complete defensive measures, the newly formed Golden Knights, the Imperial Guard, and numerous elite troops and trump cards, the outcome under the long siege will likely be no better. Even if Robert and Gu Jing manage to escape this time, and even if the Alliance can assemble a large army to launch another campaign, no one knows if it will be in time. Even if it is in time, the cost of war will be incredibly high. Therefore, to avoid this chain reaction of worsening consequences, they have no choice: either stop those great demons from entering now and expel Magnus, or, if they are released, defeat them here with all their might. There is no room for retreat. This is why the Imperial Guard is considered a backup plan. A backup plan is certainly necessary, but before that, the Silent Sisters brought by the Imperial Guard, and the Alliance's spellbreaker force emerging from the newly erected miniature veiled spirit gate must play a crucial role. As these unseen beings, capable of suppressing the warp, advanced, every warp demon that approached them experienced a significant reduction in strength. If not for Magnus, these demons wouldn't have been able to maintain their forms, and would have been driven back to their warp lair by the unseen beings and the Silent Sisters. But Magnus wasn't faring much better. Besides facing Robert and resisting Gu Jing's constant breaches of his psychic power to close the warp rift, he also suffered suppression from nearly 100 Silent Sisters and unseen beings, clearly impacting his psychic energy flow. There's hope. Magnus clearly realized the gravity of the situation. He roared, his vile curses urging a massive horde of demons to surge towards the unseen beings. Even if each demon suffered severe damage and suppression upon approaching, seemingly sacrificing their lives, they had to go for it. Even the surviving Cinch followers, and even the corn puppets of the Solar Army whose minds had been stolen by Magnus after his appearance, were used. They were not warp demons. Their approach was not suppressed by the Unsurpassed. However, at this moment, the 200 or so Imperial Guards, led by the Protector of the People, formed an insurmountable golden defensive line, firmly withstanding all impacts. Even when the first Divine Lord of Myriad Transformations managed to emerge from a warp rift and attack, it failed to harm the Unsurpassed and the Silent Sisters. In fact, when its ability to manipulate warp energy was restricted, it was repelled by the combined efforts of two powerful Imperial Guard champions. Following this wave of attacks, the Imperial Guards even escorted the Unsurpassed and the Silent Sisters to a location very close to the warp rifts. Each time they approached a rift, it would close. Each time a rift closed, the summoning of the Divine Lord of Myriad Transformations would be delayed. And when they finally seized an opportunity, under the protection of the Imperial Guard, and suddenly arrived very close to Magnus, even this godlike being, who could be considered the most powerful in terms of spiritual energy, was somewhat suppressed. Chapter 976. The Silent Sisters and the Spellbreakers, under the protection of the Imperial Guard, suddenly advanced to a point very close to Magnus, bringing a crucial change to the battle. Although Gu Jing was also unable to easily project his spiritual energy due to the influence of the Silent Sisters and the Spellbreakers, Robert seized the opportunity. The Emperor's sword swung swiftly, severing one of Magnus' arms, then another strike aimed directly at his head. If it weren't for two of his 9 golden horns breaking off, unleashing a powerful burst of spiritual energy to deflect the Emperor's sword, he would likely have had his head cleaved open. But this also brought Magnus to his senses. He knew that if he continued fighting as before, he might truly perish under the Emperor's sword. And dying under the Emperor's sword was not the same as being banished from the real universe in the past. Even abominations could be slain. Having to admit defeat, Magnus had no choice but to leave before all the warp rifts were closed. No matter how vicious the curses he left behind before his escape were, they couldn't mask the fact that he was fleeing in disgrace. Magnus was gone, the warp rifts were closed one by one, and the demons on the moon were left adrift, barely clinging to life. They didn't even need to be killed, they rapidly weakened and turned to ashes, vanishing without a trace. The remaining cultists, however, required a little more effort to deal with, but were no longer a significant threat and could be handled by ordinary troops. Given the current situation, it can be said that the moon has been brought under control. The naval fleet in lunar orbit is only a small part of the solar fleet. The main force of the solar fleet is actually in orbit around Holy Terra, quite close to the moon's orbit, and they have chosen to remain neutral. But at least, the surrender of this part of the fleet is a good sign. It not only greatly supplements the size of Robert's fleet, but also provides a pretext to contact other generals in the solar fleet. If another meeting could be held, as before, perhaps more naval commanders of the solar fleet would be captivated by the regent's imposing presence. Meanwhile, the Moon Guardians have largely sided with Robert. They had no other choice, and frankly, with the moon now completely under their control, the importance of these Moon Guardians has greatly diminished. After all, their weaponry and training are specifically designed for protecting the moon. Their absolute strength and numbers are insufficient, they are more conservative than aggressive. If a war were to actually break out against Holy Terra, the assistance they could provide would be minimal. To reclaim the entire Holy Terra, Robert would primarily have to rely on his own strength. Of course, another crucial factor is the military force already present on Holy Terra. The Royal Guard is a prime example. Their sudden arrival during the battle against Magnus represented a fairly clear stance. These guys, who had been holed up in the palace for 10,000 years, seemed poised to break their long-standing neutrality and decide their true fate. This is not surprising. While the Imperial Guard's apolitical stance seems like an ironclad rule to most within the Empire, It wasn't so for Robert. During his active years, the Imperial Guard initially accompanied the Emperor, participating extensively in the founding campaigns. Even after the Emperor's ascension, the Imperial Guard played a significant role in combating numerous Imperial traitors. Even during Robert's regentship following the Imperial Civil War, he maintained a good working relationship with the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Guard. The Guard was a sharp weapon in his arsenal. Robert didn't consider the Imperial Guard unapproachable. Their proactive participation in the lunar campaign was a strong signal. These Imperial Guards didn't rush back to Terra after the war, but remained on the moon. Their tribunal, who had spoken with Robert, announced their allegiance and conveyed the Grand Marshal's greetings. The Grand Marshal looks forward to speaking with you. A chaotic warp surge shrouded Holy Terra, making long-distance communication difficult and likely subject to deliberate interference from other factions on Terra. But the custodians probably wouldn't worry about such things. They guarded the palace for 10,000 years, and beneath the palace, in countless secret chambers, they hidden far too many trump cards. They surely find a way to establish regular communication with Robert. And it's not just the custodians. Robert plans to communicate with many other factions on Holy Terra. The military operation on the moon was a rehearsal for the Terra operation. The situation on Terra might be more complex than on the moon, with more intertwined factions. He had to distinguish friend from foe and proceed with extreme caution. The Chaos faction could create a former ally of his on the moon to oppose him, who knew what kind of trouble they might cause on the much larger and corrupted Holy Terra. However, before engaging in dialogue with any faction on Holy Terra, Robert knew he had one more thing to do. That was to speak with Gu Heng. Now, more clearly than ever before, he realized that to save the Empire, and even more so to save Holy Terra, the most crucial force he needed was the Alliance. Without Gu Heng's support, without the Alliance's support, his idea of saving the Empire was just a pipe dream. In fact, without the Alliance's help, he wouldn't even have reached the moon. Even if they barely made it, Gu Jing's presence was crucial to victory in the previous lunar campaign, and the Alliance's spellbreaker forces emerging from the miniature veiled Spirit Gate were equally formidable. And now, if the attack on Holy Terra doesn't go smoothly, which is a very likely scenario, the Alliance's help will be his strongest support. Without the Alliance, there is nothing. He already clearly understood this, but this time, he intended to have a frank discussion with Gu Heng. The discussion wouldn't just cover the current battle, but also the future form of the Imperial Central Government after the war. Robert stared at the crimson mark image of the planet on the tactical holographic platform. The silhouette of Holy Terra appeared distant and heavy in the void. In the Lunar Command Center, the air was still thick with the smells of disinfectant gel and the metallic stench of burning plasma. Outside the heavy soundproof doors lay a battlefield where lunar dust had not yet settled. Engineers and friars were racing against time to repair the orbital defense array desecrated by demons. Gu Heng stood beside him. It was an illusion projected from a long-range communication, yet it felt incredibly real. Only the two of them remained in the hall. The heavy alloy doors shut out the mechanical hum and the suppressed commands of the communications officer. The air was thick with the weight of post-war smoke and the decisions of the future. Robert broke the silence first, his gaze still fixed on the planet that symbolized the heart of the Empire, yet could also be a festering sore. The putrid abyss on the moon is nothing more than a bubble rising from the mire of Terra. The Solar Legion has rebelled under Korn's lash, and who knows how many naval units and the Ministry of Military Affairs have been corrupted by the Cinch cult. Even the cannons of the starports can be pointed at loyalists. I have to admit, the last vestige of hope I once held has been utterly shattered. Gu Heng took a step closer, his fingertip lightly touching the void between Terra and the moon on the star map. Void. The structure of the city is tearing apart. This is not a natural storm, Regent. It is a man-made blasphemous ritual that is penetrating to the very marrow. The tentacles of chaos are not merely entwined in the filth of the lower hive cities. They have already choked the throat of Terra's administrative center. Every chaotic report from Terra is severing ties with past glories. The Golden Knights are stuck in the mire of the ground, unable to respond. Communications in the Hall of Star Speaks are swallowed by a silence. This is not a simple technical malfunction. The wave of uprisings erupting in the hive city clusters, in its coordination and destructiveness, far surpasses a simple riot driven by hunger or despair. The orders came from the four gods, but the mastermind behind their execution lies hidden in the deepest shadows. Gu Heng's voice was as calm as a still well. His judgment sent Robert's spirits plummeting. He knew of the four evil gods, though they weren't widely known during his glorious past. However, after his resurrection, the numerous documents he had seen, and his personal experience leading the expeditionary force through a warp vastly different space from his memories, had given him a full understanding of their terrifying nature. The civil war he had witnessed, which nearly destroyed the empire, was also closely linked to the four evil gods. His own brothers, all under their influence, had been transformed into despicable beings. And now, their gazes seemed to be fixed on Holy Terra. This seemed inevitable. As evil gods, if they wished to destroy humanity and once again unleash a chaotic frenzy in the real universe, wouldn't the heart of the human empire, the supreme ruler of the universe, be the brightest pearl in their eyes? It's only natural that they want to obtain this pearl. So much so that the current turmoil on Holy Terra is hardly a contest between these evil gods. They not only want to obtain this pearl, but they want to possess it exclusively. After the cataclysm, after the Crimson Scar tore the empire apart, the four gods' gazes have likely already turned towards it. For over a century, their worshippers have patiently implemented countless corrupt schemes within Holy Terra. And now, Robert's arrival in the solar system with his expeditionary force is a massive catalyst. The worshippers of the evil god must have realized that their time is running out. They can no longer afford to be patient, just as the Tsinch cult radically stole the sacrificial rituals of the Korn followers on the moon, summoning the abomination Magnus. Even if they fail this time on the moon, it must only be the prelude. They will likely launch even more radical actions on Holy Terra. I need your support, Gu Heng. Of course. Gu Heng's answer was equally clear. He turned to Robert, looking earnestly at him, offering his promise and guarantee. Once the battle to reclaim Holy Terra begins, the Alliance will do everything in its power to provide you with all the support you need. Robert was silent for a moment. Even though Gu Heng used the word everything, he still needed further confirmation. Including you? Gu Heng's answer once again completely reassured him. Yes, I will descend when you need me. Robert breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Heng himself was the guarantee of everything. Having witnessed the current state of his blood brother, Magnus, he was less confident about the upcoming war. The existence of an unparalleled, absolutely powerful individual has a far greater impact on war. It's even possible that the future Great War might directly attract the intervention of a certain evil god. Of course, it's only a possibility. After all, for an evil god to personally intervene, the conditions would likely be extremely stringent, and the difficulty would be very high. If they could reveal themselves so easily, where would the real universe find its current foundation? But Gu Heng's existence, at least, serves as a safety net should the situation deteriorate beyond repair. Of course, there's another safety net, but that goes without saying. It's best not to rely on them too much, since they can't even make contact. As for the specific war strategy, the two didn't discuss it in detail. Later, their respective advisory teams would naturally discuss this matter thoroughly. Their conversation was now moving to a deeper level. After the war, how should the imperial central government exist? This question was raised by Robert. Robert naturally had his own thoughts on this. After his awakening, after embarking on the expedition to Holy Terra, he had pondered this question countless times. But at this moment, he needed to hear Gu Heng's thoughts. Gu Heng met Robert's scrutinizing, sharp gaze without flinching. Since he wanted to hear, then he would. The anchor of imperial divine authority cannot be moved. You, as regent, are the only legally valid spiritual beacon in this shattered galaxy. But the operation of a vast empire requires a precise and efficient machine. The old lord councils, and those oligarchic clans that have hollowed out the empire's body must be uprooted. The core of the new imperial government must be based on absolute duty and competence. And the alliance government I lead is more suited to this responsibility than any other group currently in power. Chapter 977. Gu Heng and Robert were both exceptionally intelligent. They didn't need to spend time repeatedly explaining their ideas or trying to persuade each other. They could clearly identify their own core interests and quickly understand what the other's core interests were, and what was non-negotiable. Because of this, their communication was highly efficient. Soon, some fundamental, inviolable principles were agreed upon. First, the Emperor was the supreme representative of the Empire, the embodiment of divine authority. On the day he returned to the mortal world, regardless of whether that happened, he would be the Emperor of humanity, ruling over all humankind from spirit to soul to body. This was undoubtedly the first and undeniable principle. But beyond this, a clear dual-headed system would be established within the Empire. The Empire would have two heads of state, Robert and Gu Heng, the Regent and the Prime Minister. The Regent was naturally the highest military and political leader of Holy Terra and the entire Empire. The Prime Minister Gu Heng holds is quite different from the Prime Ministers of the past 10,000 years. Instead, his responsibilities are more similar to those of the first Prime Minister of the Empire during the reign of the Emperor, when the immortal ruler presided over the throne. The current Prime Minister's primary role is as a member of the Imperial Supreme Council, the head of the imperial government, and the chief executive of the four major departments of the central government. Theoretically, the Prime Ministers of the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Military Affairs, the Ministry of Taxation, and the Executive Yuan must all obey him. However, in reality, very few Prime Ministers throughout the past 10,000 years have been able to simultaneously hold all four positions. It is common for a Prime Minister of a single department to accumulate political capital, adopt a strong stance, and even challenge or undermine the Prime Minister's authority. In the military sphere, the Prime Minister not only cannot directly command the armed forces, but also has limited influence over military strategy. The highest-ranking officers in the military, such as the astragalus and the Navy, are not under the Prime Minister's direct command. Even if the Prime Minister could indirectly intervene through the Ministry of Military Affairs, this indirect leadership is weaker than the previous one, as it might not be able to effectively control other government departments. Not to mention factions like the Inquisition, the Mechanicus, the Assassin's Court, and the Space Marines, who lack even the authority to indirectly lead through the Prime Minister's office. The situation of Chibodu, before the Cataclysm, being a truly powerful Prime Minister was rare in imperial history. Moreover, after becoming Prime Minister, he spent decades as a subordinate and decades consolidating his power. Even after achieving this, the essence of the Prime Minister's power remained rooted in the government departments. To wield greater power, control over the High Council was essential. To put it bluntly, what makes a Prime Minister truly powerful isn't the sheer amount of power the position holds, but rather the individual's own exceptional abilities and skillful manipulation of the Supreme Council. Essentially, they wield the power of the Supreme Council. From this perspective, the Imperial Prime Minister's authority is actually quite limited. However, according to the new agreement between Gu Heng and Robert, things will be different. The Supreme Council will become a mere formality. The Imperial Council, entirely under the Prime Minister's leadership, will become a subordinate institution. This is the former authority of the first Prime Minister. The future Prime Minister, Gu Heng, will be accountable to the Imperial Council, and the power of appointment within the Council rests with the Prime Minister. Besides overseeing the four major departments of administration, finance, law, and military affairs, all government agencies across the Empire's space domains and star systems will be directly appointed and dispatched by the Imperial Central Government under the Prime Minister's leadership. The old structure, where the cosmic president is like a feudal lord, the starfield head like a regional governor, and the planetary governor like a feudal lord, will be broken. Personnel management, economic development, military construction, legal and stability maintenance, and other affairs throughout the entire human empire will be more centralized. In this sense, the regent, nominally the supreme military and political leader, will actually manage far fewer, broader, and deeper affairs than the Prime Minister. The regent is more like a supreme commander in external warfare, a political representative. The real implementers are the Imperial Central Government under the Prime Minister's leadership. In this structure, the regent's decrees and the Prime Minister's decrees will be implemented across the Star Sea from two directions. But precisely because of this, Robert will naturally have concerns. Under this framework, the regent's role is easily rendered powerless. Therefore, both the regent's decrees and the Prime Minister's decrees have one prerequisite: imperial law must supersede all specific administrative affairs. The authority of the Prime Minister's and regent's decrees is defined by the Imperial Reorganization Charter. This charter framework was drafted jointly by legal experts appointed by Robert and Gu Heng. After the charter was signed, the two sides would merge to form a new department, the Imperial Charter Committee, independent of the Prime Minister and the Regent. Its main task was to oversee and review every royal decree and prime ministerial decree to ensure it did not violate the charter's provisions. This committee appeared to be a third-party oversight body, but in reality, the so-called oversight was merely a facade. The members of the Charter Committee were legal experts appointed by Gu Heng and Robert, representing the will of the Prime Minister and the Regent respectively. They would certainly not oppose their own head of state. At most, they would oppose the other side. Even if the Charter Committee ruled a decree unconstitutional, it essentially meant that one side had prevailed over the other within the committee. That's not a good sign. It might indicate a conflict between the two leaders, necessitating a public confrontation within this otherwise largely symbolic institution. Under normal circumstances, they should have a tacit understanding, staying within the limits of the charter. If they absolutely must exceed these limits, they should discuss and revise the charter before proceeding. Of course, this institution, as a supervisory body, must exist regardless of its future status. At the very least, It needs to provide a place for the two imperial heads to sit down and negotiate solutions when conflicts arise. Besides this charter committee, there's another, likely also a formal constraint. The regent and the new prime minister wield immense power and responsibility. Therefore, the latest legally binding charter provided to them must be approved by both the regent and the prime minister, and signed in the presence of the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Guard, the Mars Forging General, and the Pope of the State Church. Subsequent revisions follow the same process. The approval of both heads of state is, of course, paramount. Ultimately, the charter was an agreement between the two of them regarding who would do what, and what their respective spheres of influence would be. It was essentially laying out the unpleasant truths up front for easier cooperation. As for the other so-called witnesses, well, they were just witnesses, nothing more. If the so-called dual-headed imperial system truly took shape, under two highly centralized leaders, what would become of the Martian cult or the Imperial Guard? Wouldn't they still have to obediently follow orders? The Imperial Guard might be alright, but as for the Martian cult, could Gu Heng tolerate the existence of something like the other head on the Imperial double-headed eagle emblem? Just look at the living conditions of the Mechanicus within the Alliance to understand. Gu Heng will respect the Mechanicus, but this respect is based on their integration into the Alliance's research and development and production systems. The Mechanicus fleet's practice of collecting technical data and recovering black boxes worldwide, ignoring everything else, is not allowed in the Alliance. The Mechanicus's protective forces and fleets within the Alliance have been reorganized. Aside from retaining the original names and organizational structures of the fleet and army units, preserving the cultural elements symbolizing their origins, and at most some of their distinctive command structures, they are completely subordinate to the orders of the Alliance's general headquarters and overall strategic planning. If you're ordered to a certain army group on a covert expedition, you have to go, no questions asked. Even there, you have no independent command authority. You must obey the orders of the army group's command, accept combat missions, and complete them successfully. Failure to do so will result in stripping you of your official uniform or court-martial. However, similarly, the Alliance will hand over any unique technologies acquired from various regions, technologies from other races, and technologies left over from the golden age of the past to its research institutes. With the Mechanicus fully integrated into the research institutes, they will naturally be able to acquire these technologies free of charge. The restrictions on the state religion are even more severe. High efficiency requires the unification of national power. Gu Heng will not allow a situation where the state is fragmented into various factions, lacking any sense of hierarchy and even hindering each other. And in the future, when the Alliance's political system replaces the old imperial government, the same situation will occur on every inch of the Empire's land. This will undoubtedly cause considerable controversy, even conflict. However, Gu Heng is determined to eliminate such resistance. In Gu Heng's mind, no amount of radical reform is enough to save the entire empire. According to Gu Heng's plan, what he wants is not simply to take over Holy Terra and reform the old imperial government. No, there is no such thing as reform. This is not reform, but a revolution. He wants to overthrow the old imperial government. He wants to completely replace it with the Alliance central government, which he is currently largely satisfied with. The old system should be thoroughly destroyed during this war, so that a new life can rise from the ruins. When Gu Heng laid out his ideas about Holy Terra, even though Robert had somewhat anticipated it, he was still somewhat alarmed. In his view, it was a bit too radical. The Holy Terra government couldn't be this incompetent, could it? Leaving nothing behind? If there's no transition period, won't things get chaotic? Won't it cause problems with the consolidation of the Empire's power? He had many concerns. But Gu Heng gave a clear answer. The Holy Terra government was indeed this incompetent. And, abandon illusions, abandon wishful thinking, Your Highness Regent. Now we must be prepared to rebuild the Empire. Rebuilding isn't just talk, it's a true rebirth from the ashes. Starting with the Alliance's Dark Side expedition, and including the future expeditions we launch from Holy Terra to the Empire's Holy Frontier after we regain control of Holy Terra, that will be equivalent to launching another founding expedition. You must be prepared. This is about rebuilding an empire. Future history might refer to the Empire from this moment on as the Third Reich. Hearing the words Third Reich, Robert's heart skipped a beat. At least two things shook him. First, Gu Heng's ambition, or rather, his determination, was so immense. Completely rebuilding a new empire, replacing it with an alliance. This was far too significant. But before considering this further, Robert needed to think about why Gu Heng called their rebuilt empire the Third Reich. If the old empire was the First Reich, then what was the Second Reich? He recalled a piece of history that should have been absolutely secret. the Second Reich hidden within the Empire's civil war. That was a secret he never wanted anyone to mention. In an era when they thought the civil war was lost, Holy Terra had fallen into the hands of traitors, and the Golden Throne was lost. He and his other loyal blood brother, the genetic father of the Angels of Death, jointly crowned their sworn brother as the new emperor in the infinite starfield. It was an absurd farce. When they learned that Holy Terra had not yet fallen, and the Golden Throne had not yet collapsed, they deliberately ended the farce, burying the Second Empire in history, raising an army, and saving Holy Terra. But after that, none of them dared to bring it up openly. If it were made public, who would be the traitor? Such usurpation, such disloyalty, it was too blasphemous. If anyone brought it up, Robert's first action would be to draw the Emperor's sword and kill them. Then, he would launch the largest and most secretive investigation, determined to eliminate all those who knew. But hearing it from Gu Hang's mouth, well, he neither had the ability to deal with Gu Hang, nor did he find it unbelievable that Gu Hang knew about this. After all, the so-called Second Empire was something that truly happened. Even if he had destroyed almost all records at the time, such a significant historical event would always leave some clues. Some of these clues might not even be in the real universe, but rather left traces in the subspace. So what was so strange about Gu Hang knowing this? A fleeting doubt crossed his mind. What did Gu Hang mean by bringing this up now? Was he threatening him? Was he using this secret as a bargaining chip? Robert didn't voice the question, but Gu Hang seemed to hear his thoughts. The cornerstone of this nascent empire, capable of withstanding millennia of turmoil, is the absolute mutual trust between the king and the prime minister. What do you say, Regent? Chapter 978. Gu Hang possessed immense ambition, but he preferred to call it determination. He now roughly understood his role in this universe. Having reached his current position, he had no room for retreat. So, if he was going to do it, he had to do it well. Preserving the mess left by the old empire, then pouring countless efforts and energy into it, with no guarantee of a good outcome. Why bother? As for Robert, Gu Hang knew he would have some difficulty accepting it for a while. On one hand, he was worried about Gu Hang's ambition and couldn't trust him. On the other hand, he was also worried about whether this approach would work. Regarding the latter, Gu Hang believed Robert would understand. If they were truly starting from scratch, with nothing, relying solely on brute force to overthrow the old empire's system, and then rebuild from the ruins, that would lead to serious problems. The empire's territory was too vast, and the difficulty of governance too immense. Even the worst of the old order was still an order. Destroying it would lead to massive chaos during reconstruction, even with minor issues. However, the difference was that Gu Hang wasn't rebuilding the empire empty-handed. He had the alliance. The efficient administrative system he had built over a century was sufficient for a swift takeover. As for whether the alliance government possessed the capacity to take over, and whether the alliance central government, replacing the imperial central government, could effectively manage such a vast human empire, Gu Hang believed that Robert, known for his rationality and wisdom, was fully capable of discerning the truth. Of course, the alliance was not perfect, and no one can be flawless. Even the emperor himself couldn't achieve perfection. As long as it's stronger than the old system, and much stronger, that's enough. As for Robert's first potential concern, that depends on him. Whether Robert has enough wisdom to build mutual trust with Gu Hang. And, more importantly, whether Robert truly upholds the principles of empire first, humanity first, without personal ambition. If he harbors a lust for power and values the immense power represented by the regent position, then regardless of the honeymoon period, the two will likely eventually part ways. But if he is truly both intelligent and selfless, then no matter how much friction there is, he will eventually realize that allowing Gu Hang to fully control the empire is the best option. Gu Hang has said that the mutual trust between him and Robert is the cornerstone of the new empire's eternal stability. But he hasn't said that this cornerstone is a dual leadership system. Of course, discussing these things now might be a bit premature. Holy Terra hasn't been taken over yet. Until the heart of the empire is firmly in his grasp, everything discussed now is just castles in the air. The distribution of post-war spoils is contingent on winning the war. Without Terra, what's the point of talking about kings and ministers? And this war is already underway. Currently, the situation seems relatively smooth. After concluding his discussion with Gu Hang and roughly determining the future distribution of spoils, Robert immediately began preparing for this war against Holy Terra. To be honest, Robert had never imagined that one day he would be on the offensive in the war to conquer Holy Terra. However, he still had an advantage. He knew Holy Terra very well. He was familiar with all the defensive facilities of this human empire's capital, including many of its hidden trump cards. He was the regent of the human empire, having ruled for over a century after the emperor's ascension and the Pyrrhic victory in the Civil War. He had initially worried that Holy Terra's defensive railguns, defensive strategies, and various trump cards might have changed. After all, 10,000 years had passed. But based on current observations and intelligence, there hadn't been any. Humanity hadn't progressed at all in those 10,000 years. In fact, not only had they not progressed, they had regressed considerably. This was what the Royal Guard had told him. They were, of course, extremely knowledgeable about Holy Terra's defenses. The largest, strongest, and most fortified fortress on Holy Terra was undoubtedly the Royal Palace. The Royal Guard, of course, knew the Royal Palace's internal defenses best. Furthermore, they would likely soon take forceful control of the entire Royal Palace. In the past, not only the imperial government, but also many important imperial departments operated from the Terra Palace. Now, they intend to seal them all off. Martial law will be imposed on the palace, and the Royal Guard will take full control. The Palace Guard is a mortal force completely under the Royal Guard's command. Their loyalty and integrity should be beyond question. However, the Royal Guard will still exercise caution and thoroughly re-examine the reliability of the Palace Guards over the following period. Apart from the Royal Guard and the Palace Guard, all other military forces will be removed from the Terra Palace. With the various defensive structures of the Terra Palace no longer an obstacle to Robert's attack, this alleviated Robert's biggest concern. If the firepower of the Terra Palace's deep walls were directed at the heavens, the sacrifices required to control the planet's orbital region would be immense. Of course, the orbital defenses of Holy Terra weren't limited to the palace alone. After removing the palace, approximately 70% remained. Robert also raised a point, hoping the custodian army, if they had the resources, could proactively intervene and help control some of these areas. It wasn't simply a matter of them doing so. After all, while the custodian army was powerful, their numbers were still too small. Subsequently, Robert's expeditionary force would risk an airborne operation, attempting to land a considerable number of troops at the landing zone established within the Terra Palace. Then, led by a portion of the custodian army soldiers, they would attack key strategic points. These arrangements had been agreed upon, and the custodian army had accepted. So, part of the problem of controlling the orbit of Holy Terra has been solved. The other threat lies with the solar fleet. A portion of this navy is on the moon, the very force to which many naval commanders bowed and knelt before him. They are now under Robert's command, and are no longer an obstacle. However, they comprise at most 10% of the entire solar fleet. Moreover, expecting them to turn against their former comrades is unrealistic. Firstly, it could easily incite rebellion. Secondly, their internal situation is complex, and their loyalty has not been monitored, so their reliability is unknown. If they were to turn against him at a crucial moment on the battlefield, it would be disastrous. However, conversely, they can leverage their inherent connection to the solar fleet to reach out to more fleet commanders and captains, striving to win them over to his side. This is already underway, and several captains have expressed their willingness. This is why Gu Hang and Robert were in relatively good spirits, feeling that things were progressing smoothly. Even more optimistically, wasn't it possible that they could later take over Holy Terra without bloodshed, simply by using political and diplomatic means and leveraging their prestige? Chapter 979. The core of power in Holy Terra was mired in silent decay. Although the Prime Minister was supposed to work in the Terra Palace, Chi Bodu had long since left. There were several new Prime Minister's residences. Chi Bodu would meet with government officials at one of them. No one knew which residence he would be at each day. Even those who were to meet him would only find out by being notified at the last minute. Most of the time, however, he wasn't actually at any of the residences, but rather in his carriage, plotting various matters. His Prime Minister's decrees still appeared from time to time on Holy Terra's public broadcasts. Many imperial government officials still received his orders. However, the actual compliance was uncertain. Any bureaucrat loyal to the Empire and to humanity, seeing him in his current state, would no longer be able to remain loyal to him, believing he was still the same Chi Bodu he once was. Deep within Chi Bodu's bulging eyes flickered a murky green light. Putrid liquid seeped from beneath his velvet robes, cultivating rotting plants at his feet, teeming with insects and sprites, creating an eerie, vibrant scene. His fat, swollen knuckles tapped against the edge of the table. His belly was so large it could easily fit 3 adults. His fleshy face distorted his features. In this state, only those very familiar with Chi Bodu could barely recognize him as the last unifier of the old empire's politics, the once exceptionally capable Prime Minister. Logically, his life should have ended decades ago. While the elite certainly have life-extending surgeries available, often granting them lifespans of 300 to 500 years. However, even the most advanced technology is merely a life-extending surgery, not an immortality procedure. Chi Bodu, unable to achieve immortality, had already reached the end of his lifespan granted by the fifth life-extending surgery. He had no other choice. A sixth life-extending surgery? That was the guillotine. In the entire empire's 10,000-year history, only 2 or 3 people had survived a sixth surgery. Although the elite, especially those of Chi Bodu's rank, often insisted on undergoing the procedure even if it was a waste of resources, when all other options were exhausted, rationally, everyone knew it was just another way to die, a natural death in their sleep, or perhaps on the operating table. Before the Great Cataclysm, he had obtained a promise from Gu Heng at a high price. A nominal high-ranking position was exchanged for an improved life-extending surgery that could extend his life by another 60 to 100 years. However, the outbreak of the Crimson Scar changed everything. After being separated from both sides, the alliance on the far eastern frontier of the empire disappeared without a trace on the other side of the rift. Despite his efforts, he simply couldn't find Gu Heng to perform the surgery. But Chi Bodu truly didn't want to die. Before the Cataclysm, he had already seized supreme power within the entire empire. The outbreak of the Cataclysm utterly destroyed all his plans, but he still did his utmost to maintain the operation of the Terran government. At that time, the situation in Terra, and even the solar system, was still relatively good. However, his life was already nearing its end. In the final stages of his life, he had lost interest in politics, and focused solely on finding ways to survive. Yet, he clung desperately to power. This wasn't contradictory at all. To survive, one needed sufficient power, otherwise, how could so many people and resources be mobilized to find ways to prolong his life? If he survived but lost power, what meaning would such a life have? The weaker he became, the more obsessive his desire for power grew. Anything that might even slightly threaten his power would be met with his full force. This, of course, greatly disrupted the functioning of the government, especially in such difficult times. However, no one opposed him. Even a sick tiger retains its might. Who dared to provoke it? Everyone knew he was dying, and no one wanted to bear the madness before his death. Besides, there was no need. Just endure it, everything would be alright once he died. However, no one lived to see that day. After exhausting all means to survive to no avail, endless despair, and a yearning for life filled his heart. At that moment, he heard a voice from the heavens, a voice of boundless compassion that brought a miraculous blessing. If he accepted it, he would regain his health. He hesitated, but ultimately, on his deathbed, he could not resist. And the blessing came so quickly. His withered body became full of vitality in a very short time. He felt energetic and full of life. He proclaimed to the world that this was a blessing from the emperor. The emperor, appreciating his more than 140 years of service as prime minister, had generously granted him the favor that restored his health. But that hateful, despicable traitor dared to claim it was a blessing from an evil god that he had been corrupted. The Inquisition, the Golden Knights, the Ministry of Justice, the Imperial Guard, the Assassin's Court, those deserving of execution, those who had once received his favors, came one after another. At first, it was all done covertly, through investigation and espionage. Later, it escalated into covert assassinations and overt questioning. But what good did it do? He had been prepared, having done far too much in secret. He delivered a passionate speech in the High Council, and the High Lords within the Council, as always, supported him. These High Lords remained as close to him as ever, and privately, he generously shared the blessings he had received with them. While not all, it was enough for him to secure a large number of votes in the High Council. Everyone gained health and eternal life, a blessing from the gods. What could be worse? In the future, they could rule the entire empire together forever. However, despite the Supreme Council's final decision, those damned traitors persisted. In the end, they even led the way through the courtroom, with the Imperial Guard in charge, storming his Prime Minister's residence in the Terra Palace. But he had anticipated this. He had moved out long ago. He declared these people traitors, rallying the entire empire to bury them completely. Many government officials followed him out of the palace, forming an imperial government that continued to function. Large numbers of soldiers loyal to the Prime Minister's residence also received eternal blessings and fought for him. In the hive, among the trillions of people of Holy Terra, the blessing had already been spreading throughout the ages. Inspired by the Prime Minister's grace, they gathered around him, rapidly expanding the scale of the influence and the bestowal of grace. Billions of people cherish the name of the Father. The empire will endure forever. In whatever form it will endure. Chapter 980. On the orbit of Holy Terra, at the Holy Grail orbital fortress, a different kind of madness permeated the air. Prime Minister Galardor of the Military Affairs Department stared intently at the tactical star map. Each dot of light represented a ship, divided into two groups. The group holding firm was the solar fleet stationed in the orbit of Holy Terra. On the other side, the expeditionary fleet under Robert's command was steadily approaching. What was revealed on the tactical star map didn't seem particularly exciting. The two sides were already at such close range, yet there were no beams of light from spears, missiles, or macro cannons. Instead, they were almost touching. He knew why. Robert, through the connections he had made with the naval generals he had recruited during the previous lunar campaign, had established contact with many commanders in the solar fleet. As Prime Minister of the Military Affairs Department, Galardor naturally had very close ties with the military, especially with the solar fleet, which he had focused on developing. Based on the relationships he had built within the solar fleet, he possessed a great deal of information about the solar fleet's current contact with the expeditionary fleet. In fact, many of the contacts between the two sides were orchestrated by Gallardo, through his subordinate naval commanders and officers. And the target was today. You think you can get in so easily? He let out a cold laugh. Several people sat at his desk. One of them asked, Prophet, shall we launch our attack now? Yes, it's time. One of them nodded slightly and withdrew. Gallardo's gaze returned to the tactical star map. The change was imminent. Suddenly, a fleet of ships appeared, launching an attack on the Expeditionary Forces fleet without warning, despite the apparent friendly exchanges. And their numbers were considerable. This sudden betrayal and treachery was likely due to the Terra Expeditionary Forces' lack of preparation. Even though they were well trained and reacted quickly, counterattacking and disengaging, they still suffered significant losses. However, the direct losses suffered by the Expeditionary Force were one aspect. The greater impact lay in the fact that the Expeditionary Force was unable to immediately discern how many of their ships were actually enemies. Was it a portion? Or all? And in the instant of launching a counterattack, this distinction became particularly difficult to make. Robert's Expeditionary Force could not be entirely certain who was friend and foe. Besides the ships that had suddenly turned against them, some ships in the solar fleet were completely unaware of what had happened. They received various contradictory orders. Some orders stated that the ships currently believed to be part of the Expeditionary Force were traitors, and that Robert's identity as the Son of God was a forgery. This was a meticulously planned ambush, kept secret until now. The operation has been a resounding success, and now it's time to seize the opportunity, press the attack, and eliminate as much of the enemy's manpower as possible. The order is highly credible, bearing the signature of Grand Marshal Lili of the Imperial Navy, as well as the signatures of 2 deputy commanders of the Solar Fleet and several squadron commanders. Thus, many ships unwittingly obeyed the order and opened fire on the expeditionary fleet. Can they be blamed? It's hard to say. They tried to verify the orders with their superiors, but either they received no response for a long time, or the situation in space was constantly changing, leaving them little room for hesitation. They had to make their own decisions. It was simply a matter of fighting or not fighting. There was no third option. Some of the responses they received were explicitly instructing them to open fire. Even with countless questions, they could only obey the orders with their doubts. The core reason they could obey the orders wasn't actually the signature of the Supreme Marshal, Lili. Although he was theoretically the highest commander of the entire Imperial Navy, the title was simply too grand. Was my superior my superior? It's hard to say. Moreover, is it normal for someone of Lili's high rank to directly issue operational orders to frontline captains? Furthermore, if we're talking about the Commander-in-Chief's orders, where is the signature of the Solar Fleet Commander, Song Min? However, no signature on an order can compare to the order of a fleet commander. This is the direct superior of many captains. While some ships obeyed orders and opened fire, others questioned them. But among them, very few had the courage to immediately contact the expeditionary force, defect on the spot, and open fire on their former comrades in the same fleet. The best they could do was simultaneously question both sides, express their stance, then maintain full vigilance, fully activate their void shields, stay away from the battlefield, and not help either side. However, some ships, feigning neutrality, would suddenly turn against the expeditionary force and unleash their firepower on the ships of the expeditionary force. Some ships, without receiving any orders or even orders from their superiors to remain stationary, proactively shut down their communication channels and launched a fierce attack on the expeditionary force. The situation was extremely chaotic. The expeditionary fleet had no way of distinguishing between enemy, neutral, and friendly forces. In less extreme circumstances, they could simply treat all ships in front of them as enemies. Even if there were friendly fire incidents, sacrifices would be unavoidable for the sake of ultimate victory. However, even that was unacceptable. Those traitors, choosing this crucial moment and this method of so decisive betrayal, were aiming to completely sabotage the negotiations between the expeditionary force and the Solar Fleet. At this point, indiscriminately attacking all Solar Fleet ships as enemies would likely play right into the enemy's hands. Thus, the Terra Expeditionary Force ships had no choice but to prioritize self-preservation, activating all defensive equipment and power engines, and retreating at full speed. Disengagement first, then discuss the rest. The chaos was only temporary, and Galardor himself knew that. Even though the peace talks between the Expeditionary Force and the Solar Fleet were disrupted on the spot, as long as the Expeditionary Force didn't fall into the worst-case scenario of treating all ships as enemies, the misunderstanding could eventually be cleared up. Unfortunately, Robert arrived too early, too quickly. If he had been given more time, perhaps he could have truly brought the entire Solar Fleet under his control. In that case, there would be no need for so much trouble. In the Lunar War, a superior naval force could be used to set up a larger trap, burying Robert completely on the moon. Currently, only slightly more than 20% of the Solar Fleet's ships have been corrupted by Gallardo. In the previous chaos, many ships were confused and even deceived due to misinformation. Once they regain their composure, it will be much harder to repeat this. Even the 20% of the Solar Fleet under his control will gradually be identified due to the previous events. Once exposed, with the support of Robert's powerful fleet, they might be wiped out quickly. But it doesn't matter anymore. The purpose of this whole affair was simply to buy time. With the Solar Fleet destined to be taken over by Robert, and the Imperial Guard clearly on the opposing side, Robert's successful takeover of Holy Terra with his expeditionary force is inevitable. What's the point of all the commotion and noise from everyone else? But this is precisely what Galardor absolutely doesn't want to see. Robert is nothing more than Gu Hang's lackey. That liar is far too adept at deception. Galardor absolutely doesn't want him to easily gain control of Holy Terra. To explain this, we must go back 100 years. That was his first meeting with Gu Hang. Their first encounter was far from pleasant. He was a war apostle, robbing others on the Sun Lord's expedition. Gu Hang was a planetary governor who hadn't yet fully controlled his planet. He wanted to extract money from Gu Hang as extra taxes. It was a small sum of money, but it was precisely because of this small sum that Gu Hang harbored such deep malice towards him. When the chaos attacked Kuroga in the Nest world, he fell into the warp and nearly died there. He was saved by Gu Hang, and he was filled with gratitude. He had initially put pressure on Gu Hang, yet Gu Hang had ultimately saved him. He wasn't the type to repay favors. He knew himself. But he made an exception for Gu Hang. Upon arriving in Holy Terra, he rose rapidly through the ranks, never forgetting to help his ally in the eastern borderlands of the Empire, securing countless benefits for him. However, when he learned that Gu Hang had played a significant role in his perilous fall into the warp, the thought of the help he had given Gu Hang filled him with utter disgust. That liar had tricked him into the warp, pretended to rescue him, but in reality, planted a psionic seed within him without his knowledge, controlling and altering his mind, turning him into that liar's slave. How despicable. Gallardo suddenly remembered all this after waking from a nap 10 years into the cataclysm. Was this his own awakening? He guessed it probably wasn't. Objectively speaking, Gu Hang was a psionic master, while his own expertise in this area was practically non-existent. Without external intervention, it would be almost impossible for him to recall the truth on his own. Something must have acted as an external force, influencing him. But he didn't care. He was certain that what he remembered was the truth, and not just another fabricated memory. Because he knew himself. He was definitely not the kind of person who would repay a debt of gratitude. Even if Gu Hang had truly saved him, given his character, he was more likely to be ungrateful, not to go to such lengths to help Gu Hang afterward. He hated this deception, hated the past 100 years. His perceived glory had actually been nothing more than being manipulated by that liar, Gu Hang. He absolutely refused to accept this reality. His ultimate goal was revenge. He was willing to pay any price for revenge. Moreover, the entire universe was in chaos. A cosmic upheaval unprecedented in millennia. In this situation, rising with the tide, manipulating events, and becoming a hero was what he needed to do most, and this goal was entirely consistent with his desire for revenge. He looked in the mirror, gazing at his own face, calling out again and again the name of the great being who had awakened him, freeing him from the deception. Suddenly, he saw 9 eyes open in succession on his forehead, face, neck, and chest in the mirror. He heard a holy voice, containing supreme truth and boundless knowledge. From that day on, the now wiser Galardor began countless schemes of his own. For example, those related to Prime Minister Ziverdu. He was almost the first person on Holy Terra to know that Ziverdu had been corrupted by Nurgle. But of course, he wouldn't so easily expose the corrupt Prime Minister who sought immortality. Instead, he secretly provided much assistance. Without Galardor's backing, it wouldn't have been so easy for the Prime Minister to remain hidden. He hid for over a decade before being exposed and forced out of the palace. The eventual outcome might have been much sooner. Galardor knew that, under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for him to rise to a higher position and wield more power. Despite his previous high position, much of his authority came from that fraudster as an outsider. Now that he could no longer rely on that support, his situation was precarious. He needed to further destabilize Holy Terra. The corrupt Prime Minister was the biggest move and the most significant undertaking in this process. At the same time, he knew that Slaanish's hedonistic cult was very active on Holy Terra. Hedonism had always been something the wealthy and powerful of Holy Terra were unwilling to relinquish. He had provided a small favor, allowing Slaanish's cult to flourish and diverting much of the Inquisition's attention. Then, he lured a group of reckless Khorne followers to Holy Terra. Those guys, though not very bright, were incredibly effective at using violence, like the Khorne spiritual plague. The widespread Khorne spiritual plague within the Solar Legion was thanks to his help as Prime Minister of Military Affairs. Otherwise, how could it have spread so rapidly? He had also contributed to the previous lunar campaign. He sent the Solar Rebels there, and it was his idea to steal Khorne's sacrificial rituals. He hoped Magnus' arrival would stop Robert. However, it didn't succeed. This greatly displeased him. He had done very well, but Magnus was utterly useless. Now, to turn the tide, he only had one last move left. Since Robert's landing on Earth was inevitable, then let him take over a worthless Holy Terra, utterly destroyed by a massive conspiracy. Chapter 981. Marshal Yen Xinjian of the Imperial Guards had been primarily considering two things over the past few days. The first was to clear out the Imperial Palace. Eliminating everyone from the palace was, of course, unrealistic, given that the entire palace complex encompassed what was once the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. While called an Imperial Palace, it served multiple functions: residences for high-ranking officials of the empire, administrative offices for many central government departments, and ceremonial functions, with various squares and halls capable of hosting grand ceremonies. However, these were merely incidental functions of the palace. Perhaps over the long course of history, these attributes had become extremely prominent. High-ranking officials considered it an honor to reside within the Terra Imperial Palace. The daily orders issued by countless government departments determined the rise and fall of the entire cosmic empire, and various ceremonies, while leveraging the palace's authority, also contributed to its growing prestige. However, nothing can obscure the fact that Terra Palace was designed from its inception as a massive military fortress, humanity's last line of defense. The Imperial Guard spent millennia meticulously maintaining its war-making capabilities. Therefore, it was impossible to eliminate everyone except the Imperial Guard and its subordinate palace guards. Even though Yen Xinjian completely distrusted all the bureaucrats of the previous government, certain institutions and personnel essential for the palace's smooth operation still needed to be retained. As for the rest, the powerful and wealthy residing there, and the government offices not particularly relevant to maintaining the palace's existence, they were all purged. Where they went to work, what they did, was none of the Imperial Guard's concern. Do whatever you want, just don't stay in the palace. Without sufficient time and energy to distinguish who was loyal and who was a traitor, who was pure and who was corrupt, they were all considered potential threats and should all be removed. Anyone who could potentially threaten the palace from within should be eliminated as much as possible. The remaining maintenance departments, the large number of engineers and skilled workers, even if retained, would be subject to strict control. The Imperial Guard would absolutely consider every potential threat with the worst-case scenario in mind, and had prepared ample contingency plans. Whatever the problem, big or small, there would be a solution. These were matters that Yen Xinjian valued most highly, and he was personally overseeing them. This was the Imperial Guard's duty. After the Emperor's ascension, they lost their supreme duty as the Emperor's personal guards. For the past 10,000 years, they had to find a reason for their existence. Protecting the palace was that reason. This was something they absolutely could not abandon. Besides this most important matter, The second thing Yin Xinjin had been thinking about during this time was how to help the Son of God, Robert. He believed in Robert's identity, and he hoped that Robert could reside in Holy Terra, in the Terra Palace. The only master of the palace was the Emperor, that was true, but surely the Emperor's son could stay for a while. Yin Xinjin had lived for over 2,000 years, during which time he had witnessed the ugliness of the Terra government. To be honest, he felt neither joy nor sorrow about it. He didn't care what happened to the Terran government. That wasn't the royal guard's responsibility. The royal guard's responsibility was simply to protect the royal palace. Protect the empire, and protect it as well, incidentally. But the core responsibility was still protecting the royal palace. The main force of the royal guard always stayed within the royal palace, or at least within Terra. However, they also had covert units operating outside the palace. Most of the time, it was their own intelligence network that received intelligence about events that might threaten Holy Terra, and they dispatched the royal guard to handle them. On rare occasions, they might be invited by the Ministry of Justice or the Ministry of Taxation to resolve a matter. But usually, it depended on their mood. But no matter how much trouble those high-ranking Terran officials had caused in the past, no matter how much the Empire seemed on the verge of collapse, that wasn't the current situation. Within the Empire, there were always figures, even the Royal Guard, considered perfect humans, heroes who repeatedly turned the tide. This was quite reassuring. However, after the Great Cataclysm, things changed. Yin Xinjin discovered that Terra had spiraled out of control. These insectoids, vying for power and profit, had already thrown the Empire's central political landscape into chaos. Yin Xinjin had witnessed similar situations countless times in the past 2,000 years of observing from the sidelines. They had also created a mess for the Empire, which was not surprising either. However, coupled with the unprecedented, crimson scars that had torn the entire Empire apart, things were different. Over the decades, Yin Xinjin gradually realized that if things continued like this, it seemed, the Empire might truly be destroyed by these people. How could he possibly defend his palace? But having come this far, how could he save the Empire? They were just the Imperial Guard, a force of 10,000, just 10,000 men. Even if each one was a perfect human, capable of crushing those space marines they didn't really respect, they were different from the space marines, not focusing all their energy on combat and war. They also pursued various disciplines according to their individual strengths and interests. Whether in social sciences or technology, they could be considered outstanding scholars, artists, and administrative experts. But again, they were only 10,000 men. They lacked the legal framework to govern the Empire. If he were to take the initiative and do something earth-shattering, the Imperial Guard faced many internal constraints. Although he was a marshal, there were those with even more seniority than him, and there were conservatives within the Imperial Guard as well. Hesitation, inner conflict, unsure of what to do. In this state of mind, he heard the news of Robert's arrival. The Son of God, this was one of the few figures the Imperial Guard could acknowledge, and even to some extent willing to obey. Having confirmed the probability of the attack being true, Yin Xinjin dispatched troops to provide support upon learning of the Lunar War. In the following days, he actively sought ways to bring the Son of God and his forces to the surface. The deployment of Imperial Guard troops to control the orbital cannon defenses was one such effort. But he felt it wasn't enough. He was still considering ways to help the expeditionary force. One plan after another was proposed, and he hesitated over which action to take. However, the greatest crisis Yin Xinjin had faced in his over 2,000 years as Imperial Guard commander and his 1,100 years as Imperial Guard marshal had arrived. A massive number of enemies appeared from multiple directions around the palace. They were about to besiege the Terra Palace. Now, Yin Xinjin's problem wasn't how to help Robert, but rather how to obtain Robert's help as quickly as possible. Although Terra Palace is arguably the most complete defensive fortress complex in the entire human empire, the number of Imperial Guards is still too small, and they have too many enemies to face. Chapter 982. The city wall beneath Zhao Xian's feet trembled, the muffled thuds of Korn's cultists slamming their sledgehammers against the alloy gates. Each impact felt like a pounding on his taut heartstrings. As the commander of the 3rd Gate Regiment of the Anvil Defense Zone on the outer perimeter of Terra Palace, he had never seen such a frenzied horde. No, it wasn't a horde, but a crimson storm of steel and flesh. More than 20 times their number, mixed with a large number of traitors clad in uniforms that should have been golden, but were now stained with blood. They were surging towards this narrow defensive point like a tidal wave. Artillery. Cover the assault line. Shotguns. Shoot those climbing demon bastards. His voice was hoarse from shouting into his helmet's built-in communicator. The response was a fiery orange ball rising from behind the city walls. Heavy mortar shells, whistling sharply, crashed into the charging tide, tearing apart and scattering bodies along with crimson dust. Twin-mounted storm blast machine guns, positioned behind the battlements, spewed deadly waterfalls of metal, sweeping away berserkers attempting to scale the makeshift siege ladders. Limbs, torsos, and scorching metal fragments rained down at the foot of the walls. The hum of plasma cannon arrays charging was exceptionally clear in the chaos. The next second, several blinding blue-white beams slashed across the ground, leaving molten trenches and vaporized torsos. The defenders on the walls possessed ample defensive firepower. Especially considering his small garrison of only 3,000 men, the sheer firepower they could unleash was inextricably linked to the incredibly strong defensive positions on the Terra Palace walls. This was merely the outermost edge of the Terra Palace's long city wall, a wall stretching over 10,000 kilometers, forming a cluster of fortresses of varying sizes. The place they were guarding was just an inconspicuous spot within this long outer defensive line. The terrain itself was inherently easy to defend and difficult to attack, with only a small gate, constructed of alloy. The surrounding terrain was rugged, not a major thoroughfare, but merely a narrow path through the mountains. Yet, even in such a place, a considerable number of enemies launched a fierce attack. Originally, only a single company under Zhao Ziyan's command was stationed here, and not even permanently, just in the company's key patrol area. Upon receiving intelligence of the enemy's onslaught, Zhao Ziyan led his troops to reinforce this area. Initially 2 companies, but as the enemy's numbers increased, Zhao Ziyan had no choice but to continue sending reinforcements. Now, he had brought all the troops at his disposal. Although this area is insignificant from the perspective of the entire outer defense line of Holy Terra, the enemy's forces are simply too vast and abundant, allowing them to squander manpower and launch a fierce attack on such an unimportant location. But our side is no less formidable. Even in such an insignificant location, the palace walls and alloy gates remain incredibly thick and tall. Every so often, the walls are equipped with powerful turrets, and behind the walls lies a dedicated armory stocked with ample weapons and ammunition. Furthermore, the easily defensible terrain makes it difficult for the enemy, despite their numerical superiority, to deploy their forces effectively through the narrow mountain paths, and deploying too many troops risks being wiped out by overwhelming firepower. Overall, the defending side held a comprehensive advantage in all combat conditions. Taking advantage of the terrain and the city's powerful firepower, Zhao Ziyan's company relentlessly slaughtered the attacking enemy. Limbs and fragments were scattered everywhere, making the battlefield appear like a one-sided massacre. At least, that was the initial impression. But as time went on, the situation began to change. The torrent of Khorne's followers was relentless. For every fall, more, even more frenziedly surged forward. Their crimson eyes gleamed with inhuman light amidst the smoke, howling meaningless battle cries or blasphemous praises to the blood god, completely ignoring the deadly casualties. The deafening roar of explosive gunfire, the hiss of energy weapons, the boom of exploding shells, the screams of the dying, and the enemy's blasphemous battle cries mingled into a continuous, ear-piercing shockwave. Zhao Ziyan felt his teeth ache from the intense vibrations. A chaotic warrior, under heavy fire, fearlessly approached a position not far from the city wall. Although he was quickly discovered and blasted to pieces by heavy fire, in his dying moments, he forcefully hurled an anti-armor grenade with corrosive spikes towards the top of the wall, where it exploded in midair. A powerful shockwave and highly toxic grenade shrapnel swept across the area. Zhao Ziyan witnessed firsthand how grenade shrapnel struck several soldiers stationed there like hailstones. Their power armor clanged and shattered, even being torn apart, leaving visible trails of crimson blood. This was a microcosm of the situation he faced. The enemy was not a lamb to the slaughter. Even though they were being wiped out at a rapid pace, their ferocious fighting style continued to put constant pressure on the defenders. In any case, this was a war, and soldiers would inevitably lose their lives due to various unforeseen circumstances. The enemy's upfiring positions at the foot of the hill, while disadvantageous in attack and defense, were numerous and constantly replenished, maintaining a consistent firepower density and ensuring that 1 or 2 shots would hit their targets. Bombardment of the city walls was manageable. The walls of Terra Palace could certainly withstand the test. However, if the bullets hit the battlements, the soldiers' cover might not be sufficient to protect them. Not to mention, some fixed firing positions would be destroyed. The only good news was that the armory seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of equipment and ammunition, and even if it ran out, resupply from the rear would be easy. Currently, the defenders of Terra Palace in the siege were desperately short of manpower. Weapons and equipment were plentiful, but no one would deliver them. If they wanted more, they have to send their own logistics company, and truck drivers to haul them back. But this couldn't compensate for the loss of fixed firing positions. If those installed turrets were destroyed, repairing them wasn't something easily accomplished in war. And every time such a fixed firing position was lost, every time a few soldiers died, Zhao Ziyan's heart sank a little deeper. It meant he had fewer cards to play. And today, he felt utterly desperate. The enemy seemed to have realized this as well, launching an unprecedentedly fierce offensive against the city walls and gates. Zhao Ziyan's communication channel was filled with urgent calls from various units. Bad news of casualties and lost positions came one after another. Commander, the C-7 artillery position was destroyed by the Chaos Space Marines, who climbed up. We had to detonate the gunnery's explosives. Those Chaos traitors were buried inside, but our 3rd platoon of the 9th Company is all inside too. The D4 section wall is cracking. They're ramming it with demon engines. The alloy gate is under attack. The siege demons are closing in. What are the artillerymen doing? Trouble was everywhere, and more men were needed everywhere. But unfortunately, Zhao Ziyan had no one on his hands. Below the city walls, the heavy logging rifles set up by the Solar Legion traitors began to sweep the guards behind the crenellations, the dense armor-piercing rounds sending sparks flying from the alloy walls. The guards could only cower behind their cover, unable to peek out. Meanwhile, the artillery battalion, operating the defensive firepower of the city walls and the heavy firepower of the regiment, was busy supporting other areas and had no time to attend to this situation. Zhao Ziyan took a deep breath. He had no choice but to go himself. He picked up his explosive pistol, aimed at a traitorous army leader below who was setting up a rapid-fire cannon, and fired repeatedly. The explosives pierced several holes in the man's tattered armor. Having finally eliminated him, he suddenly saw that enemies, under cover, had already scaled the city walls. "My lord, protect me!" a young guard shouted, forcefully swinging his chainsaw sword down, severing the arm of a corn berserker wielding an axe as he braved a hail of bullets to climb the battlements. But the next second, an enemy leaped up from another direction, pressed a bolt carrier against his helmet, and pulled the trigger. White skull fragments and red and white debris instantly splattered onto the charred alloy wall. Zhao Ziyan swiftly fired a shot, shattering the man's head. Then, he continued firing downwards until he ran out of ammunition. He retreated to cover, took a deep breath, and reopened the communication link to headquarters. After finally getting through, he shouted with almost all his might, "Anvil, in dire need." Repeat, the core of the Anvil defense line, the 3rd gate, is under heavy attack from an enemy force more than 20 times its size, supported by Space Marines. More than half of the artillery positions have been lost. Casualties have reached 50%. Reinforcements are needed. Repeat, we urgently need reinforcements. Otherwise, the defense line will collapse. A brief hiss of electricity followed, then a weary but calm voice came through. It was the command liaison officer. "Commander Zhao, received. Multiple core nodes of the Imperial Palace are under heavy attack. The Diamond Bastion, the Sighing Corridor, and the outer ring of the Emperor's Crown are also in dire straits. Nuguri plague engines have been detected infiltrating multiple locations. Division headquarters cannot spare any full-scale reserves. The division commander orders, hold the line at all costs. Buy time for reinforcements to arrive. Your sacrifice will be remembered by the Emperor." A chilling despair mixed with burning anger surged into Zhao Ziyan's throat. No reinforcements, only hold the line and sacrifice. May the Emperor protect us. He growled, severing the useless communications and connecting to the entire regiment's internal channel. His gaze swept across the wreckage piling up beneath the city walls, constantly being covered by new, crazed bodies. His voice became unusually calm, yet carried a heavy weight. "Command has confirmed that no reinforcements will arrive. This gate beneath our feet is the first and most formidable barrier leading to the inner ring. The enemy wants to cross it to flaunt their blasphemous exploits to the Imperial Guard. They're wrong." He raised his voice sharply, almost vibrating the noise reduction system inside his power armor helmet. "They face the walls of the Emperor's palace. They face the guards of Terra's royal palace. Let their blood tell these fools that anyone who dares to covet the palace will die. Even if we all perish here, we will make these corn scum understand that every life taken from us will be paid for with 10, 100 times theirs. We will shed our last drop of blood for the Emperor, right now. Anvil! Unbreakable!" The remaining guards roared in fury, their despair transforming into a desperate force. Unbreakable. For the Emperor. Although they were almost in a hopeless situation, their morale remained high. The Royal Palace Guards, as the mortal force directly commanded by the Royal Guard, received the best training and the finest equipment. Power armor was widely available, and they had ample supplies of various weapons, making them a top-tier force even within the astronomical army. Furthermore, they possessed the courage to face death even in dire straits. The heavy weapons outside were precisely targeted and eliminated by the defending artillery, yet the defenders, despite heavy casualties, held their ground on the city walls. Even as the enemy charged forward, a squad of the strongest Khorne berserkers, clad in heavy armor stained with blood and flesh, braved the hail of bullets raining down from the walls to scale the ramparts. Close combat began. Chainsaws roared, power axes swung, and explosive guns roared and sprayed at close range, each clash of weapons sending up blinding sparks and fragments. Blood splattered onto the cold alloy ground, only to be trampled into a black mud by countless boots. The guards, prepared to die, even with an arm or a leg severed, would use their teeth and a grenade in their other hand to pounce on the enemy, tumbling down the city wall together. Their will was unwavering, but the fact remained that a breach had been made in the city wall's defenses. More enemies surged forward. These chaotic foes, having expended so many lives, finally saw the light of victory, and were naturally unwilling to give up easily. But Zhao Ziyan was not there. He was on a more important battlefield. Zhao Ziyan personally led his guards down the city wall to the creaking inner alloy gate. Each ramming of the demon engine-driven battering ram caused the massive bolts to groan piercingly. The thick gate was riddled with horrific dents, and scorching heat seeped in through the cracks. The alloy gate, repeatedly melted through, collapsed inwards with a final, terrifying impact, accompanied by a deafening roar of tearing metal. As the heavy structure crashed down, kicking up clouds of dust, Zhao Ziyan and his guards charged forward without hesitation, like iron blocks thrown into a furnace. The sound of explosives firing at close range was as dense as a torrential downpour. Chainsaw swords clashed with even heavier axes, twisted with blasphemous runes, each collision erupted with blinding flashes and metal fragments. Zhao Ziyan's combat skills were superb. He successively slew 3 Khorne Chaos cultists, but his feedback-powered armor was riddled with gruesome dents and gashes, and a corner of his shoulder armor had been cleaved off by a passing axe. He saw a young soldier struck by a Khorne follower, cleaved in the chest by a chainsaw axe, his internal organs instantly shredded and spraying everywhere. He saw another veteran detonate all the thermobaric explosives strapped to his body, transforming into a dazzling miniature sun in the densest part of the enemy ranks, instantly clearing a large area in front of him, only to have it immediately filled by even more frenzied enemies from behind. The surviving guards surrounded their commander, forming a desperate but resolute circle. Every second, someone fell. Every swing of the sword could be the end. Chapter 983. Zhao Ziyan and his regiment were in dire straits. But fate always seems to take a turn at times like these. When their remaining plasma weapons, in a desperate overload salvo, once again destroyed the demon engine-driven battering ram, vaporizing a large circle of enemies in the process, the massive casualties seemed to finally jolt the bloodlust-driven minds of the Khorne cultists. The subsequent surge was no longer as frenzied and fearless as before, especially when they discovered that stubborn points on the city walls were still spewing deadly fire. The frenzied blood god cultists retreated temporarily like a tide, leaving behind mountains of corpses and nearly destroyed fortifications on and around the city walls. Gasping for breath, Zhao Ziyan, his body aching all over, had only one thought in his mind. Did we win? Why did the enemy retreat? He couldn't understand it. Clearly, if those Khorne cultists had fought any longer, they wouldn't have been able to hold out. Those enemies were clearly still numerous. As for morale, Khorne's troops do experience periods of morale collapse, but it's relatively rare. At least, it shouldn't be the case now. Could this be a stroke of luck? The Emperor's protection? Their courage repelling the demon's attack? Despite his many doubts, he decided to rest first. Zhao Ziyan slowly slid down to the ground against a section of broken wall. His helmet automatically detached, revealing his face covered in blood and deep exhaustion. He scanned his surroundings. Fewer than 10 soldiers were still standing, or severely wounded and leaning against cover, still able to pull the trigger. He tried contacting the various companies via communicator, but received few responses. Of the entire elite guard regiment he led, 3,000 soldiers, perhaps only 100 remained. A regimental commander had been reduced to a company commander. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of charred flesh, flowing blood, and heavy gunpowder smoke. The moat below the city walls no longer flowed with stagnant water, but with a viscous, blood-soaked stream of countless severed limbs from both sides. Count the numbers, bandage the wounded. Zhao Ziyan's voice was dry and hoarse, but tinged with a sense of relief at surviving. But soon, that relief vanished. Fate had played a cruel joke. The terrifying onslaught of the Khorne cultists had indeed been repelled, but the soldiers on the city walls were calling to him. He climbed to the top and gazed into the distance. The billowing smoke wasn't entirely dust and gunpowder from the fierce battle. The surviving Khorne followers were being slaughtered. Their angry roars, carried far and wide, were indistinct. They were fighting desperately. But those attacking them were definitely not reinforcements. On the ravaged battlefield left behind by the temporarily retreating Khorne followers, a new, thicker, more suffocatingly foul-smelling, yellowish-green smoke surged and spread from the depths of the earth. The earth itself began to rot. On the muddy ground, staggering, bloated, festering figures fought against the Khorne followers. Countless swollen pustules rolled and burst beneath the skin, oozing foul-smelling pus. The stench of decay even overpowered the original blood and smoke of the battlefield. On those festering bodies, tattered fragments of the Sun Legion's uniforms clung, mixed with countless coarse garments of the city's civilians. It was Nurgle's undead. Their numbers were like an endless swarm of maggots surging from a swamp of decay, covering the mountains and fields, stretching as far as the eye could see, far exceeding the Khorne Legion that had nearly wiped them out. After devouring the Khorne remnants, whose numbers were far fewer than their own, they continued their mighty advance towards the walls of Terra Palace. They carried weapons, and behind them lay the filthy, stinking Nurgle siege engines and plague cannons. Despair? A despair deeper and thicker than the one they had faced against the Khorne cultists gripped the hearts of every surviving guard. Were the Khorne cultists driven back by them? It seemed not. These new enemies emerging from behind were likely the reason for the Khorne cultists' collapse and retreat. And now, it was their turn, this wretched remnant army, to face an enemy even more powerful than before. Zhao Zian smiled bitterly, and put his helmet back on. Meanwhile, inside the Terra Palace's command center, Yan Xinjian was enduring an ordeal no less agonizing than those on the front lines. The massive hemispherical dome was divided into countless flickering light screens, each representing a node in the outer defense zone of the palace. The Anvil Third Gate segment, representing Zhao Zian's regiment, had just been covered by a blinding blood-red collapse marker. Only seconds later, the monitoring signal for that area was completely extinguished after intense interference, leaving only darkness and a piercing busy tone. Diamond Bulwark. Pressure surge in the main gate segment. Titan-class biosignal detected approaching. Loop of size. Large-scale teleportation detected in Wing C. Confirmed to be at Cinch Wizard. The Imperial Crown Observatory artillery positions are under saturation bombardment from a cluster of aerial demon engines. The anti-aircraft fire network is severely torn apart. Multiple sensors in the palace moat system have failed. Suspected fouling corrosion is damaging the foundation. The warnings pounded on everyone's nerves like a dense drumbeat. On the entire panoramic battle map, red warning lights representing intense fighting spread like a plague. Over 70% of the outer defense nodes of the Imperial Palace lit up with orange-red lights indicating critical or imminent collapse, while the golden dots representing the Imperial Guard's mobile reserve forces were scarce, and most were frantically jumping around the map, rushing from one crisis point to another fleeting one, each intervention like a drop in the ocean. A combat officer's voice trembled almost imperceptibly. Marshal. Anvil has fallen. The Nurgle Plague Legion is flanking Rock Keep through this breach. The B-wing of the Sign Corridor has been attacked by a blasphemous wizard. Some of the defenders have mutinied under the influence of evil magic, causing us heavy losses. Half of the outer defensive energy grid generator nodes have been destroyed or corrupted by the plague into pieces of flesh. Each piece of news told Yan Xinjian a painful truth, one that agonized him and all the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Palace walls they had defended for millennia were about to fall in large sections. A cruel choice, like an ice pick piercing his heart, was spat out. He had no choice. He could only abandon the vast outer defensive perimeter, built over millennia and etched with countless legends and epics, and confine the limited, precious Imperial Guard forces to the inner ring of the Imperial Palace walls. No, perhaps not even the central ring. He was short-handed, and facing an enemy of such scale, if he insisted on defending areas he couldn't hold, it would only futilely dilute his strength, leading to defeat on all sides. He couldn't hold the central ring either. For a long time, the Imperial Guard had looked down on the Golden Knights, chapter stationed alongside them on Holy Terra. It wasn't that they had any ill will towards the Golden Knights. They simply looked down on all Space Marines on equal terms. But now, how he wished the Golden Knights were here. Although adding 1,000 more Space Marines wouldn't change the situation, it would at least alleviate some of the pressure. Abandoning the outer ring, abandoning the central ring, a total of 16 intricate ring walls, and countless fortresses, was an incredibly difficult decision. But Yin Xinjian still made it. He had to consolidate his scarce forces within the smaller, more defensively advantageous, and far more important inner ring of the palace. He truly wished he were dead. For nearly 10,000 years, which Imperial Guard commander could have allowed the palace to lose 70% of its area? A disgrace? He had to reflect. In his 1,000 years as Imperial Guard commander, had he led his troops in upholding a tradition that was wrong? Was it enough for the Imperial Guard to just stay cooped up in the palace? Without the Empire, what would the palace do? This should have been an obvious truth. So obvious that even a 3-year-old could understand it, let alone the Imperial Guard, who considered themselves perfect humans. But they had clung to this tradition, staying cooped up for 10,000 years. Arrogance had prevented them from ever imagining that this scene would actually unfold. Now, it was time to pay the price. The order to abandon the position and retreat was relayed after a brief moment of shock among the entire command staff. Yin Xinjian knew the humiliation and resolve on the faces of those bloodied warriors on the outer perimeter when they received the order to retreat with their backs to the palace walls, or to hold out to delay the enemy. But he had no time for sentimentality. He couldn't care less about honor or pride. He connected to the highest level encrypted communication channel with the moon. After the screen flickered and stabilized, Robert's resolute face, now shrouded in fatigue and anxiety, appeared. Your Highness, Regent, Yin Xinjian's voice was devoid of pleasantries. The outer defenses of Terra Palace are crumbling. I have ordered the abandonment of the outer defensive perimeter, and it is anticipated that the central ring will also be abandoned, and the core defense line will be contracted. Robert's pupils contracted sharply on the other end of the screen. Behind him, the command center was a scene of chaos. Clearly, the fierce battle on the tracks and preparations for the multi-point ground landings were still raging. So fast? Robert's voice was heavy with sorrow. The enemy has been planning this for a long time. Yin Xinjian spoke rapidly. Time was of the essence. Khorne has torn open the first gaping wound, and Nurgle's army pours forth from the corpses and plague, far outnumbering Khorne's legions. Tsinch's sorcery is creating distortion and chaos within the defenses and communication nodes, and Slaanish's whispers are shaking the will of the remaining defenders. Your Highness, we need your legions. No matter the cost, we need your legions or the Alliance's legions to reach Terra Palace, and immediately. The inner ring of the palace, where the Emperor's golden throne is located, must not be lost. Chapter 984. Robert agreed to the Imperial Guard Marshal's request. Then he turned and called Gu Heng, exchanging a few words. Gu Heng agreed to Robert's request. What does it all costs mean? It's what it is right now. If things had gone according to plan, the Solar Fleet was Robert's primary objective. If that unexpected event hadn't occurred, a deal might have been reached by now. Even if they couldn't get the Solar Fleet to help them turn their attention to bombarding the ground, at least they wouldn't become a problem. Then, the ground offensive would be much smoother. With an entire Solar Fleet as a precedent, what would those loyal, uncorrupted troops on Terra need to consider? Following suit would undoubtedly lead to the brightest future. However, the conflict that erupted in orbit, what was supposed to be a good negotiation and contact, devolved into a chaotic battle, severely disrupting this progress. Although both sides were relatively restrained and rational, the sabotaging traitors didn't completely succeed, preventing a blood feud. But re-establishing contact takes time. Even if both sides know that the enemy is sabotaging things, rebuilding trust is not just empty talk. Moreover, many things are still unclear. Those ships suspected of being corrupted and attempting to sabotage the peace talks have not yet been apprehended. If we're talking about which evil god's corruption is the hardest to detect, it's undoubtedly Tsinch's. Corruption by Khorne easily leads to a loss of common sense. Corruption by Nurgle easily causes very noticeable physical changes. Corruption by Slaanish makes his licentious behavior and actions difficult to conceal. But Slaanish's corruption is already more difficult to investigate than the previous two. The most difficult to investigate is Tsinch's. Those corrupted by Tsinch often appear unchanged. They might become more obsessed with knowledge, more melancholic, and more temperamental, but these are always subtle changes. Often, they need to be taken to special interrogation rooms and subjected to advanced technology to confirm the extent of corruption. However, when faced with a large-scale potential corruption, using technology to screen each individual is never easy. If it were ordinary people, it would be fine. The Empire has never been particular about such things. If there's suspicion, they're all arrested, and each person is screened individually, if there's not enough time. And if they're too rough, then it's better to kill them all than let the innocent pass away. But the problem is, they're dealing with a group of naval captains and officers. These naval men hold very high positions. What can you do if someone refuses to be interrogated, deeming it an insult, and refuses to allow the interrogator onto their ship. Label them a traitor and destroy the vessel, but there are quite a few captains like that, and it's inappropriate to do that to everyone. Besides, the captain has his own arguments. In this chaotic situation, who dares to easily entrust their life to others? Who knows if the interrogator, their superiors, the fleet commanders, deputy commanders, the chief interrogator, and so on, haven't been corrupted? If you're innocent, but end up being labeled a corrupt element by those corrupt traitors above you, you have no way to explain yourself. The Solar Fleet's superiors and subordinates, and even those at the same level, cannot trust each other. The Solar Fleet and Robert's expeditionary force cannot trust each other either. In this chaotic situation, successfully resuming negotiations is truly difficult. No one wants a repeat of the near-decisive battle that occurred before. Even so, Robert's original intention was to resolve the Solar Fleet issue in a relatively peaceful manner. The Solar Fleet is very powerful, at least no weaker than Robert's expeditionary force, which he built from scratch in the Infinite Starfield and later received strong reinforcements from the Alliance. If things are handled poorly this time, and the Solar Fleet finds itself on the opposite side, combined with the orbital cannons on the ground and the magnificent orbital defense system of Holy Terra, the entire orbital region of Terra will be invincible. At least, Robert's expeditionary force cannot defeat it. Even if he has captured Earth's most important defensive node in orbit, the Moon, reaching the surface will require enormous casualties and a very long conquest time. Moreover, he still needs a continuous stream of support from the Alliance. But could the Imperial Guards hold out on the ground for that long? Actually, the situation wasn't as dire as it seemed. The Imperial Guards couldn't defend the outer ring of the palace, which stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers and had multiple layers. They couldn't defend the inner ring, but if they were confined to the inner ring, which was only about the size of a small capital city, with millions of elite palace guards and the unparalleled combat capabilities of the 10,000-man regiments, they should be able to hold out for a considerable period. Robert believed that the urgency Yan Xinjian had shown him when he demanded immediate reinforcements stemmed primarily from the Imperial Guards commander's pride and anxiety. The Imperial Guards were so proud, having not suffered such humiliation in 10,000 years. Now, their refusal to face it, their desire to resolve the issue as quickly as possible, was something Robert could completely understand. However, he also harbored some concerns. The palace was important, that much was true, but everything else could wait. The golden throne at the center of the inner ring was absolutely crucial. It was the symbol of the Emperor, the remnant of the Empire's ascension. It could not be defiled. Robert shared this sentiment. Besides religious and spiritual considerations, Gu Heng had specifically warned him about this point. If the golden throne were defiled, the Emperor's connection to the real universe would be severely weakened, making it possible for the four evil gods to seize this weakness and sever the connection. If this happened, the Emperor would instantly be at a huge disadvantage on the battlefield of the warp. Even the Emperor's own state might not be able to maintain his sense of self as a human being. This was a gamble he couldn't afford. Robert had some doubts. These matters were all beyond his knowledge. But he could still trust Gu Heng. He couldn't afford to gamble. Under these circumstances, the difficulty of the subsequent operations increased significantly. He couldn't push the Solar Fleet to the opposite side. That would lead to a complete collapse of the situation, making it impossible to provide large-scale ground support in a short time. But a slow, peaceful resolution, distinguishing between corruption and other factors, could also be time-consuming and too late. The subtle differences between these situations were truly difficult to grasp. Robert had no choice but to bite the bullet and proceed. Chapter 985. Commodore Adrian hurried along his ship. Having dismissed his adjutant, he headed towards a secluded spot on the ship. This area had originally been one of the ship's officers' mess halls, destroyed by cannon fire during a naval battle. Although it was later repaired, it was sealed off for a long period at Adrian's behest. This didn't attract much attention. The officers' mess hall had long since been relocated, and no one really thought about whether a mess hall destroyed in battle had been repaired, or what it had been used for. This rebuilt area naturally became the place where Commodore Adrian and some of his close associates held secret meetings. Upon arriving, he found a dozen or so people already gathered there. They were all officers from the ship, stationed at various posts. Upon seeing Adrian arrive, they all saluted. One of them spoke urgently. "Captain, didn't you say the situation hasn't been good lately, and that all departments were required to maintain strict secrecy and operate discreetly? Why have you suddenly summoned us again?" "The Lord of Change has sent an envoy," Adrian said, his expression tinged with fanaticism. We demonstrated sufficient merit in the last operation, enough to deserve a reward. The others exchanged bewildered glances. The followers of Cinch, while deeply devoted to their evil god, were not as blindly fanatical as the followers of the remaining evil gods. The fact that the captain had broken the silence and summoned everyone to say such things made them somewhat suspicious. They knew what they had done. For their lord's sake, they accepted orders to instigate unrest during negotiations between the Solar Fleet and the Son of God's fleet. Afterwards, they feigned receiving fabricated orders, shifting blame and contacting other members of the cult, as well as those who had been misled by them in the chaos, forming a de facto united front against investigation. Throughout this process, they all posed as loyal subjects of the Empire. This protective layer could not be breached. The order for complete silence and maintaining the facade also came from above. Suddenly taking such a huge risk, holding a gathering, and sending envoys, something felt off. As an atmosphere of unease rippled through the crowd, Adrian, as both captain and the highest-ranking member of the cult, suppressed all doubts. I know what you're thinking, but don't be alarmed. That is indeed the incarnation of a monarch of many faces. Adrian was full of confidence. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. How could it be false? No need to rush, the time is almost up. Look, he's here. Blue and pink smoke suddenly fell from the ceiling, coalescing into the shape of a person by a whistling wind. His face was veiled, but on his face and body, countless eyes shone forth. As his body fully materialized, all the eyes snapped open in an instant, their lively gazes sweeping over everyone present. A faint voice echoed, "Very good, everyone arrived perfectly, and all were punctual." Almost all the Cinch followers present believed the newcomer's identity. Looking at the number of eyes, feeling the aura emanating from him, this was purer and more unpredictable than any of the closest beings they had ever encountered before. Could it be fake? The messenger drew a symbol of 9 eyes, and more blue and pink light enveloped everyone present. What is this? Some doubters still mustered the courage to ask. The messenger paused. This is a reward, a guide to the Lord's kingdom, to receive more blessings, so that you can better serve the Lord in the future. If you hesitate, you don't have to go. With that, the light seemed to dissipate. No, no, no. Someone quickly stopped him. Then let's not waste any more words. The messenger's attitude was rather arrogant. There are still many things to do, many believers to guide, and a major operation to follow. We're going to stir up even greater turmoil. We don't have time to waste here. Finally, no one spoke further. They stopped resisting, allowing this ever-changing avatar of the monarch to envelop them in magical power. They felt their bodies twisting, and the scenes they saw constantly distorted and changed, becoming a hazy, shimmering light. After this unsettling spatial and temporal distortion, they collapsed to the ground, slowly recovering after a while, able to see their surroundings clearly. Someone uttered a questioning sound. They had initially thought they had returned to a magical place. They had imagined what the environment of their Lord and his faithful servants would be like. But they had never imagined it would be like this. The walls were all metal, and pale white lights hung from the ceiling. But the style of those lights, the color of those metal walls, why did they seem so familiar? Some of them had even been to a place like this recently. Wasn't this the same style as the interrogation rooms on human ships? Where was the embodiment of the ever-changing monarch? Where was the messenger who had guided them into the Lord's kingdom? The metal door opened, and a team of inquisitors entered. The leader counted the people, then checked the data panel in his hand, calling out the names, ranks, and positions of the captains and officers scattered on the interrogation room floor, comparing them with their identities. None of them answered. But the inquisitors didn't seem to care. After the roll call, they stepped forward, subdued the prisoners one by one, put them in shackles, and took them all away. Soon, the officers from the cruiser Flying Glory realized where they were. This was the flagship of the Solar Fleet, the Emperor-class battleship, Eternal Flame. I never imagined there would be so many traitors in my fleet. Marshal Song Min, Commander-in-Chief of the Solar Fleet, spoke with profound anguish. At the same time, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He was truly terrified. He feared being betrayed and killed by these corrupt junior captains and officers, and he also feared that one day he too would succumb to the temptations of the evil god and be corrupted without realizing it. Falling into a cult was not a simple act of self-deception, rather, it meant the complete loss of oneself. Across from him, Gu Jing sat with his legs crossed, relaxed. Behind him, the phantom of the ever-changing demon lord appeared and disappeared intermittently. Chapter 986. The person who lured out the corrupted officer from the Flying Glory was none other than Gu Jing, who had a myriad transformations demon lord as his advisor. Using his myriad transformations Demon Lord to deceive exceptionally high-level beings was unrealistic. After all, this myriad transformations Demon Lord only had one appearance. Its subspace essence had been cleansed by Gu Hang. To some great demons of the same level, the difference was very obvious. They could easily tell that the thing before them was merely a facade, its essence completely different from the real myriad transformations Demon Lord. However, it was still very effective at deceiving those of lower levels. Ordinary people simply couldn't recognize something like a subspace essence. Even those with strong psychic knowledge could distinguish it by sound, light, color, or perception, but Gu Jing's advisor was himself a modified myriad transformations Demon Lord. His mode of using power, methods, and essence were exactly the same as the real myriad transformations Demon Lord. Coupled with deliberate deception, he was virtually invincible. As for whether using the power of the myriad shapes Demon Lord constituted blasphemy, at least Marshal Song, standing before Gu Jing, dared not say much. As the commander-in-chief, he was, in theory, the supreme commander of the solar fleet. But in reality, he wasn't. His position was difficult. Before the Great Cataclysm, he did have basic management functions over the solar fleet. However, combat missions and strategic command were essentially entirely subject to the orders of the Imperial Navy headquarters. After all, his superior, the Supreme Commander of the Imperial Navy, the Grand Marshal, was in holy terror with him. Therefore, he, as a subordinate, had no choice but to obediently follow orders. Although he himself was a high-ranking member of the General Headquarters, he wasn't as independent as the other naval fleets outside. Even operational plans couldn't be decided directly by him. He had to rely on the General Headquarters arrangements. And after the Cataclysm, this situation worsened. The suppression from superiors and the practice of bypassing hierarchical control remained, and were even stronger. After all, the Imperial Naval Headquarters used to manage the entire naval deployments of the Empire. Now, it was out of reach, and he could only manage the solar fleet. How troublesome. Furthermore, Song Min was gradually losing power over subordinates, various squadrons, and even specific combat ships. Everyone knew the importance of the Navy. Not to mention, the trillions of people on Holy Terra consumed astronomical amounts of water and food supplies daily. Even with excellent water recycling and advanced synthetic food technology, externally imported resources remained indispensable. Precisely because of the isolation brought about by the Cataclysm, the value of the Navy had actually increased unprecedentedly compared to the past. More and more factions on Holy Terra are extending their reach into the solar fleet. Song Min initially tried to stop them, but later found it impossible, and even faced personal danger multiple times, so he could only prioritize his own safety. Currently, he probably controls less than a tenth of the solar fleet's ships. A considerable portion has been squeezed into the vicinity of the moon. The arrival of Robert and his expeditionary force brought a turning point to the situation. Song Min is one of the most active in contacting Robert. It was for the sake of the Empire, and also for his own. Initially, things went smoothly, but he underestimated the chaos within his ranks. Those stirring up trouble within his solar fleet included not only the infiltration and recruitment efforts of various forces on the ground, but also a large number of traitors. Although he maintained communication with Robert after the negotiations failed, striving to preserve mutual trust, pushing for another round of negotiations, especially a peaceful transfer of the entire solar fleet to His Highness the Regent, was far too difficult. He was also afraid. A single misstep could ignite a civil war, turning a significant portion of the solar fleet against him, jeopardizing Robert's grand plans, and obviously, significantly impacting his own future. And that wasn't the worst of it. More importantly, in such chaos, his own life might also be at risk. Again, he received a message from Robert, saying he would be sending a special envoy to resolve the issue. That was, of course, welcome. However, what unsettled him was Robert's deadline. This envoy will resolve the issue in 3 standard Terra days. Song Min asked what would happen if the issue wasn't resolved by then. Robert simply uttered 2 words, war. Song Min immediately understood. This must be the ultimatum. He could only greet this man's arrival with trepidation. Gu Jing, he knew him. Or rather, he knew Gu Jing's father. Gu Hang, one of the Empire's high-ranking officials, was considered a challenger and threat to central authority in the era before the Great Cataclysm, but equally, no one could deny that he was the Empire's most powerful figure in the provinces. Over the past century, Holy Terra wasn't completely isolated from news. News from the Empire's dark side occasionally reached them through various means. At his level, he could still hear some of it. The rulers of the Empire's dark side, the dark side expeditions, legions of space marines, massive star fleets. Every piece of news was impacting the hearts of the Empire's elites. The elites' feelings were complex. Song Min didn't know how to describe others, but from his perspective, he essentially had one thought. It seemed that what was happening in the East made the so-called alliance more like the Empire than Holy Terra itself. He arrived with respect. Respect for both Robert and Gu Hang. But what Gu Jing presented next stunned him. In his office, Gu Jing laid out his plan in its entirety. He claimed that he would spend the next 3 days trying to find the chaos corruption elements within the solar fleet. The specific method he would use was the phantom of the ever-changing demon lord that appeared behind him. To be honest, if it weren't for Robert and Gu Hang backing Gu Jing up, the mere sight of him revealing the phantom of the myriad shapes demon lord would have been enough for Song Min to immediately summon the ship's judges to take him away. And what's this talk about finding corrupt elements? Good heavens, this guy who carries around its cinch demon lord, isn't he the leader of the corrupt elements? But under Gu Jing's reassurance, Song Min reluctantly believed him. Mainly, he didn't have much else to do. It was simply a matter of preparing an interrogation room and a cell, preferably large and secluded. Then, he watched Gu Jing sit in his office, barely moving. Next, the team that had come with Gu Jing, a group of infinite warriors and a few inquisitors, along with a group of guards and inquisitors trusted by Song Min on the ship, formed a secret force. In the interrogation room designated by Gu Jing, they welcomed the officers and generals from different ships in batches. They identified them, took them away, and imprisoned them. These people were all acquaintances to Song Min. After all, they were his subordinates, though not necessarily from his faction, and usually difficult to command. But there were still a few he had previously considered his own people. And now, they were all arrested. He had initially hesitated, struggled, and even distrusted Gu Jing. Although Gu Jing's methods were incredibly sophisticated, simply and silently teleporting people from different warships to his eternal flame, it wasn't simply a matter of Gu Jing declaring someone a traitor. He arranged for an investigation, a deep-seated corruption investigation, directly searching memories and examining the purity and integrity of genes and skull. The effect was very clear, and the results were highly reliable. Previously, this method couldn't be used because it was slow. A thorough investigation of one person would take 1 or 2 days, and the investigation rooms could only investigate 1 or 2 people at a time, requiring professional investigators to conduct one-on-one interviews. This was unsuitable for large-scale screening, especially when dealing with disobedient, non-factional, and high-ranking naval officers and generals. However, the accuracy in assessing and classifying a single target was remarkably reliable. The results of the investigation proved that those captured by Gu Jing were entirely reliable. Although not every individual could be investigated, everyone investigated was a corrupt element. Only at this point did Song Min completely give up hope. He would just follow Gu Jing. The entire investigation lasted 2 days. Gu Jing captured a total of 1638 people, distributed across 273 warships, with each ship containing 2 to 9 corrupt elements. This nearly covered a quarter of the remaining ships in the solar fleet. The sabotage they could cause if necessary was considerable. The importance of eliminating these corrupt elements was absolutely paramount. With these corrupt elements causing sabotage, any peace negotiations were meaningless. Only after eliminating them could negotiations have any chance of success. Of course, Gu Jing also told Marshal Song that they couldn't be completely complacent at the moment. The number of corrupt elements is far greater than these 1,000-odd people. The investigation of senior officers and commanders on 273 warships does not guarantee the reliability of all senior officers on the remaining ships. Some senior officers, perhaps out of caution, and because Gu Jing didn't have time to deceive them, have escaped detection. After all, the time left for Gu Jing is indeed too short. What he can essentially do is use the characteristics of the myriad shape-shifting demon lord to broadcast information most likely to be received by Tsinch's high-ranking followers on a specific channel. Through dreams, through whispers in his mind. If the other side doesn't respond, there's nothing that can be done. Moreover, even on those 200-odd warships, it doesn't mean that capturing high-ranking officers means everything is clean. If even high-ranking officers are corrupt, then how many ordinary officers and sailors on the ships have been corrupted by these guys using their positions of power? It's impossible to quantify. But what Gu Jing has done so far is still of extraordinary value. At least, those 200-odd ships, having had their corrupt leaders removed, will be much slower to react, or even unable to react at all, if they want to cause trouble later. On the 3rd day, Marshal Song Min, following Gu Jing's plan, as the fleet's commander-in-chief, carrying an order from Regent Robert, issued the final order to every ship in the solar fleet. He demanded that all still loyal Imperial Navy ships leave the orbit of Holy Terra and assemble at the designated coordinates, in the airspace not too far from the lunar base, to accept the Regent's jurisdiction. This order, of course, could not be executed smoothly and undoubtedly caused a huge uproar. If it were executed smoothly, there wouldn't have been so many preliminary steps. Numerous voices of opposition arose, with many even questioning whether Marshal Song Min was the biggest traitor, and whether they were being lured out to be killed. But this time, Song Min's attitude was firmer than ever before. He divided all the ships into 3 categories based on their behavior within the limited time. The first category consisted of those who, as instructed, proceeded to the designated airspace to assemble and undergo inspection. These were the true loyalists of the Empire. They would receive the honors they deserved, and in the future, they would remain a part of the glorious Imperial Navy. The second category consists of those who hesitate to accept orders. But that's alright. At the appointed time, the Regent's fleet will sail into orbit around Holy Terra to begin military operations. Those who don't obstruct the expeditionary fleet can be considered loyalists, but they will undergo due diligence after the war to determine their true allegiance. The third category is the obstructors. This category consists of outright traitors, enemies of the Empire. The Regent will unleash his boundless wrath upon them. This is the ultimatum, and the appointed time, 2000-hour standard Terra time, is the moment of final judgment. After issuing this ultimatum, Marshal Song Min resolutely ordered his flagship to set sail, taking a contingent of ships completely loyal to him to the assembly point. However, things won't go so smoothly. Amidst the noise on the solar fleet's public channels, the loudest voices declared Song Min a traitor, urging true loyalists to open fire on his ships. There was no need to analyze whether these people were corrupt or not. It was pointless. They were all enemies. Song Min ordered all ships to prepare for battle. They needed to prepare to break out. The greatest danger was imminent. They would not only face the cannons pointed at them, but also artillery fire from the orbital defense space station and the fortress. But at that moment, in the distance, a formidable fleet gradually emerged. That fleet was spearheaded by 3 Glory Queen warships. Chapter 987. The entire Imperial Navy possesses not a single Queen of Glory. However, this doesn't prevent every naval officer and admiral from having heard of its name and dreaming of piloting these colossal warships, seemingly born with supreme glory, traversing the starry seas. At the very least, they hope to fight alongside such behemoths, a fortunate prospect indeed. These warships, with their millennia-long heritage, each represent a glorious early legion of space marines. The most illustrious of them was even personally piloted by the Emperor himself while he was still alive. These Queens of Glory truly represent the most glorious era of the Empire. And the 3 warships before us all embody their identity. The first one, with its azure and silver-white paint scheme, somewhat resembles an Alliance warship, but it is actually the flagship of the Infinite Chapter, the Superlimit. 10,000 years ago, it was the Mount of Robert, the Son of God, and it remains so today. The other 2 are also renowned figures. First, there's the True Word, the flagship of the Saints Chapter. Second, there's the Holy Blood, the flagship of the Blood Angels Chapter. The Alliance also has its own Glory Queens, quite a few, currently reaching 8. But the main consideration is reputation. While their combat strength is roughly equal, the Alliance's Glory Queens are newly established, unlike the 2 established chapters already affiliated with the Alliance, which are used to intimidate. Currently, the entire Empire has only 9 established chapters. Now, the presence of the 3 Glory Queens not only showcased the power of these 3 warships, but also the formidable reputation these 3 chapters had built over millennia. In the name of Regent Robert, in the name of High Lord Gu Heng, in the name of the 3 founding chapters of the Empire, Nero of the Infinite Chapter, Raymond Viss of the Saints Chapter, and Dante, the chapter leader of the Blood Angels and a legendary hero of the Empire. These 5 joint signatures, especially the endorsement of the Regent by the latter 4, were of immense significance. Combined with the sight of the entire expeditionary fleet led by the 3 Glory Queens, the sheer scale of the spectacle was breathtaking. Those ships that had initially attempted to besiege Marshal Song Min's fleeing fleet hesitated. Not every ship that hadn't followed him was corrupted. Most were, in fact, misled, or simply caught in the chaos, unsure of what to do. Even among the 200-plus ships that Gu Jing discovered had high-ranking officers and generals who were corrupted, not everyone on board was actually involved. The Tsinch's corruption, unless in its final stages, meant they preferred covert and conservative operations. On some ships, the problem was greatly alleviated once the corrupt leadership was removed. Even on ships, where the proportion of genuinely corrupt crew members was quite high, the overall percentage was not high, and the removal of their leader slowed their operations. In the end, only about 60 warships, and half of Holy Terra's orbital defense fortress and space station, actually opened fire. This resulted in some losses for Marshal Songmin's warships, with more than 10 warships being directly destroyed. However, their decisive departure bought them space to survive. The most effective measure came from the 3 expeditionary warships led by the Queen of Glory. They swiftly advanced and launched a fierce attack on the ships deemed traitors. The Superlimit, personally commanded by Robert, also directly suppressed Terra's orbital defense system with firepower. His voice, broadcast repeatedly through the sound array channel by the star speakers, echoed incessantly. At his urging, ship after ship broke away from the solar fleet's ranks and began following their marshal, heading further away. More and more Terran defensive fortresses, bewildered, remained neutral, and even some that had initially opened fire stopped. A few staunchly rebellious ships suffered fatal blows. Robert even saw this as a golden opportunity. The solar fleet was in complete disarray, and Holy Terra's formidable orbital defenses were also in chaos, their defenses incredibly vulnerable at this moment. This was a golden opportunity. Even at great risk, he decided to transform the original support plan into a full-scale assault. At that moment, a piercing shriek emanated from the Grail, one of Terra's largest orbital fortresses, defying the laws of physics and the vacuum of space. Gallardo was beyond furious. He knew the enemy's scheme, knew that someone was impersonating the Demon Lord of Disguise, causing serious problems with his spies within the solar fleet. They failed to create the expected chaos, and more than half of the solar fleet even deserted and sided with Robert. The remaining half was hesitant, with only a few being brutally attacked by the truth and holy blood due to their positioning. He who hunts geese all day long gets pecked by them. His most prized tactic, intrigue and deception, has backfired spectacularly, and his previously superior near-ground defense system is now crumbling. In an ideal scenario, if all orbital defenses could fire instantly, not only would Songmin's ships be able to escape, but the rashly deployed Robert's expeditionary fleet would suffer heavy losses instantly. This is Holy Terra, the most heavily guarded place in the human empire, but unfortunately, the Regent, High Lord Gu Heng, and the commanders of the 3 founding battle groups, this combined force is far too powerful. Even though many places have orders from high-ranking, direct superiors, the actual executors, even the station commanders, refuse to carry them out and demand verification of their legitimacy. In some places, armed rebellions have even broken out. They believe that the enemy before them wasn't the person in front of them, but the one who ordered them to fire. Gallardo had underestimated the value of loyalty. He now regretted his past actions. A year or 2 ago, his desire for stability and safety, his fear of exposure, which had slowed the corruption of key positions. He should have been more aggressive, even replacing some of the artillery operators with his own men. But now it was too late. That shrill scream had just come from his mouth. His eyes glowed with an ominous blue light. The blessing from God was unleashed at full power. All the hidden agents he had deployed exploded. Every space fortress he could regain control of, he would reclaim. This was the most critical moment. With the solar fleet unreliable, he could only rely on the planetary defense system to withstand this fierce attack. Extensive calculations were being performed in his mind, and command after command was being issued through a special channel. There's still a chance, everything can be turned around. Wait, what's this? He sensed a power within his fortress that seemed familiar, yet upon closer inspection, it was different. Oh no, it's that fake demon lord of 1,000 faces. When did he infiltrate the Holy Grail base? Chapter 988. Gu Jing glanced at the rapidly advancing enemy. It was indeed an elite force. It seemed the enemy took him seriously. Not only were they composed of the most elite Marines, but their leader was also dozens of Chaos Space Marines. But unfortunately, it was too late. Even if the force sent to intercept and eliminate him had arrived, it would have been pointless. Gu Jing had known about the presence of Space Marines among the enemy before he arrived. These people now appeared to be Chaos Space Marines, and previously, they had been training the Orbital Defense Force on Terra under the guise of a loyal chapter. Of course, by now, they should know that they were reinforcements invited by these Chaos traitors, and therefore, they were undoubtedly Chaos Space Marines. Dozens of them was a considerable number. Moreover, Gu Jing believed there were certainly skilled individuals among them. But what did it matter? Too late, and that was it. After completing his internal investigation of the solar fleet, Gu Jing realized that another crucial aspect of getting Song Min's fleet to disengage was dealing with Holy Terra's orbital defense system. During the previous interrogations, while it wasn't possible to definitively ascertain the identities of these high-ranking officers and generals within the Tsinch cult, which was normal, as the Tsinch cult always prioritized secrecy in such matters, it was clear that a significant portion of high-level orders originated from an orbital fortress called the Base Grail. This orbital fortress is one of the most important fortresses in Holy Terra's defense system. Quietly, Gu Jing used his psychic power to sneak in without triggering the fortress's anti-psychic teleportation alarm. Then, he lay in wait, awaiting his opportunity. At this moment of battle, Gu Jing also realized that Robert was about to switch from a support role to a full-scale attack, intending to seize control of Holy Terra's orbital system in one fell swoop. Therefore, he no longer needed to hide and act directly. His method of action was to summon more troops to enter the battlefield. It wasn't impossible for him alone to completely control this orbital fortress and eliminate the likely Tsinch corruption leader, but it would be quite difficult. After all, one person can't do the work of many. Although he was now considered a son of God, he was still alone and could easily be tied down by enemy schemes, presented with difficult choices. In that case, he wouldn't necessarily return empty-handed, but losing several important targets was a possibility. So he simply summoned enough help. Even if it might expose him, it didn't matter. The teleportation array was already in place. With his abilities, bringing in 100 or so space marines wouldn't be a problem. On the other side, fully equipped and ready to go were elites from the Grey Knights and Black Cross chapters. Grand Instructor Chanting of the Grey Knights and Grand Marshal Rossmond of the Black Cross were two top-tier beings at the level of chosen champions. Chanting's Grey Knights were top experts at dealing with demonic corruption. Rossmond's Marshal's Guard consisted entirely of champion swordsmen. This force, having endured the explosion of the Cartier Fortress world, the wanderings in the Warp, and the Eldar network, and the Terra expedition assembled by Robert, has fought on to this day. Many of them perished along the way. Those who survived are, without exception, the strongest. Before Gu Jing arrived, when he explained the objective of this operation and the potential risks, they agreed without hesitation. Saving Holy Terra was their duty. Those traitors from the Sage Legion sent by Galardor were facing a force virtually invincible, both psychologically and in combat. And the outcome, of course, needs no further explanation. Without any hesitation, Rossmond, the Sword Saint, charged to the front lines. Those traitors from the Sage Legion even attempted to use chaos magic to hinder the Sword Saint. They were always masters of this art. Most of the sages were not only space marines, but also exceptional chaos wizards. Even their physical bodies, beneath their sturdy power armor, had long since mutated to become the most suitable vessels for psychic energy, losing all human form. However, they faced the Grey Knights. Grandmaster Chanting simply tapped his scepter down, and the exorcism inscriptions on his, and dozens of Grey Knights' armor all lit up. While they couldn't completely eliminate psychic reactions across an entire area, like the Silent Sisters or the Unfailing Ones, the Grey Knights possessed their own abilities. They were experts in anti-psychic and anti-demonic techniques, not only in their ability to suppress their enemies, but also in their ability to exploit them. More than half of the sage's traitors found their chaotic magic, unleashed in actual combat, suddenly ineffective. Of the remaining half who successfully cast spells, another half found their spells affecting themselves instead. They weren't necessarily killed, but in their haste, they couldn't exert any further significant influence on Rossmond. However, about a quarter of them successfully cast spells. Blue demonic flames, pink shockwaves, mind-altering mental attacks, all sorts of spells came crashing down. However, Rossmond simply slashed with his sword. He didn't understand magic sorcery, or warp magic, he only understood his sword. What he possessed was swordsmanship honed over millennia, and beneath that swordsmanship, an even more unwavering will that neither psionic energy nor warp magic could shake. These evil spells and sorcery, upon reaching him, truly had no effect on him. Even the spells were dispelled by his sword strike. The head of the Chaos Wizard Lord was severed along with it. Then Rossmond, who had charged into the crowd, unleashed his full power. Whether they were traitorous warriors from the Sage Legion or elite soldiers enhanced by Tsinch's evil magic, none could withstand a single blow from him. He alone tore the entire formation to shreds. Then, his personal guards, who could never catch up with him in the initial charge, finally arrived at the battlefield. Frustrated, yet skillfully exploiting the openings created by their Grand Marshal, they expanded their gains and accelerated the slaughter. Meanwhile, the Grey Knights, who had followed closely, quickened their pace. However, throughout this entire process, Gu Jing remained absent. The Grey Knights and the Black Cross were not surprised. After resolving the immediate battle, they immediately split into two groups. One group, led by Grey Knight Grand Instructor Chongting, was tasked with seizing the entire fortress and eliminating the corrupt. Chongting was perfectly suited for this kind of task. How to identify the corrupted, how to quickly eliminate them, how to temporarily appease the others, and make them an ally. This was the Grey Knight's original profession. He simply never imagined that one day, he would be doing this kind of work all the way up to Holy Terra. Oh, and there was also the task of silencing witnesses. However, silencing witnesses was clearly not the top priority now, and it even seemed unnecessary under the current circumstances. Wasteland, along with 2 bodyguards, was going to support Gu Jing, following the route he had given him. As soon as the previous battle broke out, Gu Jing vanished while no one was watching. The outcome of that battle was, in Gu Jing's view, indisputable. He had more important things to do: intercept the leader. Gu Jing had already sensed that the guy was going to escape. He couldn't let him get away so easily. Corrupting the cultist's command ability was of paramount importance. And just as the other party could sense him, he could also sense the other party through the connection. That guy was clearly very perceptive. He hadn't placed all his hopes on his strongest squad, expecting them to stop Gu Jing. This cult leader had prepared for the worst. He initially moved towards the helipad, attempting to board a fast space fighter and leave the Holy Grail base. But he stopped just before reaching the fighter's location. He seemed to realize that the force he had sent out was utterly ineffective against the enemy. Gu Jing, the greatest threat to him, didn't care about the battle at all. He was heading straight for him. If he continued to choose to board the fighter, he wouldn't escape. Even if he boarded the fighter, Gu Jing could potentially use his powerful psychic energy to pull him down. He needed to use a faster method. For example, teleportation, with the destination being the ground. This was something most highly skilled psychics could do. The difficulty lay in the psychic confrontation between the two sides. Just like Gu Jing, who quietly entered the fortress and teleported in 100 space marines, many S-rank psionists could do the same. However, they couldn't bypass the fortress's anti-psionic teleportation equipment. With interference, let alone teleporting 100 space marines, even an S-rank psionicist himself couldn't enter this way. Not to mention, he couldn't let anyone detect it beforehand. Gu Jing could do it because his skill level was far superior to that of an S-rank psionicist. But for the Cinch cult leader, the difficulty in teleporting to the ground wasn't the teleportation itself, but how to complete the teleportation while being interfered with by Gu Jing. Gu Jing certainly wouldn't just watch him succeed. He had already implemented corresponding interference methods. But what he relied on was the blessing from Cinch. The teleportation array was constructed quickly and was ready. Gu Jing could already sense that the other party was standing in the center of the teleportation array. But it wasn't activated. It seemed to be chanting a prayer, communicating with the subspace, and calling for blessings. And Cinch generously bestowed the blessings. If everything happening in Holy Terra was a grand performance, then the 4 most important spectators were generous in rewarding the actors, who could bring more exciting changes to the performance. They were also generous in giving their supported actors even greater support, making the outcome more to their liking. Gu Jing felt immense terror. His long reliable assistant, the Myriad Shapes Demon Lord, suddenly went limp. Even though it had been cleansed and its subspace nature had changed, under absolute pressure, it had transformed from a towering demon lord with enormous wings into a trembling quail. But he was still unwilling to give up like this. Did Gu Jing rely solely on the Myriad Shapes Demon Lord given to him by his father all this time? No. He also possessed a fragment of a divine core from a spirit race deity, given to him by his own father. Without hesitation, he squeezed out the power within, and with his own alpha-level psionic strength, he fully controlled it, continuing to teleport while enduring the interference from his target. Simultaneously, his body, bursting forth without restraint, flew at incredible speed, closing in on the target. Blood gradually trickled from the corner of his mouth. His interference couldn't last much longer. He had to arrive in his true form before he couldn't hold on any longer, and then physically engage the enemy at close range. He had to hold out until Wasteland arrived to stop the enemy. This was the most dangerous moment. But he had overestimated himself. As if provoked, or perhaps finding the game interesting, he became more focused. In any case, Gu Jing felt the pressure suddenly increase. Already feeling suffocated, this pressure nearly crushed him. But then, a surge of power rose within him, straightening his spine. Simultaneously, a deafening bolt of lightning struck through the subspace. The faint, sinister laughter turned into a scream of astonishment, only to be drowned out by an even more violent explosion of thunder. Gu Jing knew what had happened, so he couldn't afford to fail. Flying even faster, Gu Jing finally reached his target location. He saw the traitor leader. "It's you." Gu Jing admitted, slightly surprised. Anyone who's been in the Alliance's high-level power structure for a while knows that the Alliance has a major ally in the Empire's central government, Prime Minister Galardor of the Military Affairs Department. But unexpectedly, this guy has turned against them. With teleportation impossible, Galardor's efforts weren't in vain. His body, brimming with warp magic, grew continuously, eventually tearing his clothes. Eyes began to appear on his twisted body, opening one after another. A smile played on his twitching face. "Ah, it's you, Gu Jing. You and your father look about 6/10 alike. Fine then. Let me accept the 6/10 interest from him for deceiving and manipulating me for so many years." Chapter 989. Before Gu Jing's eyes, an ascension ritual unfolded and was completed swiftly. From his past knowledge, he knew that the ascension ritual was a very dangerous process. Accepting the blessing of an evil god seemed easy, simply falling into corruption, but the actual price was enormous. The vast majority of recipients couldn't survive. Even for Chaos champions, who had gone far enough down the path of pleasing the evil god, the success rate after receiving the blessing was pitifully low. Perhaps only 1 in a million would become a demon prince. Those qualified to receive the blessing were already rare. One had to accumulate enough merit to please the gods. Even then, failure was still the vast majority, and the consequences were tragic, becoming mindless chaos eggs. Those who were obsessed with worshipping evil gods might even think this was a good thing. However, looking at Galardor's ascension, calling it effortless wouldn't be an exaggeration. Everyone says that whether or not one can successfully ascend to a higher realm depends on the ascendant themselves, but it's now quite clear that as long as the powerful beings in the warp desire it, ascension can be successful. Otherwise, why would this Galardor be able to ascend? Is he more powerful or more devout than those millions of Cinch champions? It's simply because his position is important. His role in this event is important enough to annoy the human empire, so he succeeded. But Gu Jing isn't worried about anything. His original concern was only with those truly powerful beings in the warp. But after the appearance of the lightning that pierced through the warp, that concern was no longer necessary. Gu Jing only has to deal with Galardor, who has ascended to demonic power. What's there to be afraid of? Even among demonic princes, there are differences. Ascension doesn't necessarily make someone more powerful. Someone like Magnus, originally a child of God, and the most powerful psychic among them, has combat power after ascending that almost completely overwhelms Robert. Even wielding the Emperor's sword wouldn't be enough, he'd still be overwhelmed. During the lunar campaign, without Gu Jing's presence and the support of numerous silent sisters and spellbreakers, Robert alone wouldn't have been able to drive him away. But Galardor isn't that kind of demonic prince. Before his ascension, he wasn't an invincible warrior, a champion, or a psychic master with exceptional talent and control over psychic energy. He's just a mortal, at most intelligent, cunning, adept at scheming and plotting. These are all traits that Cinch admires and appreciates. However, even with the unprecedented enhancement of these qualities after his ascension, it merely makes Galardor a more adept schemer, perhaps with a few more supernatural abilities to facilitate these schemes. As for the increase in direct combat power, for Galardor, who was originally just a mortal, it's undoubtedly enormous. It transforms him from someone utterly powerless into someone capable of tearing apart space marines. But that's only enough to tear apart ordinary space marines. If he encounters a chapter champion, he might be able to overwhelm them with sheer brute force through his unprecedented increase in physical and psionic power. But if he goes any further, Galardor, with almost no combat experience or skill, will expose his greatest weakness. He simply doesn't know how to utilize his power. As for his boastful words to Gu Jing earlier, that was more like nonsense, and Gu Jing was an absolute veteran. Since reaching a certain age and starting work, it's undeniable that he received significant help from his father, but those countless adventures, those brushes with death, were undeniable. He had honed himself exceptionally well in that process. Therefore, with Cinch only able to help Galardor successfully ascend to a higher level, and Gu Hang's obstruction in the warp preventing further assistance, Gu Jing was completely dominating Galardor. Galardor's initial arrogance, fueled by suddenly gaining power far exceeding his expectations, was quickly eroded. He had indeed become incredibly powerful, but so what? On one hand, he discovered that Gu Jing, the son of his enemy, displayed power on par with his own, even slightly stronger. On the other hand, Galadriel possessed a power level roughly equivalent to Gu Jing's, yet he couldn't even touch Gu Jing. He was completely outmaneuvered by Gu Jing's psionic techniques. The shockwaves he painstakingly built up were unleashed with ferocity, but often the target was merely a decoy set up by Gu Jing. Gu Jing's attacks were varied and dazzling, making it impossible for him to distinguish the key points from the illusions. He could only resist haphazardly, often making one mistake after another. His initial feeling of invincibility gradually turned to surprise, and then to frustration. Now, all that remained was fear. The power bestowed by the evil god was not inexhaustible. The power he could draw upon now was significantly less than what Gu Jing had dissipated during the battle. Even with his lack of understanding of combat, Galardor could sense that he was about to lose. But what could he do? He couldn't think of a way. He was like a caged beast, roaring fiercely, intimidating, endlessly pouring his power towards the open space beside him, towards the cage. Gu Jing, on the other hand, was like a seasoned hunter outside the cage, wielding a spear. He constantly provoked and lured Galardor into wasting his energy, then seized every opportunity to stab him hard. Not deep, not ruthless, but each time drawing blood. With each drop of blood, Galardor grew weaker and weaker, even his howls and intimidation became feeble. Was this an act? Gu Jing saw through it. It was indeed. This guy seemed to be using this show of weakness to set a trap, trying to deceive Gu Jing and then launch a counterattack. But he was utterly incompetent. At least, in this level of combat, his plan was seen through by Gu Jing at a glance. Furthermore, Gu Jing could see that the flaw Galardor had left was a trap he couldn't fill himself. His so-called backup plan was also a trivial threat. In that case, what was there to hesitate about? Behind Gu Jing, jet black wings emerged. No longer in the form of the myriad shapes demon lord, but rather the power of Como, the god of despair of the spirit race. These wings carried him at breakneck speed towards Galardor. Galardor's myriad eyes, mutated from his entire body, simultaneously widened, blazing with light. Thousands of beams of light shredded Gu Jing's figure into fragments. But before he could even rejoice, another Gu Jing appeared. His smile froze. He could no longer muster the strength to block. A divine sword appeared in Gu Jing's hand. Its appearance was identical to the Como divine sword, the treasure of the Dark Spirit clan. With a single strike, Galardor's body was cleaved vertically in two. The two severed halves of the demon prince's body writhed on the ground, attempting to reassemble. However, the despairing annihilation power clinging to the cut surfaces prevented fusion, and as Gu Jing chanted incantations nearby, it continued to erode them in the opposite direction. In just a few breaths, this newly ascended demon prince vanished completely from the world. Faintly, Gu Jing heard a resounding scream of despair echoing from the warp. Tsinch had lost, and was the first to be eliminated from this grand drama of Holy Terra. Tsinch is a god symbolizing intrigue, change, thirst for knowledge, and curiosity. But that doesn't mean he's rational. Does rationality even exist in the warp? It doesn't exist. Even knowing he had no chance of turning the tables, even though he had no pieces left to play with, Tsinch remained enraged and relentlessly made a scene, trying to overturn the entire chessboard amidst the malicious mockery of the other evil gods. Gu Heng felt immense pressure. Every time he confronted these four obnoxious beings head-on, he was repeatedly taught a lesson. He hadn't reached the same level as them. No matter how close he got, he hadn't crossed that threshold. Here, Tsinch was clearly not going all out. On the other side, the eternal war between him and the merciful father Nurgle never ceased. At the border between their divine realms, Nurgle's demonic army cheered and mocked Tsinch's defeat, intensifying their offensive. Tsinch's demonic army roared to wash away their lord's shame, launching a fierce counterattack. The two evil gods' tactical maneuvering never loosened. And throughout the entire universe, countless conspiracies and schemes, carried out or brewing according to the will of the Lord of Change, were unfolding, many of which were under Tsinch's watchful eye. This grand drama on Holy Terra was certainly important, but it would never, and could not, allow Tsinch to participate fully. Even so, Gu Jing found the situation quite difficult. However, despite this predicament, in the entire physical universe, no other being could withstand the wrath of a fiend god and persist until the fiend grew bored, weary, and ultimately gave up. Regardless, the outcome was ultimately positive. Although Tsinch was the first of the four fiends to fall from grace in the grand drama of Holy Terra, Gu Jing believed that his schemes and plans were actually the most dangerous of the four. The other three fiend gods' main plans were primarily concentrated on the surface. Although Khorne had infected the ground armies, Nurgle's plague had spread widely among the common people, and Slaanesh had corrupted many nobles and wealthy merchants. For Holy Terra, this amounted to a full-scale destruction underway. Ultimately, these problems are solvable, given sufficient resources and investment. And they need to be addressed quickly enough. However, Tsinch poses the greatest threat to the Navy, the corruption of orbital systems, and the disruption of peace talks between the Solar Fleet and the Expeditionary Force. If he succeeds, it's all over. Holy Terra possesses the most powerful orbital defense system and naval cooperative defense capabilities in the entire universe, originally intended to counter humanity's greatest enemies. If this firepower is directed at the expeditionary force, the trouble will be immense. Even though the loss of the moon, the royal palace still being under the control of the Imperial Guard, and the existence of numerous loyalists, limiting the orbital defense system to only 30 to 40% of its full potential, it's still terrifying. Even if the entire expeditionary force fleet were to be deployed, it's uncertain whether they could capture it. In a prolonged conflict, the Allied forces' ground support would become highly unpredictable, and the overall situation on Terra would become even more precarious. Now, they finally weathered the storm. With Galardor's death and Cinch's defeat, the remaining Cinch corruption posed little threat. The Holy Grail, a crucial space fortress, was brought under control by a powerful assault of 100 Grey Knights and Black Cross Legion soldiers. With the arrival of more landing ships, it was completely under the control of the Allied forces. Following this, and through persuasion or force control of numerous surrounding fortresses, armed space stations, and starports, the entire orbital space was considered safe for the Allied forces. A few days later, the ships of the Solar Fleet, which had departed with Marshal Songmin and assembled at a designated location, underwent a full inspection by Robert. The entire command and combat system was restructured, and loyalty checks and personnel reassignments were conducted on key parts of the ships, ensuring the entire fleet was integrated into the Allied command chain. Then, they were reassigned to the task of controlling the orbit of Holy Terra. This entire process was like a falling domino, or a snowball rolling downhill. It started off the hardest, but as more and more Imperial Navy forces sided with Robert, more and more orbital airspace defenders switched sides, more and more Chaos traders who had been obstructing the way were caught, eliminated, and purged. Those who remained, unable to see the situation clearly, wavering, and ambitious individuals with ulterior motives, gradually learned what choices to make next. Although, in the recent days, people were dying every day in Holy Terra's orbit, small-scale battles were breaking out daily, and many Allied fleets, or even the Solar Fleet and orbital space stations that were unaware of the situation, had been destroyed. But overall, no matter how intense the fighting, it was short and localized. Compared to a full-scale orbital naval war, the cost was negligible. And it was fast. In less than a month, the entire outer orbit was under the control of the Allied forces. As for ground support, that began 3 weeks ago. Robert and Gu Heng hadn't forgotten their promise to the Imperial Guard. They didn't even wait until they had complete control of the planet's orbit before risking everything to send a significant number of reinforcements to the ground. Chapter 990. The Allied forces' ground support predated their progress in controlling the planet's orbit. In the first week after Galardor's death, when orbital control was still in its early stages, several landing ships departed from Allied carriers and headed for the ground. The Allied fleet escorted them, but some reckless or undetected traders intercepted them using ship interception, orbital defense fire, and ground-based railgun fire. Approximately 30% of the landing ships failed to reach the ground. This meant that over 30,000 soldiers perished during the landing process. Frankly, the 70,000 soldiers who landed didn't offer much help to the defense of the Terra Palace. No matter how small the inner ring was, and no matter how limited Marshal Yan Xinjian's forces were, it was still in the millions. The 70,000 landings only provided a tiny bit of rotation space for the Palace Guard troops, who were fighting on the front lines. However, while its practical significance may be limited, its symbolic meaning is considerable. The Palace Guards are indeed elite. They are well-trained, highly motivated, and capable of fighting to the bitter end, especially with the Imperial Guards leading the charge. But generally speaking, no human army is completely devoid of morale. Even with a death-defying resolve, they can still waver when faced with profound despair. They have nowhere to escape, a desperate fight. Even surrendering, rationally speaking, against forces dominated by Nurgle zombies or Khorne berserkers, offers nowhere to turn. But when people reach a point of utter despair, reason breaks down. Moreover, this despair isn't just psychological, it also involves supernatural factors. Nurgle's core, completely opposite to Cinch's, lies in unchanging, decaying, and hopeless, and these, carried by the yellow-green winds, have seeped into the inner ring of Terra's palace. And Khorne's mental plague, capable of driving people to madness, should not be underestimated. Even with numerous protective measures within the palace's inner ring to minimize and prevent impact, even a small amount, combined with the current battlefield situation, will inevitably cause problems. They will commit suicide, they will unconsciously collapse in a collective rout, losing all organization, they will surrender to Nurgle, they will launch suicidal attacks against Khorne and die easily. Of course, it must be said that such occurrences are extremely rare among the elite palace guards. Even when they do happen, they are merely isolated cases. But these isolated cases, under such circumstances, are showing a tendency to expand. In reality, the defenders can hold out for a long time. However, these problems, fueled by despair, continued to fester, and were destined to become a major issue in the future. But the arrival of reinforcements greatly helped alleviate this problem. Frankly, it was a psychological matter. No matter how the Imperial Guards proclaimed that reinforcements would surely arrive, that the Son of God was already on his way to support the ground forces, all the palace guards believed this. However, no matter how much they believed, nothing was more reassuring than witnessing it actually happen before their eyes. The 70,000 troops that fell from orbit achieved this effect. The reinforcements were real, and they had arrived. The hope brought by this reality effectively countered the despair, and greatly slowed the pervasive erosion caused by the spiritual corruption of chaos. And the reinforcements were definitely not just a fleeting phenomenon. These 70,000 were merely the first wave of troops. The next wave arrived 3 days later. And in terms of size, it reached 210,000. The probability of landing ships being intercepted also decreased from the initial 30% to 20%. The third wave of landing forces numbered 500,000. These waves combined were enough to significantly change the situation in the inner ring. And a month after Galardor's defeat, when the outer orbit of Holy Terra was completely under control, a large-scale landing began. The enemy was not without anti-orbital capabilities. They controlled some ground-based anti-orbital artillery fortresses. The density of these on Holy Terra was quite high. However, with their resources freed, the Allied Navy, having absorbed a significant portion of the solar fleet, became even stronger. The entire Allied fleet, positioned in outer orbit, fiercely pressed down on the ground. When the orbital fortresses were bombarded, a considerable portion of their elves had to dedicate to intercepting shells and missiles, and engaging the outer orbital warships. After all, they couldn't simply stand by and do nothing. Otherwise, if the Allied warships continued to bombard them like this, even the strongest defenses of the orbital fortresses would eventually be destroyed. This reduced their threat to the landing ships. Of course, there were also Chaos cannons accompanying the Chaos forces besieging Terra, which, when raised, possessed anti-railway and anti-landing ship capabilities. But the Imperial Palace played a crucial role in this regard. The inner Imperial Palace's firepower was also formidable, and could be divided into two parts. One part of the firepower was directed at exposed enemy heavy artillery positions, with surface-to-surface missiles and large-caliber indirect fire cannons launched from the positions posing a significant threat to enemy heavy firepower. After all, these Chaos Army firing positions were not protected by heavy walls. Meanwhile, there were also rapid-fire interceptor cannons that could be used to intercept enemy interceptor missiles. In short, under the cover of the Navy and the Terra Imperial Palace, the Allied forces' massive amphibious landing operation was a success. Over 10 million ground troops arrived on the ground and assembled at the inner Imperial Palace. The majority of these were soldiers from the expeditionary force Robert brought from the Infinite Starfield. These soldiers from the Infinite Starfield were handpicked, seasoned veterans, who had endured long warp expeditions and fought in the bloody Battle of the Comoros. Furthermore, a significant proportion were Space Marines. This airdrop brought over 15,000 Space Marines to the ground, almost all of them genetically descended from Robert. And Robert, the genetic father, was among them. In the inner ring of the palace, the Son of God and the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Guard held an epic meeting. At first glance, Grand Marshal Yan Xinjiang confirmed that this was indeed the Son of God, impossible to impersonate. His last remaining concerns vanished, and he willingly relinquished strategic command of the entire inner ring of the palace. Chapter 991. On the holographic tactical platform, landing ships, one after another, broke through the interception, shuttling between the Terran palace and the planet's orbit. The scene was still quite awe-inspiring. Each ship represented an army unit arriving on the ground. Dante silently calculated in his mind that over 30 million soldiers had gathered. This number was not far from the pre-war target. The large-scale airdrop was still ongoing. The direction of the palace would be the main battlefield. But his side was also playing a significant role. Their current location was originally a hospital in a hive city. According to some survivors, this was once an important stronghold in the fight against the Nurgle plague in the nearby city, housing many infected civilians. Many doctors, volunteers and priests from the state church treated civilians and soldiers here, and a team of battle nuns guarded the place. But soon, they became a thorn in the side of the Nurgle army. An army far exceeding their ability to cope arrived here. Even the battle-hardened nuns and volunteers couldn't stop the enemy. They were crushed, only a small number escaped, hiding in the surrounding streets until the Nurgle army passed, at which point they dared to emerge to search for food and supplies. But it was difficult. Destroying the hospital wasn't the Nurgle army's primary objective, it was merely a side effect of their march. But wherever they went, plague, disease, toxins, these things would contaminate the entire area. These survivors were mostly afflicted with various illnesses. Almost all the food and supplies they could find were unreliable. But they had no choice but to survive. Their good fortune lay in the fact that they at least survived until the arrival of the Alliance forces. The first to land were members of the Blood Angels chapter, led by Dante. Initially small in number, they found the hospital, rescued some survivors, extracted information from them, exorcised their supernatural diseases, and provided them with supplies. After confirming there weren't many enemies nearby, the Blood Angels established a relatively concealed base and called for more support. Then, forces gradually began to gather here. Unlike the forces airdropped into Terra Palace, where the main battlefield was a large-scale, direct offensive and defensive battle, the main force consisted primarily of expeditionary soldiers from the Infinite Starfield, with some Alliance ground troops also deployed, a few army groups, totaling no more than 20%. But here, it was different. Few in number, but exceptionally elite. Dante personally led the core combat company of the Blood Angels chapter, and it was here. They didn't launch a large-scale battle to eliminate the Chaos Traders, but instead quietly occupied an area and went into hiding. Their initial task was simply to receive subsequent landing forces in an inconspicuous manner. The entire landing method was also remarkably discreet. There would be no large landing ships arriving with fanfare. Instead, small-scale, secret transport, stealth landing pods, and stealth fighters would be used for low-frequency, large-scale operations. The core objective was to deploy a force here with minimal attention. The enemy couldn't possibly remain completely unaware. However, the Blood Angels did a remarkable job. They killed a significant portion of the enemy who witnessed the attack. They misled the enemy, sending them to attack elsewhere before quickly withdrawing, misleading them into believing it was a small, behind enemy lines operation. This was annoying, but not enough to warrant a large-scale enemy sweep. Small-scale sweeps, on the other hand, depended on the specific situation, whether to eliminate them, avoid direct confrontation, or mislead them in other directions. Through these methods, the Blood Angels gradually amassed 600 warriors. Then, Raymond Viss arrived with 600 Saint warriors. Following that, the Phoenix's 800 warriors, led by Martins, arrived. This total of approximately 2,000 Space Marines was practically the Alliance's current all-star roster. But this wasn't the end. Small-scale, covert airdrops continued. The total number of Space Marines gathered here reached approximately 5,000. The remaining 3,000 came from various chapters of the Alliance. And now, they were all under the unified command of Martins. This appointment, initially, caused some unease among many. Martins was, of course, a renowned figure. Everyone knew he was an early member of the Alliance, and had led his Phoenix chapter to achieve remarkable feats throughout the Alliance's growth from its inception to its current strength. However, comparisons are always necessary. Martins was, after all, just a Space Marine a few hundred years old. His chapter, the Phoenix, was a chapter excommunicated centuries ago. Even after surviving the Yom Kippur Crusade, and with the Alliance's support, it had miraculously grown stronger, even surpassing its peak power. But it was still no match for the founding chapters. A relatively inexperienced chapter leader, with a chapter like this, and he, simply because of his special position within the Alliance, was able to become the leader of everyone in such a crucial battle. Elsewhere, it might be understandable. But here, two key figures from the founding chapters were present. The two founding chapter leaders, Saint Raymond Weiss and Blood Angel Dante, were both there. Especially Dante. He was a legendary hero of the Imperium. Thousands of years of experience, countless glorious achievements. Wasn't he far more qualified than Martins? Some felt indignant, but most were simply curious. Dante himself, for example. He didn't have much ambition for power. He was too old. Space Marines might not die of old age, but over thousands of years, he had fought almost exclusively on the front lines where the Imperium needed him. Even though his body was nearly identical to its peak, his heart was weary. He would gladly relinquish some of his burdens. But before this battle, he genuinely believed he would be the commander-in-chief. Not that he wanted it, but he truly believed that no one present was more suitable for the role. The result was unexpected. Martins. He first breathed a sigh of relief. He wouldn't have to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Then came a touch of shame. He shouldn't have thought that way. Next, he became curious. What abilities and skills did Madans possess that made Gu Heng believe he was more suitable than himself to be the commander-in-chief? With this question in mind, Dante met Madans for the first time. In that one meeting, Dante knew why. Madans' towering figure, standing before him, was so awe-inspiring. While there were exceptionally tall individuals among the Space Marines, it was generally difficult to find someone as tall as Madans. This was abnormal. But mere physical differences weren't enough to convince Dante. The more crucial point was that he sensed an aura from Madans similar to Robert's. Was this a son of God? No, not. The son of God has a strict definition. How many years had Madans lived? He couldn't possibly be one of the Emperor's offspring from 10,000 years ago. But Martins possessed the same, similar power. The father of genetics. Did Gu Heng really have such an ability? Dante was deeply shocked. Martins didn't overlook the psychological issues of the troops temporarily assigned to his command. This had to be addressed, otherwise, in the upcoming important missions, if such factors caused command breakdowns, it would be disastrous. He also fully understood how to utilize his advantages. Quite some time had passed since he became the so-called pre-march. Although Gu Heng hadn't explicitly stated it, he had gradually come to understand what had happened to him. He was now completely different from ordinary Space Marines. He would be easily recognizable among them. He was different from everyone else, a being on another level. He appeared before them without hesitation, making it clear that their leader was far more than just an ordinary chapter commander, or a veteran, with centuries of experience. Clearly, his measures were effective. Not only did Dante and Raymond Weiss fully acknowledge his command, but the other Space Marines under his command did as well. Besides this, another matter of concern for him was the reinforcements from the sky. 5,000 warriors, considered elite among Space Marines, were indeed his core force, but their numbers were still somewhat insufficient. 3 other units were also poised to deploy. One was the Honor Guard from the Alliance. This elite unit, belonging to the Alliance army, although composed entirely of mortals, possessed top-tier skills. In fact, they couldn't be simply judged by the standards of the Astral forces, otherwise, no Astral force member could reach their level. Even against an equal number of Space Marines, they are not entirely without resistance. And if their numbers reached 3 to 5 times that of Space Marines, the Glorious Guards could even put up a direct confrontation. The other force comes from the Alliance's largest non-military combat unit at present, the Sisters of Mercy. Living Saint, Grand Sister Growy, is personally leading the preparations. These two forces combined will number over 100,000. The third force, though smaller in number, even fewer than the Space Marines, was a true Titan Legion, now so bloated that perhaps only the Titan Legions of the Martian Forged world could rival them. Over 300 Titans formed a formidable main force. However, these forces had not yet landed. They remained in orbit, aboard their carriers, awaiting the crucial moment before tearing through the cosmos to land and coordinate their operations. Their key objective was the very heart of the Nurgle army, the place marked as the Cauldron of Corruption. The leader of the Nurgle army was now confirmed as the ascended former Imperial Chancellor, Zeppelin, and that day soon arrived. At the final military conference of the battle group led by Madans, the holographic tactical panel displayed the nauseating yellow-green waves representing the Nurgle army, which nearly engulfed the entire interface, with only a small golden area symbolizing Imperial glory hanging isolated in the inner palace and its surrounding area. A blazing white arrow, representing the main force of the Allied army, pierced through the center, its sharpness aimed directly at the core of the filthy, yellowish-green vortex. The former Imperial Prime Minister, now a demon prince, who had completely surrendered to Nurgle, Chi Bodu. His Highness the Regent, with overwhelming power, has swept through the city from the front, piercing through layers of rotten walls. Our mission, however, is to attack from its festering, swollen flanks. Martin's thick fingers, encased in mithril armor, slammed into the hologram, landing precisely on the flank of the main force's sharp arrowhead. A ruined hive marked hills of suffering, to penetrate from there, pierce the weak defenses, and reach the side of the Cauldron of Corruption as a secondary attack. If things change, we will immediately switch to a full-scale assault. The objective of this operation is to eliminate that greatest traitor. Now move out! The wills of 5,000 Space Marines were forged into one, like a molten metal, sinking into the bottomless quagmire of war within the ruins of Terra's hive. They were no longer passively lurking shadows, but had transformed into a destructive torrent silently advancing through the filthy flesh and blood. At the forefront of the column, Martin stood like a mobile fortress. Any Nurgle walkers, or bloated plague warriors who dared to emerge from the collapsed, twisted steel and concrete, and the filthy smoke were instantly reduced to splattered chunks of viscous flesh and foul pus under the roar of his Dawnbreaker chain's word. Wherever the blade passed, blood steamed, and rotting flesh charred black, as if possessing an invisible purifying force. The Blood Angels' assault squads moved like ghosts among the ruins, their explosive shells precisely ripping open the rotting heads of Nurgle poison gunners hidden in the shadows. The Saints' holy flamethrowers roared with a purifying power, scorching away the plague cloud, and clearing a temporary, relatively clean path for the following troops. Each step forward was accompanied by the sticky sound of corpses being thoroughly crushed beneath their boots, the mixture of spores and metal fragments in the air relentlessly trying to corrode the seams of the power armor. This incredibly sharp blade was silently and efficiently cleaving through the relatively loose flank defenses of the Nurgle army along the twisted spine of hills of suffering, plunging straight into the rotting core. Suddenly, a blazing light, 100 times more terrifying than a volcanic eruption, erupted from the northeastern horizon, tearing a massive, lava-flowing chasm open in the thick cloud of radioactive dust that blanketed Terra. This was Robert's main force launching a full-scale assault on the core fortress area, known as the Cauldron of Corruption, personally overseen by Chi Bodu. Deafening explosions, even from tens of kilometers away, relentlessly pounded the soldiers' auditory sensors like a barrage of hammer blows. Fragments of data streams from the main force flashed frantically at the edges of the holographic tactical goggles. Massive casualty figures rolled coldly, and signals of armored units being hampered flashed repeatedly. Within Martin's helmet, urgent and jumbled calls echoed from the public tactical link. The Steelwalker Dauntless Phalanx has collapsed. The 3rd Regiment is under annihilation fire. Chaos heavy armored units have appeared on the left flank, model unknown. Extremely fast attack speed. Swarms of plague flies have broken through the anti-aircraft network. They blotted out the sky. At the eye of the storm, the Cauldron of Corruption was converging. Chapter 992. Human tactics are actually not complex. Nor can they be. In the fight against the Chaos Army, killing the enemy leader is a highly effective tactic that can gain a significant advantage. Human armies are much better at this. Their organization is much higher, usually relying on the entire system rather than individual officers/generals. If the commander-in-chief is killed, there are deputies, chiefs of staff, deputy chiefs of staff, and a series of other candidates who can be appointed in order of seniority. Even if all are killed, they can be replaced by lower-ranking officers. Human armies have a comprehensive system of ranks and positions that solves this problem. The Chaos Army also has something similar, but it's not as systematic as the human system. The fundamental reason is that the Chaos Army's organizational structure is fundamentally less orderly. It relies more on the personal strength and prestige of its leaders and commanders to build the army. Individual leaders formed an army. A top leader led an army with his own subordinate units. Many high-ranking leaders were subordinate to a single, most prestigious figure. This tendency is present in all Chaos factions. It is the nature of Chaos. They need a powerful individual, a representative of high prestige, to suppress their subordinates through fear and authority. Otherwise, they naturally tend to disorganize. Even the Tzeentch faction, known for its meticulous organizational structure, was no exception. After the death of their leader, Galardor, the Tzeentch were ousted. Although a large number of Tzeentch cultists remained within Terra's orbital system, and among the Solar Fleet's naval personnel, they could no longer be united into a cohesive and functioning force. A similar situation exists with this Nurgle army. Their leader is the former Prime Minister of the Empire, now confirmed ascended Demon Prince, Shibod. Unlike Galardor of Tzeentch, Galardor's method of protection was to hide himself, preventing anyone from finding him. If Gu Jing hadn't followed the clues and directly located him, according to the Allied forces' intelligence, they had neither known that Galardor was the leader of the Tzeentch cult, nor did they know his exact location. The success of this operation had an element of luck. However, Shibod is different. That guy made no attempt to hide himself. Shibod had already appeared when the siege of Terra began. Still using the title of Prime Minister of the Empire, he declared himself the legitimate ruler, commanding the Nurgle army in military operations. And why not carry out a decapitation strike against him? Because it was impossible. Shibod, of course, also had methods of protection. His throne was always located at the very heart of the Nurgle army. He was always protected by a large army. He never advanced rashly, nor did he leave the protection of his army. His largest and most elite force was not easily deployed. Any diversionary tactics were completely ineffective. That left few options. A direct confrontation, defeating Nurgle's army, and overthrowing Kibidu's corrupt throne, was the only viable option. This current operation was precisely for this purpose. Robert led the Royal Guard, the main force of the Allied forces, out of the palace towards the cauldron of corruption. A frontal assault, Martins led the elite Allied forces, first repositioning the vanguard, and then launching a rapid flank attack when the frontal assault began. Nothing special, just brute force against brute force, nothing fancy. So far, progress has been relatively smooth. Martin's side is indeed on the enemy's flank. Although the enemy numbers are considerable, compared to the main battlefront, they are far fewer, and their elite forces are also significantly weaker, unable to withstand the assault of 5,000 of the best Space Marines. Besides them, the Holy Lily Battle Sisters, the Honor Guard, and the Alliance National Knights, who had been prepared for combat on the orbital carriers, all disembarked. Under the ground cover of the Space Marines, they marched out of the landing ships with great pride and arrogance. As Martinez and his forces advanced, the various units that joined them along the way quickly brought their total strength to over 100,000. The Battle Sisters and the warriors of the Glory Guard, as the main infantry force, were responsible for capturing and clearing positions. The National Knights, more than 1,000 Titans, including 89 War Master level units, were an absolutely formidable armored force. Their fierce advance was utterly devastating. Meanwhile, the fighting on the other front was also quite impressive. Although the number of Titans wasn't as large, unlike the forces led by Martins, which were fewer in number but all elite, making their assaults highly effective. However, they also had top-tier assault spearheads, the Imperial Guard's 10,000-man regiment. The Imperial Guard hadn't deployed all of its forces. A considerable number remained as a backup within the inner palace. However, even deploying only around 5,000 men was a decisive force, especially since they had showcased many of their most prized skills. From the secret chambers beneath the palace, they retrieved many items that would never normally be used. Some of these secret weapons were top-secret treasures passed down for millennia, inherited from the glorious era of the Emperor's reign, or even earlier, from the Golden Age before humanity's decline. Others were cutting-edge technological products captured from countless alien races and monsters conquered during the Empire's founding expeditions. These items proved highly effective on the battlefield. Combined with over 15,000 Space Marines and the landing Allied forces, in this decisive battle against the Nurgle army, although humanity was far outnumbered, their superior individual soldier quality and decisive frontal assault tactics allowed them to advance with unstoppable momentum. Despite heavy casualties, they were getting closer and closer to their target, the cauldron of corruption. Furthermore, their elite main assault forces remained in excellent condition. The human forces, attacking from two directions, seemed poised for a victorious rendezvous. But just as the tension of this boiling battlefield reached its peak, a terrifying energy, entirely different yet far more primal and brutal, cleaved into the battlefield like a red-hot battle axe. The earth began to tremble with a terrifying, physics-defying frequency of violence. Even the crumbling ruins of 1,000-meter-tall buildings in the ruins of the hive seemed to groan. Then, a metallic roar, more violent than thunder, capable of sending shivers down one's spine, shook the heavens and earth. Crimson behemoths surged forth from the dust and smoke at the edge of the battlefield, like a runaway torrent of lava, engulfing everything in their path. They were not the slow, bloated creations of Nurgle, but the mounts bestowed upon Khorne's most ravenous followers, the burning, enraged bronze bulls. Each bronze bull was covered in layers upon layers of massive armor, engraved with blasphemous blood runes, its size comparable to a miniature titan, its crimson compound eyes surging with a palpable thirst for slaughter. On their backs rode champion knights of Khorne, clad in scarlet heavy armor, their battle axes large enough to cleave mountains. How could such a grand battlefield be without Khorne's presence? As the war progressed to this point, the relentless summoning of Khorne's cultists, day and night, had finally succeeded, drawing this terrifying, world-destroying army from Khorne's demonic realm into the real world. This berserk cavalry's target was the chaotic battlefield itself. Whether it was the sluggish, crawling plague legion phalanx of Nurgle or the elite armored units of the Allied vanguard bravely breaking through, all were indiscriminately swept up, devoured, and trampled into a mixture of flesh and metal in this devastating charge. It's hard to say which side these Bronze Bull Knights inflicted more destruction on. More likely, they themselves didn't care. The Khorne Champion Knights, finally able to wreak havoc in the real universe, didn't care who their opponents were, they only wanted to unleash their bloodlust and destroy everything in their path. They craved human blood, and they equally loathed the rotting undead of Nurgle, so they hacked and slashed indiscriminately. Although this Bronze Bull Knights weren't entirely targeting the human forces, their appearance undoubtedly disrupted the progress of the human frontal assault. However, This operation had come at a considerable cost. They wouldn't have given up so easily unless all hope had been lost. Caught in the Nurgle tide, and then struck by the Khorne Knights, the army found retreat nearly impossible. There was no turning back. Victory was the only option to avoid defeat. Martin's force, initially a flank, had become the decisive factor in the battle. The time has come. Martin's voice, piercing the Legion's communication channel like a cold steel blade, instantly froze and crushed the chaos and fear within. The devastating chaos unleashed by the Bronze Bull Knights was sweeping across the front lines of the Cauldron of Corruption. The Nurgle defenders were plunged into deeper chaos by the crushing storm of flesh and brass. The thick, yellowish-green fog in that area was torn apart by the raging, bloody whirlwinds. Khorne's folly has torn apart Nurgle's rotten walls, and temporarily paralyzed Kibidu's blasphemous will. On the holographic tactical map, a golden red arrow, sharper and more resolute than the previous main attack direction, ignored the stalemate on the front lines, like a precisely thrown armor-piercing dagger, pointing directly at the only constantly rotating, massive yellow-green energy vortex at the core of the dense fog. Kibidu's thrown coordinates. Phoenix, become the Empire's blazing spearhead. Blood Angels, protect the flanks with flames. Saints. His gaze seemed to pierce through helmets and space, landing on Dante. You are the rear guard, isolating all pursuers and harassment. Our destination is only one place. Kibidu's head. The order is law. The formation of 5,000 warriors instantly transformed like a precise war machine, the engine roar suddenly reaching its limit, no longer concealed, the silent molten flow suddenly erupting into a dazzling golden rainbow tearing through the sky, piercing the core of the Cauldron of Corruption with the speed of a mass assault. Wherever they went, the sparse Nurgle army offered no resistance. The main battlefield, a three-way melee, drew most of the attention. Madden's side wasn't unattended, but it was simply out of control. As they pierced through the outer layers of chaotic and weakened defenses at astonishing speed, crashing like arrows into the final core, the solidified, yellowish-green miasma radiating ultimate despair, even the battle-hardened Space Marines found their power armor's built-in life signal monitors emitting piercing overload alarms. They were prepared for the Nurgle toxins. Each warrior was equipped with a corresponding blessed artifact, sufficient to resist its corrosive effects. But this putrid toxin was far more terrifying than anticipated, seemingly a manifestation of Nurgle's evil power in this material universe. Vision was swallowed by the viscous, living poisonous fog, sound became blurred and distorted, metal groaned and corroded. Behind this final curtain of death stood a scene that made them truly understand the meaning of blasphemy. 77 colossal, hill-like, slowly pulsating, ultimate decaying creations. 77 great impurities. They were the highest-ranking demonic entities of Nurgle's army, the favored manifestations of Nurgle's garden. Each one was so enormous that one had to look up to them, its body constructed from countless swollen, bursting, and oozing iridescent pustules of putrid tumors. Billions of obese maggots writhed and crawled within their wrinkled, rotting flesh and exposed cavities. Deformed bone spikes pierced their festering skin, their tips hanging from the melting remains of their victims. Foul swamp gas, carrying blasphemous whispers, billowed from their drooling maws. Each heavy, tectonic gash made the war-torn earth groan, sink, and ooze deadly putrid fluids as if alive. These 77 blasphemous mountains of flesh did not stand haphazardly, but rather, in a blasphemous geometric array, precisely and layered, guarded the very core, a terrifying throne composed of billions of writhing maggots. On the throne, a colossal shadow, covered in countless plague cysts and flowing with eternal pus, slowly raised its single eye, hotter than a furnace, filled with pure malice. That was the ultimate form of Kibidu's corruption and depravity. Humble, like maggots, crawling here. The grand, blasphemous voice, filled with the sounds of viscous phlegm and bursting putrid bubbles, echoed directly into the depths of every warrior's soul, carrying a desperate malice that made one want to vomit mad. I am the Prime Minister of the Empire. I shall hold the power of the Empire. I offer the Empire as a sacrifice to the Father. You will ultimately become new bait for the sea of pus. With its voice carrying billions of. As the whispers of the germs faded, 77 great impurities simultaneously unleashed chaotic roars, diluting the stars and filled with endless agony. Their bloated, rotting bodies began to writhe and crush forward, defying the laws of physics, while simultaneously raising the destructive power embedded in their decaying arms, flowing with abyssal darkness. Plague-laden cannons as massive as ancient turrets, jets of putrid liquid humming with deathly green light, and blasphemous scythes tearing through the viscous air. The filthy muzzles and jets glowed with deathly light. The filthy fell energy in the air instantly thickened and solidified, a suffocating feeling gripping every throat. Even time seemed to freeze before this blasphemous array. Who could have imagined that they would be facing such a force? Chapter 993. Even Gu Heng felt a wave of dizziness upon witnessing the scene. Although Gu Heng hadn't personally descended to this battlefield, he had seen it all. Cinch had just turned someone into a demon in front of him for a second, which Gu Heng thought was quite outrageous and shameless. What was even more shameless was that, despite clearly losing, the guy refused to admit defeat and even planned to join the fray himself. Gu Heng gave him a hard time, and the two were entangled in the warp for a long time before finally breaking free. However, what happened on the surface of Holy Terra was even more outrageous than the last. First, a group of Bronze Bull Knights appeared. Are these things commonly seen in the real universe? Seeing one is already a bloodbath, let alone an entire fully strength knightly order. Faced with an enemy of this scale, it's only natural that Robert's frontal assault would be stuck in a stalemate. Even more outrageous were the 77 great impermanents surrounding Chi Bodu. These were genuine great demons, each capable of destroying the world. Gu Heng had encountered one when he first rose to power on Rathal Al-Star, but it was merely an avatar. He had a proper encounter with it on the neighboring world of Kuroga, luring it to his storm god kingdom, and it took a very long time and a great price to defeat it. That was just an ordinary great impermanent. Against such a thing, an ordinary space marine chapter might be wiped out and still not be able to defeat it, unless the chapter had multiple chapter champions, or even more than a chapter champion. Right now, there were 77 of these things right in front of him. Gu Heng was already prepared for the operation to fail. Next, he needed to consider how to facilitate the evacuation of this elite force. To be honest, this was giving Gu Heng a headache. Just as Cinch's actions were not permitted, he would personally intervene and stop them, paying a certain price to hold them off. If he broke the rules and personally intervened, the result would likely be the same. That seemingly smug, benevolent father would never allow Gu Heng to personally ruin his excellent situation. But similarly, could these 77 great impure beings, including the Bronze Bull Knights still rampaging on the battlefield, have appeared on their own? The cultists' own prayers and sacrifices couldn't possibly summon such a terrifying force. It must be the evil god behind them, who exerted their influence. Gu Heng couldn't act directly, he needed to find some indirect methods. Before he could even begin, something astonishing happened. Martins, wielding the Blade of Rebirth, raised his arm and roared, charging headlong into the enemy lines. His actions had a tremendous inspirational effect on all his troops. Despite the terrifying enemy, the human warriors chanted songs of courage, fearlessly facing death. Even more astonishingly, they actually succeeded. The presence of the 77 great impurities inflicted heavy losses on the human forces in the very first wave of battle through their Valnurgle magic and plague cannons. However, the counterattack launched by the surviving human forces was far from easy. After losing nearly 100 titans, the remaining 900, with their ferocious volley fire, wiped out the two most arrogant greater imps at the forefront. The titans' firepower was not to be underestimated, especially the nearly 100 Warmaster level titans among them. And these titans of the Alliance, National Knights, didn't just cower in the back and exchange fire. While firing under their void shields, the Titan pilots and Knight mech pilots charged forward. With the Titan array leading the charge, the Alliance's elite infantry had a better environment to advance. Their weapons might have limited effectiveness against the massive greater imps. However, the primary enemy the elite human infantry faced was not those greater demons. Besides the greater demons, a significant number of low to mid-level demons of small to medium size were also present, along with some other larger creatures, such as toad dragons and Nurgle beasts. While not as powerful as the greater unclean, they were not far behind in size. There were also powerful plague bearers, and some corrupted humans serving as Nurgle warriors, protecting the greater unclean. Even more noteworthy were some pale death space marines, who had arrived through warp magic. This was a notorious traitorous army that had all defected to Nurgle. These beings could not be allowed to easily approach their titans. Otherwise, they were capable of breaching the void shield and inflicting fatal damage on the titans or knights at close range. Titans are the core weapons of humanity's current military, only they can inflict widespread and sufficient casualties on the great impermanent. And the human infantry have performed their mission admirably. The swarming demons, under their onslaught, have found it difficult to even approach the titans. The blessings bestowed upon the battle sisters by their faith are so strong that they are visible to the naked eye. The power of faith grants these battle sisters boundless strength, allowing them to temporarily rival even ordinary space marines. Holy fire imbues their explosives, sweeping away enemies. Facing close quarters combat, they fearlessly wield chains, words, and power swords, fiercely dueling their foes, and slaying one Nurgle demon after another. The elite soldiers of the Honor Guard are no less formidable. They might have to die 10 or 20 times more to overwhelm a single Chaos Space Marine, but they are never stingy in doing so, trading kills whenever possible. And opponents of the Chaos Space Marine's caliber are not always encountered. The Pale Reapers didn't actually make up a large percentage of the enemy's numbers. The Glorious Guard could easily eliminate most of the normal demons. Besides, Space Marines weren't exactly an enemy the Glorious Guard should be dealing with. They had their own. Aside from the founding squad and the Phoenix's 2,000 warriors, the remaining 3,000 were all elites drawn from various chapters. The proportion of company champions was remarkably high. Even against the Pale Reapers, they wouldn't be as strong. Moreover, the nearly 2,000 warriors of the founding squad and the Phoenix were the elite of the elite, with an even higher proportion of company champions and even chapter champions. Facing them, even the Pale Death God would have the same thought. When did these minions of the Emperor become so formidable? Under such relentless slaughter, the enemy's formation was quickly breached. At the cost of destroying over 100 Titans, the Titan formation truly reached the great impermanent ones. An even more brutal close-quarters battle began. This order was actually given by Martins. He didn't believe the Titans could easily win in close combat. But at least the chances were greater than in ranged engagements. Losing 100 Titans for 2 great impermanent ones, even if this exchange ratio continued, once all the Titans were gone, only 20 could be eliminated. Furthermore, as the number of Titans decreased, and their firepower diminished, the exchange ratio would never reach the point of eliminating 20 opponents. Close combat might offer a different opportunity. Moreover, Martins never placed all his hopes for victory on the National Knights. That was unrealistic. The infantry provided cover for the Titans' approach, but what were the Titans covering? The champions, of course. In a single exchange, while the Great Imp and the Titans were locked in close combat, Martins had already silently slain one of the Great Imps. While Martins was quite large, he was still significantly smaller than the 8 or 9 meter tall Great Imp, barely reaching its hip. Yet, in the ensuing confrontation, when the massive scythe swept down, his blade of rebirth steadily blocked it. Then, he swiftly turned, slashing again and severing the Great Imp's arm before it could retract. With another step, he raised his sword overhead and thrust it diagonally upwards into the Great Demon's massive abdomen. The roaring pre-march of the Alliance suddenly thrust the holy sword embedded in the enemy's body forward, slicing it through the Great Demon's rear end at the tailbone. The devastating wound rendered the Great Demon unable to stand, causing it to collapse. The fallen Great Demon tried to swing its arms to drive Martins away. An ominous green light covered its massive wound, attempting to heal it. But Martins, after dodging the attack, swung his sword again, severing its hideous head. Just then, a plague cannon blast came hurtling towards it head-on. The enemy clearly sensed the threat posed by Martins, disregarding friendly fire, determined to deliver a fatal blow. Martins had nowhere to hide. He lowered his head, using his sword to block, preparing to take the hit head-on. However, when the plague cannon struck him, he felt no impact whatsoever, remaining unharmed. A swirling bolt of lightning formed a shield, protecting him. The thunder shield, having withstood a plague cannon blast, didn't dim. Instead, it shimmered even brighter, twisting into a lightning spear that shot out, retaliating against the Great Imp who had fired at Martins, piercing its skull. This wasn't fatal to the Great Imp, but it certainly inflicted serious damage. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a War Master Titan, even larger than the Great Imp, seized the chance and rammed into it. The heavily wounded Great Imp was knocked to the ground. Ignoring its own potential injury, the War Master Titan raised its left fist high and slammed it down, denting the Great Imp's chest. Heavy cannons mounted on its arm, along with heavy rocket launchers on its shoulder and back, fired at close range. The Great Impermanence couldn't stand, but the Alliance's War Master Titan wasn't in much better shape either. It was covered in smoke, battered and broken, with many weapons damaged, but at least it managed to stand up, a victory in itself. However, in the next moment, a demonic sword swept across, slicing the War Master Titan down. But at the same time, the Alliance's living saint, High Sister Groret, also set her sights on it. The flying living saint slammed her blazing halberd into its body. Dante and Raymond Viss, while not as good as Mannings, were no worse than Groret, perhaps even slightly stronger. From 5,000 Space Marines, they could easily muster a couple hundred chapter champions. These champions could also pose a deadly threat to the Great Impermanence, especially under the desperate cover of the Alliance's Titan forces. The combined efforts of the two could indeed deliver a fatal blow to the Great Demon. Moreover, there was Gu Hang giving them a boost. The occasional lightning shields that appeared on their bodies, shielding them from fatal attacks and allowing them to launch counterattacks, were naturally a gift from Gu Heng. Gu Heng heard the utterly unkind roar of his benevolent father as he did this. But Gu Heng couldn't care less. You can use cheat codes to release 77 great impermanents on the ground, so why can't I use some minor cheat codes for our troops who are close by? Gu Heng believed that what he did was nowhere near as excessive as the other sides. Seeing Martins and the many elite warriors of the Alliance so willing to sacrifice themselves, he was somewhat moved. He had originally planned that as soon as the troops began to retreat, he would employ some methods to preserve as many troops as possible to escape alive. But to his surprise, upon witnessing the enemy's overwhelming strength, his troops did not retreat. Instead, they launched a resolute counterattack. From commanders like Martins to numerous champions, space marines, Titan pilots, and even the warriors of the Honor Guard and Battle Sisters, none lost heart or retreated, charging forward with unwavering resolve. How could Gu Heng not be formidable? The means originally intended to support the retreating troops were transformed into offensive measures, falling squarely on their shoulders. Let's fight to the death. As for the pressure in the warp, Gu Heng would bear it all himself. Of course, at this moment, he couldn't help but wonder, what was that old man doing? Your base is almost destroyed. I'm fighting desperately here. What are you doing? But this question was quickly answered. Gu Heng had already prepared himself to face his father's wrath, to have a proper battle, just like he had against Sinch. Even though his Storm Kingdom hadn't fully recovered from the last conflict, and the risk of severe injury had increased dramatically due to its destruction, he accepted it. But the anticipated great battle didn't materialize. Instead, Gu Heng vaguely sensed that in a very conspicuous corner of the warp, the core area of the despairing realm known as Nurgle's Garden, a great fire seemed to have been set on fire. This news was later confirmed through another channel. The Eldar's many-faced god, now the goddess Windsor, sent him a message. One of his divine aspects, tormented for countless years in Nurgle's Garden, had been freed. Chapter 994. Gu Heng swallowed all his complaints. Fine. Old Deng still got things done. When others cause trouble in his lair, he goes to their lair to cause trouble in return. So, he's switching allegiances, huh? However, judging from the current situation, it's hard to say whether this switch is good or bad. Compared to Nurgle Gardens, it seems to have been burned down quite clean, while the imperial capital, Holy Terra, although also severely damaged, still seems salvageable. As long as the war can be won. And what is the guarantee of winning the war? Gu Heng only thought for a moment, then rolled his eyes speechlessly. Who else could this guarantee be but himself? However, thinking about this, he also had some doubts. Speaking of which switch is more cost-effective, just looking at it compared to Nurgle, it seems to be more cost-effective at the moment. However, humanity's enemies are not just Nurgle. Excluding Sinch, who has already been eliminated, there are still 2 other countries left. Even though Slanish's investment in Holy Terra seems relatively modest, and his impact compared to the other 3 factions isn't as significant, there's still a ruthless tyrant at play. His bronze throne wasn't burned. But soon, Gu Heng stopped dwelling on it. The situation was already very favorable. He could now move forward with bolder moves. Even if he angered that tyrant, he'd only be facing one. Anyway, Nurgle was too busy to bother him. Moreover, Gu Heng had a vague feeling that some great beings, though out of the game, were still somewhat restless. Although he hadn't gained much advantage, the game was still very interesting, especially seeing his archenemy, Nurgle, suffer a much greater loss than himself, which pleased him greatly. He wouldn't mind adding fuel to the already raging chaos, making it even more chaotic. That's exactly what he likes. Nurgle still has more losses to suffer. And that old man, Deng, certainly has other backup plans. There's no need to hesitate. Of course, he wouldn't actually tear open the veil between the warp and reality to fight personally. The cost would be too high, and it would expose a huge vulnerability, allowing someone to launch a sneak attack at a crucial moment, causing major problems. Besides, it's unnecessary. Now, in the real universe, there's nothing that can only be resolved by Gu Heng's true body. Just like the final act of the Comoros campaign, finding a way to create an avatar is enough. The only problem is that Gu Heng was prepared for this back in Comoros. The psionic crown used for the avatar's appearance was prepared in advance, taken out at the crucial moment, directly summoning his avatar and ending the battle. But now, Gu Heng hadn't made any prior preparations. However, he had another method. His own son. Upon receiving his father's message, Gu Jing immediately contacted Robert. A few weeks earlier, he had accompanied Robert from the sky to the ground, arriving at the Terra Palace. When the Allied forces launched their all-out attack from the inner palace, initiating the decisive battle, he also joined the main force. After encountering the charge of the Bronze Bull Knights, he too was trapped in the chaos caused by these terrifying Khorne Knights. He also knew that the Alliance had a small, but incredibly elite force that would launch an attack from the flank. According to the original plan, the two forces were supposed to converge at the Cauldron of Corruption, launching a pincer attack to kill the ascended Kibidu. However, judging from the current situation, it would be difficult for the main force engaged in direct combat to reach their objective as scheduled. Gu Jing was already somewhat anxious. Now, finally receiving news from his father, his heart leaped with joy. He demanded that Robert immediately organize a force to escort him directly to the Cauldron of Corruption. He fully understood the current chaotic situation on the battlefield. The arrival of the Khorne's Bronze Bull Knights had severely disrupted communication between human forces. Moreover, most troops were embroiled in fierce battles, facing either Nurgle's demonic army or Khorne's chaos forces. They were neither receiving messages easily nor able to easily evacuate once they did. But understanding was one thing, mission was another. He hoped that Robert could spare as many men as possible at the moment. Fighting a brutal melee with Nurgle and Khorne's forces here was pointless. The outcome of this battle had a negligible impact on the overall situation. Gu Jing didn't place all his hopes on others. He had already contacted the 3 nearest Allied army regiments, all armored regiments. He used his spiritual power to relieve them of their predicament and gather them around him. He gave the troops 30 minutes to prepare. Once the time was up, regardless of whether Robert had found him enough reinforcements, he couldn't wait any longer. And Robert proved to be reliable. At the 27th minute, a rather disheveled unit, covered in blood, emerged from the nearby ruins. Their numbers weren't large, but their quality was quite high. Comprising over 300 Space Marines from the Infinite Chapter's core forces, and various subordinate units, plus over 100 Imperial Guards, and roughly 3,000 mortal troops, their armor was relatively plentiful, including tanks and titans. More importantly, there was Robert himself, and beside him, a golden-armored Imperial Guard only slightly smaller than him. That was Marshal Yin Xinjian. Seeing these two, Gu Jing finally felt truly relieved. I completely entrusted the battle here to Nero, Robert said. Marshal Yin Xinjian and I will go with you. Yin Xinjian also spoke up. You said Gu Hang's power would help us in this process? And that once we get close, we have a way to kill that damn traitor? I hope you're not lying. Of course not, Gu Jing replied, a rare smile appearing on his face. He trusted his father. Even setting aside Gu Hang's power, just the combined strength of Robert, Yin Xinjian, and himself, the 3 of them, was already quite capable of reaching the vicinity of Qi Bodu's corrupt throne. Without much pleasantry, seizing the last 2 minutes, Gu Jing briefly explained the assault plan to the two and immediately ordered the entire army to attack. Crossing the chaotic battlefield was, of course, not easy. Although their numbers were enormous, on this battlefield nearly 1,000 kilometers wide and over 700 kilometers deep, the density of Nurgle's army was endless, forming one dense defensive line after another. However, as the Bronze Bull Knights surged forth from countless warp rifts leading to Khorne's domain, these Nurgle armies were also within Khorne's attack range. Just as human forces were scattered and disorganized across the vast battlefield, fighting the Chaos armies everywhere, many of the Nurgle army's defenses were riddled with holes. Even so, getting through was no easy feat. The enemy density was extremely high. Even in disarray, a horde of Nurgle zombies would appear every now and then, truly like a tidal wave, often numbering in the tens of thousands. It wasn't impossible to break through these Nurgle zombie hordes with the forces available, but wasting time was inevitable. Detours were equally time-consuming. Fortunately, Robert had contacted more than just the forces he brought. Several artillery regiments were able to provide support within a certain distance, as ordered. Besides the artillery, there was an even more direct and powerful support: bombardment from orbit. While the main battle was underway, the Allied fleet had already arrived above the battlefield. The bombardment of Kibidu's location had never ceased. Countless heavy artillery pieces and missiles rained down on the Cauldron of Corruption. Except for the Extinction Territory weapons, which were definitely unusable on Holy Terra, all other types of heavy artillery, including L-type and X-type, were used without restraint, relentlessly bombarding the Cauldron of Corruption. If they could kill Kibidu using orbital bombardment, that would be ideal. Even if the cost was the complete annihilation of that hive region and significant damage to Holy Terra's future ecosystem and climate, it was all worthwhile. Unfortunately, the bombardment of the Cauldron of Corruption was extremely ineffective. The various artillery pieces and missiles seemed to sink without a trace, disappearing completely after landing. From orbit, the area was constantly shrouded in a yellowish-green cloud, making it impossible to see what was happening below, not even a glimmer of light from an explosion. Furthermore, it's almost certain that the bombardment was ineffective. The retaliatory fire launched from the cauldron of corruption into orbit never slowed. The Allied ships, stubbornly attempting to bomb the cauldron, paid a considerable price. Even a nascent Sol-class battleship was destroyed in the retaliatory fire. However, the poor effectiveness of the bombardment of the cauldron of corruption doesn't mean it's ineffective elsewhere. Although the numerous ground-based railgun fortresses and the Nurgle sky-facing plague cannons haven't been successfully dealt with, rail bombardment cover remains a crucial aid for the army's advance. As long as the bombardment area is slightly further from the cauldron of corruption, although much of the firepower will be intercepted, it will still have some effect. Ships carrying out bombardment missions in the air, while facing some risks, are ultimately manageable. Without the help of these rail bombardments, the human army, which launched a full-scale attack earlier, would have found it difficult to achieve such a successful and impressive initial assault. However, the situation changed drastically after Khorne's Bronze Bull Knights entered the battlefield. The battlefield became incredibly chaotic, with enemy and friendly forces intertwined, making bombardment extremely difficult. But the Navy wasn't idle either. Occasionally, they would receive coordinates from their army comrades, shouting things like "Fire at me." Often, at these times, they could only tearfully grant their army comrades' wishes, hurling their heavy artillery at the coordinates synchronized with the army. While this would claim many army soldiers' lives, often many more demons would perish with them. Now, with more important combat missions looming, at Robert's request, the Allied Navy specifically allocated a fleet, comprising aircraft carriers and battleships, to receive Robert's orders and provide orbital fire support according to his instructions. These massive artillery bombardments greatly aided the entire assault force. However, while ordinary artillery fire was quite effective against zombie hordes and some fortified defensive positions, it proved less effective against Khorne's Bronze Bull Riders. These Bronze Bull Riders were incredibly fast on the ground. By the time they received the bombing coordinates and prepared for the attack, their location information had often changed significantly. Not to mention, shells and missiles from tens of thousands of kilometers in the air always take time to fall. More often than not, the Bronze Bull Riders directly charged into the human forces formations. The Bronze Bull Knights, blessed by the brass throne, were impervious to ranged bullets. The closer they got, the more effective their weapons became, imbued with the warrior's fervent courage. Faced with such an enemy, there was often no better option than direct confrontation and hand-to-hand combat. Robert, Yan Xinjian, and Gu Jing would show no mercy at this moment. When faced with particularly strong resistance, they would be the first to charge. Powerful individual strength was crucial in such situations. Following them were Space Marines, elite Imperial Guards, ordinary soldiers, and armored tanks. Their mission was to advance along the path cleared by their leaders, eliminating any fleeing enemies, finishing off the rest, and ensuring the march remained unobstructed. They fought their way forward. After 4 hours of relentless advance, the area shrouded in thick, yellowish-green clouds finally came into view. At this moment, they could also see countless enormous bodies clashing against each other within the dark clouds. It was a battle between the Great Impurity and the Titans. Robert raised the blazing Imperial sword high, shouting, "Charge! Charge! Charge against decay!" For the Emperor. No matter how exhausted the warriors were, none of them hesitated. Without exception, they all shouted their slogans and followed the regent, marching forward without hesitation. For the Emperor. Chapter 995. The war before him shocked Robert. The Son of God, who had emerged from the founding expedition, thought he would be unsurprised by any war scene. After all, what kind of war hadn't he experienced? But this was something he had never witnessed before. In this area, which wasn't actually that large, the ground was littered with the countless remains of Titans. Nearby, there were also many corpses of the great unclean. Not to mention the mountains of Nurgle cultists and demon corpses, almost covering every inch of the area. He wasn't unfamiliar with commanding battles like the 1,000 Titans, nor was he unfamiliar with seeing the great unclean, the highest-ranking Nurgle demons. But can the great impermanent ones appear in swarms? If even one of these appears on a battlefield, the entire war becomes an apocalyptic event. Right now, there are dozens, both alive and dead. As for the 1,000 Titans, deploying 1,000 Titans so densely in a single part of a battle, is this how you use such precious weapons of war? Treating them like super soldiers, swarming them into melee combat. If Robert had encountered this before, he would have court-martialed the commander who made this decision. But in this situation, Robert couldn't say a word. How else can the Titans be used? On the current battlefield, these massive behemoths have to get close to effectively entangle the enormous demons, creating more opportunities for Martins and his men to kill these great impermanent ones. Here, the Titans had to be used this way. There's nothing more to say. What surprised Robert even more were the warriors of the Alliance. If they were Space Marines, it wouldn't be so bad. Robert knew what Space Marines were. Driven by their genes, they were born warriors, capable of fighting relentlessly in the most desperate circumstances. The Battle Sisters were another story. Although they were mortals in the strictest sense, they received the blessing of faith, whether spiritual or supernatural. But what about the mortal soldiers? This kind of battlefield always made Robert's heart tremble, and these mortal soldiers were fighting desperately within it. They weren't cannon fodder. Their existence had its purpose. They stood at the Titans' feet, protecting them. The Titans could be destroyed in the battle against the great impermanents, at least leaving wounds on these greater demons, at least delaying and trapping them. But the Titans couldn't be wounded or destroyed by the swarms of ordinary-sized demons and Chaos Space Marines on the ground. These guys, running past the void shields and energy shields, would place a corrosive bomb at their feet, blasting off a Titan's leg, a pointless loss. Their mission was to keep these enemies firmly at bay from the Titans. Often, each Titan was accompanied by dozens of soldiers and battle nuns, led by a few Space Marines, responsible for protecting it. The Titans, in turn, provided cover for the champions, drawing the Grand Magus's attention so that these elite warriors could find an opportunity to kill the Grand Magus. Robert immediately understood how the battle had progressed and what his role was. His troops, chanting for the Emperor, joined the battle. His sons, the Imperial Guard, and a small number of human soldiers joined the protection of the Titans. Robert and Yin Xinjian, like Madden's and others, began seeking opportunities to hunt down the Great Impermanent while the Titans clashed with them. With their addition, the rate at which the Great Impermanent were eliminated increased significantly. Their combat prowess was extraordinary. Among all the Alliance members, only Madden's possessed similar strength. Others, like Dante and Raymond Viss, could not match the efficiency of the Son of God, and were certainly inferior to the Imperial Guard Marshal. There was one exception, Greta. This flying saint fought with extreme aggression, completely disregarding her own safety. This made her efficiency only slightly lower than that of the Imperial Guard Marshal after joining the battle. And soon, Robert understood why this living saint was so fearless and reckless. He watched as the living saint was seized by a great demon, shoved into its gaping maw, and swallowed whole. He should have been dead for sure. However, less than 10 seconds later, golden light burst forth in midair, opening a gate to heaven. The living saint, radiant with light, unfurled its wings and resurrected, flying out to continue its battle against the great impurity. This scene nearly stunned Robert. And soon, he saw that Robert wasn't the only one with special abilities, protected by wondrous power. He saw a Blood Angels chapter champion, driven to the brink, forced to face a great demon's downward/slash head-on. The massive demonic sword that cleaved down was more than half the height of a Space Marine. A sword strike like that would be devastating. Even a champion couldn't withstand it, and instant death would be inevitable. But suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared on his body, making him reappear 3 meters away. The great demon's sword missed its target, leaving him only able to roar in fury. Similar occurrences happened several times. It was as if a lightning shield blocked a fatal artillery barrage and reflected it back. Lightning flashes helped warriors, who would otherwise have perished, escape death. Lightning amplified attacks that were originally less harmful to the great demon, making them even more destructive. Robert discovered that this lightning seemed to be everywhere. And soon, he felt it himself. He exchanged a glance with Yin Xinjian, who had just arrived nearby, and both could see shock in the other's eyes. The Imperial Guard Marshal couldn't help but ask, "Is this Gu Heng's power?" "Yes." Robert replied first, then added, "Perhaps only a part of it." "Incredible," Yin Xinjian exclaimed. However, this seemed to be just the beginning. After an hour of fierce fighting, the number of great impermanents on the field had dwindled to less than 30. Of course, the human side had also suffered heavy losses, with only a little over 200 Titans remaining. Mortal soldiers, battle nuns, and Space Marines alike suffered heavy casualties. Even the champions, despite their divine protection, inevitably suffered numerous deaths. If this continued, victory remained uncertain. And at this moment, the obese Zeppelin, seated on his decaying throne, made a new move. Chapter 996. Chi Boda hated Gu Heng. He still remembered Gu Heng's promise to extend his life. This deal between them was the thing he cared about most during the final days of his life. He tried every possible method, every means, to send messages to the far east of the Empire, demanding that Gu Hang come and perform the promised, improved version of the life-extending surgery. However, he never received a response. Was it because of the star language barrier after the appearance of the Crimson Scar? Yes, that was certainly part of the reason. Ordinary, common means of communication were indeed unusable in the context of the Great Cataclysm. But he was the Prime Minister of the Empire. What he could use was far more than just ordinary means. Across the Crimson Scar, they had made contact with many things in the other side of the Empire. Although the connections were unstable, although the calls were intermittent, at least they had made contact. But the Alliance? They just couldn't get in touch with them. You, Gu Hang, are a man of extraordinary abilities, so why can't we contact you at this crucial moment? During those days, Chi Boda could calmly and rationally realize that Gu Hang was doing it on purpose, deliberately not replying to messages. After all, with the Scarlet Scar separating them, and the impact of the Great Cataclysm, Holy Terra's influence was unprecedentedly limited to its own small territory. It couldn't even guarantee control over the Imperial Holy Frontier, let alone the Imperial Eastern Frontier separated by an insurmountable chasm. On the other hand, his wishful thinking made him hope until his death that it was just a matter of the message not being connected, that Gu Hang was still trying to contact Holy Terra, and would eventually fulfill his promise to come and perform the life-extending surgery on him. What else could he do? Seriously, let him calmly face his inevitable death, then meticulously handle his affairs after his death, transferring power so that the Empire's political structure would remain stable after his passing? Don't be ridiculous. After I die, who cares about the raging storm? In the end, his benevolent father gave him redemption. But his hatred for Gu Hang not only didn't lessen, it actually intensified. It was you who pushed me to this point. And now, it's you again, trying to stop me from becoming the true master of the Empire. You will not succeed. I am the ultimate victor. With this belief, he sat upon his decaying throne. When the Alliance army descended, he summoned wave after wave of plague cannons, destroying Titan after Titan. He also invoked warp magic, attempting to infiltrate the bodies of all Alliance soldiers with poisonous mist. But this effort was almost entirely ineffective. An additional divine power continuously purified all Alliance soldiers. Chi Boda knew the source of this power, which fueled his rage. In addition, he tore open numerous warp rifts, allowing more demons to flood into the real universe. However, there weren't many more greater imps among them. Greater demons weren't just random fodder. 77 were already the limit for the battlefield. Trying to bring in more was impossible. And these newly arrived lower and mid-level demons had a negligible impact on the battlefield situation. Then he saw Robert and the Imperial Guard arrive. That made him slightly worried. Although the enemy's Titan numbers were being reduced rapidly, his own great demons were falling one after another. Most importantly, those particularly threatening individuals on the enemy's side were still alive. Not only were they alive, but Robert and Yan Xinjian were also among them. At this rate of attrition, he couldn't say he had a sure win. And as long as he couldn't secure a victory, Chi Boda would feel uneasy and want to do something. Personally participate in this battle? No, Chi Boda wouldn't do that. He was the focal point of this war. If anything happened to him, the entire battlefield would collapse. His benevolent father had bestowed too many blessings upon him, and it was precisely this power, accumulated within him from a young age, that supported the semi-subspace state of the entire region, allowing so many great demons to coexist. If he died, the semi-subspace state would end, and the remaining great demons would dissipate in a very short time due to the loss of their support. His current body, while possessing power far exceeding that of ordinary greater demons, was by no means invincible. He was unwilling to risk his life. This was an eternal life he had painstakingly obtained. He couldn't afford to lose it. And what else could he do besides this place? There was something. He was tearing the veil of reality to an even greater extent. Although there weren't many more greater demons to summon in the other warp, pushing this current region of reality further into the warp, especially further towards the environment of Nurgle's realm, was still meaningful. Even if those humans, thanks to the blessing of that liar, the Dishonored One, were immune to Nurgle's toxins, their own demons, especially the Great Unclean, would be further strengthened. This was also a bargaining chip to increase their chances of winning. On the battlefield, one by one, lower-ranking demons were sacrificed, turning into puddles of mud amidst terrified screams. The power within their bodies was extracted, as pure evil magic, and merged into the bodies of the greater demons along with the yellowish-green air. In any case, these lower-ranking demons couldn't significantly help the battlefield situation. Throughout the entire battle, very few Titans were actually pushed to their feet and blown up. They could only futilely fight against the ordinary human troops, unable to even get close to the Titans. Since they were useless, it was better to sacrifice them to make the greater demons even stronger. Kibadu's move brought a very significant change to the battlefield. The more powerful greater demons made the human side very uncomfortable. Their sudden attacks caused several opportunities for the human experts to suffer heavy blows instead. Several chapter champions died in quick succession. Even Raymond Viss, the Saints chapter leader, a chosen champion, was knocked down in an attack. A shield of lightning appeared around him, but it wasn't enough to completely withstand the blow. The massive scythe sent him flying, lying on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. Several blessed sons of the Saints rushed to his aid, protecting their chapter leader's body, but they couldn't drag him to safety. On this battlefield, there was nowhere safe, but just then, Gu Jing, believing he had seized an opportunity, suddenly activated his power. Lightning flashed around him, and a teleportation beam appeared beside him. 40 space marines dressed in silver and blue, wearing blue phoenix wing crowns. Chapter 997. Upon seeing the Alliance's Imperial Guards, Yen Xian was utterly shocked. Although the armor styles were slightly different, and the color schemes were completely different, he was all too familiar with the warriors bearing. How should he face these so-called Imperial Guards? How did Gu Heng manage that? What were his feelings? What should he say? Countless questions swirled in his mind. But the unfolding events gave him no chance to react. Gu Jing, escorted by 40 Imperial Guards, charged straight towards the rotten throne. On the battlefield, after the mass sacrifices, the number of Nurgle demons and plague walkers had been greatly reduced, sparsely scattered and posing little obstacle. The location Gu Jing chose to launch his attack from, between himself and the rotten throne, was completely devoid of any powerful demons. This was the opportunity he had seized, the space created for him by Chi Bodu's sacrifice of a low-level demon legion to strengthen the great impure ones. The 40 Imperial Guards advanced with unstoppable momentum. Although Yan Xinjian had other enemies to deal with, he couldn't help but be drawn to those 40 familiar figures. He discovered that these Imperial Guards, let's call them that for now. While he couldn't see anything else, their combat performance alone was even more perfect than his own Imperial Guards. The weakest of these 40 had reached the level of a standard bearer in the Imperial Guards. A little over 10 had reached the level of a company commander, and the 3 or 4 most outstanding were fully qualified as tribunals. This level of Imperial Guard is already incredibly formidable. Even Yan Xinjian would find it difficult to assemble such a force from his own Imperial Guard. He would have to draw a third of the militia officers from various companies, and then a tenth of the company commanders from the entire Imperial Guard. While the number may seem small, each militia officer and company commander has their own responsibilities. Drawing them out is easy, but it would severely limit the functions of a significant portion of the Imperial Guard. The force he currently has with him to participate in this decisive battle is not as strong as this suddenly teleported Imperial Guard, and their ability to break through the Nurgle demon army's defenses, weakened by sacrifices, is therefore quite natural. Would this be enough to deliver Gu Jing to that behemoth on the rotten throne? Yes. But would they be enough to kill that hateful monster transformed from the former Imperial Prime Minister? It seems unlikely. Even though Kibadu hadn't been actively involved in the battle before, his enormous size, far exceeding that of a typical greater unclean, and the demonic power swirling around him made it clear he was an extremely difficult opponent. More importantly, Kibadu wasn't just powerful, he possessed a characteristic common to Nurgle demons, indestructibility. They might not have the versatility of Cinch demons, the ability to disguise and manipulate minds of Slaanesh demons, or the ferocious attack power of Khorne demons, but Nurgle demons have one defining characteristic: exceptional resilience. These greater unclean demons exemplified this to a very high degree. Their vitality was so strong that otherwise, the battle would have been over long ago, regardless of victory or defeat. Chi Bodu, the demon prince, is even stronger, blessed more by the evil god, meaning he's far more difficult to kill. Killing him isn't a simple matter of a single raid and decapitation. Moreover, if he isn't killed in one strike, he quickly regenerates, prolonging the entire battle. 40 Imperial Guards are indeed formidable, but based on Chi Bodu's understanding of their strength, even they wouldn't possess the power to kill a demon prince in a single raid. Gu Jing, of course, is a powerful psionic master. But unfortunately, even with his godlike combat strength, he still lacks the power to instantly kill the Nurgle demon prince. Even severely injuring him wouldn't suffice. And if Chi Bodu isn't killed quickly, the Nurgle's evil power within him will rapidly heal his wounds. Furthermore, the surrounding unclean beings will quickly rush back to defend and rescue the demon prince, who sustains their existence. At that point, Gu Jing and the 40 Imperial Guards he summoned would most likely perish under the siege. Even if others wanted to rescue him, it would be extremely difficult. But Yan Xinjin didn't believe Gu Jing was courting death. He believed Gu Jing definitely had a backup plan. He was anticipating something. Not just for victory in this battle, but also to verify certain things. Some of the things he wanted to verify were things he had thought about himself, and some were things Robert had told him. But whatever they were, he wanted to see them for himself. And his expectations were not disappointed. Chiboda felt threatened. He was not afraid. He believed these humans were reckless. They were too eager for quick success, too eager for victory, and had targeted an opponent they couldn't handle. And he would teach them a profound lesson. Especially protected by those strange, silver-armored warriors, Chiboda recognized who it was. The face, bearing a striking resemblance to the one he hated, filled him with immense excitement. Although he couldn't kill Gu Hang, killing his son would be incredibly satisfying. With a casual wave of his hand, a giant plague scythe appeared out of thin air. The 3 Imperial Guards warriors at the forefront reacted and tried to dodge, but the scythe was simply too large, its sweeping area too wide, making it impossible to avoid. They could only attempt to parry, but the end result was that their weapons were knocked away, and they themselves, armor and all, were sent flying into the air. Upon landing, a deep gash was visible in their armor. The fact that it hadn't been directly severed by the scythe proved the Imperial Guard's meticulously crafted power armor was extremely powerful. But unfortunately, it still couldn't save its master's life. The fallen Imperial Guard warrior was already lifeless. But it was too late, Gu Jing thought, calculating that his current position was sufficient. Just as Chiboda's giant scythe swung down a second time, aimed directly at him, Gu Jing suddenly opened his arms wide. A corner of subspace was torn open from another direction, and a figure appeared in front of Gu Jing. Chiboda thought he was seeing things. What did he see? He actually saw Gu Hang. That was two. There was no need to be this close. Gu Hang chuckled, and myriad lightning erupted before him. The massive scythe disintegrated, and then, on Chiboda's obese face, where only his features were vaguely discernible, all expression froze. But before his expression could change, his enormous, seemingly invincible body was electrocuted into a cloud of gray smoke. Chapter 998. Gu Hang's appearance lasted only a fleeting moment. After electrocuting Chiboda, whom he had longed to see, his figure quickly became transparent and finally vanished. The only impression he left was his figure suspended in midair, and the myriad bolts of lightning that exploded like 1,000 blooming flowers. However, this single scene was enough to leave a lasting impression. Countless valiant warriors had fought and bled on this battlefield, their only desire to kill that hateful traitor. His hateful and powerful figure, seated on the rotten throne, seemed so close, yet so distant due to the countless demons and dozens of unclean beings blocking their path. Even the most resilient warriors would inevitably harbor a sliver of doubt. Would they truly be the victors in this war? This doubt, however, would not deter them from their bloody battle. Even if they ultimately lose, even if they die, they cannot afford the slightest slackening, only then can they die without regret. However, when they saw the victory they might not even be able to obtain by risking their lives, acquired as easily as taking candy from a baby the moment Gu Hang appeared, they were somewhat dazed. But there's no need to belittle themselves. Gu Hang's appearance could only last for that one instant. Looking at Gu Jing's pale face, one could tell that this psychic, far surpassing alpha level, had paid a very high price to summon his father for a fleeting moment, thanks to the combined effects of his godhood and his cleansed demonic nature. Only one chance, only one instant. What to do? To rashly and recklessly unleash this move, and if it failed, the situation would explode. Therefore, even though Gu Hang had given his son a distance, Gu Jing still wanted to play it safe and made arrangements to get as close as possible. Even if his father later complained that it wasn't necessary to get that close, it didn't matter. Although several excellent Imperial Guard soldiers were sacrificed, securing the victory made their sacrifice worthwhile. Besides them, everyone on the entire battlefield contributed to the final, spectacular display of the myriad thunderbolts. Without the bloody battles of the Titans, top experts, space marines, and mortal soldiers, which put immense pressure on the Nurgle demons, forcing Chiboda to perform a sacrifice to strengthen the great demon and create a gap in the defenses, Gu Jing would have had a much harder time finding an opportunity to release his father so close. In any case, the battle was won. Chiboda's death did not mean the war was completely over. But it also did not prevent the war's outcome from being largely determined by his death. The closest battlefields were the first to be cleared. After Chiboda's death, without the presence of this benevolent father, who had bestowed so much grace, the semi-subspace nature of the entire region could no longer be maintained. The great impure ones, who had just recently strengthened themselves by sacrificing ordinary demons, were now rapidly declining. They roared with deep fury, filled with rage, but it was all in vain. They couldn't reverse the flow of power from their bodies. Weakening was just the beginning. Soon, they wouldn't even be able to maintain their physical forms. At this stage, the human forces ceased their aggressive attempts to eliminate the greater demons. There was no need. Protecting themselves was paramount. As for these previously formidable enemies, they were to be ignored. They would eventually crumble on their own. The entire process lasted only a little over half an hour. All the greater unholy ones had vanished. The remaining lower and mid-level demons were quickly eliminated by the Titan's elite space marine forces. Nurgle's losses extended beyond just its army. The ominous yellowish-green mist was also dissipating. Throughout the vast battlefield, all Nurgle demons and plague walkers would be affected. They would become weakened for a period afterward. At the same time, their entire command structure and their fighting spirit would be severely impacted. Already under the dual attack of the Khorne's army and the human forces, these Nurgle forces were no longer a significant threat. Currently, there's another force on the battlefield, Khorne's army, that remains a problem. Especially the Bronze Bull Knights. However, overall, the greatest threat across the hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of strategic battlefield is still Nurgle. They are numerous and cover a vast area, and were the main force in the previous siege of Terra Palace. Once they are defeated, the remaining Khorne army will be relatively easier to deal with. Even the most powerful Bronze Bull Knights, if the humans are available, aren't something they can't handle, at least easier than the 77 great unclean ones gathered together. And indeed, that was the case. The human forces at the Cauldron of Corruption had time to rest. They would have about 6 hours to recuperate. During this time, air forces would continuously drop supplies and support troops. The plan was for 2 Alliance airborne divisions to arrive with substantial supplies during this period. However, the combat power of these airborne divisions alone was certainly insufficient to significantly alter the course of the battle. The primary fighting force still lay with the elite space marines and other units already stationed there. However, they also had their uses. Occupying territory, coordinating with other units, reconnaissance, these were all roles. While awaiting support and resting, the highest-ranking officers present, including Martins, Robert, Yin Xinjin, and Dante, held a meeting. The Saints chapter commander, Raymond Viss, was absent. He was still critically injured and unconscious. The meeting itself proceeded smoothly. They were discussing how to proceed with the war, essentially turning back now to regroup their troops, rebuild the army's command structure, and then eliminate the Copper Bull Knights in the process. To maximize chaos, the Copper Bull Knights were currently scattered, grouping together in small groups of a few or a dozen, causing destruction everywhere. With their current elite forces, they could quickly and swiftly eliminate any group they caught with minimal losses. It's worth noting that there were 2 main focuses during the meeting. First, Martins. Robert, Yin Xinjin kept looking at him, and his gaze was becoming increasingly strange. Second, the Imperial Guard standing behind Gu Jing. This was mainly Yin Xinjin's observation. Chapter 999. It was perfectly normal for the 2 of them to value Martins and the Imperial Guard. They had 1,000 questions they wanted to ask. However, it seemed unnecessary to ask too explicitly. Some questions didn't need answers. The answers were readily apparent. However, the Alliance members could see their confusion and weren't stingy with their answers. Martins gave a self-introduction. Martin Salas, from the Phoenix chapter, the 64th chapter commander. Currently, he is also the chairman of the Imperial Dark Side Expedition Committee/Space Marine Management Association, and the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Dark Side Expedition Southern Front. Robert and Yin Xinjin listened without expression. Wasn't this all common knowledge? Although the latter 2 titles, chairman and commander-in-chief, sounded very powerful, symbolizing the pivotal role this leader of one of the earliest chapters to join the Alliance played in the Alliance's political power. However, his political identity was clearly not a concern for the Regent and the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Guard. Martins knew what they were concerned about. He smiled and continued, "You might think that I'm different from ordinary space marines now, and more like His Highness the Regent. I don't deny that, but why I become like this, please allow me to keep that a secret for His Excellency Gu Hang." Although it was said to be a secret, this answer revealed everything. What Robert and Yin Xinjin cared about wasn't the methods Gu Hang had used to create Martins. What they cared about was the fact that Gu Hang was capable of creating Martins. What does this mean? Gu Hang can create a son of God, then what is Gu Hang? Thinking this way, even the 2 of them felt it was blasphemous. There can only be one God Emperor, but this doesn't seem to contradict anything. There isn't necessarily only one God. No matter how much you deny it, you have to admit now that there are 4 evil gods in the warp. And besides those 4, now there's another god, a new god from the human side. Isn't that a good thing? This argument is just that, an argument. Whether it's self-deception, well, it shouldn't be. After all, it's the truth. Everyone risked their lives, under the protection of dozens of great impure beings, trying to kill Chibodu, but Gu Hang showed up and instantly killed him. What else is there to say? Leaving aside Gu Hang's individual strength, look at the alliance. If the human empire wants to continue, the alliance is the most important thing. The empire's reputation depends on whether the alliance wants to keep it. If they want to use it, they can keep it. If not, they have territory, an army, space marines, battle sisters, a new state religion, an assassin's creed, an inquisition, an intelligence agency, even the Imperial Guard. They just call it the Feathered Guard. At this point, Yan Xinjun was too lazy to ask about the Feathered Guard. The earth-shattering news that Gu Hang could create his own Imperial Guard seemed less shocking compared to his ability to create the Son of God. The two exchanged a glance and sighed inwardly. The war on Holy Terra, marked by the death of Chibodu, actually continued for more than 15 years afterward. The battlefield surrounding the Palace of Holy Terra, a siege stretching over 1,000 kilometers in cross-section and nearly 1,000 kilometers in depth, took over 3 more years to essentially wipe out the enemy forces. Furthermore, it took over 15 years to eliminate the Chaos Cult and rebels openly throughout Holy Terra. During this period, there were numerous skirmishes on local battlefields, with the enemy even launching major counteroffensives in certain hive regions, only to be quickly suppressed again. The entire war resulted in a population loss of over 300 billion on Holy Terra. This is almost equivalent to the population loss of an entire star system elsewhere when it was destroyed. Not to mention, the massive population loss severely damaged Holy Terra's once powerful industrial production capacity, leaving behind countless social governance problems. In particular, the failure of government functions made the reconstruction of the imperial central government especially crucial. And this reconstruction, both political and economic, was carried out concurrently with the war. Robert was practically never idle during this period, even neglecting the war itself. The subsequent operations on Holy Terra were entirely entrusted to Yan Xinjun. As for why not Martins? Martins was the commander-in-chief of the southern front of the Dark Side expedition. He, along with Dante and Raymond Weiss, had been temporarily reassigned to fight in the Holy Terra campaign. After completing the most crucial and difficult part, he would certainly return to his original post. Moreover, Martins had taken on a new role during these 15 years. Commander-in-chief of the Imperial Dark Side expedition. He's been promoted. Gu Hang simply couldn't manage so many things on his own, and Martins, after undergoing genetic modifications, had honed his skills over the decades. Coupled with his sufficient qualifications, achievements, and credibility, he was perfectly suited to be the Dark Side War Master. Returning to Holy Terra, Robert had gradually rebuilt the new imperial government structure over the past 15 years. This structure was similar to the model he had discussed with Gu Hang earlier. Under this new imperial government, the bureaucracy was divided into 3 parts. The largest group consisted of Terran natives and former imperial bureaucrats. However, although this group was large, they generally occupied the lower to middle levels of power. The second and third groups consisted of bureaucrats from the Infinite Starfield led by Robert, and bureaucrats from the Alliance. Generally speaking, there was little difference in rank between the two. The higher the level, and the more crucial the position, the more people came from these 2 groups. But in terms of overall numbers, the number of Alliance members far exceeded that of the Infinite Starfield members. This was inevitable. How large is Robert's Infinite Starfield? How many useful and capable talents can it extract? The Alliance, on the other hand, is far larger. Besides Robert, the second most powerful figure in the administration of Holy Terra is Jason Morgan. This man, who rose from an ordinary public servant on Wrathful Owl Star to planetary governor, then Starfield head, then chairman of a space region after the Dark Side expedition began, and now, appointed by Gu Hang as the acting prime minister of the empire, has walked a path that has taken him 150 years. Now, with the overall situation in Holy Terra finally stabilizing and the central power of the empire finally reorganized, they face a momentous task. The ceremony of the imperial regent's return, the ceremony of the new imperial prime minister's inauguration, the ceremony of the reorganization of the Imperial Supreme Council, and the ceremony of the resumption of the Great Expedition. These major ceremonies, combined, form a name, the ceremony of the founding of the new empire. In the future, this will be officially called the beginning of the Third Empire. Chapter 1000. For the past decade or so, Robert had been incredibly busy. He had almost no time to rest. The Empire was a mess. Holy Terra was a mess. There were too many things he needed to personally oversee and handle. Even though a stable government structure had been established afterward, the chaotic state of the former imperial government was so appalling that he dared not easily trust it. However, he couldn't help but admire the efficiency of the Alliance officials. He had once been very confident in the bureaucratic system he had personally cultivated during his time governing the Infinite Starfield, believing it to be far superior to the imperial bureaucracy at the time, even though the Empire was in its golden age. However, the technical officials in his Infinite Starfield were still among the best in the entire Empire. However, he also recognized that this was because the Infinite Starfield had him, the Son of God, personally and long-term overseeing and managing the entire administrative system. His territory was only the size of a starfield. With the abilities of the Son of God, the guarantee of a Space Marine Legion, and the backdrop of an entire empire, Robert could indeed create an ideal state. However, the difficulty of this is incomparable to establishing a well-functioning system for a vast empire ruling over tens or hundreds of millions of worlds. Making the Infinite Starfield successful is nothing special. Making an empire successful is truly remarkable. And the Alliance, while not reaching the scale of an entire empire, is still immeasurably larger than the Infinite Starfield. More importantly, they weren't building in a stable environment. During the Darkside expedition, the Alliance's strong administrative capabilities were the biggest factor supporting the smooth progress of the entire expedition. Even Robert found it hard to understand how the Alliance, under the pressure of the expedition and the harsh external environment, still had the energy to focus on internal affairs and forge such a powerful force. The Alliance's administrative team was particularly adept at post-war reconstruction, restoring order to society from chaos. Robert had to admit that without the Alliance's administrative team's help, his achievements over the past 15 years wouldn't have been as significant, and he couldn't have imagined simultaneously completing and smoothly operating the government institutions of Holy Terra while the war had just ended and things weren't completely calm. However, today, contrary to his usual behavior, he did nothing. He simply sat quietly in his office, emptying his mind for the entire morning. In a little while, it would be the founding ceremony of the new empire. But he didn't think about it. He had thought about this matter countless times over the past decade, and had already made a decision. This decision was one he would never regret, and if he were to regret it, that would be after problems arose in the future. However, while he had made up his mind, could he truly be without fear when everything was about to unfold? No. He would still feel fear. In fact, the closer the moment came, the heavier that fear became. After all, his decision directly determined the future fate of the empire. The dual-headed system, now it's said to have two heads of state, and even his own position as regent, according to the Imperial Reorganization Charter, is subtly higher than Gu Hang's. But in reality, true power and authority don't lie in a mere piece of paper. For Gu Hang to overthrow the dual-headed system and become the true master of the entire empire, it might be an exaggeration to say it was effortless, but it would certainly be easy. He had some plans and backup plans for rebellion, but tragically, no matter how hard he tried, he clearly understood that his backup plans could only cause Gu Hang some trouble. They couldn't change the final outcome. And all he could do now was trust Gu Hang. And he truly did trust Gu Hang. However, as that moment approached, unease still accompanied him. Even though, over the past 15 years, he had done many things to confirm whether his decision was right. He had constantly observed every Alliance member working in Holy Terra under his nose, trying to find evidence that Gu Hang might be an evil god, and that these people were his followers. But he found nothing, not even a trace of it. Of course, there were corrupt officials, incompetent ones, and those who could simply fill vacancies among the Alliance officials, but the bureaucrats he had gathered from the Infinite Starfield were no exception. It was unavoidable. Overall, the Alliance officials performed admirably. He also placed his own people throughout the Empire, within the Alliance-led Darkside expedition, to gather intelligence. The more he learned about the Darkside expedition, the more he had to admit that it was a great and glorious undertaking, as magnificent as the Empire's founding expedition. The few shadows cast over this undertaking were merely inevitable noises inherent in any great cause, insignificant in comparison. Gu Hang didn't seem like a bad person at all. If Gu Hang had ambition, he never denied or concealed it. He openly and honestly expressed one idea to all the subjects of the Empire. I am the leader most capable of leading the Empire, leading humanity, back to glory. Robert even went to the Golden Throne, accompanied by the Imperial Guard, attempting to gain an audience with the Emperor through this most secret and sublime place. That brief encounter, The information he received told him that everything was correct. What could Robert say? He could only tell himself again and again that suspicion was good, but he must not let suspicion ruin great things. He had experienced the great expedition at the founding of the Empire, and the Second Empire, which, in retrospect, seemed somewhat laughable due to his missteps during the Empire's crisis. Now, creating a Third Empire didn't seem like a big problem. Dong dong dong. The bells of Terra Palace rang for the third time, bringing Robert back to reality and ending his reverie. He stepped out of his office and boarded the hover car. The ceremonial vehicle was extremely luxurious. Passing over the cleared and partially reconstructed palace area, the hover car began to descend, skimming across the grand plaza. The grand ceremony was right before him. He stepped out of the car, onto the red carpet, and onto the stage. Gu Heng had arrived earlier and was waiting for him. The middle-aged man, with a gentle smile, exuded both vigor and refinement, appearing like a benevolent ruler. This appearance was intentional on Gu Heng's part. He was already an immortal being. Maintaining youth was not difficult for him. However, allowing himself to age to middle age was more suitable for a ruler's appearance than preserving a youthful face. But Robert knew perfectly well what kind of terrifying being lay beneath his skin. He's such a master of disguise. Robert took a deep breath, concealing all his gloom, worry, and weariness, anything he shouldn't have, and presented his most flawless smile, both gentle and authoritative. From this perspective, he, like Gu Heng, was a quintessential political creature. Composing himself, Robert greeted all his colleagues standing on the platform, then stood alongside Gu Heng. Taking the prepared remarks, he would be the first to speak as the regent of the empire. Following him would be the new prime minister of the empire, Gu Heng. After the ceremony, the new empire would be officially proclaimed, and the Third Empire would be formally established. Chapter 1001. In the sky, the colossal banner symbolizing the imperial eagle and the simple yet powerful emblem of the Alliance Thunder Phoenix stood side by side, fluttering in the strong wind. A massive holographic projection device pointed directly from an orbiting satellite to the center of the plaza, simultaneously transmitting the scene to every corner of Terra, and in the future, to every star system of the Empire. This moment was destined to be recorded in history. On the high platform, the core power and strength of the old and new empires were gathered. The solemn and imposing Imperial Guard, like historical monuments, stood on both sides. Blood Angel Dante, representatives of the major core war bands, the cardinals of the state church, high-ranking members of the Inquisition, and a few surviving members of High Lord families who had confirmed their loyalty. And all eyes were focused on the very front of the platform. Robert, the regent of the Empire. His exquisitely crafted blue-gold-powered armor, tempered by millennia of war, gleamed in the sunlight. As Terra's ancient, restored, colossal clock struck its 12th long chime, a breathtaking silence fell over the entire newborn plaza and the entire imperial territory connected by radio waves. Trillion gazes, both in reality and through images, focused on this high platform. Robert, the son of God, the regent of the Empire, took a firm step forward. Children of the Empire. Guardians of Terra. Those who rebuild their homes amidst the ruins of Holy Terra. Warriors who stand ready in the fortresses of the Imperial Expeditionary Front. Compatriots who await the dawn in distant star systems. Heroes who sail through the crimson scars that separate order from chaos. Listen, and engrave my voice in your hearts. We have just crossed an abyss. The darkest, most despairing abyss in the millennia-long history of humankind. The heart of the Empire, the holy city of humanity, the resting place of our souls, Holy Terra has suffered unprecedented desecration and corruption. The minions of demons, the hateful traitors, have nearly torn the last bastion of human civilization to shreds. Billions of lives have perished in suffering, palaces bearing glory have turned to ruins, and the land that nurtured hope has fallen into deathly silence. This unforgettable pain, this deep-seated shame, will be eternally etched into the soul of the Empire. It warns us that if the foundation of the Empire is rotten, even millennia of glory will be destroyed in an instant. However, please always remember that heart still beats. Terra still stands. The human empire has never yielded. All this is because of you, because of your courage. Because your indomitable spirit in the face of despair. Your steadfastness atop the ruins. I saw mortal soldiers, wielding crude weapons, fighting tooth and nail against the plague-ridden zombies to their last breath, refusing to yield an inch of ground behind them. I saw nuns and priests, igniting a fire of pure faith to purify the shadows of despair. I saw space marines, the Emperor's angels, fighting like towering mountains in the filthy mire, solely to protect the land His Majesty the Emperor once trod. And finally, I witnessed the heroic torrent from the dark side of the Empire. They traversed the vast cosmos torn apart by chaos, rushing to the aid of the crumbling imperial capital. With iron will and unparalleled self-sacrifice, they ripped a bloody path to final victory for us. The roar of the titans of the Alliance, the gleam of the blades of elite mortals, the figures of fearless warriors, their names will be immortalized with Terra. Their arrival was not merely a reversal on the battlefield. Their efficiency, their resilience, their ability to rebuild order from ruins. Like the blazing dawn, they infused Terra's dying pulse. They proved one thing to us: order can be rebuilt. Hope can be revived. When the entire Empire casts aside its stagnant internal strife, breaks free from its rigid shackles, and embraces the path of new life, human civilization will surely stand tall once more. The bloated, rigid, and incessantly inflicting internal strife, the old imperial bureaucratic machine, sluggish and incompetent in the face of crisis, was the breeding ground and accelerator of this catastrophe. It failed the expectations of the Father Emperor. It failed the trust of the Empire's billions of citizens. When the shadow of chaos first appeared, when the Prime Minister's corruption had already sown the seeds of disaster, this massive machine turned a blind eye, even becoming an accomplice to the spread of corruption. It has proven its own decay and ineffectiveness. It must be changed. It is being changed. Today, what we are facing is an unprecedented rebirth in the history of the Empire. A rebirth declared by human regimes, drawing lessons from the ashes of their own defeat. To this end, the Imperial Regent's throne, together with the Imperial Prime Minister's office, will exercise supreme authority and establish a Supreme Council representing all loyal forces within the Empire. This is the new empire we will build together. An empire that dares to confront historical wounds, bravely admits its own mistakes, is determined to reform, and steadfastly faces the future. An empire that remembers the greatness and suffering of the sacrificed, but will never wallow in grief, and will transform sorrow into a driving force for progress. The fire of rebuilding Holy Terra has been ignited. The blade of the Imperial expedition has never cooled. Those territories lost in the catastrophe. Those worlds tainted and enslaved by the shadow of chaos. They cry out for the light of order in the darkness. They await the liberation of the Imperial sword. They await the shelter of the Mother's embrace. They await us to reintegrate them into the glorious order of human civilization. We will embark on a grand expedition, a symbol of humanity's indomitable spirit. The fleet will depart from Holy Terra, bringing the glory of the new empire to every inch of the world that deserves the Emperor's light. In the name of the Emperor. In the name of Holy Terra. In the name of all the billions of our compatriots who perished for this dawn. The flame of human civilization will never be extinguished. Robert's voice, like an invisible hammer, struck the very depths of every listener's soul. After a brief, heart-pounding silence, the entire newborn plaza erupted like a long-dormant volcano, unleashing a deafening roar. Countless cries of "For the Emperor," "Long live Terra," "Long live the new empire," converged into a torrent of emotion. The Imperial Guards responded with thunderous oaths, clenching their breastplates. On the high platform, even the most reserved nobles of the old empire straightened their backs. Robert nodded slightly, saluting the surging crowd below. Then, with a barely perceptible sense of relief, and that familiar, slightly helpless yet gratified I knew it expression, he calmly took a step back, turned to look at Gu Heng, and simultaneously made a perfectly clear invitation to the holographic projection camera. The camera captured it instantly, and the focus of millions of eyes shifted like a tide. Gu Heng's gentle and profound smile, as deep as the starry sea, remained unchanged. He walked forward with composure, standing where Robert had just stood. His voice, without any electronic amplification, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, as calm as a stream in a deep valley, yet carrying an indescribable penetrating power and a rational, soothing strength. The region has given our era a definition full of power and historical weight, a brand new empire. But what does new mean? This question challenges us. How can we ensure our new empire avoids repeating the mistakes of the old? The foundation of the new empire does not solely rely on that lofty throne. Gu Heng's voice suddenly became powerful, filled with an iron will, but on the millions of people who burn themselves out, silently contributing, striving for a better tomorrow for all civilization, safeguarding order, and rebuilding their homes. Only humanity truly deserves that praise. So, how should the new empire respond to this glory? How can it safeguard this precious foundation earned through rational sacrifice? His Majesty the Regent has pointed out the necessity of change. Its core lies in building a mechanism that allows this glory to shine to its fullest extent, and this sacrifice to be most valuable, A mechanism that is efficient, transparent, service-oriented, and deeply rooted. A governance system endorsed by hundreds of millions of people. It must ensure that every ordinary spark can illuminate the path forward, rather than becoming a new constraint. The reconstruction of Terra is proof of the power of this system. 15 years ago, post-war Holy Terra was ravaged by corruption and chaos. These were first-hand experiences of its people. Now, water supply, sewage, energy, healthcare, food rationing, these life-sustaining systems are flowing again with vitality. This is not a miracle. His voice carried an undeniable objectivity. Engineers, doctors, teachers, technical experts, and civil servants from all over the Alliance worlds, working alongside the local survivors of Terra, day and night, have created this miracle through clear goal setting, scientific planning, strict execution standards, and selfless dedication. This is the most precious gift the dark side of the Empire bestowed upon Holy Terra. It's not in gold and silver, but a system forged in the crucible of countless wars, a model that can still be efficiently organized and reliably function even in the deepest despair of human civilization. It lacks the red tape of old traditions, and doesn't conform to some people's imagination of aristocratic decorum, but on the ruins, on the edge of war, it has already demonstrated its unparalleled vitality and adaptability. One of the core tasks of the new empire is to implement the core essence of this system, the pursuit of efficiency, the respect for rules and science, and the respect for every individual. The recognition of inherent value and dignity is thoroughly integrated into every inch of the empire's very being, reshaping an empire completely different from any previous era, truly facing the future stars and the sea. But the new empire needs the entire heartland of Terra, every world yet to fall, to swiftly and resolutely gather resources, manpower, technology, talent, faith, must be coalesced into an invincible torrent of steel, surging ceaselessly towards the territories tainted by darkness. His Majesty the Regent, myself, and the soon-to-be operational High Council will, with thunderous force, reorganize the Empire's resources, constructing the most efficient and reliable expeditionary operational system. We will use Terra's rebirth today as a foundation to reclaim, inch by inch, the light of order and civilization from the clutches of chaos. Completely. This is also the new Empire's first solemn promise, for humanity. For all humanity. To lay a solid foundation for survival. To free us from fear, from extinction. Gu Hang's gaze, almost tangible, swept over every face below, his tone utterly solemn. The second solemn promise of the new empire, to guarantee every survivor, every descendant, the right to pursue a better life. The fundamental right to be free from fear and want. The right to pursue dignity and happiness. After the grand ceremony, there was a military parade and celebrations throughout the land, a lively and bustling affair. But this liveliness belonged to the people. The two leaders of the empire only briefly met during the ceremony before returning to their respective duties. Gu Hang, needless to say, had too many things to do. He was stationed in the Storm Kingdom, maintaining the Thunder Torch Tower, suppressing the corruption in the areas conquered by the Alliance, observing the waves of the warp, witnessing Emperor Old Ding's gradual attempts to repair and quell the Scarlet Scars, occasionally lending a hand. As for affairs in the real world, although he no longer had much to handle directly, he delegated most of his work to the Alliance government, or rather, the Imperial government now. A number of former Alliance government officials, including Osina and Lambert, have now become high-ranking Imperial officials. The former is now the Prime Minister of the Imperial Executive Council, and the latter has become the Prime Minister of the Imperial Ministry of Justice. Frankly speaking, the current Imperial Central Government is essentially the Alliance Central Government. One team, two names. In the future? No, it should be said now. Imperial affairs are Alliance affairs. All the former power of the old empire will be completely reshuffled as the expedition progresses. The Alliance's covert expedition is already doing just that. And the scale of the expedition will expand even further. That's Robert's job. He's nominally the regent, but he likely won't have much of a regent role left. His primary task right now is building the Imperial Expeditionary Force to launch the unyielding expedition he mentioned in his declaration. This unyielding expedition will likely proceed in three directions. To the north, along the path of the real universe, towards the infinite space. Meanwhile, an army is also being built in the infinite space and is advancing south. Both sides hope to achieve a victorious rendezvous within a few decades. To the west is the weakest force, essentially just scouting. To the southeast is the largest force, aiming to join forces with the Alliance's own Western Expeditionary Army within 5 years. Yin Fangxi's Western Expeditionary Army, having crossed the Crimson Scar from the Seven-Star Corridor decades ago, has already begun operations on the Imperial Holy Frontier. So far, they nearly conquered an entire star system, and are heading towards Holy Terra. After the two armies successfully join forces, the entire region from southeastern Holy Terra to the Crimson Scar can be declared liberated. Then, the two armies will unite, one heading west for the true Western expedition, and the other south for the Southern expedition. Coordinating with the progress of the Dark Side expedition, the hope is to achieve the complete liberation of all Empire's territories within a century. Chapter 1002. Gu Heng held a report, his brow furrowing slightly. Although he was now the Prime Minister of the Empire, he didn't reside there permanently. Even at the founding ceremony of the new Empire, his so-called personal speech was merely an avatar. He couldn't easily leave Rathal al-Star. Rathal al-Star was the location of the Storm God Kingdom, something he couldn't leave for extended periods. After all, his primary responsibility was suppression. Only when he successfully suppressed the rebellion could old Ding, freeing up his resources, have the time to slowly repair the massive problem of the Crimson Scar. Before Gu Heng's arrival, he had to handle suppression himself. It's fair to say that in this cesspool of a universe, everyone has a place to go. However, although he couldn't frequently travel to Holy Terra in his true form, Gu Heng's grasp of the Empire's overall political situation was quite good. Primarily through the Alliance government, of course. The current Alliance government is primarily based in the East, specifically on the planets of Rathal Owls and Pegasus, the birthplace of the dragon. The Alliance's central government and the Empire's central government operate under a single structure, and theoretically, they should be based in Holy Terra, the center of the Empire. This is indeed the future plan. However, they haven't yet established a permanent presence there. Currently, their primary focus remains on the Alliance, and they spend most of their time there. But this doesn't mean their control over Holy Terra is weak. Firstly, the Alliance, or rather, the Empire's government, has a dedicated Holy Terra capital government, responsible for the affairs of this unique world. Its personnel are comprised of administrative elites drawn from various parts of the Alliance. The Alliance's emphasis on Holy Terra is no less than that on Comoros. This capital city's government is of a very high standard, capable of operating independently and effectively implementing the Alliance's central policies. Secondly, there's the convenient transportation. The Alliance's central government team, specifically referring to leaders like Osina, while not permanently residing in Holy Terra, makes a trip there every 2 weeks, or even every week, spending 2 days there. Previously, this would have been impossible. A trip to Holy Terra was too far, too time-consuming, not to mention the travel difficulties. Even communication was unreliable. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to effectively govern the Empire's central government from the borderlands. But now it's different. Although communication is even worse than before due to the presence of the Crimson Scar, the Alliance's control of Comoros has proven incredibly effective. For efficiency, ultra-miniature veiled portals have been installed within the most important government buildings on Rathal al-Star. Meanwhile, in Comoros, a small government port was specifically built, corresponding to the administrative offices within Holy Terra. The Alliance government argued with the Imperial Guard for a long time about this. After all, these administrative offices were all located within the palace. The Imperial Guard refused, citing palace security. In the end, it was only through the joint intervention of Gu Heng and Robert that Yen Xinjun was barely persuaded. With these 3 gates located in 3 different places, officials with sufficient authority like Osina could, if they wished, simply open their office door, go to the miniature curtain spirit gate in the same building, enter, reach Comoros, walk a few more steps to the corresponding spirit gate, and enter again to reach Holy Terra. The entire process, in total, probably took less than 15 minutes. Comoros' teleportation ability made it possible for the Alliance government to simultaneously govern both the dark side of the Empire and Holy Terra. The report Gu Heng was currently reading came from the central government of the new Empire. What made him frown was that the main problem mentioned was quite thorny: the Alliance's ever-increasing financial pressure. The Alliance's governance was quite good. Worlds conquered during the dark side expeditions often achieved good economic recovery in a short time, restoring fuel supplies for the expeditions. However, this economic recovery had a prerequisite: investment. Construction didn't happen out of thin air. Builders, technology, resources, all these things were indispensable. Construction investments in various regions consumed a great deal of funds. Many newly conquered worlds not only failed to bring direct benefits, but were also a financial burden. After so many years of the dark side expeditions, the Alliance had developed a complete and sophisticated reconstruction process. Even the best processes take time to gradually rebuild the world and achieve a positive fiscal balance. However, until that happens, there's the financial burden. Meanwhile, the Alliance's Dark Side expedition is currently divided into 5 fronts: the Central Front, the Eastern, Western, and Southern fronts, plus the Angel Front. Each is massive in scale, even without reinforcements. Simply maintaining their current size and sustaining continuous operations requires astronomical sums of money. This alone isn't the case. After all, the Alliance has operated this way for a century of expeditions, consistently maintaining a balance. However, this balance was somewhat disrupted after the Alliance took over Holy Terra and assumed its role as the central authority of the Empire. Holy Terra was simply too vast. 700 billion survivors, a massive amount of infrastructure and factories needed rebuilding, requiring enormous investment. Based on the Alliance's past experience, this was equivalent to an entire star system instantly being brought under its control, with hundreds of worlds requiring reinvestment. This created immense economic pressure. Fortunately, Mars was nearby. Mars provided significant assistance, but their own situation wasn't easy either. Production on Mars also required substantial raw material resources and a large workforce. Even with preferential treatment from the Mechanicus, they still needed to make a profit. Placing orders with them also cost money. In short, at the founding ceremony, Gu Hang, representing the new imperial government, promised a better life for the inhabitants of Holy Terra. This required significant construction, a lengthy construction period, and a considerable amount of time before costs were recouped and significant returns were visible. But here's the contradiction. Robert wants to push forward the construction of a powerful expeditionary force. A massive army, a huge number of new space marine chapters, a massive fleet. Building these requires an enormous financial investment. In terms of scale, fully meeting Robert's needs would be equivalent to building 2.5 Alliance army groups. The financial investment alone wouldn't be the problem. The crucial issue is that it would also consume a significant amount of production capacity and population, which would further slow down the existing economic development and recovery process. This contradiction has been troubling for a long time, and now it has finally reached Gu Hang's desk. Chapter 1003. Robert's expeditionary force was enormous. He wanted to conscript and train a large number of soldiers, drawing from Holy Terra and the nearest hive world, Necromond. However, the large-scale depletion of population from construction would significantly reduce the effectiveness of the Alliance's economic development investments. Building more space marine chapters also required a considerable number of people for recruitment and selection. The genetic seed reserves on Holy Terra and Mars would have to be utilized. The prototype technology developed by Archizage Call would come into play. If genetic seeds were insufficient, genetic fragments could even be extracted directly from Robert and recultivated, though this was less common. In short, genetic seeds weren't a major problem. The problem lay in population and money. Space Marines weren't just created and then forgotten. Orders were being placed frantically on Mars and the Alliance's numerous forge and industrial worlds to build massive quantities of weapons and equipment. A single Space Marine's full gear is expensive, let alone an entire standardized chapter, which requires various heavy equipment and ships. Robert's expedition, besides these ground forces, naturally requires a large number of warships. The solar fleet is a crucial part of this, but Robert still feels it's insufficient. Furthermore, the solar fleet cannot be entirely used for his unyielding expedition. After all, Holy Terra cannot be defended without ships. This necessitates the construction of a large number of new ships. Mars is overwhelmed with orders, and they have repeatedly inquired. The Terran government demands high priority for the production of various industrial consumer goods, infrastructure supplies, and factory equipment. However, Robert's unyielding expedition command demands the highest priority for military products. These two conflicting orders have left them confused and unsure of what to do. How would Gu Hang resolve this contradiction? Gu Hang didn't even consider it. Between these two undeniably real contradictions, he would inevitably choose development first, then war. According to his philosophy, conquered territories would be treated as core territories for development, requiring agriculture. Therefore, the benefits of war would never be immediate or present, but rather focused on the future. Frankly, this was different from every expedition the human empire had undertaken in the past. Past imperial expeditions had immediate benefits. As long as they won battles, they could sustain the war effort through war. The reason was simple. If the conquered enemy was a foreign race, they would plunder it indiscriminately. Even if they restored the human world, it would simply shift from plunder to destructive plunder. The Empire's expeditionary forces always held the view that present sacrifices were for a greater goal. The army lacked food and weapons, and the rear factories lacked raw materials, workers, and energy. How could they achieve faster results? Through plunder and enslavement. As for the damage caused to local societies, in many cases, it was simply an objective reality. The destructive power of war is undeniable, and the subsequent devastation caused by exploitation will inevitably lead to the decline of a once prosperous and developed world. If luck is on your side, the war ends, and the world enjoys a relatively long period of peace. Even with imperial taxes, it might be able to slowly recover. However, if luck is against you, a protracted war will leave a severely weakened world that will find recovery difficult. Empires typically don't invest heavily in infrastructure development. It's entirely up to the world to manage. But the Alliance's wars aren't fought that way. Sometimes, Gu Heng would rather slow down expansion and expeditions, focusing on building a solid foundation. And it is precisely this solid foundation that has allowed world after world to recover from darkness, chaos, and poverty, in turn supporting the expeditions and slowly snowballing the Alliance's current apparent wealth. Where is the wealth? It's all accumulated bit by bit. This model, considered successful by the Alliance over the past century of expeditions, is one to be maintained long-term. The same applies to Holy Terra. Building Holy Terra back to its former glory, even if it doesn't fully recover, achieving 60 to 70% would be considered excellent. Gu Heng would prefer Robert's unyielding expedition to slow down, prioritizing infrastructure development. He decided to discuss this issue with Robert personally. Robert wasn't unaware of the Alliance's strategy. However, his conversation with Gu Heng still ended unpleasantly. This wasn't a matter of understanding or not understanding. In other words, it has nothing to do with wisdom. It's a matter of stance. Robert actually agrees with the Alliance's approach to the expedition. Although the short-term pressure might be greater, the foundation is more stable, and the future potential is greater. The Alliance's current strength is inseparable from their decades of steady and pragmatic efforts. However, everything has its limits. If every world is perfected before launching the expedition, many worlds that could have been saved might be lost due to delays. Robert agrees that Holy Terra should be well developed, and he understands that Holy Terra's recovery will greatly benefit his relentless expedition in the long run. However, the issue that cannot be ignored is that, regardless of the choice, the core principle must still be to serve the expedition. Immersing oneself solely in development will severely slow down the expedition's progress. This happened during the founding expedition era. Some legions have clearly learned their lesson from this. Development is also for the sake of the expedition. Sometimes it doesn't need to be so extreme and extreme. Besides these factors, there was another consideration. He was the leader of the unyielding expedition, the regent of the empire, and the imperial government should follow his demands. How could they possibly oppose him? This was completely different from what was said at the beginning. However, after speaking with Gu Heng, despite the unpleasantness, he ultimately accepted. On one hand, he sensed the firmness of Gu Heng's attitude. On the other hand, Gu Heng had offered a solution. Robert's face darkened after listening, but he ultimately chose to agree. Chapter 1004. Holy Terra, the top floor of the Indiani hive. Of the thousands of hives on this human capital planet, Indiani was unremarkable. However, one family had become famous. Their name was Cafiora. Before the cataclysm, they weren't among the top-tier families on Holy Terra, but they were certainly one of the more prominent and influential families. The family had produced 3 imperial chancellors, and during the cataclysm, a deputy minister of the imperial tax ministry came from their family. Besides high-ranking officials, this family, with thousands of members including core members and peripheral members, wielded immense power and influence in the imperial central government, practically controlling everything in their ancestral home, the Indiani hive. Then, the Terra War arrived. This war was a devastating catastrophe for any influential family on Holy Terra, and the Cafiora were no exception. A severe chaos corruption erupted within the Indiani hive. But they did one thing right, dramatically changing the fate of their entire clan, unlike those clans utterly destroyed in the Battle of Terra. They didn't succumb to corruption. Instead, they decisively eradicated the rotten flesh of their clan, executing those corrupted by the Slaanesh. They also shouldered the responsibilities of nobility, leading the people of Indonia's hive against the chaos. Although, at the height of the chaos corruption and the siege of Terra, they were forced to go into hiding due to their inability to contain the corruption within the city, they never gave up the fight. They continued to purge the corruption from their own ranks, rescue the people, and successfully held out until the counteroffensive, even providing some assistance to the imperial army that had entered Indonia. Their efforts paid off after the war. While many family members perished in the Chaos War, Those who survived rose to high-ranking official positions. They not only secured numerous posts in Indiani, but many also entered the central government as high-ranking officials. When the imperial central government and the Holy Terra capital government were established, to ensure a balanced representation of local officials, it was necessary to select officials from powerful local families. This was an unavoidable compromise for a stable transition. And since a compromise was necessary, why not use a family like the Cafiora? As a result, they enjoyed considerable success for a considerable period. Although the political landscape had changed, great chaos also presents great opportunities. Just as the entire family was jubilant and full of energy, devastating news arrived. A whole squad of elite legal personnel, without warning, surrounded the Cafiora family's residence. The family was utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. They were deeply entrenched in Indiani, if not local tyrants, yet they hadn't received a single tip-off before the Ministry of Justice's operation. What puzzled them even more was why the Ministry of Justice was targeting them. They even initially suspected that it was a group of chaos traders, disguised as members of the Imperial Ministry of Justice, sent to cause them trouble. Of course, this possibility was quickly ruled out. They soon confirmed the identities of the visitors. They were indeed from the Ministry of Justice, led by Angel Granger, a rising star. She came from the Alliance and immediately became one of the top-level deacons of the Imperial Ministry of Justice, stirring up numerous major cases in just 1 year. Many families, who had barely survived the devastation of the Terra Wars, had fallen because of this female demon. But the Cafiora family never imagined that Angel would come after them. Logically, they had made the right gamble. They had rendered service to the Empire. No matter how terrified they were, they could only maintain their composure and have a proper talk with this female devil. Sure enough, it started with a show of force. A series of accusations were laid out before them. The Cafiora family was filled with grief and indignation. Were these accusations true? They were indeed true. Regardless of what the Ministry of Justice was like before, the current Ministry of Justice wouldn't fabricate evidence. They had that much of a sense of proportion. However, escalating cases and applying the law flexibly were not uncommon tactics. Especially in politics, most of the time it's not about right or wrong, but about stance. And this was exactly what they were facing. Using the crimes committed by some peripheral members of the family, even those from decades ago, before the Terra Wars, they're trying to condemn the entire family. Many of these accusations would normally be insignificant to a family of their stature. Especially the core members, who have already obtained positions and held official posts. They always been known for their impeccable conduct. There are plenty of people in the family who can do the dirty work, when necessary, like now, these people can be used as scapegoats. But clearly, simply using scapegoats isn't enough now. They need to know what Angier wants. Is this truly a case of discarding a useful tool after it's been used, even going so far as to slaughter a family of impeccable Terran nobility? Aren't they afraid of provoking the opposition and anger of all the local forces in Terra? The rebels in the shadows haven't been completely wiped out yet. If pushed too far, everyone will resort to desperate measures. Though seething inside, they still had to be obsequious when talking to Angel. Even though the highest-ranking official in the family had already reached the level of assistant minister, just one step away from vice prime minister, they could only bow and scrape before Angel, a special-rank deacon who hadn't even been promoted to vice minister. In private, one-on-one meetings, they finally understood the conditions Angel had proposed. The white gloves had to be handed over, otherwise, once these charges were presented, how could they be taken back? However, besides the charges, the Cafiora family had to be dismantled, the resources controlled by the family, the factories, the workers with whom they had personal dependencies, all productive capacity had to be liberated. The capital government would allocate a sum of money to buy all these assets. The price was lower than the market price, but it wasn't outrageous. But is price the key factor? This isn't about slaughtering the Cafiora family, but it's practically the same as annihilating them. With the family members split up and all their assets acquired, what's the point of their existence? They can no longer use their economic power to support the political futures of their members, nor can they use political power to further develop the family economy. What's the difference between such a family and death? Chapter 1005. In the Cafiora family's meeting room, there were only 4 people. Angel, and the 3 heads of the family. After she finished explaining her so-called conditions, the 3 heads couldn't even control their expressions. Their faces inevitably turned ugly. The atmosphere in the entire meeting room became silent and tense. But the more tense they became, the more relaxed Angel seemed, as if she couldn't see the occasional flashes of ferocity in their eyes. She crossed her legs, placed her hands on her lower abdomen, and said to the three members of the Cafiora family with a rather leisurely posture, "Actually, you only have three choices now. You can give the order for your family guards to rush in and kill me, and then hope that those guards can protect you and help you escape from the mansion. However, you might not be able to kill me first. After all, I have undergone rigorous special agent training, achieved excellent results, and scored the highest in my class in crisis escape training. You can try and see if I can escape. Furthermore, it wouldn't matter if I died here or was kidnapped by you. The elite legal personnel outside have been ordered that if you use force, they will mercilessly eliminate all life within the encirclement, regardless of whether I'm still alive. Finally, even if a small number of you manage to escape, what's the point? All your assets will still be seized and nationalized. You only be able to eke out a living in the darkness, alongside those hiding rebels. The final outcome will be no different." After hearing her words, the three men present remained expressionless, their somber expressions unchanged. They might have already torn Angel to pieces in their hearts, but they could all understand what she was saying. They had never truly considered turning against her. Such an outcome wouldn't be much different from everyone committing suicide on the spot. Angel smiled with satisfaction. She clapped her hands and said with a smile, "Very good. It seems we reached a preliminary consensus. Now let's talk about your second option. You can choose to pretend to agree to my demands now, and then find a way to oppose them afterward, or use your so-called political connections, or even contact the rebels to resist these conditions later. But I suggest you think carefully. Will your political connections be effective? I'm afraid not. Currently, our people make up the majority of the upper echelons of the imperial political arena. Among the remaining locals like you, they either obeyed the Empire's orders, split up their families, and became good officials, pure officials, or they be like you, quickly wiped out. Will your contact with the rebels be useful? No, if those rebels remain lurking in the shadows, they might survive. After all, the work of clearing out thousands of hives in Holy Terra can't be completed in a short time, but you certainly don't want to live in the sewers with them. But if they rise up to help you and openly take action, it will only hasten their demise." The Cafiora family remained silent. But in reality, what Angel said was exactly what they were thinking. An open refusal was impossible. It would be a fight to the death today. However, the world isn't black and white. They could easily agree, but in practice, there were too many gray areas to navigate. While the policy of separating and dismantling the family businesses was nominal, the personal dependence remained. Industrially, it was said to be nationalized, but from the factory workers to the management, everyone was controlled by the Cafiora family, making the actual nationalization negligible. This was merely a facade. The alliance could be used to drastically enforce policies. If you dismantle my home, I dismantle everyone's homes in Indonia, creating widespread resentment in this hive, and then uniting with other families in other hives. Directly joining forces with the rebels and living in the sewers was out of the question. However, bandit suppression could be less effective, since our homes had already been dismantled. Those Chaos rebels were also local residents, with intricate connections. Their excellent knowledge of local news and intelligence was to be expected. These were the thoughts that crossed the minds of the three Cafiora family leaders. They were almost ready to proceed. As for the disadvantages and threats Angel had mentioned, they certainly cared and valued them. But the more they valued it, the more cautious they became, striving to avoid giving anyone grounds for complaint. There would always be resistance. Never has a single order from above caused the entire chain to operate exactly as they expected. Angel saw through this, but said little. She simply cited a few incidents that had occurred in other hives, recounting the fates of certain families. The core message was this: since they could lead troops and surround their homes today, it proved the central government and the alliance government's resolve. Any subsequent oversights would be met with a swift and decisive act of annihilation. With past experiences as a warning, and with the alliance's sufficient strength as a guarantee, it's something we really need to consider carefully. After saying this, she smiled and mentioned her so-called third option. Of course, there's a third choice. According to the alliance's requirements, the family will be split up. All the Cafiora will either be dispersed to different hive cities, or join the unyielding expedition. The alliance's ranking system will be implemented, and the talented Cafiora will be given high ranks, able to utilize their wisdom and abilities in various fields of Holy Terra, and in countless worlds reconquered by the Empire. You are capable. The education your people have received, the experiences they have had, and the foresight they possess far surpass those of the general populace. Those with sufficient ability will always stand out. In the future Empire, perhaps there will no longer be a Cafiora. It's a political collective, but every member of the Kafila clan will flourish in this universe, living even better than they do now. The choice is yours. Oh, by the way, I have some more news for you. Mr. Salabi Kafila, the Assistant Minister of the Imperial Tax Ministry, has submitted an administrative application to change his surname, which hasn't been approved yet. However, his appointment as Vice Prime Minister of the Tax Ministry has been granted. I just wonder if he be Vice Prime Minister Kafila from now on, or some other name. The three heads of the family exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 1006. Angel left the Cafiora family with a smile on her face. They had submitted. Of course, this was to be expected. After all, whether the other party had truly submitted or was preparing to feign compliance and secretly resist, their current choice was to agree. Unless they were courting death. But that probability was too low. As for what they would choose next, Angel wasn't as indifferent as she claimed. After all, if the Cafiora family wasn't truly obedient, there would be no shortage of trouble later, and all of it would be her, the special grade deacon, as trouble. Although she believed that she would be the victor in the subsequent power struggle. After all, she was experienced in this kind of purge, and had the backing of a powerful alliance, victory was inevitable. However, it would still take a considerable amount of time, severely slowing down her efficiency. She wasn't just dealing with the native families of Indonesia, but with the entire Holy Terra, thousands of hives. Of course, not every one of these nests has a powerful local aristocratic family. Nor does every one require her intervention. There are dozens of special rank deacons or senior deacons like her, specifically responsible for dismantling the local aristocratic families on Holy Terra. Their authority in this matter is actually quite similar, and their job duties are also the same. However, besides cooperating and sharing intelligence, it's undeniable that they also face intense competition among themselves. After all, only 2 or 3 people might be promoted to the position of Vice Minister of Justice in the Imperial Central Government this time, making the competition fierce. Furthermore, Angel knew that this promotion wasn't simply about who was ruthless, or who could get things done faster and in greater quantities. They were vying for the position of Vice Minister, a high-ranking official in the Empire. If the competition were merely about who was faster and more efficient, it would simply be a matter of having the best and fastest weapon. To be promoted, one needed sufficient political acumen and the ability to handle tasks effectively. While wielding a sharp weapon, one couldn't be ruthless and bloodthirsty wherever they went, as that would severely damage their political abilities in the eyes of their superiors. But they also couldn't be overly lenient, leaving a mess behind that would directly lead to the end of their political career. The balance was quite delicate. But Angel had some insights. The key was understanding what the Alliance, or rather the new Empire, truly wanted. Was it the lives and money of these powerful families? No. Money is meaningless to the new Empire. It's not worth taking the lives of those powerful figures. After all, the powerful families and local interest groups still active in the imperial politics have either shed blood and contributed during the Terran Wars, or at least distanced themselves from chaos and not succumbed to its influence. During the Terran Wars, when many hives fell and chaos corruption was rampant, these nobles in the imperial capital, to varying degrees, displayed some semblance of human integrity. The stereotype of them as corrupt, decadent, and extravagant is true. However, this doesn't prevent them from being among the elite of humanity on matters of principle. Despite some falling, a significant proportion still maintained a moral compass. For these people, directly raising the butcher's knife is inappropriate. Even disregarding their past achievements, these individuals received the best education from childhood, saw the world, and were tempered by the Terra Wars. They are all talented individuals, provided their intelligence isn't misused. Slaughtering them all would be a huge loss. Moreover, the Alliance never slaughters those who have rendered meritorious service. But the prerequisite is that they cannot stand in the way. Wanting to be an official? Fine. Wanting to run a business? Fine. Even simply wanting to be a parasite, relying on historical achievements and wealth, and living a good life without doing anything is barely acceptable. But what the Alliance absolutely cannot accept is these families still at the bottom of society, controlling the means of production, forming a stable economic and political interest group. In the long run, on a larger scale, this will seriously threaten the new empire's regime. It's not immediately apparent, as these families have just weathered the ravages of war, leaving them severely weakened. Politically, the Alliance's dominance and the pressure from the Infinite Starfield have diminished their influence, leaving them with fewer positions and a weakened position. However, given time, they will gradually rise again, relying on their control at the grassroots level of society. Whoever controls productivity is the true master of society. The Alliance system must function on Holy Terra as well. If it doesn't want to be merely an empty shell, These vested interest groups must be eliminated. This has nothing to do with whether these families are obedient or not. They are indeed obedient now, because the war has just ended, the new empire has just been established, and they haven't yet figured out or established the new rules of the game in society. The authority established by the alliance is also substantial enough. But who can guarantee their continued obedience? Moreover, their current so-called obedience is already exceeding the alliance's tolerance. Take the conflict with the new empire's central government regarding development and expeditions. For example, these local interest groups' stance is very wavering. Some quickly become politically active, using their influence in the hive to engage in political opportunism. Some might side with the alliance but demand benefits, others might join the regent's side under the guise of supporting the expedition. This situation is intolerable. Furthermore, even if these local interest groups simply follow the central government's production requirements, they have many ulterior motives. They love accepting government orders, but only under conditions. High profit, easy to operate businesses are handled by their own core enterprises, average businesses are subcontracted layer by layer, with profits deducted from the work done by peripheral companies, who in turn have to fawn over them and beg for a share. Low profit, difficult, and potentially unprofitable businesses are also subcontracted, forcibly given to unrelated or even hostile enterprises and factories. Anything that can be squeezed out is squeezed out, resulting in lower product quality or failure to fulfill orders, which is then conveniently used to shift blame. People are convicted, factories are fined, and those struggling are easily merged. This leads to overall inefficiency and hinders the alliance's development strategy. If we don't act now to eliminate these powerful figures who, while having rendered meritorious service, are now blocking our path, the problems will only worsen and become increasingly difficult to resolve. At the same time, absorbing them, increasing efficiency and production capacity, is also key to alleviating the conflict between the current imperial government's development strategy and the regent's expeditionary strategy. With more resources and increased production capacity, His Highness the Regent's requested expedition scale could be achieved more quickly. This is precisely why Gu Hang was able to persuade him. The complaints against the Ministry of Justice, and those that reached the Regent's residence, all disappeared without a trace. Even those of high status, who came to him were told that the Regent was supervising training on the fleet. Chapter 1007. The production capacity and efficiency of Holy Terra have significant untapped potential. As the heart of the empire, its production capacity was once terrifying. Even after the ravages of a brutal war, Holy Terra still possesses immense potential. But this potential must be tapped and put to use. When policies from the Alliance Central Committee were implemented, and the eager to achieve deacons in the Ministry of Justice began working tirelessly, a dramatic transformation occurred in just a few years. Various powerful families were swiftly dismantled under the forceful government directives. A considerable number of them ultimately accepted their fate and didn't cause trouble, like the Cafiora family. The entire family's assets were consolidated, but they didn't use their influence within those industries to obstruct the central government. Instead, they cooperated well with the takeover and transfer process, ensuring a smooth transition. Having admitted defeat, given in, and surrendered, they decided to do it decisively and thoroughly. They once again demonstrated their resoluteness and lack of hesitation. This cooperative attitude yielded considerable benefits. Although the family business was gone, the acquisition price was quite good. They distributed the money, scattering the family members far and wide. Very few remained in Indonia Hive City. They were dispersed to other Hive City and even other worlds. However, the entire family members received very high ranks within the alliance system. Furthermore, many held excellent positions befitting their high ranks. In other worlds, some even became governors of Hive City or planetary governors. Although the position of planetary governor under the Alliance's administrative system is not the same as the traditional planetary emperor, it's merely a nominal official position, it is still the highest administrative head of an entire planet. There are also positions, like those of caravan leaders, leaders of large, multi-regional state-owned enterprises. The Cafiora family is reaping enormous profits. Ultimately, whether it's a family or an interest group, it's still a collection of people. People form groups to pursue their own interests. When the interests of the group and the interests of individuals are highly aligned, such a group is most cohesive. Now, the Alliance's offer is that if the interest group is dismantled, each person within it will benefit even more. This would greatly reduce the resistance to dismantling the entire interest group. But the problem remains. Where will the profits come from? This involves two parts. First, from those disobedient, rebellious nobles, families, and interest groups. There will always be those who choose to rebel but lack clear judgment. When their group is violently dismantled and swiftly suppressed, the vacant positions they leave behind become a tempting prize. Even completely eliminating them isn't necessary. Dog-eat-dog tactics are also a viable method. Some families outwardly agree, but unsurprisingly, later turn a blind eye. Those caught with evidence are dealt with decisively, those not caught but suspected are replaced by people directly transferred from more compliant families to act as their superiors and handle their affairs. The results were remarkable. These converts to the alliance were ruthless. Furthermore, they were well aware of the intricate methods used by the traditional elites of Holy Terra, allowing them to target their attacks effectively. However, the above only addresses the distribution of the spoils. Distribution alone is insufficient to satisfy those who dismantled their families. To truly satisfy them, offering numerous desirable positions and high ranks, simply consuming the remains of wiped-out families, is still insufficient and would inevitably encroach upon and disrupt the Alliance's original promotion system. Unless, the spoils are made even larger. This is precisely the purpose of this operation. Leaving aside territorial expansion, even within Holy Terra itself, once the Alliance fully controls the core industries of numerous hive cities, enormous production potential is unleashed. No more shirking work due to profit concerns. No more layers of subcontracting. No more exploitation. Industries begin to integrate, efficiency improves, and production capacity is released. In the years that followed, Holy Terra's overall economy began to grow at an even faster pace. All of this resulted in greater support for His Highness, the Regent's long-awaited unyielding expedition. Although he was dissatisfied with the 2-year delay in the formation of the expeditionary force, he had to admit that the cost of those 2 years was entirely worthwhile. The expeditionary force would have a much stronger backing, and Holy Terra's future support for the unyielding expedition would be even more substantial. The time saved in the future expedition would likely far outweigh the 2 years spent in the initial stages. And now, the Great Unyielding Expedition, as another important component of the entire Imperial expedition, has officially begun. In fact, the prelude to the unyielding expedition had already begun long before Holy Terra was fully pacified. A portion of Robert's expeditionary fleet, mixed with a portion of the solar fleet, formed an advanced fleet that departed Holy Terra to expand its territory once again into other parts of the solar system. However, progress was slow. On one hand, there wasn't enough manpower. On the other hand, the problems arising from the previous chaos corruption weren't limited to Holy Terra. Holy Terra was far too important, attracting everyone's attention. But beyond that attention, the other worlds in the solar system each had their own problems, some quite severe. While these worlds in the solar system were all considered core territories of the human empire and heavily guarded, a considerable portion of these worlds had even fallen entirely. Even with many space marines aboard the advanced fleet, and even with Robert persuading Marshal Yen Xinjian to send some Imperial Guard units to participate in the operation, the advanced fleet could only, at best, prevent the situation from deteriorating further. During the 15-year Terra War, and the subsequent 5-year reconstruction and expeditionary force formation, fewer than 200 worlds in the entire solar system were completely liberated and under the full control of the new Imperial Central Government. The entire solar system comprises 800 worlds. Once the unyielding expeditionary army was assembled, its first objective was to liberate the entire solar system, with a force equivalent to 2.5 army groups of the Alliance's Dark Side expedition. This step, supported by a massive military force, was achieved within 2 years. Then, as planned, they split into 3 directions: the Northern Front, the Western Front, and the Southern Front. In the 10th year of the unyielding expedition, the Southern Front was the first to complete its mission, victoriously joining forces with the Alliance's Western Front and reorganizing into a larger Southwestern Front, advancing along the Crimson Scar towards the southwest of the Empire. In the 25th year of the unyielding expedition, the Northern Front also completed its mission, joining forces with troops advancing south from the Infinite Starfield. They formed the Northern Front of the expedition, aiming to reclaim the entire northern border of the Empire. The Western Front was relatively more difficult, but at least they conquered the entire solar system and entered the Anyang system west of the solar system. Thus, within the 25 years of the unyielding expedition, 6 systems, equivalent to a quarter of the entire Imperial Holy Territory, had been largely reclaimed within the Empire's holy frontier. Including the Dark Side expeditions, after 25 years, the Empire's 13 eastern cosmic domains have been fully recovered. The Southern Army has also conquered the 2 cosmic domains separated from the Crimson Scar's dark side, within the central cosmic domain. Dante's angelic expeditionary force, the Eastern Army, has fully entered the Empire's southern border. In total, The new empire now controls 21 cosmic domains. This is already half of the empire's entire territory. More importantly, currently, the empire's expeditions number 6 armies, carrying out their missions with great momentum. The reconquest of the entire empire is like a snowball, growing larger, more vast, and more unstoppable. And the good news doesn't stop there. The Crimson Scar has existed for nearly 150 years. This enormous scar, representing profound catastrophe, is now visibly fading. Chapter 1008. For quite some time now, Gu Heng has been in a pretty good mood. Although there's still a lot to do, especially since becoming the empire's prime minister, and a centralized one at that, his workload is even greater than before. However, thanks to the increasingly mature alliance government and the assistance of the new imperial government, everything is running smoothly. What makes him happiest is the weakening of the Crimson Scar. What has the biggest impact on the empire right now? Undoubtedly, it's the Crimson Scar. Communication and transportation, two of the most important things for governance, are deeply negatively affected by the Crimson Scar. If the Crimson Scar is repaired, the difficulty of the empire's current expeditions will be greatly reduced. In fact, to some extent, expeditions might even turn into rapid armed demonstrations. Many worlds today aren't actually corrupted by chaos, or conquered by rebels or aliens. They're simply lost contact with the imperial central government for decades, or even centuries, and then began to seek independence. This is perfectly normal. Over a century, that's 5 generations. No one on the entire planet, unless they undergone life-extending surgery, has ever heard the voice of the empire. That so-called human empire, to them, is merely a page in history, something only their grandfathers, or even their great-grandfathers, have ever seen. Moreover, in these oral traditions and historical records, the empire's image isn't necessarily positive. It could very well be a regime that constantly exploits its local population. If the corruption within their planet isn't severe, the alien threat isn't significant, and they don't crave the empire's military protection, then they will naturally have very strong separatist tendencies. However, if the Crimson Scar disappears, the empire's voice can be clearly conveyed to every world. Voyages to these worlds will no longer be so perilous due to the warp waves, necessitating the installation of Thundercasters world by world. Many places can be settled simply by issuing orders. Even if many worlds face significant problems, as long as there are survivors, the expeditionary force can ascertain the specific situation based on information from the locals, thus deciding how many troops to send to resolve the issues, greatly increasing efficiency. Furthermore, the weakening of the Crimson Scar will reduce the impact of the warp waves on the real universe. This makes it less likely for chaos corruption to erode reality. Not only will it be much harder for demons to manifest, but people will also be less likely to hear inappropriate whispers. Dark thoughts that might occasionally arise in normal people will remain merely thoughts, less easily detected by evil gods, and catalyzed into the corruption of the soul. The probability of cults emerging will also decrease. In short, the weakening of the Crimson Scar is a great thing, a sign that the catastrophe is ending. However, currently, there are only signs of weakening, and the degree of weakening is far from enough to cause a change. Gu Heng wished the Scarlet Scar would heal by tomorrow, but unfortunately, he couldn't help much in this matter. He could only leave it to the Emperor. The main force in weakening the Scarlet Scar was still the Emperor himself. Gu Heng's main energy was still focused on the real universe. Part of that, of course, was to protect the country with his own body, reducing the erosion of the real universe by the subspace, commonly known as going to jail. Another part involves Gu Heng's substantial workload as the de facto ruler of the new empire. Even though the new imperial government can delegate a significant portion of his duties, some tasks cannot be delegated and must be handled personally. For example, major, overall strategic decisions undoubtedly require Gu Heng's leadership as the head of the imperial government. While Asina, as the alliance prime minister and the prime minister of the imperial executive council, is a high-ranking official, even she cannot make the most crucial decisions herself. Another aspect is the consumption of his blessing points. No one can help him with this. For a long time, Gu Heng's main expenditure on blessing points has been on the technology pool lottery. Spending on technology doesn't require much thought, as long as there's expectation. After all, whether or not you get the desired results isn't something that can be achieved through mere thought. The most important thinking actually occurs after the technology lottery ends. Determining how to use the acquired technology rewards and how to establish new industries requires more thought. However, as time went by, in recent decades, Gu Heng has stopped spending his grace points on the technology pool draws. It's too wasteful. The main reason is that the technology pool has been drained, and the return on investment is very low. At this point, Gu Heng has also gained a general understanding of the nature of the entire system. The technologies that can be drawn from the system, the black box, are not created out of thin air. They are basically technologies that have appeared in the history of the empire. And the highest level Gu Heng has spent on the grace point draws is only the 100 million grace point tier. There's no higher. But even at the 100 million grace point tier, there's nothing good left to draw. The draws consistently yielded elite level and common level technologies, mostly things Gu Heng already possessed, albeit in different models. The value of these draws was quite limited, certainly not comparable to the hundreds of millions of blessing points required for each draw. While there were still some high-level rewards in the prize pool, the probability had become extremely low, making them incredibly difficult to obtain. Therefore, in recent decades, Gu Heng primarily spent his blessing points elsewhere. Talent development, military construction, building exchanges, these directly and significantly boosted the alliance's strength, far exceeding the benefits of drawing from the depleted prize pool. And these required a great deal of effort from Gu Heng. The relevant data was provided by the government. However, this was only part of the basis. Gu Heng could also see a lot of data in the blessing point settlement interface. Both sources of data had their advantages and disadvantages. The data submitted by the government was abundant and diverse. If Gu Heng wanted any data, he could request it at any time, and the government would certainly provide it. However, the problem is that the data might be distorted or even incorrect. The data in the system, on the other hand, is completely accurate, but the content is too limited. Combining the two provides Gu Heng with the information to make decisions about where to spend his blessing points. Chapter 1009. Gu Heng earned billions of grace points every month, driven by the war and the development of the Alliance's homeland. And those billions were spent every month. These spent grace points became the extra fuel for the Alliance, now, the entire empire, to move forward. Why were so many administrative officials from the Alliance so outstanding in the new government? Because the Alliance had a comprehensive education system. These academies, whether specialized institutions or schools, like the Loyal Succession Academy, that focused on advanced studies and gilded titles, were mostly enhancement projects that Gu Heng redeemed through the system's building interface. The enhanced institutions significantly improved their educational level, greatly increasing the probability of producing talented individuals. Furthermore, those who reached a certain level of prominence were largely those whom Gu Heng had extensively enlightened through the hero interface. Excluding upgrade costs, 10 points of blessing grant each individual a set of enhancement attributes based on their potential. Furthermore, since most of these individuals have attended Loyalty academies across various regions, their moral character, loyalty to the cause, and love for the empire are undoubtedly far above average. Another crucial point is that the Alliance government can effectively utilize talent. These individuals, nurtured by blessing points, possess attributes that clearly reveal their greatest strengths. Simultaneously, the extent of their talent can be determined through their level and rarity. Such judgments cannot determine a person's future. After all, Gu Heng has witnessed more than once that the rarity of his enlightened subordinates can change after they gain certain unique personal experiences, sometimes increasing, sometimes decreasing. Not to mention, with prolonged practical experience, talent itself can also level up. It's just that when Gu Heng forcibly injects grace points to boost levels, it's exceptionally fast, while the individual's own leveling up takes much longer. But overall, at least for now, this person's assessment is very accurate. The Alliance can utilize the instructions and information given by the governor to place the right people in the right positions. This is also a manifestation of Gu Heng's authority over personnel. This official system, composed of such a group of people, is professional, efficient, reliable, and loyal. Although corruption, dereliction of duty, and even corruption by chaos are inevitable, overall, it looks far better than the situation under the rule of the previous human empires. This large and highly skilled civil service group is the core reason why the Alliance can ensure the correct and efficient execution of its system. Even the most perfect system in the world still requires people to implement it. If the people are incompetent, any system can be ruined. If the people are competent, even the worst system can be improved. And the cost of blessing points, besides talent, also includes exchanging them for buildings. How difficult is it for those factories to improve their production efficiency under normal circumstances? They either need to conduct process research and development and modification, but that requires a large capital investment with uncertain returns, or they need to reform and optimize management and systems. But this is not only equally difficult, but if not done well, it can also have detrimental effects. However, 100 grace points, even for a basic factory, translate to a significant increase in production capacity. This manifests as higher worker efficiency, faster technological advancements, improved machine tool precision, and a lower failure rate. The effects are clearly visible in every aspect. Currently, Guheng can spend 300 million grace points a month on this. That means up to 3 million factories distributed across different star systems within the empire could benefit from increased production capacity. Of course, the actual number won't be that high. For some key factories, Guheng isn't just exchanging for level 1 factories, but up to level 5, which would require millions of grace points. But the increase in capacity would be even more pronounced, generally used for particularly important industries. For example, shipyards, large-scale energy conversion centers, mineral smelting centers, Titan manufacturing centers. Currently, Guheng has a general plan for his factory exchange spending. The most important area is the region stretching from the northern part of the eastern space domain to the southern part of the spiderweb space domain. This is the Alliance's ancestral homeland, and the place where they have been operating for the longest time. The Wrathful Owl Star, the Pegasus Star region, the Dragon Eagle Starfield, these are the core of this region. Guheng spends approximately 25% of his monthly gift points for increasing production capacity here. Centralizing production capacity certainly has its advantages. Especially in the current cosmic environment, with shipping difficult, the efficiency gains from large-scale aggregation are even more pronounced. In fact, with the Dragon Eagle Starfield as its center, linking with 2 or 3 surrounding starfields, this old Alliance region is indeed the most developed and productive area within the entire Alliance, even within the entire Empire. It embodies the essence of nearly 2 centuries of development by the Alliance over 100 years. This old Alliance territory alone can, at its maximum, support expeditions of 4 army groups. Of course, it can't be pushed to that limit. That would be too drastic. Excessive centralization isn't a good thing either. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. While the Alliance has done a very good job protecting its core territory, except during the Comoros War when the Central Army Group was mobilized, the entire Army Group, arguably the largest and strongest of all army groups, has remained on the Alliance's core territory. However, no one can guarantee that all risks have been eliminated. Moreover, as expeditions extend further, the Alliance's supply lines will become increasingly longer. If every lost warship, every lost Titan, needs to be transported from the core territory, then expeditions will be severely hampered. The Alliance has also consciously established industrial belts in other areas. The model is often centered on a pre-war, relatively developed planet or star sector, radiating outwards to an entire or multiple star systems, forming an industrial belt. The capital of the Eastern Universe, Wuji Star, is a prime example. In the Spiderweb universe, Lingza Star, once a core hub for trade between the Alliance and the Empire, successfully transformed into a new industrial center after more than a decade of painful trade disruption following the Scarlet Scar, thanks to its advantageous location and well-developed infrastructure. Similar examples are being replicated in many parts of the universe. Of all the gift points Guheng invested in exchanging for factories, 60% were allocated to this. The remaining 15% of gift points were spent on Holy Terra. Chapter 1010. The initial expenditure of grace points in Holy Terra was somewhat of a last resort. After all, considerations had to be given. Its status was unique, its situation complex, and it wasn't entirely under the Alliance's control. Although grace points could be used to develop the region within the system, Guheng worried that changes and setbacks might render the investment worthless. However, given the current situation, Holy Terra's revival was inevitable. What Guheng could do was increase investment. Whether through direct funding, resource investment, or grace points, the goal was to revitalize Holy Terra. The better the reconstruction, the greater the stability, the two complemented each other. As for the risk of losing control, that depended on the new imperial government's governance capabilities. Currently, the situation seemed good. The dismantling of local powerful clans in Holy Terra had been relatively successful. On one hand, a hidden danger was eliminated, or rather, some hidden dangers were brought to the surface and then ruthlessly suppressed. On the other hand, the new imperial government's control was extended to the grassroots level of Holy Terra. Only after gaining grassroots power could numerous development strategies truly be implemented. As for the construction of Holy Terra, well, the word construction shouldn't even be used, it should be restoration. Once restored to its former scale, this single planet would be equivalent to the entire Pegasus sector, the most prosperous region in the Alliance. Large population, solid foundation, that's it. And this doesn't even include the neighboring Mars forging world. The 800 worlds surrounding Holy Terra and Mars, belonging to the solar sector, also have a good foundation. Although decades of turmoil have left some areas in worse condition than Holy Terra, their fundamentals remain, and their populations are large. With sufficient investment of resources and blessing points, this entire region can rapidly redevelop through the influence of Holy Terra and Mars. In fact, by now, it can already be considered an initial success. Although it's not yet time to recoup the investment, looking further ahead, the potential is gradually being realized. In 3 to 5 years, another powerful engine for Imperial expeditions will be formed. At this point, Guhang is quite willing to invest in this area. Besides the exchange of resources in factories and schools, and the cultivation of talent, another major expense, the consumption of blessing points, is also closely related to people. Military construction. 6 expeditionary armies, plus a central army garrisoning the homeland and utilizing the Comoros for rapid mobility, require not only massive resource and financial investment to maintain, but also enormous personnel support. The losses from war are one aspect, but the other, and even greater, loss is the normal retirement of soldiers. First, the Alliance's military laws are generally much more lenient toward soldiers compared to the former Imperial Astral Army. Unlike the old Empire, where conscripted soldiers rarely faced the same fate, where unless their posting was in the local area, those sent to war were often never able to return home. This situation arose primarily because the Empire was inhumane. Secondly, there were also objective reasons. Interstellar travel was both difficult and costly, and with frequent warfare, veterans were not easily discharged. Even wounded, disabled, or extremely old enough to affect combat effectiveness were preferred for local resettlement. Only a very few lucky individuals, encountering supply ships returning to their place of origin while empty, might have the opportunity to go home. The Alliance, however, is different. They place great importance on the retirement benefits of veterans. The Alliance's Dark Crusade has been going on for over a century. New recruits enlist at 20, and by their 30s or 40s, their physical strength is no longer what it was in their youth. However, thanks to their richer experience, they can still maintain a relatively strong fighting force. But after 50, the decline in physical strength becomes truly unbearable. Except for a small number of officers and generals who have reached command or management positions, to maintain the combat effectiveness of the troops, even those without injuries or illnesses must retire. In fact, many in the Alliance Army retire in their 30s or 40s. The Alliance also prefers local, nearby resettlement, as it is convenient and cost-effective. However, unlike the old Imperial Army, the Alliance's local resettlement doesn't rely on coercion, simply dumping people in a place since they can't leave anyway. The Alliance relies more on incentives and rewards for veteran resettlement. Veterans of the Alliance can receive corresponding retirement benefits based on their military merits, medals of honor, rank, and military position. Those who choose to retire and transfer to civilian work in a nearby location can receive even higher benefits on top of the stipulated amount. This means better job prospects, such as instructors, logistics officers, or officers in local planetary defense forces, for example, transferring to a police department under the Ministry of Justice, or working for a local security company. These are considered relevant positions. In addition, many good positions are available in other government departments and businesses for veterans. The harsher the environment, the closer to the front lines, and the more convenient the resettlement location, the better the demobilization benefits. If you really don't want to be in a place with poor conditions or too close to the front lines, you can move a few steps back and be resettled in a more convenient location along the supply lines of transport ships, which would barely qualify you for the preferential conditions of resettlement nearby. Of course, the Alliance now has a particularly large number of demobilized soldiers every year. After all, the size of the army is what it is. Relying solely on positions with certain government characteristics cannot accommodate everyone. It's mainly officers of all ranks who are resettled in this way. But ordinary soldiers and non-commissioned officers are actually relatively better off. After their discharge, they often directly obtain relatively high social ranks, which directly translates to a fairly good monthly allowance. Even without good positions, their livelihood is not a problem. Young and strong, without any special achievements or high ranks, the Alliance's Veterans Resettlement Bureau tends to arrange for them to study at technical colleges through special channels. If they study well, they become engineers. If not, they become skilled workers. Or perhaps the planet they're settling on doesn't have as many jobs. It's an agricultural planet, so they allocate more land. On the Empire's agricultural planets, the land is state-owned. The farmers are more like farm enterprises and agricultural workers, leasing state-owned land than actual farmers. However, due to the differences between agriculture and industry, Farms often obtain leases of 10, 20, or even 50 years. The rent isn't expensive, taxes are paid, and crops must be sold at uniformly set prices. But generally speaking, large farms, large-scale mechanized production, and purchase quotas ensure that farm owners generally won't suffer losses unless they encounter extreme circumstances. Being a small-scale farmer who subleases land is even more comfortable than being a skilled worker or engineer. If all else fails, there's a substantial demobilization pay and some employment and entrepreneurship guidance. It's not exploitative. People generally run convenience stores in residential areas, restaurants, construction companies, basically whatever they want. For those who really don't want to be resettled nearby, have families back home, or simply want to return for no other reason, the Alliance supports them. It wasn't very convenient before, but it's become increasingly easier to resolve. The Alliance's shipbuilding industry is becoming increasingly developed. This is both guided by the Alliance government and actively implemented by local administrative officials. This is because shipbuilding is a large-scale industry that can accommodate many workers, mostly skilled workers and engineers. It's an ultimate industry. Introducing a shipyard can often bring a leap forward in the economic development of the entire planet. Technology-intensive, high added value, good growth potential, strong correlation, and significant driving force, these are all characteristics. As the core of the production chain, it can drive the development of a large number of related industries and create numerous high-level jobs. The administrative officials who introduce shipbuilding to this planet, star region, or even star system are often promoted. This is both a direct performance indicator for administrative officials within the Alliance, and because the development of the shipbuilding industry often leads to significant economic growth in the region. The latter is precisely the core achievement of local officials. Of course, this also gives rise to some problems. Some people, with unrealistic ambitions, disregard the actual conditions of their region and forcibly launch projects, causing some negative impacts. If a project ultimately succeeds, that's considered good, even if the local area lacks the basic industries to support shipbuilding, leading to the need to purchase many components externally and resulting in high production costs and losses. The necessary infrastructure can be built up. Once some progress is made, it will eventually be useful. However, there are cases where projects ultimately fail to materialize, resulting in enormous waste. In either case, the relevant officials will face severe punishment. Regardless, the Alliance's shipbuilding industry has developed at a very rapid pace. It's not just about building warships. Even building much less technologically advanced merchant ships and transport vessels is valuable. The core limitation on interplanetary trade is the shortage of ships. Given the Alliance's and even the entire Empire's sheer size, there can never be too many interstellar ships. The military needs a large number of transport ships for supplies. Trade requires a large number of vessels. Even the most basic interstellar flights for personnel exchange are valuable. Many so-called shipbuilding projects launched in various places are actually just building vessels like the Traveler. Even smaller ships, some carrying only a few dozen people. But these ships supported a vast number of interstellar journeys. The Alliance's official space corporation made substantial purchases and established numerous fixed routes for the transfer of supplies and personnel. And veterans wanting to return home could travel on empty supply ships back to their rear, and then use the Alliance's now well-developed interstellar transport system to return to their homelands. While this process may take a considerable amount of time, not only in the flight itself but also including waiting times for connecting flights, for many veterans yearning to return home, the wait is worthwhile. Upon their return, they are often treated like heroes. Their experiences, including those veterans who didn't return home but chose to settle nearby, whose lives underwent significant changes, if not becoming wealthy, at least living a relatively comfortable life in another world, inspired generation after generation of new recruits to enter the Alliance's recruitment office, dreaming of earning merit. And they are precisely the last major source of Gu Hang's long-term expenditure of grace points. Soldier training. He doesn't aim to immediately use T5 or T4 level training functions to elevate every soldier. Soldiers typically serve 1 or 2 years in the Planetary Defense Force, and the former Alliance Army, now the Imperial Army, only recruits from the Planetary Defense Force. At this stage, the proportion reaching T5 level is actually between 20% and 40%. The exact number depends on the local military development of the planet, which is also one of the key performance indicators for the Alliance's planetary governors. Some special planets can even raise this ratio to over 80% through training by their planetary defense forces, including T4 level and even higher level soldiers. Examples include the Death Legion's homeworld, Krieg, now under Alliance control, or the Jungle Legion that emerged from the death world of Kadashan. The Alliance respects the traditions of these special forces, establishing them as independent armies and integrating them into various military branches. They are often used as elite units. The Imperial Army, after selecting the best recruits from the ordinary planetary defense forces, will subject these recruits to a year-long, more intensive training program. After completing the Army's training, the concentration of T5 level soldiers will reach over 60%. Based on this, Gu Heng will use his blessing points to recruit approximately 20% more soldiers, bringing the overall proportion of T5 level and above soldiers in the force to over 80%. This completes the formation of the Alliance Army's reserve force. Sometimes, they will join the frontline combat as entirely new units. However, in most cases, soldiers will be transported to the front lines by ship, to existing division-level units that have just withdrawn from the front. These frontline units have often just finished fighting and are resting. Soldiers who have died in battle, been wounded, or reached retirement age have just left, and new recruits who have completed training will fill their vacancies. After a period of rest, and while replenishing personnel and equipment, they will return to the battlefield. Many divisions have a history spanning decades, or even centuries, accumulating countless glories. The Dark Side Expedition's front lines have thus sustained a war for over a century. The entire process is mature and relatively healthy, ensuring veterans benefits and thus guaranteeing recruitment quality while maintaining the combat effectiveness of frontline troops. Under this entire process, Gu Heng spends hundreds of millions of grace points monthly on training grounds obtained from the building interface, and on training new recruits directly using grace points in the training interface. This is enough to exchange for training slots for tens of billions of new recruits. According to the Alliance's training methods, that's over 50 billion new recruits replenishing the front lines. Of course, the actual number isn't that many. After all, the Alliance has long since moved beyond the stage of prioritizing quantity over quality. The Army is developing towards increasingly elite forces, not only with better weaponry, but also requiring a large number of T4 level or higher soldiers. The price then isn't 1 grace point for 100 recruits, but only for 10, or even just 1. Gu Heng spends 100 million grace points every month, but in reality, the Alliance only sends about 10 billion troops to the front lines each year, combining Army and Navy personnel, roughly maintaining the size of the 7 Army groups. The total size of the 7 Army groups is less than 80 billion, and the total number of soldiers killed or discharged during the expeditions each year is also roughly 10 billion. The specific proportions depend on the situation of the war. In times of great conflict, the majority are killed or wounded. In relatively stable times, the majority are discharged normally. The changes are quite significant and cannot be generalized. Except for some elderly high-ranking officers and generals eligible for life-extending surgery, the entire expeditionary force will be completely replaced approximately every 13 years. Chapter 1011. Utilizing the talent inspiration from the hero interface, the functional building exchange from the construction interface, and the troop training from the training interface, Gu Heng has to devote considerable thought each month to transforming the billions of blessing points earned through war, and the fixed monthly income from his territory into tangible political, economic, and military power for the Alliance. He oversees the Storm God Kingdom, maintains the Thunder Torch Tower, and uses it to suppress the Alliance and the entire new empire, normalizing interstellar travel and communication, and reducing the impact of chaos corruption. As the Prime Minister of the new empire and leader of the Alliance, he handles major strategic political decisions. He plans the expenditure of blessing points in the system interface. These are Gu Heng's 3 daily tasks. They are truly daily, so daily that none of them can be neglected, and they have already occupied the vast majority of his time. He has free time, but his own time is getting shorter and shorter, and now it's almost non-existent. Gu Heng certainly won't be happy about this situation, nor will he enjoy it. While he was somewhat of a workaholic, he was also obsessively so, finding enjoyment in working all his time. But it wasn't too painful. On one hand, he was used to it, numb to it, inertia propelled him to continue doing it, and he could endure it. On the other hand, there was comparison. Although both were imprisoned, the severity of his sentence was clearly not as high as the Emperor's. At least, Gu Heng could move freely in the real universe, as long as he was willing to pay the price. The Emperor, however, couldn't return to the mortal realm. Even disregarding the price to pay, Gu Heng was at least quite free on Raging Owl Star. The veil of reality was thinner there, and it was the origin of the Storm God Kingdom. As long as Gu Heng was on Raging Owl Star, it wasn't much different from being in the Storm God Kingdom. In this world, he could at least still live a somewhat ordinary life. His wife, Yalisha, had essentially relinquished all her command duties in frontline combat. She remained an important member of the Dark Side Expedition's military council, but primarily handled administrative work. Although she was quite busy, it was much better than for Gu Heng. At least, the two could still enjoy married life, unlike in earlier years when they were separated for extended periods. Although Gu Heng didn't have much free time, even a little bit significantly improved his condition. Life continued in this way, watching as the Empire's territory was gradually reclaimed under the Dark Side Expedition and the Unyielding Expedition. The citizens of the Empire throughout the universe, while not entirely out of danger, were generally living better lives in the era of the Great Cataclysm, even compared to the old Empire era. And humanity, as a whole, had weathered a major crisis, and had the opportunity to shine again. All of this was within reach. Perhaps the road ahead is still quite long, and the journey will take a considerable amount of time, but there are no obstacles in sight, and Gu Heng has a long enough lifespan to witness that moment arrive. At that time, he can finally say that he has fulfilled his mission in this universe. Of course, there are still obstacles. The greatest danger comes from the four evil gods, and from the warp itself. The warp brings psionic energy, faster than light travel, and communication capabilities that can be established instantly across star systems and cosmic domains. Technology built upon the utilization of the warp is the core that underpins a cosmic empire. However, the fickle, turbulent warp is known as the Sea of Souls. It is constantly changing and surging, bringing objective risks, natural disasters, that humanity cannot currently completely avoid by any means. And those four evil gods born from the warp, unfortunately, the stronger Gu Heng becomes, the more he realizes that those four gods are eternally immortal. Those four evil gods represent a certain aspect of the will of all living beings and all souls in this universe. Unless the entire universe is destroyed, and the Sea of Souls in the warp collapses, the four gods will not perish. But their immortality does not mean they are invincible. On the contrary, the Alliance has defeated them many times in the past. And not just the Alliance, throughout the Empire's millennia-long history, they have also triumphed many times. While the four gods' immortality allows them to recover from countless defeats, each loss for the human empire represents a wound, and a major defeat, like the previous loss in the Terra campaign, could mean annihilation. But at least until now, humanity has persevered. Gu Heng believes that humanity will continue to persevere in the future. Moreover, will the warp always be this dangerous? Perhaps. Gu Heng believes that the fluctuations in the warp are actually cyclical, only these cycles are extremely long. According to many historical records, at least 10,000 years ago, when the Empire was first established, the warp was not as dangerous as it is now. The outbreak of the Imperial Civil War was a major upheaval, but after the Civil War, the waves of the warp have only become more ferocious and dangerous. After 10,000 years of sustained and intensifying warp waves, the defining event marking their peak was the fall of Cartier and the appearance of the Scarlet Scar. According to Eldar history, before the establishment of the Eldar Empire, the current major warp intensification occurred at the time of its collapse, marked by the birth of the Slaanesh. But before that, during the Eldar Empire's heyday, including humanity's so-called Golden Age, the warp was far less dangerous than it is now. Gu Heng could sense that as the Scarlet Scar slowly healed, this wave of warp frenzy should gradually subside. Perhaps the warp will never return to its most peaceful state. In the unknown future, another catastrophe, no less severe than the Scarlet Scar, or even more devastating, may arrive. But the Empire has already weathered two waves, and Gu Heng will lead humanity to face future crises time and again. Humanity is learning, and will continue to learn, how to coexist with the dangerous warp and the cruel four gods. Just as Gu Heng was contemplating the future of his entire race, a message arrived on his desk with the highest priority. It was a message from the Dark Side Expedition, the Angelic Expeditionary Force. They seemed to have discovered traces of a Son of God. Gu Heng immediately began to closely monitor the situation and requested updates at any time. Chapter 10:12. Now, Gu Heng receives a lot of requests every day. However, Gu Heng generally just glances at these specific matters. Even the particularly important ones are mostly observed, with few opinions offered. Unless the matter has been resolved, but the method and outcome are extremely unsatisfactory and contradict his established grand strategy, then he will intervene, providing instructions and opinions. Often, at this point, a major undertaking is necessary. This is not only for matters that even the Prime Minister Gu Heng values, but also to correct strategic errors, requiring considerable effort, even at the cost of overcorrection. However, the current matter is different. The appearance of a new son of God is significant enough in itself. The situation was discovered by the troops of Dante, the commander-in-chief of the Angelic Expedition and commander-in-chief of the Blood Angels War Band. Upon discovery, he immediately went to make contact and simultaneously reported the information to the Alliance War Master Martins, the commander of the Dark Expedition. Then, the report was delivered to Gu Hang's desk. Under his close supervision, there was a report almost every time there was progress. Through these reports, he gained a general understanding of the entire situation. The whole affair stemmed from the Angelic Expeditionary Force's current focused attack on, and attempt to reclaim the Dawn space. Their offensive there had stalled. More than 100 years had passed since the Great Cataclysm, and the situation in many places had deteriorated to a certain extent. Some enemies had even established chaos kingdoms. These were often warbands, cults that had grown to a particularly powerful scale, spanning dozens, even hundreds of worlds. All these worlds were under their evil rule, and humanity, living within them, suffered cruel treatment. Not only were they exploited as the ruled, forced to provide various resources and perform military service, but their population was also used as sacrificial offerings by the Chaos War bands and cultists. Under oppression, their achievements, sacrificed for blood, strengthened these chaotic forces, allowing them to corrupt more cultists and soldiers locally, and even further open warp portals to summon more demonic armies, supporting and recruiting more chaotic traders. Eliminating such a chaotic kingdom is extremely difficult. It can only be said that after occupying nearly half of the old empire's territory, the remaining half has entered the deep waters of the expedition. The difficulty has increased. The situation where a fleet's arrival would immediately lead to a change of allegiance is becoming increasingly rare. The sense of belonging to the empire in various regions has weakened with the length of isolation, allowing chaotic forces, or rebel forces to take deeper root, and aliens to become increasingly rampant. These multiple factors have simultaneously led to the current situation. However, all of this was expected. For the new empire, it simply means the road has become more difficult. The ultimate goal remains in sight, it's just a matter of taking steady steps forward. Recently, the Angelic Expeditionary Force encountered a major problem, a warband called Blood Eye. It occupies over 100 worlds, possesses a sizable fleet, and its worlds are deeply corrupted, a mix of human rebels and demonic armies. It is led by approximately 1,500 Chaos Space Marines, and a Calamity fleet is also operating nearby. One of the Angelic Expeditionary Force's detachments suffered significant losses here. After 6 months of fighting, not only did they fail to capture the world, but they also suffered considerable casualties, and were pushed back, forcing them to retreat. While regrouping, they requested assistance from Dante, hoping to receive multiple detachments. At this critical juncture, the previously aggressive Chaos foe suddenly slowed its advance. Many units even retreated. The bewildered human forces, while continuing to call for reinforcements, dispatched reconnaissance ships deeper into the Blood Eye Warband's controlled territory. They then pieced together the reason. An uprising had broken out in the Blood Eye Warband's territory. Initially, the expeditionary fleet found it somewhat unbelievable. Uprisings are quite common, after all. Who would willingly live under the rule of chaos forces? Living a precarious existence, facing death at any moment, being arbitrarily slaughtered and tortured. Since death is inevitable anyway, might as well rebel. However, easier said than done. For ordinary civilians, a successful uprising in this era was impossible. Not only could they not obtain weapons, but even if they did, what could they do? A group of poorly trained mortal soldiers, armed with light weapons, had no chance against the chaos foe. Only on a few isolated worlds do remnants of the original planetary defense forces remain, providing a foundation for forming resistance armies. These resistance forces can wage guerrilla warfare against the chaos forces in the wilderness, jungles, and mountains. However, guerrilla warfare is also difficult. The enemy has the advantage of low human rights. Unlike the Alliance, they don't hesitate to act against resistance forces. The Alliance often finds itself constrained when dealing with rebels hidden in the lower levels of hives, protected by the inhabitants. The Alliance is unwilling to engage in massacres during rebellions, even in alien strongholds like the Comoros, where they haven't done so on a large scale. Ultimately, the Alliance's goal in war is to control the region and then develop it. What's the point of occupation and development if the land is destroyed and the people are wiped out? However, the Chaos forces clearly don't care about such things. They slaughter without hesitation. If they suspect any remaining resistance, they use heavy-handed tactics, even resorting to annihilating orbital bombardments. It's incredibly difficult to stage an uprising under the Chaos forces. That's why the Alliance Expeditionary Force was astonished. What kind of rebel army is this that managed to force the Blood-Eye Warband's main force back? But regardless, this is good news. The expeditionary force finally gained some breathing room. They seized the time to rest, maintain their equipment, reorganize their troops, and rebuild their strength while awaiting reinforcements. And during this process, they didn't abandon their mission. Since the rebel army deep within the Blood-Eye Warband's controlled territory had managed to create such a large-scale disturbance, they would definitely provide full support. At the very least, they couldn't stand idly by and watch them be wiped out. The expeditionary force organized a fleet that risked its life to break through. These were mostly small, fast-strike boats. Their main mission was to gather further intelligence and, incidentally, provide support to the rebel group. They carried some small but elite weapons and equipment, such as feedback-powered armor, plasma guns, and explosive guns. There were also reinforcements, a 20-man Space Marine squadron, plus 1,000 elite ground special forces soldiers, forming the backbone. For the pre-deployment fleet, which had already suffered setbacks in the previous war, providing this kind of support was already an effort in itself. Their analysis wasn't entirely wrong. Under limited conditions, when only a dozen or so small ships could break through the encirclement and transport a large quantity of supplies, carrying as many small weapons as possible and deploying primarily elite troops was certainly a good option. But in reality, it wasn't entirely wrong, just quite unexpected. The rebels thanked them for their assistance, but the Alliance commanders present discovered that they didn't really need that support. After expending considerable effort and taking great risks to break through the outer defenses of the Chaos enemy, the Alliance discovered that in the heart of the Blood-Eye Warband, over a dozen planets had raised the banner of rebellion, forming a unified and impressive force. The Blood-Eye Warband's main force had returned. The rebel fleet was valiant, their tactics extremely effective. Although outnumbered and outgunned by 2 or 3 levels, they avoided reckless fighting, maneuvering between multiple planets, and utilizing planetary defense systems to harass the enemy. While it's difficult to say they held the upper hand in battle, they were at least able to maintain their position. This is incredibly rare. Originally, it was thought that the rebel army's survival, their ability to cause trouble in Blood-Eye's heartland and force them back, would be a monumental achievement. However, in reality, they directly conquered 15% of the planets within Blood-Eye's territory, established an organization, and possessed a fleet. Weapons and equipment? They have them. Some were produced through the restarted production lines of the military factories seized by Chaos during the counterattack. Some were captured from the enemy's arsenal. Their ships were all seized from the Chaos forces, purified, and then put to their own use. The supplies brought by the Alliance commando team were merely useful, better than nothing, but their effectiveness was questionable. At this scale, much of the fighting was essentially direct combat, rendering the Alliance's special forces weaponry, originally prepared for guerrilla warfare and special operations, largely ineffective. Only the Alliance's 1,000-plus warriors were truly useful. These included 4 special operations battalions from the Alliance Army, totaling 1,200 special forces soldiers, all clad in feedback-based power armor, and at least T3 level, plus 20 Space Marines from a Blood Angel subunit called 100 Wings, all veterans. The 100 Wing standard-bearer, as the overall commander, met the leader of the rebel army after leading his troops to repel a Chaos counterattack. That was truly a son of God. They had heard this before. As the assault ships entered the vicinity of the rebel-controlled territory, they intercepted some of the rebels' broadcasts via interstellar communication, hearing information about the Son of God, Lionheart, and Leon Charles. These rebels claimed to be led by Lionheart. How could that be? That's what the Alliance officers thought. The Son of God? Those were figures who lived 10,000 years ago. During the founding of the Empire, they were practically mythical beings. While there was the event of Robert's resurrection, it was a special case. Strictly speaking, Robert never truly died. He was merely placed in an eternally unchanging stasis field after being severely injured. If a means to revive him existed, releasing him from the stasis field would bring him back to life, wouldn't it? It couldn't even be called a resurrection. But Leon? He's different. Lionheart, as the genetic father of the First Legion and the Death Angels chapter, was definitively identified as having disappeared during the Imperial Civil War in a highly secretive battle that ultimately led to the complete destruction and shattering of the Death Angels chapter's homeworld. While there's no official death report, being missing for 10,000 years, isn't that much different from being dead? Anyway, it shouldn't just appear out of nowhere. Rather than believing that this was truly Lionheart, the Alliance were more inclined to think that it was some ambitious individual in disguise, or some Chaos traitor using witchcraft to create a spectacle. This speculation initially made them hesitant to land, and fight alongside the rebels, fearing they might step into a trap and never return. However, after carefully observing the fighting between the rebels and the Blood Eyes, which didn't seem like an act, and seeing that the rebels showed no signs of chaos corruption, they decided to take the risk. Upon landing, joining the battle, and assisting the rebels in repelling their attacks, they, in the name of the Alliance and the new Empire, and based on their demonstrated combat prowess, seized the opportunity to request an audience with the so-called Lionheart King. Everything went smoothly. They met the leader of the rebels. At first glance, the 100-winged standard-bearer confirmed that this was indeed a son of God. Although he appeared somewhat aged, his imposing figure, his black and dark green armor, and the lion's head decoration on his shoulder were all identical to those depicted in the murals and statues of the Son of God that the standard-bearer had studied and seen. Appearance alone is certainly insufficient for judgment. More importantly, the standard-bearer of the 100 Wings had met Regent Robert. Although Maddens was not the Son of God, the standard-bearer felt that the aura and presence emanating from the man before him were remarkably similar to the Regent's. Is this the scent of the Son of God? That was the only conclusion he could draw. At the same time, he felt a sense of unease. In legend, the Lionheart was a commander of great talent and ambition, but also ruthless and cruel. He always won victories, but he showed no mercy to his subordinates, showing no favoritism. Would such a commander be difficult to get along with? What attitude would he hold towards the Alliance and the new Empire? However, after actually meeting and conversing with him, he was surprised to find that while Leon wasn't particularly gentle, he was at least mild-mannered. While his words were authoritative and his orders were decisive, he wasn't completely unyielding to advice or suggestions. Isn't that good? Leon also took their arrival very seriously. On one hand, there was their own strength, on the other, there were the reinforcements behind them. At the same time, he readily agreed to the Alliance's request to spread the news of his appearance. Or rather, he never intended to hide. After initially understanding the era he lived in, he realized the immense morale boost his return as the Son of God would bring. If these were beneficial to the Empire, beneficial to humanity, and could be used as weapons, then he wouldn't hesitate to utilize his prestige. As for the so-called Alliance, the new Empire, he didn't know who Gu Hang was, nor what Robert was up to. He would find out later, but for now, he needed to accomplish what was at hand. He wasn't like Robert, who always had a lot of ideas in his head. He focused on one thing at a time, perfecting it to the extreme. Chapter 10:13. The Blood-Eyed clan was utterly annihilated. This was to be expected. The Blood-Eyed clan was quite strong, to be able to gain the upper hand in battle against a detachment of the Angelic Expeditionary Force, and even launch a counterattack, was quite impressive. They were stronger than most of the enemies humanity encountered during the Dark Side expedition. However, even the strongest has its limits. They could defeat one detachment. Could they defeat two? If necessary, if it was a truly tough opponent, the Alliance could send a third or fourth detachment. Moreover, after hearing the news of the Son of God, this matter received considerable attention from the Alliance's high command. Under orders, Dante personally led the main force of the Angelic Expeditionary Force. With this troop deployment, the Blood-Eyed clan couldn't even quell the internal rebellion. How could they possibly hold out against a two-pronged attack? Their main force was wiped out in a single battle. Aside from a small number of insignificant individuals who fled in panic, the remaining survivors are mostly cult members struggling to evacuate from various planets. The war is not entirely over, but the subsequent issues are primarily counterinsurgency. The Dark Side expedition has reached a point where it has developed a complete and mature methodology for handling the aftermath, clearing out, and rebuilding. The first step is to assess the importance and value of a planet. High-value worlds are dealt with directly and decisively by ground forces for swift and thorough suppression and cleanup. At this stage, cost and time are often irrelevant, just get it done. These worlds typically possess abundant resources, excellent agricultural conditions, numerous mineral deposits, valuable resources such as adamantite and mithril that can be mined and refined, excellent energy properties, a large population, and strong industrial capacity. In short, all of these qualify. Worlds are either strategically valuable, located at crucial transportation hubs on the star map, where their absence would block numerous interstellar routes. Or they possess significant political importance, their fall would greatly impact morale across the entire region. For example, they might have significant historical value, or be the capital of a star system or even a cosmic region. However, generally speaking, such high-value worlds are relatively few. The remaining worlds undergo a safety zone strategy assessment. Those with major but less critical issues are placed in the safety zone, granted autonomy, and supported by the Alliance based on their assessment level. Once their problems are gradually resolved over time, or if their initial issues were relatively minor, they undergo direct alliance-based political system reform, becoming directly governed by the alliance government. Establishing a government, investing, developing the economy, providing taxes and profits, building local defense forces. That's all. However, some problems arise here. With the Son of God present, things become quite complicated. Even without the Lionheart King, the Alliance has a well-established system for dealing with rebellions. Generally, the Alliance acknowledges the blood and sacrifices made by rebels, resistance fighters, and other groups in defending the planet and humanity, praises their achievements, and actively incorporates these loyal human forces into the Alliance's governmental system. The contributions of the local population are highly respected, and newly formed governments will certainly include their seats, and usually not a small number. However, overall, the Alliance system will be followed. A very high degree of autonomy, such as the old Empire's local tyrant-style planetary governorship mechanism, is out of the question. If these native forces, after being rescued, harbor any rebellious intentions or ulterior motives, that will certainly not be tolerated. First, negotiations, then warnings. If those fail, an ultimatum will be issued. At this point, they will be labeled as rebels, defined as enemies of humanity, and targeted. Their treatment will be similar to that of Chaos enemies, Xenomorph enemies, and heretics. The only difference might be that the Alliance can accept their surrender, but not the surrender of Chaos or Xenomorphs. But the Son of God is still too special. Currently, within the new Empire's territory, there is only one special zone that has not been institutionalized by the Alliance, the Infinite Chapter's home base, the Infinite Starfield. The Infinite Starfield's high degree of autonomy, enshrined as a political special zone in the Imperial Constitution, is unique not only because it is indeed governed quite well, no less than the Alliance's core areas, but also because of Robert's special status as the Son of God. Otherwise, the reputation of the Infinite Chapter, a founding chapter, alone wouldn't be enough to grant autonomy to a sector. Other founding chapters, such as the Saints, and those now under Imperium command like the Phoenix, Bats, and Golden Knights, also only have autonomy over their own homeworlds. This is clearly stipulated in the Space Marine Codex, and the Alliance has not challenged it. This applies not only to founding chapters, but also to some older chapters. However, all newly formed chapters no longer have the concept of a homeworld. All Space Marine training originates from the new blood training centers under the Space Marine Command. Their homeworld is the entire Alliance and the new Imperium. The Infinite Starfield, thanks to the Son of God and its own excellent governance, earned the status of a special zone. But how would the Lionheart King handle this situation? Dante attempted to persuade the Lionheart King to order his rebels to relinquish control and rule, allowing the Alliance government to establish a new regime. However, Leon rejected this. It wasn't a complete refusal, but in his words, he didn't understand what the Alliance was, nor had he heard of any new empire. Since awakening and inexplicably arriving in this region corrupted by the Blood-Eyed War Band, leading the people of over a dozen planets in rebellion against Chaos's rule, he couldn't simply relinquish his achievements. Faced with this situation, Gu Heng intervened. After a brief discussion with Robert, he extended an invitation to the Lionheart King through Dante. Leon wanted to know what the Alliance and the new empire were, didn't he? Then please come to Holy Terra. The Imperial Prime Minister and the Imperial Regent awaited him in the Imperial capital for this meeting. The Veiled Spirit Gate could easily support such a small meeting. Even if Leon wanted to bring his guards, that was fine too. His guards were a group of Space Marines in black armor with red trim, wearing ancient battle armor, insignia belonging to the Death Angels, but their paint scheme and identity were completely different from the current Death Angels chapter. Chapter 1014. Sitting in the hovercar arranged by the Imperial government, Leon looked down at the Holy Terra Palace. This place felt both familiar and strange to Leon. Familiar, of course, because the overall structure, layout, and style of the Terra Palace were not much different from 10,000 years ago. He had been here many times, and he recognized many places. This made him somewhat puzzled. Wasn't it said that 10,000 years had passed? Why hadn't the palace changed much? It was hard to say whether the palace was built too well under the Emperor's personal supervision, or whether humanity had truly made no progress in the past 10,000 years. Probably both. As for the strangeness, among the few changes in the palace, some places were particularly conspicuous. For example, the flags. Besides the Empire's double-headed eagle banner, there was also a blue shield and sword banner. That must be the so-called Alliance flag, right? They even planted it in the palace? And the busy government officials in the palace, there were even more than in the Imperial era. And then, there were the guards standing watch. The most dominant and common force was undoubtedly the Imperial Guard, clad in golden armor and red tassels. However, outside the gates of government buildings, some warriors in blue helmets and silver armor were on guard duty. At first, Leon assumed they were a Space Marine chapter that had received special permission. Though that seemed unusual, after all, even when the Golden Knights were a founding chapter stationed on Holy Terra, they weren't allowed into the palace by the Imperial Guard. How could an unfamiliar chapter possibly be among them? Leon remembered just how arrogant these self-proclaimed Imperial Guards had been. Could it be that their tempers have improved? However, as he drew closer and saw the blue-helmeted, silver-armored warriors on guard, he overturned his previous assumptions and was even more shocked. Isn't this the Imperial Guard? Just because they changed their paint scheme doesn't mean I won't recognize them. But changing the paint scheme is clearly a bigger problem, isn't it? So unconventional. Even ancestral laws can be changed. These points were all so unfamiliar to him. However, he suppressed all his thoughts, keeping them to himself. Because he had already been incredulous long before. After accepting Gu Hang and Robert's invitation to meet, he had originally thought it would take him a long time to see his old brother and the current highest leader of the imperial government. After all, he knew he was in a remote area of the Empire's southern border, and no matter what mode of travel he took, it would take at least a year to reach Holy Terra. That was assuming a smooth journey. However, Dante argued that interstellar travel was far more inconvenient. He claimed that the new Empire possessed far more convenient and faster methods of interstellar travel. While teleporting large armies was costly, requiring the construction of a massive veiled portal and consuming enormous amounts of energy during the process, it was only used as a last resort. But for transporting individuals, small units, or small fleets, it was extremely fast and convenient. Frankly, if Dante hadn't appeared to be the legitimate chapter leader of the Blood Angels chapter, with its glorious history, Leon would never have believed him. He would have dismissed it as a clumsy hoax, a trap. Even so, he remained highly vigilant. He brought along some of his guards, a group of Space Marines whom he'd publicly claimed were the so-called Angels of Forgiveness, part of the Death Angels chapter. He also brought along some elite mortal soldiers, known as the Lion Guard. The group of several thousand crossed the Veil of Spirits, constructed on the planet's surface. They arrived at Comoros. Leon had a relatively deep understanding of the Dark Eldar. 10,000 years ago, the Imperium of Man had also been involved with the Dark Eldar, a race of space pirates, engaging in skirmishes and other conflicts. At that time, the Imperium considered the Dark Eldar a relatively low-priority enemy, mainly because the damage they caused was relatively less than that of other xenomorphs. Compared to the size of the Imperium, they were more like flies or mosquitoes, annoying, bothersome, harmful, and even disease-causing, but not deadly. Of course, if that were the case, swatting that mosquito would certainly be a good idea. The key point is that their strength isn't truly like a mosquito's. They are simply few in number, and lack the desire to expand significantly in the real universe. In a real war, if they were to concentrate their forces in a single region, they would be formidable, and extremely difficult to track down, making a direct confrontation unrealistic. The few large-scale battles they fought against the Dark Eldar have all involved the Eldar exploiting localized numerical superiority to bully humanity, but they've rarely been able to seize an opportunity to encircle and overwhelm them with superior forces. This is all because of their mysterious and unpredictable lair, the Comoros. 10,000 years ago, when Leon was still active, he had envisioned numerous extermination plans for various enemies of humanity, including the Dark Eldar. Unfortunately, even he couldn't find a way to wipe out this powerful remnant of the overlords. Yet, he never imagined that they would be conquered by the new empire, and it wasn't just a simple conquest. In the Comoros, he encountered a considerable number of Dark Eldar. They were clearly in a state of enslavement. While the empire's general policy dictated the complete extermination of aliens, a more flexible approach wasn't out of the question for those possessing special technologies and uses. At least Leon wasn't as fanatical as some of the empire's conservatives. He merely used the Veiled Spirit Gate for rapid spatial travel, cautiously assessing the reliability of these technologies and instinctively considering their potential impact in warfare. The more he thought about it, the more reliable the Alliance's strategy seemed. Although he still couldn't understand how Gu Hang had managed to conquer Comoros, the result was undeniable, making him even more curious about the upcoming meeting with Gu Hang and Robert. The meeting happened much faster than expected. When he arrived in Holy Terra and entered the reception room of a palace now used as the Prime Minister's residence in a hover car, Robert and Gu Hang were already seated there. Gu Hang maintained his composure, smiling politely as he welcomed Leon to his seat. Leon's gaze, however, was fixed on Robert. You haven't changed at all. You aged a lot, Robert replied. Chapter 1015. You haven't changed at all. You aged a lot. I heard you're now called the Regent. Your past ambitions, finally not limited to our foolish times, have actually made you the Regent of the entire empire? Who gave you this power? I didn't really want to be this so-called Regent. If I could, I'd rather go back home. Now, our new empire has a new war marshal, in charge of the empire's dark side expeditions. He's not our brother, but he possesses abilities no less than ours. I met him. Martin's is indeed quite good. But I must correct you, the empire doesn't have a war marshal position, and he isn't. His official title is Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Dark Side Expeditions, not some Imperial War Marshal. Speaking of the so-called new empire, I want to see what's new about it, how it differs from the second empire you created 10,000 years ago. Come on, it's as if you weren't involved in those absurdities back then, War Marshal. Robert even drew out the last two words. The two were quite good at bickering, and Gu Heng watched from behind with an unchanging expression. In fact, his smile deepened. Perhaps this was their way of getting along. Gu Heng didn't mind watching the show a little longer, but the two didn't continue arguing, ending with Robert giving Leon a hug. It's good to see you back, my brother. Me too. Gu Heng coughed slightly, a hint of regret in his voice, and said, Let's get down to business. Your Highness, Lionheart, I noticed you wanted to see what this so-called new empire is all about. Let me tell you. Regarding the new empire's current state, its vision, the difficulties it faces, and its general historical trajectory over the past 10,000 years, he had already learned about all of this on the road, or while Leon was leading the rebellion. But when Gu Heng explained the situation to him, he listened patiently and silently, trying to understand. The things being discussed were the same, yet very different. The events, the history, the context, the policies, these were all things Leon had heard about and learned about on the road. However, the content Gu Heng spoke of this time was completely different in its level and depth from what he had heard and seen. Gu Heng's discussion of the new empire was from the perspective of the empire's rulers and administrators. The perspective was vastly different, and the content delved deeper into its essence. He would explain in great detail the new empire's current policies, and the various trade-offs and considerations behind these policies. From this perspective, some decisions that Leon had previously scoffed at, deemed wrong or problematic, suddenly became reasonable. These strategies may have many problems and hidden dangers, but they are necessary under objective conditions, or the least costly compromise. Leon had to admit that the so-called new empire was doing quite well. Even, to some extent, although the new empire only controlled about half of the empire's territory, it was more promising than the lifeless old empire before the Great Cataclysm. However, the inherently suspicious Leon wouldn't so easily dismiss his doubts. Even though the information he received from various sources after his awakening matched up, he still instinctively remained skeptical. The meeting didn't last very long. Even though Gu Heng, who had come here, was merely an avatar, his attention couldn't be focused on this for too long, as it would affect his other work. Robert was even more so. The unyielding expedition had been underway for quite some time. He was the regent of the empire, and also the supreme commander of the unyielding expedition, overseeing the entire operation. Even the empire's dark side war master Matins had to report to him on the progress and situation of the dark side expedition. He was truly busy. If it weren't for his brother's return, which excited him greatly and was crucial to the future of the empire, he wouldn't have been able to spare such a long time to speak with Leon. Leon understood their current situation. He didn't waste any more of their time, but he didn't immediately make a decision either. Although he was indeed fighting for the empire, his responsibilities to the emperor and humanity wouldn't lessen because he had been asleep for 10,000 years. He would fight for the empire. As for whether what he was fighting for was truly this so-called new empire, he had already made a rough judgment. However, before making a decision, he needed to do one more thing. I want an audience with the emperor. The Son of God wanting an audience with the emperor, of course, was no problem. Although the emperor had long since ascended, his golden throne remained at the very heart of the Terra Palace. Although it was now empty, the throne itself was the only way to contact the emperor. Although this connection was very unstable, very religious, and more like divine revelation, requiring interpretation and understanding. In most cases, there was actually no reply, or the reply was completely incomprehensible. But if an audience was to be held, this was the only way. The specific enlightenment or divine intervention he received depended on the emperor and the individual's understanding. After a detailed discussion with Yen Xinzhen, the commander of the royal guard, he knelt before the golden throne. The Lionheart King's audience lasted a day and a night. Afterwards, he remained silent, never mentioning the audience to anyone. His brother, Robert, had already left Holy Terra and returned to the front lines through the Veiled Spirit Gate. However, the Royal Guard guards outside the throne room told him that Gu Hang was waiting for him. Returning to the meeting room, he saw Gu Hang. The moment he stepped into the meeting room, Gu Hang's somewhat blank face instantly became lively. Leon's gaze towards Gu Hang was complex. He knew more information, and his attitude towards Gu Hang could no longer be the same as before. After composing himself, he asked directly, "In the new empire, is there anything I can do to help?" Gu Hang replied, "There is indeed one thing. We discovered that the Angels of Death are gathering abnormally. We were already planning to resolve this issue, but your arrival has provided a better candidate for the task." "My offspring?" "Yes, this matter dates back a long time, but I think you know some of the details even better than I do. We can start by discussing the Angels of Death's homeworld, Night Star, and the artifacts." Chapter 1016. Gu Hang has figured out exactly what the key he snatched from the Calamity Fleet was. It concerns a terrifying weapon, that's how I would describe it. I can hardly say right now what this weapon is, or how it will function. But I'm certain that if it falls into the hands of our enemies, the Empire will face annihilation. This is not alarmist, it's a fact that is already happening. And that's not all. This weapon holds profound significance for a Chaos God. That's the Chaos God known as the Creator, named Basol. He is the god of inventors, engineers, scientists, and craftsmen. Perhaps the beings in the real universe, at all costs, strive to understand and enslave nature, ultimately exploiting it limitlessly through technology. These may be the source of its power. Countless wars, the endless arms race, gave birth to it. It was these desires that allowed it to grow, making it the embodiment of ambition to wage war using technology and machinery. Gu Hang briefly introduced the Chaos God Basol. Leon was somewhat unfamiliar with the name, but he didn't ask any questions and listened patiently. That weapon is sealed in an unsearchable dimension. Only by obtaining the key can it be found. And you might be familiar with these so-called keys. At least 2 were once held by the First Legion, the Angels of Death. Upon hearing this, Leon knew what Gu Hang was referring to. A subsurface device located on the Angels of Death's home planet, Night Star. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, but Leon remained expressionless and silent. In truth, he didn't need to say anything. After becoming the Primarch, Martin's first battle was against a Calamity Fleet, from which he seized a fragment of the key. This fragment had been in Gu Hang's possession for some years. Despite various major events that had distracted him, he had maintained a high level of interest in studying the fragment, even inviting many sages from the Cult of Mechanics to participate, including the Martian archsage, Kull. After decades of research, Gu Hang had gained a profound understanding of the fragment and everything it represented. He had even glimpsed the moment of Night's explosion through warp divination. According to historical records, that was the battle in which Lionheart disappeared, a civil war among the Angels of Death. The Earth's core device on Night shattered into countless pieces in the explosion, scattering across the universe as fragments. The largest of these fragments was located in the Angels of Death's lair, the Monastery of the Great Stone. The so-called Stone Monastery was actually the largest piece of planetary debris after the explosion of Night Star. It was captured, hollowed out, and transformed by the Angels of Death into their homeworld, serving as a space fortress. They even equipped it with various planetary engines, allowing it to move through space, even enabling warp travel or jump travel via astral tunnels. Basil's search for the fragments of the key has been ongoing for many years. The Calamity Fleet, which has repeatedly appeared throughout the universe, bringing profound disaster to the Imperium, is a product of his collaboration with Chaos War Master Alcaton. A fragment of the key has fallen into my hands. I must say, Basol truly possesses the most unparalleled technological capabilities, even in the entire warp, capable of turning the impossible into reality. I simply cannot figure out how to reassemble and reforge this fragment. But Basol can, and we cannot let him obtain all the fragments. Unfortunately, we discovered this problem too late. Although our expeditionary force has been paying close attention to intercepting the Chaos's Calamity fleets throughout the universe, and we have also figured out how to find other fragments based on the ones we already have, our progress is still far behind Basil's. Worse still, we may need to collect all the fragments and undergo a long period of research before we can possibly, just possibly, reforge the key. But Basol shouldn't need that, he only needs the largest, the most. He has the ability to complete the reforging with just a few essential pieces. This means that even if some scraps or small fragments fall into our hands, it won't stop him. He only has one last essential fragment left to obtain, and I believe you know which one it is. The Death Angels chapter has always been active in the southern borders of the Imperium, fighting fiercely against various enemies of humanity. They possess more resources and technology than ordinary chapters, and can even, to some extent, communicate and coordinate with many subchapters across star systems during the Cataclysm. After the establishment of the new Imperium, the Imperial Central Government also made contact with the Death Angels. The chapter leader, High Master Organron, acknowledged the regent, the new Prime Minister, and approved the political reforms on Holy Terra. Furthermore, the Death Angels chapter even accepted a batch of recruits from the Imperial Central Government's original Forged Space Marines. At this point, Gu Heng didn't elaborate. There was some prior information involved, but Leon already knew it. When he was learning about the history of his slumber and the current state of the Empire, a significant portion of his attention was focused on his genetic offspring. Leaving aside the history, the current situation of the Death Angels chapter is worth discussing. They are among the most successful forces within the Empire, aside from the Alliance and the Infinite Starfield. During the Cataclysm, the Death Angels, piloting the Stone Monastery, were navigating the universe roughly in the southwestern part of the Empire's southern border, on the dark side of the Empire. Upon discovering the drastic environmental changes and losing contact with the Empire's central government, the Death Angels decisively began suppressing the Empire's territory. When necessary, they would use their unique technology to contact their subchurches and call upon them to act together. To this day, the Death Angels and their subchurches control an area exceeding 4 starfields, occupying 1/3 of the world in the nightless space field located in the western part of the Empire's southern border. If the Angels of Death and their minions had focused on managing and expanding their territory, and hadn't encountered an overwhelmingly powerful enemy like the Blood Angels, their controlled area could very well be even larger than it is now. But unfortunately, they're not willing to do that. Chapter 1017. After the Great Cataclysm, chaos became much more active than before. Among them were some special enemies, marked as mortal foe by the Angels of Death. They never publicly acknowledged these enemies, but those Gu Heng already knew of appeared more frequently. These were known within the Angels of Death as fallen angels, supposedly traitors among them. Gu Heng knew about this early on because of the rebellion of the Unforgettable Oath War Band, and had even communicated with the Angels of Death about it. Hunting fallen angels was the highest priority for the Angels of Death, devoting a large portion of their energy to this. Expanding their occupied territories? For the Angels of Death, it was far less important than capturing fallen angels. Frankly, Gu Heng was dissatisfied with this. But in the past, he had no standing or ability to command the Angels of Death. After the establishment of the new empire, he did have a more righteous stance, but in reality, the Angels of Death remained quite independent and unruly. If they hadn't accepted the original Space Marines, a group of new recruits sent there in small ships at high risk using coordinates provided by the Angels of Death, Gu Heng would almost have suspected that this founding chapter had run into trouble. Currently, it seems they aren't at risk of corruption. Their long-standing tendency to obey orders, but not orders, isn't a problem that needs immediate attention. Moreover, the area they control, the Nightless Realm, is still far from where the Dark Side Expedition's advance is likely to be. Given the Alliance's relatively conservative approach to the Dark Side Expedition, reaching that area might take decades, a very long time. In this situation, the new Empire's policy was to continue to tolerate the Death Angel situation, even providing them with as much support as possible, allowing them to maintain control over the nightless space. Keeping 1/3 of the space stable was a good thing, preserving more resources so that after the nightless space returned to peace, there would be no need to expend effort on reconstruction. However, when Gu Heng learned about the relationship between weapons, keys, and the Death Angels, he became extremely worried about the Death Angels' current situation. Unfortunately, these arrogant First Legion Space Marines were used to independence. They refused to relinquish the territory they had already conquered in the nightless space, were unwilling to give up the more than 2,000 worlds under their control, and were even less willing to relinquish the numerous leads they held regarding the hunt for fallen angels. In reality, asking them to abandon the nightless space and pilot the boulder to the Alliance was unrealistic. They would have to traverse a considerable distance through the fallen zone, the situation completely unknown. Rather than be ambushed or attacked along the way, it was better to remain obediently in the now stabilized nightless space. Unfortunately, the situation was far from stable. A very powerful Calamity fleet detected the constantly moving, and theoretically difficult to locate, Stone Monastery. This Calamity fleet put the Death Angels fleet in a difficult position, forcing them to even board and deploy a considerable number of Chaos Space Marines into the monastery's interior, engaging the Death Angels in fierce close-quarters combat. The battle lines reached a stalemate. But at the critical moment, the Alliance forces arrived, a fleet from a Blood Angel subcorps, to aid them on the battlefield. The Alliance's forces were able to reach the Nightless City because an expeditionary fleet from the Alliance had previously ventured there, braving the dangers of a journey without the guidance of the Thunder Torchlight and suffering heavy losses, to arrive in the Nightless City. This expeditionary fleet's mission was to investigate the current situation in the Nightless City, establish substantive contact with the Angels of Death, and ascertain their true attitude towards the new empire. They also brought with them a number of prototype recruits cultivated using the Angels of Death's gene seeds. These gene seeds originated from the Gene Seed Vault on Mars. Throughout history, every legitimate chapter has been required to pay gene seed taxes to Holy Terra. These gene seeds are stored in two vaults, one on Mars and one on Holy Terra. While not inexhaustible, they are sufficient for large-scale, Legion-level military buildup. The Angels of Death's gene seeds are, of course, among them. The Angels of Death's chapter accepted these recruits, accepted the assignments from the Imperial Central Committee, and acknowledged the new Empire's rule. All good news. The expeditionary fleet's primary mission was complete. However, beyond this primary mission, they had one more thing to do. After greeting the Angels of Death, they landed on an ordinary planet, and used the equipment they carried to construct a veiled spirit gate. This veiled spirit gate wasn't large. Its purpose was to allow for the direct transport of more and larger veiled spirit gate equipment from the Comoros. This method was far superior to the expedition fleet, bringing a large veiled spirit gate device directly. Firstly, the equipment for erecting a large veiled spirit gate was enormous, significantly occupying the expedition fleet's storage space. Secondly, its value was exorbitant, and the expedition fleet faced high risks during its long journey to the nightless space. Many ships had been lost, and there was even a considerable probability of total annihilation. Transporting the valuable, rare, and difficult to manufacture large veiled spirit gate equipment by ship was simply too risky. Having a system for operating small veiled portals, and then using these smaller portals to transfer the larger ones, is a much more reliable method. From then on, the Alliance had 3 veiled portals, 2 large and 1 small, within the Nightless Realm, within the territory controlled by the Angels of Death. The Angels of Death were aware of this, but did not intervene. This also indirectly demonstrates their loyalty. When the Stone Monastery was under heavy attack by the Calamity Fleet, and was locked in a fierce battle, the Blood Angel Squadron that arrived in time did so through the Veiled Portal system. Their arrival helped the Angels of Death stabilize the situation. Later, Dante led a main force of the Angelic Expeditionary Force to the battlefield, directly tipping the tide of war, and helping the Angels of Death completely defeat and annihilate the invading enemy. They received the Angels of Death's gratitude, but were also politely asked to leave. The solitary Angels of Death did not want anyone to know their secrets, not even their allies who had saved their lives. Gu Heng had told them back then about the so-called key and the special nature of the Stone Monastery, specifically warning them that chaos would relentlessly attack them time and again, regardless of the cost. They thanked him for the warning, but continued to maintain a distant attitude. Until now. The Alliance's intelligence network established in the Nightless Space domain has discovered that the Angels of Death, without informing the new Empire's central government, have gathered over 30 subunits, totaling over 20,000 troops, along with a massive fleet, and are sailing majestically towards the other half of the Nightless Space domain, an area not under their control. Chapter 1018. That's a trap. Gu Heng told Leon this. He was referring to the current operation where the Death Angels were gathering a large number of subchapters, forming a Legion-level force, and heading out of the Nightless Space domain. But the Death Angels don't intend to heed the Imperial Central's advice, and even refuse reinforcements. They claim this is their own business, their own hatred, and they want to resolve it themselves. But that's wrong. This isn't their own business. To put it bluntly, even if the Death Angels were wiped out, it wouldn't matter much. We have abundant production capacity, and enough genetic seeds to rebuild the Death Angels war band within a few years. The casualties of nearly 20,000 Space Marines are a significant loss, but I can barely accept it, especially since these 20,000 plus don't like to obey the Imperial Central's orders. Let them die. But we will not allow the Death Angel Stone Monastery to fall into the hands of the Chaos' greatest enemy. I have ordered the Angelic Expeditionary Force to fully assemble and march on the Nightless Realm. Whether the Death Angels need reinforcements or not, our reinforcements will arrive. If the Death Angels can preserve the Stone Monastery, then the Empire will allow them to continue protecting it. If the Death Angels cannot, then the Stone Monastery should be under the Empire's control, or the Death Angels will need the Empire's assistance to protect the stone. If the Death Angels, in turn, become an obstacle to the Empire's defense of the stone, then they are the Empire's enemies, traitors to humanity. Hearing this, Leon finally couldn't hold back any longer, and could no longer remain silent. Leon Charlie abruptly stood up, the heavy, finely crafted dark green armor scraping against the stone chair with a piercing creak. The Son of God's massive frame was more than enough to look down upon Gu Hang's avatar, who sat as if he were an ordinary mortal. Traitor? Prime Minister Gu Hang. Leon's voice was deep and oppressive, every syllable carrying power. You better think carefully about the meaning of your words. You accuse my offspring, the Empire's most loyal and steadfast Death Angels, of being traitors? The First Legion, which sacrificed countless lives and won countless glories, of being traitors? Even a possibility of that is an unforgivable insult. Unwilling to hand over the foundation they protected for 10,000 years to a... He paused, seemingly searching for a less sharp, but equally questioning word. A new government they haven't fully understood? That's perfectly reasonable. Even if what you say is true, the Death Angels have protected the Great Stone for 10,000 years, and will continue to do so for another 10,000. The Death Angels' loyalty to humanity, to the Empire, is beyond question. I'm not accusing them. Loyalty, Gu Hang's voice was as calm as an abyss beneath a calm sea. I'm accusing them of arrogance and short-sightedness. They have the ability to protect it. Leon roared, his fists clenched. The destruction of Night Star failed to extinguish their will. 10,000 years of perseverance, they still defended their territory even as the Empire crumbled. The destruction of Night Star 10,000 years ago, Gu Hang interrupted, his tone suddenly rising. Wasn't it precisely because of internal secrets, irreconcilable internal struggles? Wasn't it precisely because of their stubborn adherence to tradition and actions that the enemy was given an opportunity, ultimately leading to tragedy? Your Highness Leon, history has already given us a bloody lesson. The resilience and tradition that the Angels of Death prided themselves on are now leading them down a dead end, repeating the same mistakes, before the intricate web of conspiracy woven by the evil god. This isn't resilience, this is stubbornness. Who do you think you are? Leon's rage was fully ignited. He took a step forward, the ground seemingly trembling. A human prime minister who has ruled for less than a century? What right do you have to so casually question or even judge a legion with millennia of glory, flowing with my blood? His words were filled with a pride and imposing aura unique to Primarchs. Their problems are my responsibility. I will deal with them, guide them. Your empire doesn't need to pronounce judgment in this way. Their gazes clashed fiercely in the air. The Lionheart King's aura was like that of an awakened ancient lion, enough to make mortals grovel and suffocate space marines. But Gu Hang's figure, supported by his powerful psionic energy and willpower, not only did not retreat in the slightest, but instead became even more imposing. A vast pressure, originating from the very source of the real universe, spread out from Gu Hang as its center. The air became viscous, the light slightly distorted, forcefully freezing and neutralizing Leon's monstrous pressure. You are their Primarch, the Son of God, the Lionheart, Leon Charles. Gu Hang's voice was no longer impassioned, but carried a more terrifying, cold-blooded quality, as if he controlled destiny. But at this moment, do you still acknowledge yourself as a member of the Empire? Do you still obey the Empire's orders? Do you acknowledge the new Empire after your audience with the Emperor? Before Leon could answer, Gu Hang continued, if your answer is yes, then I tell you, I am commanding you as the supreme leader of the Imperial government, bearing the Emperor's will, and maintaining humanity's hope of survival in the dark galaxy. Gu Hang emphasized the word command. Also a son of God, Gu Hang had never spoken to Robert like this before. But it was different with Leon. This suspicious, arrogant son of God, who had slumbered for 10,000 years before awakening, was not one to reason. Simple rational debate wouldn't work with Robert. This lion had to be obeyed. Even if you are the son of God, even if you are a newly formed warband, your honor and disgrace, the millennial tradition of the Death Angels warband, are insignificant on the scales of human survival. Gu Hang's words were like a hammer blow. If you think my new empire is an illusion, then you can go and pay homage to the Emperor again, or try your luck with a sword in your hand. But at least now, the order is before you. Accept the Imperial government's assignment, and immediately accompany Marshal Dante and his angelic expeditionary fleet to the Nightless Realm. The dangerous rage in Leon's eyes was almost palpable. However, his last vestige of reason restrained his emotions, though his chest heaved violently. Your mission is not to lead them on a revenge expedition, Gu Hang said, staring intently into Leon's eyes, leaving no room for argument, but to prevent a catastrophe caused by their isolation and stubbornness. If the Angels of Death accept the Central Committee's orders, abandon that foolish, and likely trap-like, expedition, and assist the Empire in protecting the Great Stone Monastery, then they will remain the pride of the Empire. If they remain obstinate, driven by personal vendettas, disregarding the Empire's overall strategy, refusing to cooperate, or even obstructing the Empire's efforts to protect the Great Stone, then, regardless of whose offspring they are, regardless of their past glories, they are enemies of humanity. And your responsibility, Your Highness Lionheart, is to carry out the Empire's will, to control them, or to destroy them. Destroy them? Destroy the Legion he created, the one he cherished as his own? He seemed to have already done it once. Upon awakening, he was determined never to let the past repeat itself. But you have no right. I have the right. Gu Heng declared resolutely, the power of reality suddenly intensifying, even causing the light source in the conference room to flicker. If you want to talk about law, the Imperial Constitution grants the Prime Minister supreme decision-making power. The Imperial Dual Chief Council grants me the final authority to handle all major crises. Or do you want to talk about something else? Talk about violence? He pointed at Leon. Violence is power. Humanity's ultimate violence lies with me. At this point, Gu Heng had laid bare his true intentions. Choose, Leon. Gu Heng's tone softened slightly, but the force of his voice remained undiminished. Will you be a warlord serving the common good of humanity, or a lonely warlord consumed by bloodlines and legionary traditions, ultimately capable of destroying your own descendants? Time is of the essence. Every second wasted brings chaos one step closer to what we seek to protect. The Angelic Expeditionary Forces fleet is ready to set sail. Their commander awaits you. Will you lead your genetic offspring to salvation, or add to their devastation with their lamentations? A profound silence enveloped the conference room. Leon's chest heaved violently, his black armor seeming to weigh heavily on him. The pride of a son of God, the responsibility to his offspring, the raw anger of a rebuke unseen for countless years. The power Gu Heng displayed, the guidance he received during his audience with the Emperor, the rational part of his mind that had to acknowledge the crisis and risks. These things burned and simmered within him. He thought of the chaos of his awakening, the hardship of leading his desperate people to struggle for survival under the rule of chaos. He understood that for that small alliance to grow into such a behemoth, ruling over half the empire, it must have possessed a ruthless and merciless side. Beneath Gu Heng's gentle exterior lay a terrifying determination to survive by any means necessary. And his previous audience, the Emperor demanded he listen, to obey? No, the divine decree of that audience wasn't so clear. But the weight of that feeling and the will Gu Heng displayed now, to crush all obstacles for the survival of humanity, were so similar. Finally, Leon's clenched fist slowly loosened. He didn't bow his head, but beneath the blazing fire in his eyes lay a deep weariness and a heavy weight, as if bound tightly by the ropes of fate. My power armor needs repainting. Leon's voice was dry and hoarse, carrying the exhaustion of 10,000 years of slumber, and the aftermath of a fierce argument, yet filled with unwavering resolve. Prepare a shuttle to Comoros. He didn't acknowledge all of Gu Heng's accusations, nor did he completely abandon his trust in his offspring, but he chose to obey orders and accept assignment. Where is Dante? He asked, his voice regaining its usual composure, as if the previous rage had never occurred. Summon my angelic guard. Tell them we're about to correct a deviation. Gu Heng's face once again showed that signature, polite yet utterly cold ripple. He nodded slightly. A wise decision, Lionheart. Dante and the transport team will be waiting at the designated door. Remember, your task is to solve problems, not create them. A flash of light, and Gu Heng's figure vanished like a bubble. His attention, which had been maintaining the projection, had clearly been drawn back to more important matters. In the empty conference room, only Leon remained. He stood amidst the gradually subsiding psychic energy and the cold reality, Lionheart's imposing figure appearing exceptionally lonely. He raised his hand, covering the cold, hard breastplate, where the lingering warmth of his earlier rage seemed to remain. The Emperor. A very soft sigh, brimming with complex emotions, escaped from his tightly pursed lips. Chapter 1019. The forces of the Death Angel's Supreme Grandmaster, Organron, were already embroiled in a fierce battle. He felt a rare pang of regret, but only a slight one. If given another chance to choose, he would still summon the Death Angel's army and venture into this deadly land, only he would be more cautious, gather more troops, and more carefully consider whether to accept the new Empire support. But regardless, he was going to come. He knew, of course, that the evil god named Basol had suddenly revealed himself in the Honey Earth sector of the OSA star system, making it clear to them that it was no coincidence, nor was it due to their superior intelligence capabilities. it was purely Basil's deliberate act. It was an invitation, and also a blatant provocation. The Death Angels would certainly come. Being driven into the interior of the stone monastery was something that hadn't happened in 10,000 years of the chapter's history. This had happened during the last attack on the stone monastery. Had it not been for the sudden arrival of the Blood Angels, the Death Angels, caught off guard by the attack, might not have survived that battle. For the Death Angels, this was a profound disgrace. The great enemy of chaos had launched a despicable sneak attack while they were weakened. The mere desire to wash away this humiliation was enough to spur the Death Angels into a full-scale assault on Basil. Moreover, the purpose of this war was not solely related to shame or honor. They had a compelling reason to come. When the Chaos's greatest enemy breached the stone monastery last time, the Death Angels' biggest concern was actually the many secrets they buried deep within the stone. Have these secrets been discovered by outsiders? Is there a possibility of a large-scale, widespread leak? For the Death Angels, the most important goal was to eliminate any potential source of leakage. And ideally, no force outside the Death Angels should be involved. Therefore, even knowing that this battlefield was likely a pre-planned trap, he still led his men in without hesitation. His courage wasn't purely reckless. He had his reasons. Last time, the Death Angels suffered a loss because they only had a small portion of their own chapter's forces. While sufficiently elite, their numbers were simply insufficient. Under the Space Marine Codex, the legions had long been fragmented, and even the Death Angels could only maintain a force of 1,000. But that was by no means the Death Angels' entire strength. This time, the 20,000 warriors Organlong had assembled were a force worthy of being called a legion. He was determined to utterly annihilate these enemies, who dared to defy the Angels of Death. So what if it was a trap? Organlong believed that with the formidable power he had gathered, traps and all that mattered, he would crush them all. The battle erupted as soon as they entered the Honey Earth sector. Initially, the tide of war was tilted in favor of the Angels of Death. They held a significant advantage in space warfare, and in ground landings on several planets. Besides inflicting heavy casualties, and delivering a powerful blow to the enemy, their victory also yielded a significant gain. Basso was forced to reveal himself in a battle, resulting in the annihilation of a squad of Death Angels. That wasn't Bassor's true form, but according to the Death Angels' chief think tank, this avatar represented a full-scale commitment from Bassor. Destroying this avatar will severely cripple Bassor's power, preventing him from projecting new avatars into the real universe for at least the next 100 years, greatly impacting his ability to interfere with it. Directly destroying a warp god is unlikely, as was the case with beings of Bassor's level. However, eliminating his most important avatar, thwarting his plans, and wiping out the Chaos traitors who served him, accomplishing these things will temporarily satisfy the Death Angels, representing a major act of revenge. So, after this creature appeared and the accuracy of the intelligence was confirmed, Organlong decisively deployed a large number of troops to the target location. That was a world called Rainborn Planet in the Honey Earth sector. According to the intelligence, Rainborn Planet was a rainforest world with abundant rainfall. Approximately 91% of the planet's surface was covered by acidic oceans, while the remaining 9% of the land was located near the planet's equator, consisting of hot and humid rainforest zones. The total population of the planet was approximately 550 million. Their main industries were logging, processing, and primary agricultural products. It was a relatively poor and underdeveloped world. However, during their battle, the Angels of Death discovered that the rain-born star they encountered seemed a bit off. The land area was much larger than recorded, and while dense forests existed, they differed from the rainforests depicted in the footage. The types of trees were different, and their shapes were all rather distorted. Initially, they believed the main cause of such a drastic change was the corruption of chaos. According to the think tank's analysis, Rainborn Star had significantly fallen into subspace, even becoming semi-subspaced. Under such circumstances, nothing seemed surprising happening on Rainborn Star. But soon, they realized things weren't so simple. Rather than saying Rainborn Star was semi-subspaced and about to fall into the chaos realm, it would be more accurate to say that what was here wasn't Rainborn Star at all. Everything here was almost identical to the homeworld, Knights, which the chapter's records indicated should have been destroyed 10,000 years ago. Basil. How dared he provoke the Angels of Death like this? This was all deliberately orchestrated by that evil god. Such blasphemy enraged the Angels of Death. Whether the evil god's purpose was ulterior motives or simply to humiliate the Angels of Death, it no longer mattered. Kill him! Organron led his most elite group of Angels of Death and their subordinate units to Rainborn Star. They refused to acknowledge this as their homeworld, continuing to use their original name. However, this was indeed a trap. When Organon arrived on Rainborn Star with his core forces, he quickly discovered that the enemy was not as easy to deal with as they had initially appeared. He and his troops were engaged in a fierce battle. Chapter 1020. The force personally led by Organon was the main force of the Angels of Death. Over 5,000 Angels of Death and their subordinate units landed on the surface of Rainborn. Accompanying them were tens of millions of astronaut troops. The total force was not only enormous, but also exceptionally elite. Leaving aside the precious space marines, those tens of millions of astronaut troops were a crucial trump card for Organon. Given the limited forces that could be deployed to the ground in a short time, to ensure a powerful impact upon landing, it was essential to select the most elite troops from the vast mortal army. In other words, Organon could accept that this attack might not achieve its objective, failing to eliminate Basol. After all, if this attack failed, there would be another. However, he absolutely could not accept the complete annihilation of the forces sent to the ground. That meant his strongest fighting force had been systematically wiped out. This also contributed to the failure of the entire campaign, leaving them with no chance of recovery. However, this most unacceptable situation was unfolding. According to the original intelligence, the enemy on the ground should have been within their capabilities. Their previous advantage wasn't fake. Even Basol had been forced out. However, reality proved that their previous advantage was false, a trap set by the enemy to lure them in. Worse still, Organon had fallen into the trap. From the dense forest that resembled the chapter's homeworld, countless twisted beasts emerged. They mingled with the Chaos Legion and the demonic forces, putting immense pressure on the Angels of Death. Furthermore, this Chaos army is very characteristic of Basol. The number of mechanical units under this creator's command is enormous. These are countless demonic engines. Bound demons are stuffed into mechanical bodies. They directly act as pilots, even transforming into tanks and demonic mechs as souls. Compared to human heavy armored vehicles, knightly mechs, and titans, they are far more agile and maneuverable. After all, these demonic engines are operated by a single soul, requiring no coordination between pilots. They clash violently with the human heavy armored forces, instantly causing significant casualties. Although the number of Chaos Space Marines in the Chaos Army is less than that of the Angels of Death, Organon's forces must allocate a considerable number of elite warriors specifically to deal with these terrifying demonic engines and mutated beasts in order to assist the mortal forces in holding the line. If they were only facing enemies, that would be one thing, but the more critical issue is that the entire planet seems to be their enemy. Sudden tremors shook the earth on the human troops' positions, collapsing entire trenches and burying entire units of soldiers. Twisted forests shifted, obliterating newly cleared supply lines. Monsters disguised themselves as trees, their branches suddenly whipping out like iron whips, capable of snapping any approaching soldier in half with a single strike. These mutated environments made fighting extremely difficult for the human warriors. Initially, Organon was reinforcing its ground forces and calling for naval artillery support. However, as the war progressed, especially after many approaching warships attempting orbital bombardment support were destroyed by previously concealed anti-orbital fire, Organon had to admit the reality. They had indeed fallen into a trap. Even if they continued to hold out, risking total annihilation, they might not be able to turn the tide of the war. And bad news kept coming. Was the enemy merely luring them deep into the Rainborn planet, trying to eliminate as many of their forces as possible? Yes, but it was more than that. It was also a successful diversionary tactic. As Organon personally led his troops to the ground, the enemy's offensive against the Stone Monastery began. Just as Organon on Rainborn had shifted his focus from securing victory to evacuating as many of his landed troops as possible, the Death Angel stronghold, the Stone Monastery, heavily fortified even at its most critical moment, was attacked. The Chaos enemy, using warp magic, bypassed the defenses and teleported numerous troops into the stone. A large number of boarding ships also broke through the blockade, arriving as reinforcements. A fierce battle ensued on the stone. Despite a considerable number of defenders, the Stone Monastery was at its weakest point when Organon had deployed thousands of space marines and tens of millions of his most elite ground troops to Rainborn. He even considered abandoning the ground forces, taking as many elite troops as possible away from the surface. Defeat must be acknowledged. The most important thing now is to protect the boulder. However, how could the enemy easily let them go at this point? Organon's target for revenge, the avatar of Basol, appeared almost within reach. The powerful mechanical god, with a massive army, pressed forward head-on, clearly intending to tie them down and prevent them from returning to reinforce. At this point, Organon felt a chill run down his spine. He regretted it. Why hadn't he cooperated properly with the Alliance, since he had acknowledged the new empire and dared not go against the tide? Why had he been so hesitant in cooperating? If he had united with the new empire and the Alliance, wouldn't he have received more support during the operation? Even with the limited forces he had brought here, in such dire circumstances, wouldn't he have someone to turn to for help, now? He had nothing. Who could save them? Could they still hope for a rescue like last time, with the Alliance and the Blood Angels descending from the heavens? They actually could. When the Blood Angels flagship, the Glory Queen-class warship, leading the magnificent Alliance expeditionary fleet, leaped out of the astral tunnel and arrived in the Rainborn system, Organon was astonished. Were they moved? Of course they were. At the same time, there was a strong sense of shame. They'd been rescued again. How embarrassing. The chaotic signals on the battlefield prevented both sides from establishing stable and smooth communication. But through observation, it could be seen that the Blood Angels fleet had split into two groups, one supporting the stone monastery, stabilizing the situation almost instantly. The other group headed straight for Rainborn, with a large number of paratroopers landing from the ships. The stone monastery being rescued was something Organon wanted to see. But heading towards Rainborn was a different story. This was a trap. In his view, the most important thing to do was to facilitate their evacuation. After ensuring the safety of the Stonehenge Monastery, they would consider further action. After establishing contact with the descending Blood Angels, he immediately reached out and presented his demands. Even in this predicament, Organon remained proud. Even with Dante himself present, this was his home turf, and he naturally assumed the position of Commander-in-Chief. However, a majestic voice declared, from this moment forward, the Death Angels and their subordinate Space Marines, along with all human forces capable of hearing my voice, will obey my command. Chapter 1021. We all take your orders? Who are you? Even Dante wouldn't dare say that. Organon still respected Dante. Dante was a decorated hero who had fought for the Empire for over 2,000 years, the chapter commander of another newly formed chapter. Of course, he respected him. But he was the supreme Grand Master of the Angels of Death, the glorious successor of the First Legion. He was so proud that, under normal circumstances, he would never willingly hand over his troops, the command of the Angels of Death, to someone else. No, even in this unusual situation, he was extremely unwilling. If it were Dante, he could still suppress his temper and communicate politely. But now an unknown person? Dream on. He didn't even ask for command of the Allied forces, because the Angels of Death were the ones being rescued in this war, making things difficult. He directly retorted, no one can command the Angels of Death. The other party was silent for a moment. No one is more qualified to command the First Legion than I am. These words instantly ignited Organon's fury. Who dared to speak like that? But before his anger could erupt, the other man continued, I am Leon Charles, commander of the First Legion, Imperial Prince. I have accepted the appointment to lead the Angelic Expeditionary Fleet to support the campaign in the Honey Earth sector. According to Imperial orders, all armies within this sector loyal to the Empire and to humanity must unconditionally obey my command. Your name is Organon? Do you have any further questions? Any further questions? Organon's mind was overflowing with questions. This sudden surge of information nearly caused his brain to shut down. This person called himself Leon Charlie? He claimed to be the Lord of the First Legion? He was the Son of God? The genetic father of the Death Angels? His first instinctive reaction was disbelief. Of course, he didn't wish this were true. Which Space Marine could refuse the return of their genetic father? This was something they had longed for 10,000 years. And this longing reached its peak after they learned of Robert's resurrection. It made the Infinite Warriors the envy of all Space Marines in the Imperium. At the same time, it also instilled some unrealistic ideals in many emerging chapters. Some chapters' genetic fathers were clearly documented as dead, their hopes dashed. But others were different, like the Death Angels. While not as clearly located as Robert, the genetic father of the Infinite chapters, their genetic fathers were merely missing. Robert was able to recover from the stasis field. So why couldn't our gene father return? In short, Robert's recovery reignited the search for their gene fathers in many chapters. They began to believe that their gene fathers could return, and amidst the chaos of the Cataclysm era and the fight against chaos, they began to dedicate some of their energy to searching for the Son of God. The Angels of Death were no exception. However, their search yielded nothing. Disappointed? Certainly a little. But mostly, he still held on to hope. And then, at this very moment, the Son of God, the genetic father of the Angels of Death, appeared alive and well, and appeared at the most critical moment of the war band to rescue them. This was something out of a dream. Of course, he hoped it was real. However, precisely because it was so beautiful, he dared not easily believe it. Leon Charlie didn't mind Organron's unintentional offense, nor did he care much that he hadn't yet relinquished command of the Angels of Death. After a long slumber, awakening in this unfamiliar era, his temperament had changed considerably from 10,000 years ago. Although his underlying nature still made him that proud lion, he had become more mature, more reserved, more gentle, and more rational. He could accept Organron's current incredulous attitude and understood the pride of the Angels of Death. Although he believed that even if it weren't him, even if it were just an ordinary Imperial commander, as long as they carried the highest orders from the Imperial Central Committee, Organlon, as a loyal soldier of the Empire, should obey. However, this matter could be dealt with later. Leon knew perfectly well what he needed to do now, to display his presence before all the Angels of Death. Once the Angels of Death saw him, the unseen connection in their bloodlines would allow his genetic offspring to fully understand his identity. And how to display it? He chose the most direct and efficient method. He led his troops directly to the forefront of the battlefield, to the most intense fighting. In his hand, the Lion King's sword swung swiftly, each strike slaying an enemy, regardless of their strength. From the lowest-ranking demons and cult followers to Chaos Space Marines, and even massive demonic engines, almost none could withstand a single blow from him. When he first awoke, leading a rebellion of natives against the blood-eyed warband, he sensed that his body was not as formidable as it had been 10,000 years ago. His reactions were slower, his strength not as invincible as before. He couldn't be sure if this was due to aging, or if his body had become rusty from prolonged slumber. Perhaps both. But after a period of fighting, the latter's influence was fading. Besides, he was, after all, the strongest swordsman among all the sons of God. At least that's what he believed. Robert? In his prime, he felt he could defeat Robert with one hand. Now, he had to use both hands, which would only require a little more effort. At that moment, his combat prowess was on full display. Enemies fell one by one to his sword, and news of his appearance spread rapidly as more witnesses gathered. The Angels of Death instinctively gathered around him. They also spotted the two forces accompanying Lionheart. Some were painted blood red or other colors, clearly belonging to the Blood Angels subcommands. Not surprising. The father of Jean had brought the Blood Angels to support them. But the others, Space Marines in black armor and red insignia, were highly suspicious. Many of the Angels of Death and their subcommands, possessing considerable knowledge of the chapter's secrets, recognized them almost instantly as their mortal enemies of millennia, the fallen angels. Normally, encountering a fallen angel meant capturing or eliminating them, their highest priority, surpassing everything else. But now, even the most fanatical Angel of Death had to put that aside for a moment. Fighting alongside the father of Jean was paramount. Chapter 1022. The battle situation on Rainborn Star underwent a fundamental change due to Leon's arrival. The entire world remained hostile to humanity, the land shifted, trees and beasts attacked human armies, and the swarming chaos and demon armies remained vast in number. However, before Leon's arrival, Organron's forces could only be described as being in dire straits. Complete annihilation would likely take considerable time. But now Leon had arrived. With this elite warrior standing guard on any battlefield, all problems were solved. All of the enemy's major offensives would be repelled. At the same time, a large number of Space Marines had also descended with him. The number of Space Marines Organron had gathered under the name of the founding chapter of the Angels of Death was no more than 20,000. Across the entire sector's battlefield, troops were deployed here and there, while a large number had to be kept in reserve to defend the boulder. As a result, during the airborne attack on Rainborn, despite the pledge to use all available forces, only 5,000 actually landed. They truly gave it their all, there was no more. However, this wave of Space Marines landing with Organon alone exceeded 30,000. The majority were from various Blood Angels colonies, and a large portion of those were newly formed chapters. In the battle on the Blood Angels' homeworld, Celestial, where it was nearly breached by the Void Swarm, the Blood Angels' homeworld and all its colonies combined had dwindled to just over 4,000 men. While some Blood Angels colonies may have missed the war due to lack of information, being unable to respond in time, or other reasons, in general, all Blood Angel bloodlines were crippled in that battle. The Blood Angels are not a prolific lineage. Their genetic seeds generally have low compatibility, resulting in a low success rate for surgeries. Gathering 20,000 to 30,000 troops, only to be reduced to 3,000 or 4,000, is practically annihilation. Even if nothing major happens afterward, recovery could take years. But what happened after they joined the Alliance? First, all chapters with understaffed personnel were quickly replenished. The Space Marine Management Association's Bloodline Training Center was incredibly efficient. Furthermore, the Alliance offered remarkably generous and lenient conditions for these Blood Angel chapters. Chapter traditions? Satisfied. Special training requirements? Satisfied. Recruitment must be from the chapter's homeworld or a few specific worlds? Satisfied. No matter how demanding the conditions, the Alliance's Bloodline Training Center could quickly meet them. This was extremely effective. Numerous chapters smoothly accepted these new recruits. Even the most discerning and hesitant chapters had to admit that these new recruits not only possessed exceptional qualities, but also perfectly met their requirements in every aspect. Given time, they would become exactly like the new recruits regularly hired by the chapters. What reason did those chapters have not to commit? Besides replenishing the existing chapters' forces, the Space Marine Council also rebuilt chapters that had been completely destroyed and severed during the war. Others might argue that these rebuilt chapters, apart from their names, were no different from the original chapters. However, Dante, chapter master of the Blood Angels, vehemently refuted such claims. These rebuilt chapters not only retained their names, but also their bloodline as Blood Angels. Their history and records were preserved, and the heroes of their past were honored. Perhaps they wouldn't be as consistent as chapters with unbroken lineages, since the original members were all dead, and some things simply couldn't be passed down. However, every little bit that can be preserved is precious. Each additional bit preserved represents a small resurrection of those destroyed chapters. It's incomplete, but it's the best that can be achieved under the current circumstances. It's enough to soothe the soul. Just by doing these things, the number of Blood Angel offspring controlled by the Alliance quickly recovered to 40,000. This is almost the state of the Blood Angel lineage at its peak. But that's not all. Subsequently, after the establishment of the Angelic Expeditionary Forces, while the Blood Angel offspring were constantly engaged in warfare, the number of chapter members continued to rise. This growth occurred in waves of approximately 5 years, doubling in size. That's because every 5 years, the first batch of genetic seeds carried by a new generation of warriors matures. Once harvested, a continuous stream of new blood is cultivated. A small portion of them are deployed to various frontline battle groups as replacements for fallen soldiers, while the majority are used to build new Blood Angel units. The number of Blood Angels thus steadily increases. A major prerequisite for this growth is continuous victory in war. Only with victory can casualties be controlled, and only with victory can the genetic seeds from fallen warriors be reliably recovered. Furthermore, the Alliance's exceptionally high success rate in gene seed transplantation surgery allows the Blood Angels to experience a significant increase in numbers every 5 years. This increase became even more pronounced after the establishment of the new empire. 2 gene seed banks, one large and one small, located on Mars and Holy Terra respectively, have been opened to the public. These banks store the gene seed taxes paid by various war bands over the past 10,000 years, accumulating to an enormous amount. Currently, the total number of Blood Angel offspring exceeds 110,000. This number is unimaginable to the former Blood Angels. Too many. Succession is difficult, bloodline diseases exist, and even the Blood Angels fighting on the front lines have never had such a large number of offspring throughout their long history. Most of them operate within the Angelic Expeditionary Forces. This time, Leon and Dante are leading a force of 60,000 Blood Angels. Deploying 20,000 to the surface of Rainborn Star seems astronomical to the Death Angels. It's the entire force that Organon could only muster with all its might. But for the Blood Angels, this was merely one wave of deployment. More than 10,000 had already headed towards the boulder, and nearly 30,000 remained as reserves, ready to be deployed wherever needed. The battle on Rainborn Star was turned around thanks to the addition of these 20,000 Blood Angel Space Marines, along with numerous mortal troops. At this point, the enemy leader, the evil god Basser, could no longer remain passive. If he didn't intervene personally, this trap, originally set for the Death Angels, would instead be crushed. Chapter 1023. What kind of monster is the avatar of Basol? Overall, he has a roughly humanoid appearance, a slender torso connected to a head, feet, and hands. Some exposed flesh is visible on his body, pale flesh contrasting with bright red veins, and connected by metal cables, forming a physical form. On the outside of this body, visible energy pulses through intricate mechanical structures, forming a semi-enclosed mechanical armor, and a pair of demonic wings composed of dozens of mechanical arms. Each arm holds a weapon, varying in form, but all are artifacts forged by Basol, the so-called creator, this evil god. His appearance is actually unimportant. It's merely a physical form. Yet it is also crucial, because Basol is a god, and all his outward appearances are likely the external manifestation of the fundamental power he represents. The mechanical aspects represent his mastery of mechanical technology as a creator, while his twisted body symbolizes his mastery of biotechnology. The dozens of artifacts are a testament to the creator's technological prowess. He is the god of technology. His fighting style reflects this. Bombardment, laser beams, molecular cutting, plasma cannons. From the wings formed by his dozens of mechanical arms, wave after wave of attacks pounded down on all the human troops standing in his way. His sweeping efficiency far surpassed even that of Lionheart. Ordinary human soldiers were out of the question. Trenches, fortresses, and artillery shelters were meaningless. Vic's firepower aimed at Basol was blocked by a few protective artifacts, and Basol could simply pull out the most suitable weapon to destroy the human positions. Trench and artillery bunkers would collapse under the shockwaves of the earth, burying large numbers of soldiers. Semi-permanent fortifications would be easily blown away by ground-penetrating artillery. Even the largest armored tanks couldn't withstand a single blow from Basser, and Space Marines? The same. A Blood Angels chapter champion on the front lines led an elite squad in an attempt to launch an assault on Basser, but even with the desperate cover of a mortal armored regiment, they ultimately failed to reach him. The chapter champion, at least 30 paces from Basser, was obliterated by an unavoidable plasma cannon shot, man and armor shredded. The human forces, which had initially turned the tide and launched a counterattack after Lionheart landed with tens of thousands of Blood Angels, suffered a crushing defeat in several key offensive areas due to Basser's arrival. And at this crucial moment, Leon was conveniently absent from the front lines. At the Imperial Army's headquarters on Rainborn, he received Organron and the Death Angels chapter, who had accompanied him, along with the high-ranking officers of their numerous subsidiary chapters. It was a poignant, awe-inspiring, and moving scene of father and son reunited. The Death Angels' personalities differed from the Ultramarines, but the loyal Space Marines shared a remarkably unified desire for the return of their gene father. After confirming Leon's identity, all the Death Angel offspring knelt in unison. Proud, aloof, and inherently suspicious, these Death Angels, the most mysterious, eccentric, and unconventional of all Space Marine groups, pledged their allegiance to Lionheart in an instant. Leon helped them up one by one. A scene of paternal love and filial piety was always necessary, even on such a critical battlefield. Leon needed a sense of ceremony to formally announce his return to the Angels of Death, to formally declare the forgiveness of the so-called fallen angels, and to formally assume command of all human troops on this battlefield. It was during this process that news of Basser's appearance arrived. Strategic points and defensive lines were destroyed one by one, with the personal involvement of the incarnation of the evil god. Leon then declared that he would personally lead the attack. This was met with strong opposition from the Angels of Death. It was too dangerous. But Leon still overruled their objections. Only he was capable of facing the incarnation of the evil god. Everyone else would only be doomed. Unable to dissuade them, the Angels of Death could only gather an elite force, along with the Blood Angels and the Forgiveness Angels, to serve as Leon's guards and rush to the battlefield. The avatar of Basol, the ultimate creation that blasphemes against technology and life, walks atop a wave of destruction. Its pale, metallic body is enveloped in a visible energy field, its dozens of mechanical arms forming demonic wings that lash out wildly. Each swing brings devastating damage. The twisted forests, fueled by the evil god's power, grow even more ravenous. Thick vines, like living pythons, slam heavy armored vehicles into the ground. Carnivorous plants disguised as trees unfurl their fang-filled petals, swallowing any approaching soldiers. The earth itself seems to possess malice. Irregular, violent tremors cause charging Space Marines to stumble, and the ground cracks open greedily, devouring any who fall behind. The air was thick with the acrid smell of ozone, charred flesh, and warped sulfur. The stench of death was so dense it seemed impossible to dissolve. Just then, a piercing shriek tore through the sky. An orbital strike from the angelic expeditionary fleet descended like divine punishment. A dense barrage of macrocannon shells, trailing orange-red flames, rained down like meteors upon the Chaos Army cluster within hundreds of meters of Basil's avatar. Deafening explosions erupted in a continuous barrage. The violent shockwaves ripped low-ranking demons and Chaos traitors to shreds. Massive demonic engines disintegrated under the precise barrage of light spears, scattering scorching metal fragments like a torrential downpour. The orbital array of light spears, like scorching swords of judgment, precisely eliminated any follow-up forces attempting to fill the gaps, especially the ranged demonic engines that posed a significant threat to ground infantry, reducing them to burning scrap metal under the barrage. But in reality, the Chaos's losses were not as great as they appeared. Basil's power lies not only in the combat strength represented by this avatar. He is also connected to numerous anti-orbital fire systems on the planet. Many orbital bombardments were intercepted. The human fleet's massive, high-scale bombardment should theoretically have been far more powerful, numerous, and widespread than what was currently being displayed. However, after a large portion was intercepted, the remaining firepower was calculated to be less lethal. Nevertheless, despite the immense effort of the human fleet, even at the cost of considerable firepower support from warships, they still managed to briefly suppress the waves surrounding the evil god, forcibly clearing a scorched and wrecked death path through the chaotic battlefield to the core. Charge with me. Leon's roar boomed like thunder. Clad in dark green power armor, his lion mane cloak billowing in the wind, Lionheart King, like a lightning bolt tearing through the darkness, was the first to emerge from his concealed trench. His speed surpassed the limits of mortal comprehension. The heavy power armor seemed weightless on him. The Lion King's sword, that divine weapon that had accompanied him through millennia of battle, engraved with ancient runes and the imperial emblem, erupted with dazzling light in his hand. Behind him, a torrent of desperate resolve surged. Organron led the Death Angel's most elite, fearless veterans and Terminator squads, clad in heavy tactical dreadnought armor or Terminator armor, like mobile steel fortresses, their chains words roaring, their stormblast guns spewing flames of vengeance. The fallen Angel's guard, pardoned by Leon and clad in black armor and red insignia, unleashed astonishing power. Like the deadliest shadows, they sliced through the Chaos elite with agility and ruthlessness far surpassing that of ordinary space marines. The Blood Angel's champion swordsmen, wielding power swords and roaring fearless battle cries, their crimson paint standing out starkly against the smoke and fire, used their ferocious melee combat to hold back the enemies surging from their flanks. Leon had only one target, that blasphemous incarnation. He ignored the stray bullets and demonic attacks raining down on him. The Lion King's sword transformed in his hand into an impenetrable curtain of light, precisely deflecting deadly energy beams or cleaving into the onrushing, mechanized hounds of flesh and blood, the blood demons. His steps did not falter in the slightest, each step landed in the gaps between explosions and in the troughs of tremors. With the Primarch's almost precognitive combat instincts, he precisely avoided one potentially fatal attack after another. How dare you face the wrath of the Creator? The synthesized voice of Basser, laced with electronic noise, mocked. Dozens of mechanical arms abruptly turned, locking onto the rapidly advancing Leon. In an instant, a storm of destruction descended. More than 10 mechanical arms fired simultaneously. No longer a blanket attack, but a comprehensive, three-dimensional, deadly blockade specifically targeting Leon. High-energy laser beams intertwined into a scorching web of death, attempting to seal off all of Leon's escape routes. Shockwave cannons shook the earth, creating rolling waves of debris and irregular fissures, disrupting his balance. Most insidious were several silent, yet light-distorting molecular cutting lines, like invisible blades, silently slicing towards the joints and the connection between Leon's power backpack. Leon's astonishing combat skills and intuition were unleashed to their fullest extent. In a near-impossible situation, he narrowly escaped beneath the intersection of several laser beams. The scorching beams grazed his chest armor, leaving scorch marks, but failed to injure him. Facing the crumbling earth and tumbling boulders beneath his feet, he leaped high into the air, his Lion King sword slashing down in a sweeping motion, cleaving the oncoming boulder in two. The debris whistled past him. Also severed was a Chaos Titan that had blocked his path. Chapter 1024. Lionheart's first move upon entering the battlefield was dazzling and decisive. This was a situation he had planned. He knew that naval cannons couldn't destroy Basser, but they could create an opportunity for a charge. He had deliberately left a Chaos Titan in his charge route. Using his combat instincts, he dodged Basser's barrage of fire, but the next wave forced Basser to be unable to engage directly, because of the Titan in between. A few more sword strikes later, he felled and destroyed the Titan, simultaneously closing the distance between himself and Basser. This was not only a tactical maneuver, but also a huge boost to his own morale. Before this, no one had successfully dodged Basser. They were almost always instantly killed by concentrated fire. Lionheart's performance shattered this. The Space Marines, roaring and charging alongside Lionheart, helped relieve pressure from other directions for Leon. And Leon, For the sake of his offspring and his blood angels, bore the brunt of Basil's pressure. Basil recognized Leon's identity. He understood that the battles elsewhere were no longer important. Here, killing Leon meant victory. The coveted boulder would fall into his hands. If Leon wasn't killed, the situation would change drastically. The longer the battle dragged on, the more troops and powerful warriors the human empire would continuously send in. It could become a war of attrition. Frankly, even the Void race sometimes couldn't outlast the human empire, and Basil wasn't confident he could. What he had craved for countless years was now before him. The success of his grand plan was imminent. He could no longer wait. The son of a god from the warp, a god he couldn't afford to offend. Slay him without hesitation. Basil's attack, vicious and devastating, descended once more. This time, it wasn't an energy weapon, but rather an inconspicuous rhomboid crystal at the end of a mechanical arm covered in intricate, scale-like armor from his own body. From it shot a strange, almost imperceptible neural stealing ray. This ray was silent, ignoring physical defenses, and aimed directly at Leon's brain. The ray struck with pinpoint accuracy. Ugh! Even someone as powerful as the Son of God couldn't help but let out a short, painful groan. It felt like a million red-hot steel needles piercing his brain, or like cold, venomous snakes biting at his nerves. His vision blurred instantly, countless fragments of blasphemous knowledge and twisted, frenzied mechanical whispers crashing against his consciousness like a torrent. The intense nerve pain caused his sword-wielding arm to tremble uncontrollably for the first time, his movements inevitably stiffening for a moment. Got you, aging lion. Basil's avatar emitted a piercing electronic laugh, like countless gears grinding together. The pair of magical wings on its back, composed of dozens of mechanical arms, suddenly and eerily retracted, combined, and transformed. Accompanied by a teeth-grinding metallic friction and the hum of energy, they instantly coalesced into two enormous, supergiant power claws, covered in layers of armor plates, with protruding ends several meters long, shimmering with a disintegrating force field. Like a pair of mechanical dragon claws from the abyss, these terrifying giant claws, carrying the force to tear the earth apart, closed in from the left and right, gripping Leon, whose movements were slightly hampered by excruciating nerve pain. The entire space seemed to be locked shut by these two giant claws, leaving no escape. Organon and all the other death angels watching this scene were terrified. At this life-or-death moment, a light brighter than the core of the sun erupted from Leon's golden eyes. It wasn't despair, but a battle intent that had been utterly enraged and burned to its peak. Get out of my way! A soul-shaking roar, filled with the entire will and power of the Son of God, exploded forth. This power, a fusion of his millennial-old fighting spirit, his faith in the Emperor, his responsibility to his offspring, and his extreme rage at the blasphemous being before him, violently assaulted the neural stealing that Basil's avatar had attached to his mind. Like a raging tsunami washing over a filthy swamp, it instantly dispelled most of the cold, venomous snakes and twisted whispers that had invaded his brain. The excruciating pain subsided slightly, and his mind returned to clarity in an instant. Facing the massive mechanical claw, now closing in on him and radiating an aura of destruction, Leon did not attempt to retreat. That would only lead to being seized and torn apart even faster. He chose the most extreme and insane method. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He held the Lion King sword horizontally before him, the psionic energy emanating from its blade burning like liquid gold. He shot forward like an arrow, crashing headlong into the chest of Basil's avatar, the core area where pale flesh and intricate machinery were most tightly intertwined, in the final gap before the giant claws completely closed. The massive, assembled power claws collided violently because their target had suddenly disappeared from their attack range, erupting with a deafening metallic clang and blinding sparks of energy, but it had already missed its target. The sound of the disintegrating force field scorching flesh and metal was chilling. The tip of the Lion King sword pierced deeply into the writhing, pale flesh of the Basil avatar's chest, inlaid with countless tiny channels and gears. A surge of violent psionic energy instantly poured into the sword, attempting to dismantle this blasphemous creation from within. Roar! This time, it was the Basil avatar's turn to roar in pain and rage. It clearly hadn't expected Leon to use such a near-suicidal method to break through its meticulously designed attack. Leon succeeded. He had successfully driven the Lion King sword into the heart of the evil god's avatar. He could feel the resistance from the sword tip, the stubborn resistance of highly compressed chaotic energy and distorted subspace laws. However, just as the Lion King sword's spiritual energy surged forth, attempting to detonate the core of this avatar, a sudden change occurred. Instead of blood or energy flowing from the wound pierced by the Lion King's sword, a profound, icy, seemingly freezing all-encompassing azure light erupted. This light was so familiar. It was the unique energy characteristic emanating from the weapon sealed deep within the core of Night Star, as described by Gu Heng. It was also the core power constituting the key. It didn't erupt outwards. Instead, like greedy tentacles, it frantically eroded and coiled towards Leon's arm along the Lion King's sword's blade. The key, a fragment. Leon instantly understood. Basser had actually embedded a crucial fragment of the key, a key component of the Night Star's core device, directly into the energy core of his avatar, serving both as a source of power and as the final bait and trap. Chapter 1025. The Key. Although Leon didn't know what the key was, as the Lord of the Angels of Death, he knew his birthplace, the place where he fought, Night Star, very well. It was a device located at the core of Night Star, something he discovered after unifying the entire planet. Why were the forests on Night Star distorted? Why did they breed ferocious beasts far exceeding the size of normal ecosystems? Why was the awakening rate of psionists exceptionally high? Why were there frequent mysterious disappearances of people? These answers remained unknown during the long period of human colonization of Night Star, but after unifying the planet, he naturally wanted to find out. Especially after the planet returned to imperial rule and imperial technology was introduced, he investigated further. It turned out that at the core of Night Star's interior, there was a colossal, astonishing creation. Its essence was the core of the entire planet. The entire planet, perhaps, was formed over a much longer astronomical period by this core absorbing countless substances. A mysterious power resided there. On the flagship of the Empire's founding expedition, he led the Angels of Death away from Night's world, conquering the vast universe. Meanwhile, on his home planet, the research department he remotely controlled continued to study the subsurface facilities. They achieved some results. For example, they channeled a portion of the subsurface device's energy, which could be used as a power source for Night's world's world building, increasing the success rate of the Angels of Death's modification surgeries, even granting new recruits enhanced abilities after the surgeries, and making the awakening of psionists more controllable. They had even begun researching the weaponization of the Earth's core device. It was from this period that they began to call it an artifact, and it became a major secret within the Death Angels Legion. Until Night Star was destroyed into countless fragments during the Civil War, the artifact vanished without a trace. However, although the Death Angels had developed many applications for the artifact 10,000 years ago, in Leon's hands, the artifact in the Death Angel's possession was fundamentally different from the one in Bassel's. The artifact in his hands could only be used for limited purposes. But in Bassel's hands, it had countless uses. The most important of these was its function as a key, unlocking the ancient weapon and granting Bassel the opportunity for godhood. To be honest, if Gu Heng hadn't told him, he would never have believed that the Death Angel's homeworld was so closely related to the ascension ritual of an evil god. But that was the reality, and he could only accept it. Beyond its most crucial use, the artifact can be directly weaponized in Bassel's hands. Using the artifact, he created this planet modeled after Night Star, and the Death Angels fighting on it have deeply felt its malice. He can also use the artifact to create a large number of demonic engine war machines and bioengineered beasts, which is also a source of immense challenge for human forces. Besides creating troops, the power constructed by the artifact also directly strengthens his avatar. The influence of the Veil of Reality is immense. Some ordinary beings may not feel it so strongly, but the more powerful a warp individual is, the more restricted they are. Given the extreme difficulty for warp gods to project power into the real universe, Bassel's greatest strength in breaking through the Veil of Reality and creating countless waves in the real universe is actually this increasingly well-developed Night Star. And the avatar he was currently using was even more so. Without the Night Star, without the divine artifact, he couldn't possibly maintain such a high-intensity avatar to fight Leon. The sudden burst of power sent Leon flying. Leon, barely able to stand with the Lion King's sword, was then bombarded by countless laser beams, particle cannons, and energy molecular lines. He had to desperately dodge, occasionally counterattacking with his handheld guns, but with little effect, at best only offering some restraining effect. He was dancing on the edge of a knife, patiently searching for another opportunity to advance to Basser's side. Gu Heng felt that the Lionheart King was about to lose. From the very beginning of the battle, he had been closely observing the battlefield. He had held high hopes for Leon Charlie. Leon's self-assessment was at least partly correct. He was indeed, at present, the most powerful individual among humans in the real universe. Those who hadn't reached the level of a god's child were unnecessary to discuss. Among humans, There were only 3 at that level: Robert, Martins, and Leon. Martins needs little introduction. This miniature prototype artificially created by Gu Heng has indeed reached this level. However, at best, his combat strength is similar to Robert's. His command ability is not as good as Robert's, but it's sufficient. He can at least hold his own. He also lacks Robert's outstanding administrative abilities. And Robert? 10,000 years ago, in the era when the children of gods walked the world alongside the Emperor, Robert wasn't known for his combat prowess. His performance in combat isn't quite accurate to call it bottom tier, but a mid-range assessment would be about right. Well, anyone with average combat ability would be rated mid-tier. But Leon is different. Calling Leon the strongest warrior among all the sons of God might be controversial. But if you say he's a strong contender for the title of strongest, there's little doubt. According to Gu Heng's assessment, even the somewhat aged Lionheart King, perhaps not as sharp as he was 10,000 years ago in his prime, in a real fight, even if Robert and Martins were combined, they might be able to fight him to a draw. For such a powerful son of God, Gu Heng expected him to deliver a miraculous performance, destroy Basil's avatar, and lead the Imperial army to victory in this battle. However, as it turned out, that was far too much to ask. It wasn't that Leon performed poorly. From Gu Heng's observation of the battle, Leon's strength in the fight was basically in line with expectations. There weren't many surprises, but it certainly wasn't a bad performance. The problem is, the opposing Basar avatar is far stronger than expected. If this continues, Leon has no chance of winning. Gu Heng needs to think of another way to help. Looking at the Alliance's war history, how did they defeat the so-called strongest green-skinned orc, the prophet favored by the green-skinned gods, the formidable being known as the Bone Crusher King? They won through a group attack. Could this method be replicated? Chapter 1026. When fighting the Bonebreaker King, the Alliance couldn't muster any top-tier fighters comparable to him. It's alright. Just numbers. A righteous brawl. Using ordinary soldiers, even ordinary space marines, is pointless. Then let's bring over Martins and Roberts. 3 Godchild level fighters. Wouldn't that be enough to contend with Basar? And gather the chosen champions too? Gu Heng seriously considered it, and abandoned the idea. The main reason was that there wasn't enough time. Gu Heng had already secretly exerted his full strength. Leon had been able to hold on until now, able to miraculously avoid fatal threats time and time again in critical moments, all thanks to Gu Heng's help. However, even with his help, could Leon continue? No. Basar could allow Leon to break through to his side again and again. There were many ways to resist, or even drive Leon away. However, if Leon makes even one mistake, the consequences will be catastrophic. Even if he isn't killed immediately, any injury or setback caused by Basar's attacks will leave Leon overwhelmed by a barrage of blows, trapping him in an irreversible vicious cycle until his ultimate defeat. But Gu Heng needs time to gather top experts from all sides. Even though the Alliance now has control of the Veil Spirit Gate, and troop and personnel movements are incredibly rapid, the nearest Veil Spirit Gate is still located several star sectors away. Even if someone were immediately sent through the Veiled Spirit Gate and onto the fastest ships to reach the battlefield, the time required would still be measured in months. To achieve a righteous encirclement, it would be necessary to exert considerable effort to protect Leon, ensuring his successful retreat and forcing him to abandon the current offensive on Rainborn Star and retreat to the defensive position at Boulder. This is difficult. Right now, Leon and Basal are practically locked in a life-or-death duel at point-blank range. How easy would it be to pull Leon out of the battlefield alive? Moreover, even if this hurdle were overcome, they would still have to hold out for at least another month or 2. During this time, even Gu Heng couldn't predict how the battlefield situation would evolve. What if Basa used this time to personally lead an attack on Boulder? Then there would be no way to retreat. The encirclement plan wasn't feasible. Gu Heng had another method. This was something he had used when facing some powerful enemies, an avatar. In Comoros, during the final desperate struggle against the Black Witch King, Gu Heng's projected avatar, with its immense power, instantly annihilated the Black Witch King. However, it seems unlikely to work here. The Black Witch King, while powerful, is limited in strength, certainly not reaching the level of a god's child, let alone an avatar manifested by Basal on Night Star, empowered by a divine artifact. While this avatar may not possess all of Basal's original power, it is certainly not something the Black Witch King can easily contend with. And the avatar Gu Heng projects into the real universe simply doesn't reach that level of strength. The power of Basal's avatar on Night Star was immense. This guy's mastery of the artifact was too high, and he had already completed most of the reforging. Using it as an anchor, the power displayed by the avatar far exceeded that of a normal avatar. Even Gu Heng couldn't compare. He didn't think that the strongest avatar he could create could contend with Ba Sol on Night Star. Even a 2-on-1 fight with Leon wouldn't be enough. But sacrificing the avatar to cover the retreat might allow Leon to escape alive. But it wouldn't be very meaningful. While it could buy time to gather top experts after Leon's escape, it wouldn't solve the problem of time needed to gather experts. Ba Sol could still use this time to directly attack the Stone Monastery. This could only be a last resort. Are there any other options? Actually, there are. If Gu Heng didn't have a particularly good way to deal with Basar's avatar in the real universe, he could choose another battlefield. The warp. If he couldn't find a way to cause trouble for Basar's avatar, couldn't he go after him directly? In the past, it wouldn't have been so easy. After all, the warp is far more vast than the real universe, and a lesser evil god like Basar would hide his lair, a place similar to a divine kingdom, very well. After all, in the warp, there are 4. No 5. Great beings that, apart from themselves, who can keep each other in check, no one else can possibly contend with. Gu Heng at least had one of them as a backer. Furthermore, he had the vast alliance as a safety net. But in comparison, Basil's situation was undoubtedly worse. No one could be his ally. In fact, because he harbored even greater ambitions, to ascend from a lesser god to a true evil god, joining the ranks of the current 4 or 5 gods, becoming 6, he had many enemies. Those beings of similar lesser god status didn't want another powerful being to antagonize them. And going a step further, the Emperor goes without saying, even the 4 Chaos Gods didn't want another player in their eternal game. If he were to reveal himself, countless powerful beings would try to stop his plans and destroy his divine kingdom. Of course, Ba Sol wasn't truly without allies. Alchard, the Chaos War Master who orchestrated the Cataclysm and unleashed the Crimson Scar, was one of his allies. This so-called Chaos Commander, chosen by the 4 gods, actually doesn't belong to any of them. He did receive the combined blessings of the 4 gods, possessing immense power, but his ambition far exceeds that. It was precisely because of his alliance with Alcaton that Ba Sol was able to slowly and secretly search for the key fragments in the real universe. His Calamity Fleet was built with the help of the Chaos War Master. Currently, among the Chaos forces fighting against human armies on Rainborn Star, and in the Honey Earth sector, Basil's own demonic engine army and biomonster forces constitute only a portion, probably less than half. The remaining half comes from various Chaos War bands and cult traders. In the real universe, it's impractical to have a large number of mixed forces supporting him, coupled with the enhanced strength of his divine artifacts and his exceptionally powerful avatars. However, penetrating the warp, finding Basil's true form, and directly attacking his divine realm has become feasible. The key is that this guy's well-hidden divine kingdom, just as his ultimate goal was within reach and about to be achieved, this cautious evil god still revealed his weakness, and Gu Heng observed it. Even with the aid of a divine artifact, the powerful avatar he released in the real universe still essentially required his own investment of power. This is a very obvious power transfer in the warp. Even though he had been very careful to conceal it, it was difficult for others to observe. Gu Heng, whose eyes were fixed on Leon and countless alliance warriors in the real universe, could trace the entire chain from avatar to divine artifact to the warp space divine kingdom. Then don't blame me for taking action. Chapter 1027. On Rainborn Star, Ba Sol, while relentlessly beating Lionheart, was actually quite patient. He was confident of victory, so he didn't want any unexpected events. He wouldn't underestimate the man before him, so he wouldn't give him any chance. If Lionheart were to suddenly close the distance and wield the Lion King's sword, he would be thrown into disarray, and if he were to suffer a few heavy blows, he might also be defeated. Be patient, be steady, slowly wear down this old lion, gradually forcing him into a corner until he dies. And then, having lost their supreme commander, their backbone, and the only strongest who could rival him, the remaining human troops would become lambs to the slaughter. Even if they went berserk, their despair was undeniable, and they would ultimately be wiped out one by one. At that time, the Stone Monastery, which he had longed for, the final indispensable piece of the key, would be within his grasp. Completing the forging of the key didn't mean he instantly became a god. He still needed to use the key to find and unlock the ancient weapon, and then, through its supreme creative power, complete his ascension ritual. But at least, he could declare that he had obtained the ticket. The most difficult task was completed. Stopping him from what followed wouldn't be so easy. But just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a violent tremor. He immediately averted his attention from his avatar, and returned it to his divine realm. Everywhere he looked, there was azure lightning. The blasphemous realm of the Creator has now become a place of impending storm. This is the chaotic realm of Basol, a place known as the Forge of all things, a nightmare realm forcibly fused from twisted rationality and extreme depravity. The sky is not the sky, but a vast, slowly rotating, rusted verdigris and dark oil-stained gear-like dome. Countless gears of varying sizes mesh together, emitting a deafening, ceaseless metallic friction and collision, as if the entire universe were operating within a colossal, near-collapse, apocalyptic machine. The Earth, similarly, is a haphazard collection of abandoned pipes, twisted and deformed giant rivets, broken keel beams, and countless intricate but long distorted and malfunctioning mechanical structures, forming an endless, undulating mountain range of metallic wasteland. Deep within these mountains, enormous, vein-like, dark red metal pipes twist and pulsate, pumping the filthy fuel of the warp to all parts of the realm. Twisted forging temples, resembling a hybrid of giant biological entrails and mechanical factories, stand atop the steel-clad earth. Constructed of dark iron, brass, and pale, writhing artificial muscle fibers, their surfaces are covered in constantly opening and closing metallic scales, spewing billowing black smoke and scorching metallic vapor. Countless mechanical arms, driven by gears, pistons, and chains, lash wildly inside and outside these temples like octopus tentacles, brutally shoving captured chaotic demons, twisted fragments of souls, and even unfortunate objects that have fallen into this place, into the roaring, fong and tooth-filled entrances of the furnaces. A chilling wailing and the tearing of metal echoed from within the furnace as new, blasphemous demonic engines were relentlessly forged. These nascent creations varied. Some resembled spider tanks, covered in metal compound eyes and spitting chainsaws. Others were gigantic humanoid mechs, their chests revealing pulsating flesh and blood engines. Still others were simply flying fortresses stitched together from countless smaller aircraft, radiating an aura of plague and destruction. They surged out of the temple's exit in chaotic ranks, merging into the steel torrent guarding the borders of the divine realm, a torrent of trillions of demonic engines. Here, there was no life, only ceaseless creation. This was Basil's core domain, the embodiment of his twisted creative authority in the warp, a blasphemous realm that forcibly fused cold mechanical logic with chaotic, unbridled madness, pursuing an eternal technological divinity. But at that very moment, a devastating bolt of lightning tore through the gear-shaped sky. The once slowly rotating, rusted, and oil-stained sky was completely replaced by a violent, intensely blue expanse. Like an inverted ocean, carrying the divine might to judge all things, and the will to shatter the void, it crashed down with unstoppable force. The enormous bronze gears, the cornerstones of the divine kingdom sky, were as fragile as red-hot wax before the supremely powerful and destructive lightning. In a fraction of a second, the entire sky of the divine kingdom was ripped open with a terrifying, enormous chasm, its edges flowing with molten white metal. Through this chasm, a completely different kingdom projected itself, forcefully squeezing into the territory of the Forge of all things. That was the Storm God Kingdom. At this moment, the Storm God Kingdom was overwhelmingly embedding its raging domain of laws into the gaping hole in the gear-like sky torn apart by lightning. The two God Kingdoms had begun their most primal and violent clash of concepts. Basol could hardly believe it. He knew that Gu Heng had arrived. He also knew that with the four gods and the Emperor unable to intervene, the only one willing and able to stop him was Gu Heng. In fact, in the real universe, the arrival of Leon with the Alliance's support army was itself a serious obstacle, forcing him to create this avatar to counter it. He had also anticipated that if the battle went against him, Gu Heng would have other methods, perhaps even creating an avatar like himself for a more direct confrontation. However, he hadn't expected Gu Heng's methods to be even more direct. The bombardment of his God Kingdom had already surprised him. Firstly, he was surprised that his God Kingdom's location had been detected, and secondly, he was surprised by Gu Heng's decisive action. But what surprised him even more was Gu Heng's resolute attitude. This wasn't just an attack on his divine kingdom, the entire Storm Divine Kingdom was pressing down on him. It was a fight to the death. Was it really necessary? What deep-seated hatred could there be? But Gu Heng had come with such unwavering resolve, a fight to the death. Basil's divine kingdom, that gear-shaped sky, attempted to repair itself. More rusted gears surged from the void, trying to fill the gap. But what the Storm Divine Kingdom unleashed was an unending rage of thunder. Boom! 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 Like the whip of divine punishment, it lashed fiercely at the edge of the gear-shaped sky's wound, each strike shattering and melting more gears, widening the gap even further. Chapter 1028. The sky above the myriad furnace was melting, collapsing. The murky oil rain had completely evaporated, replaced by scorching metal droplets and crackling sparks pouring down from the sky, crashing onto the metal wasteland mountains, and the forging temple below, igniting even more chaotic sparks and explosions. Amidst the churning indigo thunderclouds, a battle cry that shook the universe resounded. From the thunder forest, from the protective platform of the lightning temple, from the runic radiance of the energy rings, countless figures leaped forth. They were the heroic warriors of the storm god kingdom. For the Emperor. For humanity. A torrent of thunderous heroes, carrying billions of leaping arcs of electricity, surged forth like a bursting dam, crashing down through the breach in the storm god kingdom towards the chaotic and filthy forge of all machines below. Meeting them was an equally endless army of demonic engines, rising from the mountains of metal wasteland and roaring forth from the forging temple. Giant steel feet trampled the scrap metal earth, the roar of chainsaws drowned out the friction of gears, and the flesh and blood engines emitted inhuman screams. Spider tanks spewed jets of scorching metal and corrosive toxic mist, humanoid mechs wielded massive power claws and internal cannons, and flying fortresses rained down incendiary bombs and swarms of suicide micro-engines. A blasphemous creation of steel and flesh clashed with the embodiment of pure thunder and will. The spear of lightning pierced the armor of the demonic engine, unleashing a blinding ball of lightning that instantly overloaded and detonated its chaotic core. The demonic engine's power claws slammed against the thunder shield, scattering blinding sparks and metal fragments. The attack, imbued with chaotic power, was swiftly neutralized and annihilated by the ordered energy contained within the thunder. Conversely, the demonic engine's firepower was equally fierce. Dense barrages of bullets, energy beams, and corrosive liquid rained down on the thunder spirits, attempting to shatter and disperse them. However, the lightning energy constituting the spirits' bodies was incredibly resilient. Bullets pierced through, leaving voids instantly filled by flowing lightning. Energy beams were deflected or directly absorbed by lightning shields, and corrosive liquid was evaporated and purified the moment it touched pure electric light. Only a very few energy attacks containing powerful chaotic curses or excessively violent energy could completely shatter a spirit warrior's body, but the scattered lightning quickly reformed with the support of divine power energy. Gu Heng had invested heavily in this first wave of descending spirits, acting as the vanguard. The battle was fierce and grand. Beneath a sky where molten metal rained down, on the scorched wasteland plowed by lightning, beside the blazing ruins of the forging temple, azure waves of lightning clashed violently with a chaotic torrent of steel and flesh. Each collision resulted in the mutual annihilation of energy and creations of steel and flesh. But regardless, the battlefield was taking place within Basil's all-encompassing forge. Each explosion tore open new wounds in this blasphemous divine realm. Roar! A roar filled with boundless rage, pain, and a savage will utterly offended, like the shrill scream of a billion engines overloaded simultaneously, erupted from the core of the central temple, from the colossal evil god's form, composed of pale flesh, intricate machinery, and liquid metal. It could no longer afford to be distracted by its avatar in the distant real universe. The power of its avatar in the real battlefield instantly diminished by at least half, and its movements became imperceptibly sluggish. But clearly, a top warrior like Leon could sense it. This would not only give Leon a precious respite, but also an opportunity to counterattack. Basil knew this, but he had no choice. In the warp, this evil god had to deal with a deadly invasion before him with all his might. Directly above the point where the storm god kingdom was embedded, at the spire of the Temple of Lightning, endless lightning power gathered and compressed. A figure slowly materialized and descended amidst the blinding lightning. Gu Heng. Blasphemer, toy with the forbidden, a cancer of the warp. Gu Heng's voice echoed throughout the entire divine realm. Your end is today. Arrogance. Basil's will roared even more sharply and blasphemously. You dare to trespass into my domain. I will dismantle your divine realm, cast your soul into the eternal furnace, and forge it into my new engine. Countless tentacles, a fusion of machinery and flesh, like colossal pythons and venomous dragons blotting out the sky, tore through space and lunged at Gu Heng, who stood atop the temple's spire. Wherever they passed, even the chaotic background of the warp was forcibly distorted and torn apart. Faced with this attack that seemed capable of instantly destroying a world, Gu Heng's eyes remained unmoved. He simply raised his right hand slowly, making a grasping motion against the swarming, iron-blooded tentacles. The entire Storm God Kingdom was instantly detonated. Centered on Gu Heng, a golden lightning bolt of indescribable thickness, composed purely of the most primordial destructive thunder, shot violently from the spire of the lightning temple like a colossal spear splitting the heavens and earth. Its power gathered all the strength the entire God Kingdom could mobilize at this moment. Golden lightning split, multiplied, expanded, and transformed into a colossal net of thunder. Each strand was a bolt of lightning powerful enough to pierce stars. The twisted tentacles of flesh and metal collided with this net of thunder. The flesh and fascia covered in blasphemous runes vaporized instantly upon contact with the lightning, like ice shards thrown onto a star's surface. The outer metal components were torn away and disintegrated. The golden net of thunder, unstoppable and carrying the will to purify everything, slammed into the central sanctuary where Basil's true form resided. No! Basil let out a piercing scream. Its massive body writhed wildly, the intricate mechanical structure of its core operating at its limit, erupting with countless sparks. Layer upon layer of spherical force field shields, shimmering with a dark metallic luster, instantly stacked and formed, each containing an independent energy circuit and a distortion of laws, attempting to block this destructive blow. Basil sensed something was wrong. A gaping hole appeared in the gears of the Divine Kingdom's heavens, and its grounds were subjected to a powerful invasion by the thunderous spirits. These factors seemed to have left his physical body, the core of his Divine Kingdom, but then again, what part of the entire Divine Kingdom wasn't its core? All these signs indicated that his myriad manifestations furnace was severely damaged. And Gu Heng's next attack, this golden lightning net, was aimed directly at his vitals. Despite his best efforts, it was still too late. He had been too slow to withdraw from the battlefield on Rain-born Star. Call it reluctance, call it hesitation, but at this moment, he had finally focused all his attention back. And he would pay the price. Layer upon layer of protection, seemingly sturdy, crumbled upon contact with the golden lightning net. Chapter 1029. A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire myriad furnace. In the core area of the temple, at the center of the furnace, a massive, terrifying rift was blasted open. The massive pipes that had been steadily outputting energy and maintaining the Divine Kingdom burst open, countless uncontrolled streams of energy gushing out from the rift, flowing and exploding wildly across the metallic wasteland, engulfing even more demonic engines. The myriad furnace was bleeding, and Basil's true form, already at the core of the temple, convulsed violently, twisting and expanding. The instant it was struck, its pale flesh instantly carbonized and disintegrated, its intricate mechanical structures melted and exploded in the overloaded electric arc, the flowing liquid metal evaporated and twisted, and the chaotic power that constituted its core was madly swept away and annihilated by the exploding lightning. The devastating blow to the Divine Kingdom was like a soul being torn apart. This excruciating pain and the instantaneous massive loss of power inevitably and violently fed back into the real universe. Rain-born Star, the core of the battlefield. Basser's mechanical arm, transforming into a gigantic power claw, closed again with a space-tearing pressure, seemingly sealing off all of Lionheart Leon's escape routes. But Leon managed to dodge it all, along with the subsequent deadly energy beams that clung to him like leeches. Although he could feel his power draining, his power armor covered in scorch marks and dents, and the Lionheart sword's light dimming slightly, he could still keenly sense that the battle was improving. Each strike unleashed by the avatar of the evil god was still incredibly deadly, but its decision-making was increasingly hesitant, and its choice of attack routes was no longer as meticulous as at the beginning. Leon didn't know what was happening, and at first even suspected it might be a trap. But regardless, it was a golden opportunity. He began to feel that victory was within reach. And just then, the avatar of the evil god, after yet another unsuccessful attack, suddenly froze. Basil's electronic eyes, burning with the fire of blasphemous wisdom, instantly lost focus, becoming empty and chaotic. The magical wings formed by his mechanical arms froze in midair, like a puppet suddenly losing control. Leon didn't know what was happening, but he was absolutely certain he wouldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He roared, channeling all his power, unyielding will, and extreme rage against this blasphemy against the Creator into the Lion King's sword in his hand. There were no flashy moves, only a single, all-out, lightning-fast thrust. The target, the core area of his avatar's chest, enveloped in pale flesh and intricate machinery. That was the very spot where the Lion King's sword had pierced, triggering the artifact's energy backlash. This time, there was no fierce resistance from the artifact's energy. The Lion King's sword easily pierced the energy shield, now devoid of its master's powerful control, and plunged deep into the pale, writhing flesh. The chest of Basil's avatar exploded like a bomb detonated from within. Pale flesh, mixed with broken metal conduits, shattered precision parts, and scorching energy fluid, exploded violently in all directions. Roar! The avatar let out a groan like an engine stalling, its massive body trembling violently, swaying, and collapsing backward. The sky above Rain-born Stars seemed to brighten slightly. Although the battlefield remained brutal, without the control of the evil god's will, and the constant reinforcements from powerful demonic engines, the remaining Chaos forces, while still ferocious, were now a disorganized mess. Lion Charles, the Lionheart, leaning on his Lion King's sword, stood before the massive and hideous wreckage of the profane, gazing at the sky where the lightning had dissipated. His weary, complex golden eyes reflected the afterglow of the battlefield's fires. Boss Ol knew his avatar on Rainborn Star was finished. But with his divine kingdom severely damaged and a life-or-death calamity looming overhead, he couldn't care less. Boundless rage filled Basil's will. "You wounded me. But that's not enough to destroy me," he roared at Gu Hang. His massive body suddenly contracted, then violently expanded. Whether he would become a god in the future, whether he could rank among the 6 great evil god of the warp, all that could be said for now, he had to at least survive the calamity before him. An invisible, yet terrifyingly powerful, dark purple halo, centered on Boss Ol, instantly expanded outwards. The pure lightning energy constituting the bodies of the Thunder Spirit warriors battling the demon engine, swept over by this halo, began to disintegrate. Their energy structures loosened, became unstable, and were forcibly broken down into their most primordial energy particles. Simultaneously, the halo swept over the metal Wasteland mountains and the ruins of the forging temple. Those massive metal structures, abandoned pipelines, and the remains of the demon engine, as if injected with an invisible, potent acid, began to soften, dissolve, and decompose at a visible speed. This was Basil's most powerful trump card, using the very essence of divinity, forcibly distorting local laws, and forcefully dissociating all matter and energy back to their most basic state. This is the most fundamental and violent reverse application of the authority of creation, forcibly returning to nothingness. The edge of the stormy land at the point of embedding the Storm God Kingdom began to tremble slightly under the erosion of this terrifying force field. Signs of disintegration and dissipation appeared at the edge of the indigo storm clouds. This powerful being, closer to ascending to godhood, finally let go of everything and was going to fight to the death. A desperate resistance. Gu Hang's icy voice boomed amidst the thunder. He slowly rose from the thunder throne, his arms outstretched as if embracing the entire divine kingdom. With his will, the enormous energy ring floating around the lightning temple suddenly lit up. Countless sacred runes on it blazed like ignited stars, radiating boundless light. The light projected downwards, forming a massive pillar of light composed of countless sacred runes, precisely enveloping the area below the point of embedding the Storm God Kingdom. Gu Hang was clearly determined to continue relentlessly beating Basser to a pulp. "You want to fight to the death? Let's see if you can even manage it." Basser sensed Gu Hang's resolute determination. He was furious, yet he had to be cautious. He, and his divine kingdom, had already suffered severe injuries. A few more blows, and his strength would grow weaker and weaker. Faced with Gu Hang's impending onslaught, seemingly even more ferocious than before, he had to be fully prepared. However, just as he braced himself for the thunderous strike, preparing to weather this wave before making further plans, the sky filled with lightning, and the heroic spirits permeating the myriad manifestations forge, all vanished abruptly. Bassa was stunned for a moment, but then realized something. Gu Hang was faking it. He ran away. My avatar? My divine artifact? Ah! Chapter 1030. Gu Hang didn't escape so easily. Having suffered such a huge loss, how could Boss Ol possibly let it go? The main losses were manifested in 2 aspects. There was no primary or secondary distinction. Both aspects were painful. Firstly, his divine kingdom suffered a heavy blow from Gu Hang. Regardless of whether Gu Hang fled later, at least from the very beginning of the Storm Divine Kingdom's arrival, Gu Hang's displayed aura and actual actions were aimed at shattering and collapsing his myriad manifestations furnace. He went all out from the start. The full-force collision between the 2 divine kingdoms was extremely sudden and terrifying. Boss Ol was first caught off guard. Secondly, he didn't expect Gu Hang to be so decisive. And most importantly, he was unwilling to give up the victory he was about to reap in the real universe. These 3 reasons put him at a huge disadvantage from the start, leading to severe damage to his divine kingdom. It could be said that its very foundation was damaged. Secondly, the loss was that he ultimately failed to preserve his gains in the real universe. Forced to refocus all his attention, the combat power of his avatar plummeted. Then, when the divine kingdom suffered heavy damage, the affected avatar died by Leon's sword. Suddenly, the battle situation on Rainborn Planet reversed. The Chaos faction, which had been launching a full-scale strategic counteroffensive, was pushed back. Furthermore, humanity continued to reinforce Rainborn Planet, and under Leon's leadership and command, they seemed determined to withstand the planet's hostile environment and completely conquer and occupy the entire planet. Reaching that point meant that the artifact Basser had painstakingly crafted from the key fragments he collected over many years, at great cost, in cooperation with Alcaton, would fall into human hands. These two things were enough to fuel his deep-seated hatred for Gu Hang, the one responsible for all of this. He couldn't let Gu Hang off the hook so easily. Furthermore, he couldn't simply swallow his anger, bear the bitter pill, and wait until he recovered before seeking revenge on Gu Hang. The reason was simple. He still didn't want to relinquish his artifact. The overall situation seemed settled, but it wasn't. In Basser's view, he still had a chance to turn things around. Of course, his previous bets were all lost. To turn things around, he would naturally have to place even bigger bets, wagering more of his fortune. Basser hesitated for a moment about this. But he quickly cast aside that hesitation. Being unable to bear the humiliation was one aspect, and a relatively minor one at that. The main reason is that even if he admits defeat and lets it go this time, does he still have a chance? Most likely not. His quiet persuasion of the so-called chosen one of the four gods, the Chaos War Master Alcaton, was a stroke of genius. Their cooperation was based on his ability to collect all the artifacts, and then open the so-called ancient weapon. Now that he has failed, will Alcaton continue to maintain a close partnership with him? And besides Alcaton, can he find another partner? The four gods overlooked him last time, either not paying attention or, for various reasons, indulging him. But will there be another chance next time? And, with Rainstar fallen into the Empire's hands, into Gu Hang's, is there any chance of taking it back? These are all questions. If he doesn't continue the gamble now, he fears that once he's healed, he won't even have a ticket to enter the game. Should he place even more bets? Then go for it. Someone has already given him a perfect example. That's Gu Hang himself. In the battle just now, why was Gu Hang able to gain such a huge advantage instantly and quickly inflict heavy damage? Wasn't it because Gu Hang was ruthless and decisive? There was absolutely no testing the waters, let alone communication. From the very beginning, the entire Storm God Kingdom pressed forward, determined to destroy him. Has Gu Hang considered the consequences of failure? He's recklessly charging in. If he succeeds, he succeeds. But what if he fails? Gu Hang's God Kingdom will also collapse. But he went all in and won. Bossol has already learned a profound lesson. He had to learn from Gu Hang. In such a critical moment, he had to be resolute and ruthless, regardless of the cost. When failure meant certain death, what were they waiting for? They had to go all in. Bassol's relentless pursuit was exactly what Gu Hang had anticipated. To unleash all his power in a fierce attack on the myriad manifestations furnace seemed reckless. Well, it certainly was. But this so-called recklessness was actually part of Gu Hang's plan. Some of Bassol's insights were correct. For Gu Hang, he absolutely could not accept Bassol's ascension to godhood, nor could he accept that so-called ancient weapon falling into the hands of humanity's greatest enemy. Unlike some alien adversaries, the Chaos War Master, having obtained the so-called ancient weapon, knew almost no question about who he would use it on. Rather than struggling desperately later, it was better to fight with all his might now. This was the plan based on motivation. While seemingly reckless, it was actually a well-considered all-out effort. At the same time, Gu Hang also had various considerations regarding the aftermath. If Basser were to back down and admit defeat, that would be ideal. While relentless pursuit was troublesome, it wasn't without countermeasures. During the chase, Gu Hang's first assessment was whether there were other interfering parties in his battle with Basser. This was the main reason Gu Hang had been pursued without engaging. Currently, it seemed there were no interfering parties. That was quite normal. Why would Gu Hang interfere when he was fighting Basser? No one wanted Basser to advance further. Many beings in the warp would be happy to see Gu Hang intervene and stop Basser. Now, Gu Hang has likely succeeded. While Basser isn't completely stopped, he's at least lost his chance. Next, if Basser wants revenge, no one will interfere. Since this guy has lost his chance to take another step forward, watching him beat up Gu Hang is quite entertaining. That's good, Gu Hang is quite happy. Anyway, he never expected anyone to help him. On this basis, no one interfering is good news, isn't it? Furthermore, if Basser hadn't pursued him, Gu Hang planned to give up. The fact that Basser pursued him actually gave Gu Hang an opportunity. Basser could gain a further opportunity with that so-called divine artifact. So Gu Hang, does he have a similar opportunity? After all, in comparison, he's only one step away from reaching the next level. Chapter 1031. Gu Hang was just one step away from advancing to the next level, the Four Gods level. But that one step would make all the difference. The claim of being the strongest below the Four Gods was both a fact and an exaggeration. The fact was that, unless those four great evil gods, plus the Emperor, personally intervened, very few could stand against Gu Heng. He wasn't invincible, but at least no one dared claim they could reliably defeat him. Basol was also at this level, but he was still blasted a hole by Gu Heng's Storm God Kingdom, leaving him battered and enraged, relentlessly pursuing him. The exaggeration lay in the claim of being the strongest below the four gods. It made it sound like he wasn't far off, but in reality, any one of those four great evil gods, if they focused all their efforts on him, would be enough to kill Gu Heng within a day. He had some resistance against the four gods, but that was all. He fought against Slaanesh when conquering Comoros, and against both the Father and the Tyrant during the Battle of Holy Terra. But these confrontations were all brief. Gu Heng doesn't need victory, he only needs to avoid defeat for a very short period. Next, the evil gods will invariably be unable to continue their attacks for various reasons. Sometimes conditions won't allow it, sometimes other evil gods will hold them back, sometimes the Emperor might secretly lend a hand. If there's no external intervention, and Gu Heng is left to fight the four gods, then his eventual crushing is an inevitable outcome. If he can't fight them, does Gu Heng have any chance of advancement? Almost none. Although he was only one step away, that step was impossible to take. Look at Basser, he's been stuck at this level for what seems like millennia, only recently seizing an opportunity, planning and secretly operating for many years to finally obtain a ticket. Even he had a catalyst. But where is Gu Heng's catalyst? He can't see it. His current level, initially given by the system, and the Storm God Kingdom he seized, was merely the beginning. Like the primal Wrathful Owl he dealt with on Wrathful Owl Star, from today's perspective, it was just a primitive, unsophisticated god. Such things are a dime a dozen in the vast universe. It's not that the starting point isn't important, just that they're not rare, not uncommon. But the ability to grow to Gu Heng's current level, ultimately, is due to the vast development of the human race and the alliance in the real universe. However, it's reached its limit. Leaving aside the hidden dangers, the problems, and what the future holds. Currently, humanity is undoubtedly the largest race in the real universe, and in terms of sheer size, the Empire is also the undisputed #1 power. Even so, the human empire has reached its limit in supporting an ascended emperor. Gu Heng's growth to his current level is due to the emperor's tacit approval, indulgence, and even support. If the emperor, as the god of humanity, had intended to suppress Gu Heng from the beginning, he would never have been able to grow. The same applies to his alliance. Of course, now that Gu Heng insists on ascending in the same way as a human god, perhaps there's a chance in the future the emperor could simply abdicate and pass the throne to a more capable ruler. And the emperor might actually be quite willing. You sit on the golden throne. It's Gu Heng who's unwilling. This universe, this warp, is a giant cesspool. Whoever sits on it will feel numb. Already deeply involved, he has no choice but to be. Gu Heng can't escape, nor can he let go. However, he can't let the emperor escape. Rather than letting the emperor abdicate and him sitting alone on the throne, it's better to maintain the status quo, letting the emperor be the ascended god, worshipped by the entire human empire. It would be easier for him in the real universe. Of course, the best outcome would be if the emperor didn't abdicate, and Gu Heng could also ascend to the same level. At that time, humanity would possess two supreme deities, and the situation would be vastly different from now. How to achieve this? It certainly wouldn't be possible before. Humanity's potential for becoming an emperor is already at its peak. Gu Heng needs to think of another way. The solution is readily available. Basil's path, if he can follow it, can't I? Normally, it's not easy. The path, in essence, involves acquiring the key, finding the weapon, and ultimately becoming a god. Gu Heng already knows how to obtain the key. It's simply the planet Rainborn, or rather, Night Star, plus the giant stone monastery. He can probably figure out how to forge the key. But the next two steps are a complete mystery. After obtaining the key, how do you find the weapon? This step doesn't just appear out of thin air. After all, 10,000 years ago, Leon, who also possessed a divine artifact, never found any ancient weapon. And even if he found the weapon, how does one become a god? Gu Heng didn't know either. But it didn't matter. Basol knew. More than just knowing, he had probably already made all the necessary preparations. Gu Heng guessed that this was largely related to Basil's divine name, the Creator. In a sense, perhaps only he could become a god through this path. But for Gu Heng, it was simply adding one more step after obtaining the key, becoming the Creator. Was it possible? Before, Gu Heng wasn't very confident. Even after severely damaging the myriad manifestations' divine kingdom, and seemingly gaining the upper hand, Gu Hang still quickly stopped after confirming that Basil's avatar in the real universe had been destroyed and the crisis could be considered initially resolved. Subsequently, through war in the real universe, he would seize control of Rainborn Star and obtain the divine artifact. Then this operation could be considered a success. Gu Hang had considered going all in, relentlessly destroying the myriad manifestations furnace and devouring Basil's core divine kingdom, attempting to seize the creator's divine power. But the risk was too great. From the very beginning of the battle, Gu Hang held nothing back, playing every card he had, indeed gaining the upper hand and severely damaging his opponent. Even so, he couldn't kill Basil in one fell swoop. On the contrary, after withdrawing all attention from the real universe, Basil displayed a strong will to resist, and the power he amassed was not to be underestimated. This also showed just how difficult it was to destroy an evil god of this level. Having secured his minimum reward, Gu Hang stopped. However, Basil chose to pursue. Now Gu Hang had many options. His first step was to let Basil catch up. Chapter 1032. Basil's rage erupted like a supernova, driving the shattered omnipotent furnace to relentlessly pursue the Storm God Kingdom's trail amidst the chaotic, churning background of subspace. After an unknown amount of time, he finally caught up. Basil immediately activated the omnipotent furnace, slamming it down. Molten metal and foul energy still flowed from the breach in the gear sky, but the omnipotent furnace itself had transformed into the most ferocious battering ram. Each spatial jump was accompanied by a deafening roar that tore through dimensions, determined to utterly shatter and dismantle the Storm God Kingdom, casting Gu Hang into its eternal, blasphemous core. Coward! Thief! You have nowhere to escape. Basil's will manifested as countless sharp mechanical noises and blasphemous roars, assaulting the Storm God Kingdom's borders. His massive body once again extended countless enormous tentacles composed of energy, distorted laws, and adamantite. Skipping the initial probing, these tentacles, carrying an absolute destructive will capable of shattering stars and annihilating divine kingdoms, lashed across the void towards the Storm God Kingdom. Wherever the tentacles passed, the indigo thunderclouds surrounding the Storm God Kingdom seemed to be thrown into ice and snow with strong acid, melting and disintegrating in large swathes. Gu Hang did not intend to directly withstand Basil's attack. Just as he had driven the Storm God Kingdom to crash into the myriad manifestations furnace, creating a gaping hole in the Creator's divine kingdom sky, Basil's fierce attack had been brewing for a long time. A direct confrontation was not the best strategy. Inside the Storm God Kingdom, thunder rumbled, and the temple trembled. Countless runes flashing with electricity did not project defensive barriers outwards. Instead, they collapsed inwards. This formed a gravitational trap, like an invisible and viscous giant spider web, or the edge of a greedy black hole's event horizon, actively embracing and guiding the tentacles carrying destructive energy. Basil was filled with astonishment. He felt his attack hadn't struck the Storm God's main body as expected. Instead, it was as if he were stuck in sticky glue, pulled away by a powerful, strangely directional force, deviating from his target. Those tentacles, capable of dismembering anything, had their attack trajectory forcibly bent. The immense destructive energy was absorbed by the bizarre gravity trap, deflecting most of it. Some of the energy was swallowed up by the trap itself, like a stone sinking into the sea. The rest, under Gu Hang's skillful guidance, was like a plucked string, hurtling along the tangent of the trap towards the empty depths of the warp, or, even more unfortunately, crashing into some unfortunate warp entity nest that happened to be passing by, triggering violent secondary energy storms. Using my power to wear me down? Basil instantly understood Gu Hang's intention, which further fueled his rage. He immediately tried to manipulate the tentacles to escape the damned gravity trap. But the trap's stickiness was beyond imagination, as if it were glued to the energy structure of the tentacles. Forcibly breaking free meant tearing apart one's own power structure, causing secondary damage. Continuing to attack would only charge Gu Hang's trap, futilely consuming precious primordial divine power. Gu Hang didn't confront its attack head-on. Instead, he exploited the opponent's eagerness for revenge, its frenzied power, and the decreased control due to the damage to its divine kingdom. He set up a massive funnel, causing most of Basil's fierce attacks to be wasted, with a small portion being absorbed by himself or converted into energy to maintain the trap. The pressure on the Storm Divine Kingdom decreased sharply, quickly stabilizing. Having neutralized the first and most intense wave of attacks, Gu Hang knew this was only a temporary respite. Basil would adjust. He would find a way to break the trap. He had to take advantage of the moment when the opponent's power was further weakened by the previous heavy blow, and this ineffective attack to complete the most crucial step. severing the connection between Basil's invading power and his main body, firmly nailing it together within the Storm God Kingdom. The time has come. Atop the lightning spike, Gu Heng's main body clasped his hands together. The immense lightning power accumulated within the Storm God Kingdom no longer poured outwards, but instead highly concentrated and compressed inwards. A miraculous point of light was born between his palms, radiating a fluctuation that even Basol felt a chill run down his spine. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Storm God Kingdom, the indigo thundercloud barrier, originally used for defense, suddenly collapsed inward and reformed. Countless dazzling, massive chains composed of pure order runes, like the roots of a divine tree growing from the void, instantly coiled around and locked onto the Basol energy tentacles that were deeply embedded in the gravity trap and trying to break free. Got you, creator. These chains acted directly on the core of Basil's power. Basil's tentacles convulsed and twisted violently. The chaotic laws that constituted them were forcibly frozen and solidified by the chains, violently severing their connection with the warp background and their main body far away in the forge of all things. No! You can't imprison me. Basol let out a terrified and furious scream. He felt that this part of his power avatar was like being thrown into viscous, solidified cement, its connection to the main body becoming extremely weak and unstable. He frantically channeled his power, trying to detonate this part of the tentacle's main body and forcibly break free. However, this was the moment Gu Heng had been waiting for. The singularity he had condensed between his palms was instantly pressed into the core of the Storm God Kingdom's lightning. An invisible yet powerful stable force field, centered on Gu Heng, exploded outwards, instantly enveloping the entire invaded area of the Storm God Kingdom. Like a massive insulating layer, this force field not only isolated the external subspace from erosion, but also exerted a terrifying suppression on the internal alien entities. Under this double shackle, Basil's invading primordial power was completely and firmly imprisoned within the Storm God Kingdom. His connection to the myriad manifestations furnace was weakened to the point of near collapse. Basol could not return. Gu Heng's expression remained unchanged. He knew that simply keeping Basol alive wouldn't yield significant gains. Even if he were to kill and devour this so-called true form, he would only absorb some subspace essence. Of course, it would be a great tonic and a significant benefit, but far from a qualitative change. This meager gain was insufficient to satisfy Gu Heng. Basil's essence resides in his title of creator, within his divine realm, the forge of all things. Therefore, conquering this divine realm is what Gu Heng desires most. However, although Gu Heng has controlled Basil's physical form, his power is currently confined to this realm as well. But Gu Heng is not alone. He is the ruler. He will not, and does not need to, fight alone. Long before deciding to retaliate, he issued a summons to the real universe. The previous chase with Basol, besides confirming that no other beings in the warp were interfering, was also a way to gather many useful forces from the real universe. Chapter 1033. In the Grand Plaza of the Imperial Palace in Holy Terra, Marshal Yan Xinjian of the Imperial Guard led thousands of fully armed Imperial Guard soldiers, ready for battle. They were not only fully armed themselves, but also equipped with tactical motorcycles, Imperial Guard Terminator armor, Imperial Guard Dreadnought mechs, precision-engineered tanks, all kinds of weapons, conventional and unconventional, were on display. Besides the Imperial Guard, there was also the Golden Knights battle group, which had suffered heavy losses in the Holy Terra campaign and had been rebuilt. On the orbit of Holy Terra, half of the remaining Terra fleet had assembled. In the northern border of the Empire, on a world called Scarlet Star. Most of the land here is covered by red sand, from which special spices can be mined as a specialty. Other than that, there is nothing particularly special. But at this moment, a large army has gathered here. Imperial Regent Robert is here. His unyielding expedition has been declared for several years. As the supreme commander of the expedition, he didn't actually spend much time on Holy Terra. He spent most of his time on the front lines, directly commanding his troops. At this moment, he was with the Northern Front. Accompanying him to Scarlet Star were the largest and most elite force he could muster in a short time. Besides the large number of Astragalus troops, surrounding Scarlet Star were the expeditionary fleet and over 7,000 space marines waiting on the planet alongside Robert, including the Infinite Chapter and the Bat Chapter, which had recently rejoined the Imperium during the Unyielding expedition. And this was, of course, not the limit, it was merely the force gathered around Robert. Across all the armies of the Unyielding expedition, there were 7 similar rallying points, gathering over 50,000 space marines, on the battlefield of the southern frontier in the dark side of the Imperium. Dark Side Expedition Commander-in-Chief Martins, like Robert, was fully armed, and gathered around him were even more numerous, numbering 33,000 Space Marines of the Phoenix bloodline and other different bloodlines. The mortal army and navy were also massive, and the forces he had gathered were not limited to this. Similar rallies existed in all three armies of the Dark Side expedition. A total of 6 rallying points, gathering over 130,000 Space Marines, the largest of which was the Saint bloodline. This chapter, which was among the first to join the alliance and was characterized by its high compatibility with genocides, now had a total of over 200,000 members across all its bloodline subchapters, making it the largest single bloodline chapter under the alliance. In the westernmost part of the Empire's southern frontier, in the Honey Earth sector of the Nightless City, on the battlefield were the Angels of Death and Blood Angels, under Leon's command, fought against the Chaos forces that had lost the leadership of their avatars. Leon ordered all forces to halt their advance. Afterwards, aside from retaining a portion of troops on Rainborn Star to consolidate the gains already made, a large number of elite troops, under Leon's command, gathered at the Angels of Death stronghold, the Monastery of the Great Stone. Gathered there were over 12,000 Angels of Death, as well as 40,000 Blood Angels under Dante's leadership. Besides this gathering of Space Marines, elite forces from various factions were also converging in the heart of the Alliance. Fattened up by the Alliance, the various Forge worlds of the Mechanicus Alliance have become bloated, but their independence has been greatly weakened, even forcibly merged into one. Under the Alliance's rule, a reformed state church, already operating under Protestant doctrines, has issued a call for holy war. Their influence is far less than that of the traditional state church, but through this call for holy war, they can better mobilize the combat nuns, who are already integrated into the Alliance's combat ranks. The combat nun group, led by the Sisters of the Lily of Mercy, is a force to be reckoned with. They are mortals, unlike Space Marines, who have undergone rigorous surgical modifications. While they are indeed no match for Space Marines in individual combat strength, they are stronger than the Alliance's most elite honor guard. In terms of physical strength, no matter how much women train, they are generally still inferior to men. In terms of power armor, most are regenerative power armor. The reason the combat nuns are stronger is due to their faith. They receive some weak, unreliable blessings, which, by virtue of this, elevate them to the average individual combat strength of human forces, roughly second only to the Space Marines. However, the Honor Guard should not be underestimated. While these elite ground troops clad in feedback-powered armor are inferior in average individual strength to the Battle Sisters and Space Marines, they possess a unique advantage that neither of the other two has: numbers. The Honor Guard's total of 80 million may sound like a motley crew, but in reality, each and every one of them is an elite force. They couldn't defeat the Space Marines or the Battle Sisters, but their sheer numbers made them a force no one could ignore. Even Space Marines couldn't single-handedly take on 100 Honor Guards. In fact, a veteran Space Marine could easily be overwhelmed and killed by a dozen or 20 Honor Guards. This time, the combined forces of the Mechanicus Army, Battle Sisters, and elite Honor Guards exceeded 40 million. The flow of time in the warp is chaotic. The concept of time is completely different from that in the real universe. The chase between Gu Hang and Basser, which seemed short-lived in the warp, took a full 3 months to materialize in the real universe. These 3 months also represented the 3 months of extreme mobilization for the entire new empire after receiving Gu Hang's orders. The expedition ceased, and troops assembled. Once everything was ready to resume, countless massive spatial portals opened before the fully equipped armies at dozens of assembly points throughout the Alliance and the new empire. These dazzling spatial gates, forcibly opened against the chaotic backdrop of the warp, their exits pointing directly to the core region of Basol, whose true form was partially imprisoned by the Storm God Kingdom, the Forge of all things, weakened and empty due to the absence of its God King. Gu Hang's renewed invasion of the Forge of all things had begun. This time, however, it was no longer a confrontation between heroic spirits and demon engines, but rather the most powerful material forces, the most unwavering will, and the most sophisticated weapons of the real universe, supported by the spatial channels opened by Gu Hang, brazenly invading the divine kingdom of the evil god in the warp. The demons of the warp could invade the real universe. But now it was time for an evil god to taste the bitterness of being pushed back by humanity. Chapter 1034. For Gu Hang, sending the human army of the real universe to attack the Forge of all things was one of his pre-planned strategies. Now, the conditions were right, and he would use it. This was entirely to ensure final victory. Why not use heroic spirits? Because heroic spirits essentially still utilize Gu Hang's own power. Right now, he didn't have the time to focus on destroying the Forge of all things. Basil's true form was still locked within the Storm God Kingdom, He needed to keep that guy firmly under control. This involved a significant portion of Gu Heng's power. Of course, not all of it. After all, a clash between the God Kingdom and the God's true form was when all-out effort was required. Right now, Gu Heng was only suppressing an evil god who had severed communication with the God Kingdom. Even if it was the true form, it wasn't enough to completely tie Gu Heng down. However, Gu Heng had another use for keeping this up. After winning, he intended to devour the forge of all things and obtain the power of the Creator. He only needs to maintain a very good condition to do this. If he fights Basol to a standstill and only barely wins, then swallowing him up later won't be so easy. This entire process, from defeating Basol, occupying the Myriad Forge, to finally devouring the Myriad Forge, must be continuous, without interruption, rest, or a chance to start over. Even if Basol is killed, as long as the Divine Kingdom exists, he will not perish, he will be resurrected within the Divine Kingdom. If the Divine Kingdom is occupied but not devoured, it will be regained by the resurrected evil god. Moreover, when Basol and the Myriad Forge are both weakened by Gu Heng, if he doesn't act quickly, many other beings in the subspace are very likely to intervene. Taking advantage of both sides' weakness, the audacity to seize such a huge advantage is undeniable. Many gods, even powerful demons, are certainly capable of doing so. Therefore, Gu Heng must maintain a relatively good condition to deal with the subsequent devouring and various unforeseen circumstances. Utilizing the power of the real universe is one option. The appearance of the real-world legion has indeed completely altered the balance of power and the nature of the battlefield. The avatar of Basol, imprisoned within the Storm God Kingdom, witnessed his lair being ravaged by the ants of the real world and descended into utter madness. He struggled and roared with all his might, even self-mutilating his body to forcibly break through the double confinement set up by Gu Heng. But that was impossible. Basol stepped into the trap, his connection with the God Kingdom sealed, trapped within the Storm God Kingdom, and subjected to Gu Heng's full-force suppression. If this were enough to allow him to escape, then Gu Heng could forget about devouring or anything further. Within the Forge of All Things, countless elite human armies have already launched their offensive. The strategic objective of these human forces attacking the Forge of All Things is to weaken it as quickly as possible, reducing it to a point where it can be absorbed. But how exactly should this be done? It's something the military excels at, causing as much destruction as possible on the scrap metal grounds of the Forge of All Things. This includes, but is not limited to, eliminating enemy personnel, destroying the various forging nodes of the Forge of All Things, and conquering the central hub of the Divine Kingdom. Any damage inflicted on the Forge of All Things will suffice. In absolute numbers, the total number of human troops who have entered the Forge of All Things through those countless spatial gates should reach 200 million. It was indeed a large number, especially considering the overwhelming number of heavy armored units and multiple fleets that had been sent in, flying beneath the broken gears of the omnipotent furnace, battling massive flying demon engines and abyssal dragons, while simultaneously providing support to human forces on the ground. However, overall, the number of human troops within the omnipotent furnace didn't feel crowded at all. This was a divine realm and demonic domain, second only to the four gods, its vastness even far exceeding that of a typical world in the real universe. Hundreds of millions of people scattered within it couldn't possibly fill it. But it didn't need to be filled. A focused offensive would suffice. Not every inch of scrap metal within the omnipotent furnace had a key target to destroy. The struggle for strategic points surrounding the steel foundries, the furnace center, the pumping hubs, the power transmission pipelines, and so on unfolded between the human army and the defenders within the omnipotent furnace, and the numerous demon engines. Just as Basil's true form bravely stormed the Storm God Kingdom, only to unexpectedly fail and be trapped by Gu Heng, severing the connection between his true form and the God Kingdom, thus weakening him from the lack of replenishment from the God Kingdom, the Myriad Forge, as a God Kingdom, undoubtedly possesses formidable power. However, without the presence of the God's true form, the speed and intensity of operation of all the demonic combat units within the Myriad Forge, as well as the foundries constantly producing new demonic engines, were greatly affected. The elite status of the human army far exceeded expectations. Even in real-world cosmic warfare, it's extremely rare to see more than 200,000 space marines deployed in a single battle. Besides these 200,000 space marines, the remaining mortal forces were all elite. Robert and Leon Charlie, these two true sons of God, along with Maddens, the Primarch, formed a command structure that ensured the smooth operation of the entire campaign. Even when particularly difficult enemy units appeared, chapter champions, and even chosen champions, were deployed as needed, and naval cannons fired as required. The entire battle appeared to be an unstoppable advance. This was only the situation after the first 2 days of combat. In reality, by the 12th hour of the battle, what poured in from those countless spatial portals wasn't just troops, but also massive amounts of war supplies. Giant transport starships, medium-sized transport ships, transport aircraft, and even transport trucks delivered massive amounts of war supplies and logistical support from the real universe into this special subspace battlefield. The war supplies carried by the troops had just been used up, but the offensive had not yet slowed down. New war supplies arrived, and the offensive could continue its fierce onslaught. Over the course of several days, countless demonic units were annihilated or killed, and countless important nodes within the myriad forges were destroyed. The entire evil god kingdom suffered a powerful blow. Chapter 1035. After Leon Charles, the Lionheart King, personally led the annihilation of 3 powerful demons subordinate to Basol, the demon command system, which had been barely holding on, collapsed completely. The resistance of the Forge of all things quickly crumbled. The battle throughout the realm of the evil gods rapidly devolved into a one-sided destruction of demons and their evil creations by humans. The remaining demon units, the defense system within the divine realm, though still present and numerous, offered disorganized resistance with little coordination. They possessed only numbers and scale, crumbling at the slightest touch and destroyed with a single blow. The exquisite art of command by the human forces made the entire destruction process remarkably efficient. It was difficult to say whether the demons or humans were more adept at warfare. Without the control of Basil's primary will, and with their core chaotic energy suppressed, war raged everywhere. Living units were continuously annihilated, and the forging hubs of manufacturing units were constantly destroyed. The entire profane realm was like a massive machine that had been powered off and physically devastated, its operation slowing slower, and its flames dimming. Victory was inevitable if the fighting continued, but humanity wasn't moving fast enough. What dealt the final blow to the Forge of all things was Martin's actions. The Phoenix's various sub-factions were clearing out the remaining demon engine army across the vast metal wasteland, securing the Legion's flanks, and clearing obstacles for the advance of heavy equipment. Meanwhile, Martins led his assembled champion guard, drawn from various chapters, along with the entire Phoenix chapter, and a large number of heavy armored assault troops, plunging into the depths of the Forge of all things like a dagger. His target was the colossal flesh and blood engines and twisted mechanical temples still pulsating, providing the divine kingdom with its final energy. This temple was the permanent residence of Basil's true form. But he was no longer there. Blood Shark, Evil Shark, Ghost Shark, these 3 battle groups, essentially of the same lineage and extremely adept at rapid assaults, under the leadership of Blood Shark's battle group leader, Ewing, utilized their strengths to clear the way for the main force. Within the central temple, guarding this core area were the strongest troops from the Forge of all things. Before Basol left, he had left instructions, requiring these troops, 24 of his own, high-level magic-powered mechs, led by 2 divine-level magic-powered mechs, to stay put and defend this place. However, under the constant harassment of the 3 shark groups, 1 divine-level magic-powered mech, leading a group of troops, couldn't resist launching an attack. In truth, it wasn't exactly a violation of the main god's orders. The order was to hold the central temple. In his judgment, taking the initiative to eliminate the threat on the perimeter was also a form of protection. It can't be said that he was entirely wrong, but this time he was definitely wrong. His demonic forces were entangled with the sharks. They failed to eliminate or drive away the 3 war bands, and when they tried to retreat, they were again entangled. Then, when Madden's main force arrived, they annihilated them in one fell swoop. A relatively weak reinforcement emerged from the central temple, but it was wiped out by the human forces tasked with besieging the temple and intercepting the reinforcements. No further reinforcements arrived. Then, the human forces launched a decisive attack on the central temple. After 2 days of fierce fighting, with Martins personally leading the charge and numerous Phoenix factions suffering significant losses, the central temple was finally breached and destroyed. This was almost the final straw. The Gear's sky was collapsing, and key nodes on the scrap iron land were destroyed, all of which severely damaged the Myriad Manifestations furnace. The collapse of the central temple pushed the entire structure of the Myriad Manifestations furnace to the brink of collapse. The most direct manifestation of this was that the Creator's authority within the Divine Kingdom began to destabilize, like a candle about to be extinguished. Gu Heng knew his time had come. But devouring was not simply about consuming, absorbing, or forcibly annexing the space of the Myriad Manifestations furnace. That would only pollute the storm Divine Kingdom, and might even corrupt Gu Heng himself with the Creator's distorted, chaotic authority. What Gu Heng wanted was its core divine power essence. He didn't want anything else. This required stripping away the chaotic attributes of the myriad manifestations furnace and integrating it into his own divine kingdom framework. Gu Heng needed a tool. And this tool was readily available. Basol within his divine kingdom. No longer simply binding and suppressing it, Gu Heng raised his hands high, gathered his strength for a moment, and then suddenly pressed down. Instantly, 10,000 bolts of lightning, like a forest, like a rainstorm, densely bombarded Basol's body. The evil god had no ability to resist. His powerful body was blasted apart. Blood and engine oil mixed together, flowing from the cracks in his body. Carbonized flesh and the shattered steel armor were separated together. All the things that detached from Basol's body were collected by Gu Heng. These things were decomposed, enveloped, and analyzed within the lightning. Basol was struggling against Gu Heng's lightning strikes, and initially didn't have time to pay attention. But when he noticed what Gu Heng was doing, he was filled with terror. Gu Heng was analyzing the essence of the myriad manifestations forge, and he was about to succeed. Gu Heng made no attempt to hide this fact. All his analytical results formed a small point of light. This was the tool Gu Heng needed. This point of light continuously received the orderly, logical, and practical creative ideas generated by countless engineers, scientists, artists, and craftsmen within the human empire and alliance during their inventions and world-building processes in the real universe. These ideas, combined with the energy of the Storm God Kingdom, formed a highly ordered template. The core of the Storm God Kingdom temporarily transformed into a massive storm forge. This furnace, fueled by Gu Heng's divine power and the faith of trillions of humanity, used his own usable concept of creation as a mold, and the remnants of the myriad manifestations furnace, destroyed and disintegrated by the Reality Legion, as its raw material. The forging began. The myriad manifestations furnace, destroyed and disintegrated by the Reality Legion, now at its lowest point, was forcibly absorbed piece by piece into his storm-formed furnace by Gu Heng, like were thrown into a furnace. Inside the furnace, divine lightning struck, purified, and forged these remnants with frenzied intensity. The mark of evil, the madness of chaos, the desecration of flesh and blood, the corrosion of metal, all the corrupting imprints belonging to Basol were forcibly stripped away and burned away in the lightning and fire. The purest essence, stripped away, under Gu Heng's guidance, and the high pressure and shaping of the storm god's power, was given a new form according to his creation template. This is the creation authority based on the laws of reality, serving the development of order and rationality. The Storm God Kingdom did not physically devour the space of the myriad manifestations furnace. In the concept of the subspace, that was of little significance. Gu Heng reconstructed its core divine essence. And at the moment of his success, the concept of the myriad manifestations furnace as a god kingdom completely collapsed, annihilated in the subspace turbulence. Imprisoned within the Storm God Kingdom, having lost contact with his true form, and only able to watch helplessly as his god kingdom was devoured, Basol's true form let out a final shriek filled with endless resentment and despair. No! Having lost the support of his divine kingdom's origin, and with Gu Heng having stripped him of the power of creation, how could his divine form continue to exist? The chaotic energy that constituted him, devoid of its internal laws, rapidly decomposed, dissipated, and annihilated like dewdrops in the sunlight within the Storm God Kingdom's environment. The evil god, who had previously only suffered injuries under countless bombardments and forgings, displaying incredible resilience, suddenly vanished without a trace. The sub-evil god of the subspace, the creator Basol, had utterly perished. The Storm God Kingdom, having undergone a great battle and a melting baptism, appeared even more radiant and stable. The kingdom's territory seemed not to have expanded, but its internal rules were more refined, and the flow of energy more exquisite and efficient. Especially the creation power integrated into it, which seemed to have infused the kingdom with a new, vibrant source of power. Standing atop the lightning bolt, Gu Heng felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. He slowly raised his hand, lightning crackling at his fingertips. Creator. Gu Heng murmured, his golden eyes reflecting the interplay of lightning and the glimmer of creation. He could clearly perceive a deeper understanding of matter and energy, a sense of power that allowed him to shape and construct according to his own will welling up within him. This was not the twisted, chaotic creation of Basor, but a creative power serving his will. However, this powerful new authority also brought new perceptions and burdens. He seemed to hear the whispers of countless creations in the real universe, to feel the rhythm of creation contained within the movement of stars, the meshing of machinery, and the pulse of life. This vast flow of information almost overwhelmed his consciousness. At the same time, The absolute rationality of God and the cold, analytical sense of the structure of matter seemed clearer than ever before. The light of the Storm Kingdom shone even brighter, like a newborn star, shining steadfastly in the chaotic warp. Chapter 1036. Gu Heng sat quietly in the empty hall. This was the most magnificent hall in the Holy Terra Empire's imperial palace. 10,000 years ago, the emperor received the empire's sons of God, commanders, prime ministers, and lords here, announcing the start of the founding expedition. Then, the emperor walked out of the hall, leading to the largest plaza within the palace, the Vision Plaza connecting to the Eternal Avenue. There, the original Space Marine legions, the Imperial Guard, and the most elite mortal warriors were reviewed by the emperor, proudly and majestically beginning the grand founding expedition. And soon, Gu Heng would also preside over a similar ceremony. This was the time to wait. Logically, many ministers and attendants should be around Gu Heng now, making various preparations for the occasion. This was indeed the case before, however. Gu Heng had temporarily asked everyone to leave a dozen minutes ago. The moment of becoming a god was calmer than expected. Unlike the birth of the Slaanesh, which involved the sacrifice of an entire Eldar empire, the dominant race of the universe, causing millennia of upheaval in the warp and resulting in a massive catastrophe affecting almost the entire cosmos, the ascension of the Emperor was far less dramatic than that of the Slaanesh. However, according to records, golden light could be seen across the entire empire, the phantom of the Emperor's ascension causing trillions upon trillions of people to weep with excitement and kneel in worship. Of course, this could also be a myth fabricated by the state religion. Regardless, there was certainly some commotion at least in Holy Terra at that time. But now, there was no external commotion at all, and Gu Heng became the emperor. He clearly felt that the thin veil that had stood between him for so long had quietly shattered. Humanity thus gained a new deity protecting the warp. Now, 30 years have passed since the Forge of all things was devoured by the Storm God Kingdom. Gu Heng has finally crossed that threshold, stepping into the highest level of both the warp and the physical universe. His ascension to godhood wasn't truly without commotion. It simply wasn't happening now. 30 years ago, when Basol, the lesser god with the greatest potential to become a great being in the warp, perished, and his divine realm, the Forge of all things, was shattered and devoured by Gu Heng, that was the commotion of Gu Heng's ascension to godhood. Using a chaos god, the strongest below the four gods, as a sacrifice was no small feat. And if that wasn't enough, then 10 years ago, Gu Heng faced a challenge of considerable scale. At that time, he had already completed the analysis and mastery of the Creator's authority. The key that Basol painstakingly forged over centuries, the rain star modeled after the ancient night star, was also in Gu Heng's hands. Although he hadn't created it himself, after gaining control of the Creator's authority, analyzing and manipulating the key was easy for Gu Heng, and he completed it in less than 2 years. After obtaining the key, the next step was to search for the so-called ancient weapon. But this was actually a trap set by Tsinch. He had fooled Basol. One piece of information related to the ancient weapon was false. A simple lie wouldn't be enough to make Basol risk his life in pursuit. But as the god of lies, Tsinch wouldn't be so cunning as to deceive another god, especially to the point of death. Leaving aside the numerous clever lies Tsinch fabricated, which gradually ensnared Basar's complete entanglement, the most crucial element was the existence of the ancient weapon, its immense power, and the claim that it could truly grant Basar godhood. This information was true. Only true information could successfully deceive Basar. But the problem lies in the fact that clever lies often conceal a fatal falsehood within the truth. This ancient weapon originated from an ancient cosmic race. During the time that race was active, even the warp was not what it is today. For this ancient weapon to function, the warp must be restored to its state during its existence. But this is impossible. Unless Basar can destroy the four gods, plus the Emperor. Even after becoming a great being, he couldn't eliminate 5 other beings of equal caliber. After all, the four gods' eternal game had lasted for eternity, their minds battling until they were practically extinct, yet their positions remained unchanged. Even becoming a god couldn't achieve this, let alone Basar before he even became a god. Even if Basar had successfully obtained the key and activated the ancient weapon, he would never have become a god. He couldn't destroy the four gods, nor could he alter the warp, therefore, the ancient weapon was merely a powerful and exquisite piece of junk. And Basar wasn't the only one deceived. Alchard, Basar's former collaborator and Chaos War Master, was also a victim. He too took the ancient weapon seriously. After losing Basar as a collaborator, Alchard devised a new plan. He intended to seize the opportunity the moment Gu Heng acquired the ancient weapon, to preemptively steal the legendary weapon that was said to change the entire course of the universe. Of course, this could also be part of Tsinch's scheme. In fact, Gu Hang should also be included in the list of victims. However, relatively speaking, Gu Hang suffered the least loss in the deception, because he won the war. Tsinch is good at scheming, but they are not good at executing schemes. This master of change has too many unpredictable, bizarre, and unconventional ideas, making them impossible to guard against, yet they are always self-contradictory, even leading to chaotic execution. After orchestrating so many things, Tsinch probably never expected that Gu Hang would win the final battle against Basser, and win decisively at that. He did indeed fight a bloody battle against Alchardon, who came to seize the ancient weapon, as planned. The human forces suffered heavy losses, and even when facing Alchardon, who was empowered by the four chosen gods, Leon and Martins almost perished together. But none of this could stop Gu Hang from joining the fray. While possessing immense power, it's crucial to remember that he is still human. Having never ascended, he possesses an absolute advantage. He can project power into the real universe more easily than the four gods, or even the Emperor, and he can even be present himself when necessary. Gu Hang destroyed Alcaton. The losses were devastating, but so what? 10 years ago, the Unyielding Expedition and the Dark Side Expedition had already reclaimed over 75% of the Empire's territory. With a more powerful, efficient, and centralized system of governance than the old Empire, humanity's war potential has reached an unprecedentedly terrifying level. No matter how large or heavy the losses may seem, for the immensely large human empire, they are but a drop in the ocean, wounds that can be healed with time. The old empire, which had bled for 10,000 years without dying, was even less likely to perish, let alone the new empire Gu Hang now controlled. Whether it was eliminating Basol within the deception, devouring the all-encompassing forge, or destroying Alcaton and obtaining the ancient weapon, Gu Hang had won in all these cases. Even if the ancient weapon was useless, it didn't really matter. After all, even without the deception, Chaos was still Gu Hang's enemy. Both of these entities were originally on his kill list. The deception actually made it easier for Gu Hang to act. Moreover, was the so-called ancient weapon useless in Basil's hands, but completely useless in Gu Hang's? That's not necessarily true. Gu Hang and Basol are different. Basol was merely a creator. Gu Hang, on the other hand, was a top-tier lesser god, the guardian of humanity, plus a creator. Gu Hang, already just one step away from becoming a great being, couldn't actually take that step after consuming a creator. In this matter, quantitative change seemed unlikely to lead to qualitative change. But regardless, Gu Hang's quantity had accumulated enough. Unlike Basol, who relied on an ancient weapon to elevate him to true godhood, what Gu Hang needed was that one bit of quality. He didn't care how powerful the so-called ancient weapon was. After acquiring it, this spherical object, a concept between reality and illusion, was stored within his storm god kingdom. Of course, he couldn't use this supposedly all-destroying superweapon, nor could he recreate the environment of the subspace. But it didn't matter. After 10 years of analysis, he had practically dismantled it, reducing it to mere scrap. All for extracting that one bit of quality. And today, he succeeded. What had been blocking his way, no longer just a step away, but merely a thin membrane, has quietly shattered. He succeeded. Chapter 1037. How does it feel to become a god? To be honest, there wasn't anything particularly special about it. At least Gu Hang seemed quite calm. However, humanity's future might be different. So far, the Unyielding Expedition and the Dark Side Expedition, although still ongoing, can practically be declared a success. After all, the foundation of these two expeditions is a revival movement initiated by humanity since the Cataclysmic Era. Currently 90% of the old empire's territory has been brought back under control during the expeditions. And because this was an operation where destruction was necessary for construction, the army swept through, and the old system and old interest groups were also swept away and cleared out during the cataclysmic disaster. The re-established alliance system cannot be said to be built from scratch. It will still be influenced to some extent by the original planet structure. But in any case, it is much easier than reforming during the old empire era. Having survived the Great Cataclysm, many human worlds suffered immense hardship, especially those that endured a long period of darkness, taking over a century, or even nearly 2 centuries, to be reclaimed. They were truly devastated. Productivity plummeted, nearly collapsing, but that's considered relatively mild. The real damage came from a drastic decline in population. That's the most devastating. Not to mention, some worlds were beyond saving, or were placed under safe zones, and many were even subjected to extermination orders. These are worlds from which no benefit could be gained. In fact, after the Great Cataclysm, the total productivity of the entire human empire dropped by 30% to 40%. This even includes the rapid growth in productivity in the core territories of the Alliance, and the reconstruction efforts in the reclaimed worlds that the Alliance and the new empire focused on during their expeditions. Without a sound reconstruction strategy, the empire's productivity decline across its entire territory might have been far more than just 30 to 40%. Even so, the new empire's national strength is undoubtedly greater than that of the old one. Their mobilization and organizational capabilities are vastly different, not to mention their future development potential. The old empire never paid attention to the development of each planet like the new empire and the Alliance do. The new empire's mobilizable military force is roughly the same as that of the old empire. However, with the passage of time, the rapid recovery of the population, and the gradual effects of economic construction, the empire's overall productivity will enter a period of rapid recovery. This will further enhance the empire's war potential. War is the eternal theme of this universe. Even if 100% of the empire's territory were reclaimed, would the war cease, and would peace arrive? No. The threats from the orcs, voidlings, or other alien species will always exist. Even Guheng cannot eradicate them completely. The threats from the warp and the chaos gods will also always be there. These are unavoidable. For humanity to survive and thrive in this universe, war is an unavoidable reality. Guheng was aware of this. A key point in his ascension to godhood was that humanity had not only become the dominant race in the universe, but had also joined the eternal game between the four gods. In fact, humanity had been involved in this eternal game before. The main battlefield of the four gods' eternal game was, of course, in the subspace. The four great demonic realms had never ceased their war, constantly attacking each other. After ascending to godhood, the Emperor was forced to participate in this game. Besides the warp, the real universe was also their arena, and humanity, naturally, inevitably became a part of it. But in the past, humanity was merely a pawn, not a true player. Even with the Emperor, it wasn't enough. He could only manage one side, the warp or the real universe. He was constantly trying to manage both, resulting in a lack of initiative in the warp and the continuous bleeding of the human empire he had built in the real universe. But things would be different. Although Guheng hadn't had any direct interaction with the empire after becoming a god, and they weren't even acquainted, a certain tacit understanding existed. The emperor's influence on the real world was shrinking. His future focus would be on the warp. So far, there had already been some progress. The increasingly dim crimson scars, and the several new, 7-star-like passageways connecting the two sides, showed the emperor's considerable efforts. Meanwhile, the safety of faster-than-light interstellar travel using astral tunnels has been greatly improved. With the Thunder Torch Tower providing protection, it might even be safer, faster, and more convenient than before the cataclysmic era. Guheng Center, of course, is in the real universe. If all goes well, he will be stationed in Holy Terra for a long time, overseeing all military and political affairs of the human empire in the real universe. The invasions of the chaos enemy into the real universe will be handled by him, relieving the emperor of a huge burden. Of course, Guheng wasn't completely indifferent to what happened in the subspace. He had a clear understanding that the four gods were indestructible. Even at the same level, it was impossible to destroy any one of them. Their existence was rooted in certain deeper emotions. As long as there were living beings in the real universe, they would be immortal. Guheng had also reached a similar level, but he was partly a god supported by the human race, and partly a god of the creator's technology, development, and creative concepts. Although at the same level, he wasn't as stable as the four ancient evil gods. Any living being that could survive in this universe inevitably involved struggle, killing, courage, desire, reproduction, life and decay, wisdom and change. As long as these existed, the four gods would endure. While the concept of creation was also essential, it was far less fundamental and irreplaceable than the concept represented by the four gods. But regardless, Guheng had already reached this level. Humanity possesses two gods, thus transcending mere pawns. Or rather, even as pawns, they now have their own players. This is the significance of Guheng's ascension to godhood. Regaining his composure, the time has come. With a slight thought, the magnificent palace doors silently and solemnly slid open to both sides. The orderly crowd, who had been waiting patiently outside for some time, surged into this hall symbolizing the core of humanity's highest power with reverence. At the head of the procession were Leon Charles the Lionheart and Robert the Regent. The eyes of these two sons of God held a complex expression at this moment. The being before them was not only a comrade in arms, who had fought alongside them to defeat the incarnation of the evil god, a commander who had jointly restored humanity's territory, but also someone who had devoured the chaos god deep within the warp and ascended to the supreme position. To be honest, in their hearts, an emperor was an emperor. Someone else wanting to ascend the throne? That was utterly absurd. But what could they do? 10,000 years ago, they had done the same absurd thing themselves. In the so-called Second Empire, Charles was the war marshal, Robert was the regent, and their other brother was the emperor. But upon learning that Holy Terra had not fallen, and that the human empire still existed, they quickly abandoned the so-called Second Empire and returned to their own positions. And the current Gu Hang was more qualified than any of them to be the new emperor of the empire. No matter how uncomfortable they felt about this, they couldn't object. After all, this was something the emperor had agreed to, even fully supported. While Charles was very uncomfortable, but had to suppress it, Robert's feelings were somewhat different. The Primarch, renowned for his governing prowess, wore a solemn expression tinged with heartfelt emotion and a subtle sense of relief. Composing himself, the two highest-ranking figures in the empire, the two sons of gods born from mythology, knelt first, paying homage with the highest honors of an ancient legion. Their voices were deep and powerful as they declared, "Your Majesty, the armies are assembled, and the empire awaits your will. Your Majesty, the loyalty and expectations of the empire's vast territory, and its millions of citizens converge here." Behind them stood the alliance's chief consul, the great sages of the Mechanicus Alliance, the new popes and cardinals, the commanders of the army and navy. They were also the governors of various important star regions, members of the High Lord Council, and the highest leaders of the empire's core institutions, including the Ministry of the Interior, the Ministry of Military Affairs, and the Ministry of Justice. Almost all the rulers and leaders of the new human empire, who held significant influence in the real universe, were gathered here. They all bowed deeply, their postures extremely respectful, and an almost tangible awe permeated the air. Gu Hang's power was beyond the measure of worldly authority. Their gazes converged on the figure at the top of the steps, clad in a simple robe with patterns that seemed to contain the stars of the universe. Complex emotions, excitement, admiration, and a vow to follow to the death, a complex mix of feelings. "Gentlemen," Gu Hang's voice rang out, clearly imprinted in the depths of everyone's consciousness, "rise." Everyone stood up in unison, their gazes even more fervently focused on Gu Hang. Gu Hang stepped down from the platform. The crowd silently parted to the sides, clearing a path to the eternal avenue outside the hall. As Gu Hang passed Leon, the Lion King nodded slightly. As he passed Robert, the regent bowed again. Gu Hang's gaze calmly swept over every face. Familiar or unfamiliar, his eyes seemingly able to see into the deepest loyalty and longing of their souls. A slight nod, unspoken approval, was enough to stir the hearts of everyone present. Surrounded by the crowd, Gu Hang stepped out of the magnificent hall. The view suddenly opened up. The perfect lighting simulated by the Terra Dome poured down, illuminating the wide avenue paved with ancient stone slabs in a magnificent glow. On both sides of the avenue stood towering colossal statues, carved with the epic history of humankind spanning millennia, and the grand architectural complex of the Terra Palace. However, the most awe-inspiring sight was the steel torrent arrayed along the avenue, stretching to the horizon. Amidst the sounds of drums and bells, the parade began. Like walls forged of gold, the Imperial Guard, flanked by the azure and silver-white Imperial Guard, symbols of the Alliance's colors, stood as the most steadfast and loyal protectors. The essence of different bloodlines and chapters converged here. The deep blue of the Infinite Warriors, the pure white and gold-edged of the Saints, the crimson and gold feathers of the Phoenix chapter, the Bat chapter, the Angels of Death, the Blood Angels. A tapestry of colors shimmered, like a flowing galaxy of steel and faith. They aloft their respective chapters' banners, the insignia of honor on their power armor gleaming brightly. Martins, as the supreme commander and overall leader of the Space Marines, stood at the forefront of this massive formation. The synchronized footsteps of the power-armored warriors echoed like thunder, shaking the very earth. This was the mainstay of the Empire's expansion and the vanquishing of demons. Following this came the roaring behemoths of steel. The Titan Legion, personally designed and blessed by the archisages of the Mechanicus Alliance, marched with mountain-like steps, followed closely by countless heavy tanks and armored vehicles forming a steel torrent, their engines roaring into a magnificent symphony. Mechanic priests chanted hymns, infusing these war machines with divine vitality. After that came the Glory Guard, various combat nunneries, and elite troops from countless units of the new Empire's army, navy, Ministry of Justice, Inquisition, and more. They carried their respective banners, each worthy of this presence, was a decorated unit that had rendered outstanding service in the war. A fleet swept across the planet's orbit, allowing those on the ground to see a full 20 Glory Queen-class warships and the massive naval formations they led. Below, countless fighter jets, blotting out the sun, flew in waves alongside the ground forces. This wasn't all the Glory Queens. The new empire now possessed 33, though not all of them needed to be displayed here. Gu Heng walked slowly along the Eternal Avenue, Leon and Robert half a step behind, standing solemnly to his left and right. Countless gazes, filled with fervor, awe, hope, and unconditional loyalty, were focused on him. At the end of the Eternal Avenue, a newly constructed, magnificent platform, blending the solemnity of Imperial Gothic style with the simplicity and efficiency of the Alliance, stood tall. Atop the platform, a giant double-headed eagle and star ring emblem, symbolizing the combined authority of the Empire and the Alliance, gleamed in the sunlight. Gu Heng ascended the steps, with Leon, Robert, and Martin standing on either side of the platform. All the high-ranking officials of the Empire and the Alliance, representatives of various legions, and the soldiers standing solemnly on both sides of the avenue focused their attention on this scene. The Protestant Pope, dressed in the most solemn and magnificent holy robes, slowly stepped forward. His voice, amplified by the loudspeaker array, echoed across Holy Terra and indeed throughout the skies of the entire Empire, having endured the baptism of the Dark Ages, guided by the Emperor's radiant light, and through humanity's indomitable struggle, we have ushered in a new era. The raging tide of chaos has been repelled. The Empire's lands have regained their glory. The flame of humanity burns ever brighter. Standing before us now is the wise commander who led humanity through its darkest hour, the great being who vanquished the evil gods and protected reality, the supreme leader who rebuilt the Empire and strengthened the Alliance. Your Majesty Gu Heng, guardian of humanity, embodiment of the Empire's will, beacon of the Alliance's progress. Are you willing to shoulder this supreme power and responsibility, to rule as a co-emperor, to coexist with the eternal God Emperor, to govern the Empire, to protect the Alliance, and to guide humanity towards a brighter future? Gu Heng's voice was not loud, yet it was like the whisper of the universe's laws, clearly imprinted into the depths of everyone's soul, carrying an unquestionable promise. I am willing. As soon as he finished speaking, a pure and warm golden beam of light, without warning, descended from the heavens. Its source was from the direction of the Golden Throne. The beam of light precisely enveloped the entire platform, sacred and vast, carrying the blessings and expectations of an eternal emperor. Under the gaze of billions of eyes, at the center of that sacred radiance, the phantom of a crown slowly coalesced. It was woven from flowing lightning runes, interwoven golden light, and geometric light and shadow that created all things. It was both a symbol of imperial power, and a crown composed of Gu Heng's own divine authority, and the Emperor's approval. By the will of the Emperor and humanity, the Supreme Archbishop's voice trembled with barely suppressed excitement. We are here to witness coronation. The crown, interwoven with thunder and light, slowly descended and firmly rested on Gu Heng's head. The instant the crown settled, the clouds in the sky seemed to be parted by an invisible hand, and the sunlight became purer than ever before. Holy Terra, the heart of humanity, seemed to be reborn at this moment of the birth of the co-ruling emperor. The insignia of the imperial double-headed eagle and the Alliance star ring erupted with dazzling light behind Gu Heng. In the square, all the imperial guards, space marines, mortal soldiers, and even Leon, Robert, and all the high-ranking officials on the platform, at the same moment, erupted in a thunderous roar. Long live humanity! Long live His Majesty the co-ruling emperor! Long live the eternal divine emperor! The roar echoed across the plaza, lingering for a long time. Gu Heng stood atop the high platform, donning the crown of thunder and light. He raised his hand, and gently pressed it down upon the surging sea of people, and the concrete jungle below. As if pressing a mute button, the deafening shouts instantly subsided, leaving only countless gazes focused with even greater fervor. His voice rang out again, this time resonating deep within the hearts of every listener. Soldiers of the Empire. People of the Empire. We have just fought a war for the very survival of human civilization. We have paid an unimaginable price, shed enough blood to form a galaxy, and buried countless loyal and fearless souls. But today, we stand here, at the heart of our home planet, upon the glory we have reclaimed with our own hands, and we can proudly proclaim. We have won. The claws of the Chaos Gods have been severed and driven away. The once lost territories now fly the banners of the Empire, the unyielding expedition and the dark side. Your heroic deeds will be etched in the most glorious chapters of human history. Your achievements will be praised for eternity. War is not the end. rebuilding our shattered homes, healing the wounds of war, returning the displaced to their homeland, comforting the wounded, and restoring hope and warmth to the ruins. This is the best tribute to the fallen, and the most solid proof of victory. Advanced technology, allocated resources, and efficient organization will be deployed on an unprecedented scale for construction. Every world, no matter how much trauma it has suffered, will be included in the Empire's protection and development plan. Every person who fought for the Empire and their descendants. All will be properly settled and given the respect they deserve. The spark of knowledge will be ignited in every corner, and a new generation of humanity will grow up in peace and hope. They will be wiser, stronger, and more powerful than we are to protect all that we have not achieved. Human wisdom and sweat will forge a new era of material abundance and vitality. We will make every corner of the Empire shine with the light of prosperity and dignity. Humanity's journey is to the stars. It is to the future. It is to infinite possibilities. The shadow of chaos still lingers in the depths of warp space, and the threat of aliens has never been far away. Our fleets will continue to patrol, and our warriors will remain vigilant at all times. Fellow countrymen, comrades in arms, we have come from 10,000 years of glory. We have survived countless calamities. Today's victory is not the end, but a brand new beginning. The beginning of a great era belonging to humanity, to you and me, to all future generations. The road ahead may still be fraught with peril. The whispers of chaos will not cease. The dark universe breathes the unknown. But I firmly believe, as long as we unite as one, uphold our faith in the Emperor, our loyalty to human civilization, and maintain our indomitable will and creative wisdom, even if the stars fade and the universe ends, the glory of humanity will shine for eternity. Long live humanity!